Shannon continued to ask, as for my request, what has happened? And what answer did you receive that satisfied you? I have already released them back. When Xiaohan Wu wanted to speak further, like the others before him, Shannon raised his hand to stop him. That's enough. If I asked for more, it would be very selfish of me. Then, he inquired about his purpose. You called me here, you must want something right. And the fact that you are from Red Dragon, not Azure Sword, is quite strange. After a nod, Shannon began to explain. I will explain everything to you in detail. The knight chuckled after listening to the story. You turned against the god Saber because of your relationship with me. I like that. You don't seem as greedy as the rumors say. Shannon summed up Xiaohan Wu's purpose. So you want me to become a dark knight for you, meaning you want me to work under your command. The man across from him confirmed. That's right. Immediately, Shannon refused. Xiaohan Wu hesitated for a moment. Shannon continued. You don't need to ask why I was born and raised in Red Dragon, and I have no intention of leaving them after I die. Xiaohan Wu thought it would not be easy, but seeing his strong-willed nature, it was clear that obtaining a soul like Shannon's would not be easy. He wanted to know more about the key point that Shannon had mentioned. Then he threatened. There's no other choice, so we'll have to take stronger measures with you. Shannon was curious about this. Do you actually have a way? He received a half-joking, half-serious reply. I've collected your soul. Do you think I can't bind you? The two of them started talking. Shannon said, That's true, but can't you just let it go? Xiaohan Wu didn't want to let go of Shannon's soul. Shannon sweated. I take back what I said earlier. You're too greedy. Shannon started to give in. All right, that doesn't sound too bad. He agreed, but with a condition. He said, I'll obey, but you can't control my mind. And you have to make me stronger than I was when I was alive. This was too easy for Xiaohan Wu. He smiled lightly and agreed. Shannon grinned when his condition was met. That's settled then. To be honest, from the moment I saw you, I knew we were the same. The person in front spoke of what might happen. You might have to fight against the Red Dragon and face your friends on the battlefield. But Shannon wasn't bothered. I've prepared myself. I'm starting a new life, so I don't need to worry too much about the past. Seeing this, Xiaohan Wu thought that he was different from before. Curious to know why, he asked. Why did you suddenly change your mind like that? Shannon closed his eyes and replied, I don't want to be too stubborn. If I keep dwelling on the past, I'll never be able to move forward. He continued, I'm more curious about the future. It seems interesting. The other person sighed, lamenting the difficulty of dealing with this knight. He seemed to be more difficult to understand than he had initially thought, but he was worth the effort, so he had to be obtained. As he thought, he handed over several items. Now, absorb these items in the order I give them to you. The notification screen appeared, showing the sequence of items being absorbed. The screen then displayed the message. Please name the soul. Without hesitation, he entered the name Shannon. The appearance of the knight changed in the blink of an eye. His entire body was covered in black armor, exuding dark energy, and he respectfully said, Greetings, my esteemed master. The knight knelt down respectfully, but was interrupted. Don't speak so formally. I am your vassal and knight. My master should not speak to a servant like that. The fates hidden behind the armor still carried a sense of great respect. Of course, I will speak respectfully to you, my lord. Xiaohan Wu sat cross-legged next to his knight, contemplating the skills, so the key can only be sensed through the senses. Shannon responded, That's correct. Shannon then explained in detail how his skills worked. If you can't read the future, you must rely on your senses. Xiaohan Wu seemed to understand. It could be said that it was a sixth sense. It's like an instinct. It was almost like a prediction. Shannon advised, I think you should learn it quickly in order to face other professional players. He asked if there was a way to learn this faster. Shannon suggested fighting more, accumulating experience, and memorizing all moves. Still in that kneeling posture, Shannon emphasized, remember all moves. Knight Shannon continued to speak about learning. Memorization is the best in situations like this. The more you remember, the more you'll be able to use it when needed. Huan Wu, wanting Shannon to teach him, asked, Can you teach me those moves? Shannon immediately replied, Of course, my master. As he used his power, a green smoke appeared from his hand, and he added, Since we're already talking about this, let's start right away. A sword wrapped in green light appeared in Shannon's hand as he stood up, ready to teach his master this skill. As the training session with Shannon was underway, they suddenly received an urgent summons once again. Suddenly, Huan Wu felt a chill. His blood seemed to boil, and his eyes glowed a fierce golden light, so intense that it was beyond his control. He bent over, clutching his left chest, as his heart pounded relentlessly. He looked up at the starry night sky and saw something he never wanted to see, the towering figure of a dragon. It was so massive that it obscured the gentle light of the two moons crossing each other. Or rather, it is the Summer Queen, the magnificent lady with blue hair, possessing an incredibly proud demeanor. Upon reflection, one of the abilities that the dragon race possesses is dragon fear, also known as long tuck, perhaps the power of the dragon. Something within him is reacting to the presence of another dragon, perhaps. Fortunately for Huanwu, this dragon lady did not turn in this direction. Otherwise, he would have been discovered long ago. Now he just needs to endure for 2 more days, and it will be over. Suddenly, the dragon lifted her gaze toward the sky above, as if deep in thought, and in the distance, strange blue lights flickered. At the center of those lights, something was unfolding. Somewhere, the revered god Saber was leaving a path of survival for his soldiers. "You will gain no benefit from aiding me." The god whispered these words as he walked gently. "Not to mention, you could be branded as traitors, a disgrace to carry for the rest of your lives. So I will give you one last chance to flee. If not, from then on, even if you want to, you will never escape." His subordinates remained silent, none of them moving. Contrary to his expectations, Saber gave a slight smirk, as if he hadn't lived his life in vain. "Now, your lives would become mine." An innocent soldier suddenly had a sword pressed to his throat by the traitorous soldiers. He whispered, "Do you even know what you're doing?" "Of course, that's a redundant question. We all know what we are doing," he said. As the words left his lips, the innocent soldier's head fell to the ground, blood pouring down the shoulder of the traitorous soldier. His face remained indifferent to the life that had just been taken by his own hands. He simply turned and asked, "What's the status of the target?" The 2 other traitors answered respectfully, "Sir, the esteemed divine sword is currently protecting that person in the study. Is there a possibility of separating the 2 of them?" "I'm afraid not." The traitor looked at them, as if they were grains of rice, trying to act like chickens. It was still unclear who was the chicken and who was the grain. Suddenly, Divine Sword realized something was wrong. Realizing there was no more time to save the situation, he decided to take a risk. "Quickly, signal them," he ordered. As soon as the command was given, fireworks shot into the sky, shining brightly against the dark night. All the traitor soldiers at other locations saw the magnificent fireworks and immediately recognized it as a signal meant for them. Without hesitation, they began executing their plan. Bombs exploded across a wide area, and smoke and dust filled the air. Soldiers who were unaware of the situation scattered in panic, shouting loudly, "Our supply depot is on fire." Could it be an attack by the Red Dragon? Some called for water to put out the flames, while others went off to find the Red Dragon to deal with the issue. Saber, filled with determination, walked forward. A terrifying fiery aura surrounded him. To attain that strange aura, he had used the reverse blood pill he acquired after eliminating the 6th leader of the demonic army, who possessed terrifying and brutal strength. Although it amplified the body's latent abilities to another level, it was an item typically used for suicide, or when one was cornered, as it caused the user's magical power to increase exponentially. Saber pondered, thinking that if this was the only way to defeat that person, he would not hesitate to consume it. At that moment, the gatekeeper soldier recognized Saber. "Lord Saber, this is a restricted area. No unauthorized personnel allowed." But Saber paid no heed to the unfortunate soldier's words, as he was busy preparing to unleash a divine strike with his sword, which exuded a forbidden aura. Suddenly, Divine Sword sensed that something was wrong. He turned to Divine Martial Arts beside him and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Instantly, the last bombs detonated, destroying everything in the vicinity. Divine Martial Arts, unable to contain his emotions, spoke. "Lord Saber, finally you." Saber's expression was cold. "As long as you hand over that stone, I won't kill you." Divine Martial Arts responded wearily. "How many times do I have to say this?" In the middle of his sentence, Divine Martial Arts suddenly stopped, took a breath, and shouted, "I don't have it." Unlike Divine Martial Arts, who was furious, Divine Sword calmly asked, Do you really need to go this far? I'm here now, so nothing will stop me. Then hand that idiot's name over to me. Divine Sword is at a loss for words with this one. In the end, did you choose revenge through rebellion? I must enlighten this fool, for he keeps playing the fool as if it's a regular habit. Divine Sword immediately summoned his magic, and streams of blue light swirled in the sky. Look, Saber God, would you continue if everything led to this conclusion? Saber God was stunned. Is this an illusion? Could everything I've seen so far be a lie? Look, this is the result you must face, the result of betrayal. Is this really the only way? I will give you one last chance, because you were the first friend who stood by my side in the sect. Saber God replied, you only evaluate and calculate everything. So how can you understand? They must have passed away peacefully. Therefore, what you did to them is no different from cursing them. There's one thing you should know. Whether it's one person or 100, there's only one person I will always save, no matter the cost. Saber God, furious, stomped on a large metal block and shouted, there's one thing you should know, whether it's 1, 10, 100 or more. With that, the large metal block shot up from the ground. Saber God's eyes gradually turned blood red, his face hardened with seriousness, and his voice echoed with determination. There is only one person I must save, and I will do so to the end. The sound of the wind tearing through the air, followed as a sharp sword flew straight toward the keen god. Divine Sword stood calmly, shielding Leont with 4 swords behind his back. Swish! The sword was drawn from its sheath, and the godly saber held 1 sword in each hand, his face displaying terrifying veins. He swung the swords up, performing a skilled maneuver before rushing straight at Divine Sword. Protect the master! The godly saber's faction shouted loudly. In response to that shout came the command, no one is allowed to approach. As the godly saber swung his swords, dark red lightning crackled and gathered round him. The wind howled, and he approached his target at lightning speed, slashing rapidly. He shouted, whirlpool of blades. Thunder rumbled, the air seemed to heat up, and the sound of wind slicing through the air echoed. Taking advantage of the momentum, he executed his decisive move. Tomb of 9 swords. 2 swords slashed horizontally at the same time, and behind him, the ground shattered, the explosion echoing, painting the sky red. A streak of wind sliced through the air, and in that instant, he was stunned, his eyes wide, mouth agape as he turned his head toward his shoulder. A sword, glowing with golden light, had been accurately lodged next to him. He turned back, puzzled. How could he survive my strike? In the brief moment of confusion, Divine Sword had already arrived beside him. 4 swords pointed directly at him, dust swirling around. How did he get here so quickly? So this is the power of the 4 sword, the death of the sacred. Sweat dripped down his face, and the godly saber's expression shifted from astonishment to a sinister smile. He has been waiting for this moment. How foolish, he exclaimed. At the same time, Saber leaped high, his right hand swiftly grabbing a sword to strike down. It was over. A powerful force, like a 1,000-pound weight, along with a sharp sword, was swung down. However, to his surprise, Divine Sword only needed 2 fingers to block the blade. Then, with a light squeeze, the sword shattered in his hand like a piece of crisp rice paper. The god saber stood there, dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. What just happened? He let the sword drop, standing motionless like a statue. Impossible. The moment the sword shattered was deeply etched into his mind, and 4 golden swords shot toward him. Divine Sword remained where he was, calm and confident. His battlefield skills allowed the god saber to react quickly. He jumped back, simultaneously drawing another sword. I've enhanced my magical strength. My current skills are even greater than during my prime, he said. Before he could steady himself, 2 golden sword strikes, imbued with immense power, formed a cross and flew at him. The god saber used both swords in his hands to block the blows. Sword fragments scattered, surprising the god saber, his eyes wide and his face pale. Yet there wasn't even a scratch on him. Another golden sword shot forward, this time too fast for him to react. He could only watch as the blade closed in and pierced his chest. It wasn't just 1 sword, but 3 blades, striking him from both the front and the back. He stood there like a target, his head thrown back in a loud scream. The excruciating pain forced him to collapse to the ground. Divine Sword approached from behind him, wearing a demonic mask that made it impossible to read his emotions. There was still one more Cain's strike left unused. Behind the terrifying demon mask, two pairs of black and red eyes glimmered. A voice, as if from hell, emerged. There is something called circumstance. The god Saber lifted his bloodied face to look at him. Recalling the past, the days of wandering aimlessly on roads with all the swords in his hands, he sought stronger opponents to challenge, to train himself. Then, by sheer coincidence, he had challenged this person, known as the Divine Sword. To his surprise, he was defeated thoroughly and convincingly. After overcoming that painful shock, he had decided to follow the Divine Sword, to observe and learn more, to become stronger. But no one could have predicted what would happen. When he met his wife, he no longer wanted to dedicate his life to training and sacrifice, like the Divine Sword. He had a small family, a beautiful wife, and a child on the way. It was from that moment on that the god Saber ceased to grow stronger. His senses gradually weakened. He was unwilling. The pain made him question if this was the limit of his strength. Helplessness and sadness showed in his eyes. However, I am very grateful to you. The Divine Sword's voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. He didn't understand what the Divine Sword was saying. Enduring the pain tearing through his body, he knelt, clenched his fists, and raised his head to look at the Divine Sword. Because he had swallowed the blood-reversing pill, the process of merging with the four great divine beasts, which the Divine Sword didn't know when it would be complete, had finally finished. The only thing left now was for him to extract it from Saber's body. He spoke nonchalantly, as if it were something he had planned from the very beginning. Saber, caught off guard, stared directly at Divine Sword and said, "You're still wearing that familiar mask." Divine Sword raised his left hand to stroke his chin, his right hand resting on his hip, adopting a casual, thoughtful pose. "I didn't expect to have to act so soon. I wonder if I should thank the Red Dragon faction for this." Saber knelt on the ground as if he had realized a cruel truth, his body trembling. He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, his laughter echoing, tearing apart both his heart and the trust he had placed in Divine Sword during his time following him. So that's how it is. Divine Sword had always kept a watchful eye on everything he did, calculating each move to bring the results into his own hands. Truly, he was one of the leaders. In the end, even Saber had been used. He regretted it now, but it was all too late. Divine Sword moved forward, his right hand spreading towards Saber's head. "Come here." Saber remained silent, not making a sound, but inside he was unwilling to accept it. If he died, what would happen to his beloved son, the weak and sickly child who was bullied by everyone? Would he have to live like that, a withered flower with no chance to bloom? He didn't want that. Wait, as if realizing something, he focused all of his energy to think and make a judgment. The note that was sent along with his son's eye had a small note that read, "He must bring the coordinate stone." He made his own deduction and gamble in his heart, then spoke to Divine Sword. "You made a mistake." Divine Sword stood frozen, unsure of what Saber was trying to say. Saber lifted his head, his sharp eyes regaining their vitality. Though blood still flowed from the corners of his mouth, his gaze was filled with confidence. "Thank you, Divine Sword, for telling him about the process of merging the cores," Saber said. He then activated the power of the coordinate stone. A small green vortex shot out from his body. Boom! Divine Sword flinched, quickly raising his right hand to shield his eyes. The green vortex continued to expand. Divine Sword had to leap back and draw the four swords behind him. He looked up at the terrifying scene before him. The green vortex shot straight up into the sky, a large barrier expanding, and a wave of oppressive energy surged forth. Divine Sword's eyes widened, as if he recognized what it was. The green barrier continued to spread, and Hanryong's scream echoed. A red dragon's head with sharp teeth slowly emerged from the barrier. A fierce aura radiated as the dragon's mouth gnashed its way through, its eyes blazing with fire, followed by sharp horns, a long neck, and vast wings. "The Summer Queen!" the dragon roared. In the sky, amidst the night, a colossal dragon suddenly appeared, its red body gleaming and its long, twisted horns rising high. Thousands of knights flew toward it. On the ground below, there stood a person, four swords hovering behind him, radiating a powerful golden light. Surrounding him were apostles, crowding the area, preparing to face the dragon in the sky. Among the knights in the sky, there was also one wearing a black mask. with a pair of horns resembling those of a dragon, exuding the aura of the leader of the battle. It turns out that behind the mask was an attractive young man, with golden eyes that looked very much like the eyes of a dragon. The young man unconsciously realized the power of the four great divine beasts, so being summoned through this magic means the death of the saber god. The young man raised his right arm towards the sky, directing it toward the summoning power of the four great divine beasts. Suddenly, streams of black air appeared around his arm, seemingly trying to seize the immense power in the sky. When did the black air from his arm absorb all that enormous power? The black streams seemed to be devouring the white light with great force. The white light was continuously being drawn into him, as if it were becoming his source of power. During the absorption process, constant notifications about the progress of the absorption kept coming through. He also received the title of successor to the four great divine beasts, and his magical power increased to level 5. The flow of power continued to surge within him. Around him, streams of green light were constantly radiating. Then, a notification appeared, announcing that the inheritance process had been completed. The young man now felt a powerful surge of magic brewing within him. The people below were in constant fear of the giant dragon and the thousands of knights preparing to attack. The red dragon let out a roar, its sound resounding from the distance. The people below were trembling in fear before a true monster. They were constantly deliberating on how they could possibly defeat this dragon. At this moment, the dragon closed its mouth, and around its edges, flames blazed fiercely. The dragon roared again, releasing a stream of fire, an incredibly hot blaze that could reach temperatures up to 1,000 degrees. The people below were caught off guard by the sudden attack of fire, but they calmly realized it was the dragon's breath attack and knew they had to be cautious of the immense power of this gigantic creature. The man on the ground earlier, wearing 4 swords and a white tiger mask, seemed to be preparing seriously to fight this dragon. At that moment, the man with the tiger mask spoke, his voice filled with intense fury. He thinks losing the divine beast power, along with summoning the red dragon, is the dragon itself. A challenge, a provocation against me. It turned out that after stealing the divine beast power, he had planned to seize a stone to complete a sword. He was furious that his plan had been completely ruined. Who the hell is the Summer Queen, that he's so sure that person destroyed all my plans? He charged forward, his sword in hand, exuding murderous intent as he shouted, "How dare you, you bastard!" He lunged at the dragon fiercely. He flew like lightning, leaving behind only a faint white light as an afterimage. The dragon suddenly sensed his presence and turned its gaze toward him, seeing the man soaring toward it. One hand gripped the sword, while 3 other swords floated behind him. Now, he had risen, passing over the red dragon's head. As he plunged down, he shouted loudly, "I will kill you." A tremendous explosion erupted, flames continuously bursting forth, accompanied by thick clouds of gray-black smoke. A human figure, upon hitting the ground, couldn't stop being thrilled. No wonder he was known as the Sword God. The person next to him also spoke up. She is the Summer Queen, but she can't possibly defeat the Sword God. It turned out that this dragon was the Summer Queen, the one who had disrupted his plans. For that reason, he showed no mercy in his attack. From behind, a team wrapped in hoods spoke up. "If you've had time to talk, why don't you go out there and fight?" He'll open the way. Standing beside them was a young man with purple hair, nicknamed Divine Martial Arts, who also agreed with the leader. Divine Martial Arts, it turned out, used a spear. He took his spear and, while preparing to charge forward, said, "If we defeat the Summer Queen, Red Dragon will collapse quickly." A man with purple hair, his right hand crackling with yellow electricity. This was his magic. He charged forward, swinging his hand lightning fast, and the enemy was sent flying. A soldier called him vice captain, so he was the vice captain, and his strength was not to be underestimated. He mocked the morale of the enemy, which made them furious. They even yelled his name, "You bastard!" Another figure with purple hair appeared, possibly a woman, with endless flowing long hair, golden eyes, and lips tinged lightly with pale pink. An aura of murderous intent radiated from her icy cold eyes. At this moment, it became clearer. She also had a black horn. It turned out that she was from the One-Horn tribe. Standing amidst the chaos she observed, she noticed there were no members of her own tribe here, which brought her some relief. If her father had been here, the red dragon would probably not have been able to fly freely like it did now. She recalled the instructions of the young man with the black mask and wondered where he might be, constantly worrying about whether he was okay and what his condition was. At that very moment, the young man was absorbing the power of the four great divine beasts. The power spread throughout his body, seemingly sinking deep into his very bones. The black mask with its pair of eyes suddenly flashed. This was the first transformation. Scales similar to those of a dragon began to appear on his body. It seemed that he had absorbed all the power of the four great divine beasts. At this moment, the system's voice also announced that the absorption process had been completed. You have awakened all parts of the dragon, along with a series of attachments, changes, and rewards. You have now fully possessed the power of the four great divine beasts. Behind the mask, his face was filled with confusion at the massive changes he was undergoing. Everything about him seemed to have transformed completely. It turned out that the power he had gained was enormous, the power of the draconic race. He also realized that the biggest change was in his privileges. It turned out that the draconic race was the ancient dragon race. Thanks to this, the man with the black mask could now receive the blessings of the ancient dragons, and could even unlock as many as 8 privileges. Now you only have one benefit, but it is incredibly powerful. A mysterious voice, accompanied by a gaze full of murderous intent from the Dragon Master, spoke. The successor is the one that boy mentioned. Right. He seemed to recognize this voice, and was extremely surprised that the person was still alive. He thought he had died after meeting Jungwoo. He began to recall an old story. It seemed that the man in white was indeed the Jungwoo he had spoken of. He stood before a massive dragon and told it to leave behind the dragon eyes and his legacy for his younger sibling, then closed his eyes and passed away. That dragon seemed to be him. The voice, which had unexpectedly spoken again, echoed, "Until you find me, I will be here waiting for you." The man in the black mask suddenly realized something, remembering his goal of capturing the god saber. But next up was some mysterious relative. The older brother of the man in the black mask shouted, "Go!" At that moment, dark energy continuously spread and surrounded the area. 2 dragon skeletons appeared, continuously releasing an intense, murderous aura. The man in the black mask recognized that the players here were no ordinary people. They were strong enough to form a large faction, and among them were high-level players who were incredibly powerful. He was thinking about how to gather them. A plan suddenly flashed in his mind, but at the same time, he realized it was still too early. So he ordered the 2 dragon skeletons to dissipate. He kept moving forward at lightning speed. As he rushed, he came up with a plan on how to kill the 2 powerful individuals. One of them, Bahal, would definitely kill the opponent Leont, while Leont would figure out a way to protect himself. Leont's allies thought he didn't have the stone, which meant he was relying on some other secret, powerful strength. And when the 2 of them clashed, they killed both of them, and the fire began to blaze fiercely, erupting into violent flames. Kane's heart roared as he charged forward to confront Bahal. This red-haired bastard isn't someone to underestimate, he said with a smile that was 3 parts contempt and 7 parts mockery. He thought they were just trying to stall for time with petty tricks, so he swung his hand, and intense sparks shot out, forming small fire embers. The opposing team was shaken by the unbelievable heat of the flames. Bahal just had to stay put, but the fire surrounding him was burning even more fiercely than Frafe's. He began to suspect their plot, taunting Canebringer, the so-called great divine martial arts master, who now had to hide like a rat. Bahal frantically called out to Leont, who was hiding behind a rock, mocking him for becoming a coward after his previous defeat. Leont was furious. If it weren't for the divine sword's attack restriction, even 10 red-haired fools like him couldn't have scratched him. Bahal was growing more impatient, feeling his own irritation and the dark scheme of Leont. Eventually, he found him hiding behind the rock. Bahal's sharp gaze locked onto Leont, trying every possible way to interrogate him about the whereabouts of the stone. Another fire ignited. After the battle, there were a total of 70 mage swordsmen and demon swordsmen. The bodyguards escorting the Baek Keen Thuat group all perished to protect Leonti. His face turned pale with fury when he realized that he was the only one left alive. Bahal showed no mercy, directly rubbing salt into Leont's emotional wounds, trying to make him feel guilty for being too stubborn and headstrong, which led to the loss of everyone else. Leont immediately exploded in anger. "I don't have the stone Bahal wants. If I did, I would have consumed it all by now. What makes you think it's your turn?" Bahal, representing those who trust no one but themselves, made his move to finish things off. Leont got back on his feet and counterattacked, struggling to protect himself. Bahal thought to himself, this guy is really stubborn. Could it really not be true? Then he quickly dismissed the thought. Even if he's wrong, he'll just have to accept it. While fighting Bahal, Leont began to worry about his summer queen. She wouldn't last against the 3 war gods. The destruction of her dragon heart was a secret that must be kept at all costs, because she needed to be the one to rule the tower. Realizing that time was running out, Bahal hastened his work. He needed to restore her dragon heart as soon as possible. Bahal continued to unleash fiery strikes, the flames powerful enough to devour everything. The fire flared up again, surrounding Leont's armor. Bahal urged him to surrender, warning that he shouldn't let his stubbornness be the cause of his death. Leont cursed under his breath, determined to fight back. The trick with the red hair, Bahal. Let's see who truly stands as the leader between us. Suddenly, Leont's whole body emitted a blue light. This time, it looks like Goku might just save the little brother. Here, we call it Leont Super. The blue light spread wherever it went, extinguishing the flames in its path. Bahal was stunned, completely thrown off guard, not understanding how this guy had gone from nothing to this overwhelmingly powerful state so quickly. A dragon appeared behind Leont. Looks like Cain really is carrying the whole load. Bahal feared the tentacles, thinking Leont possessed some kind of mystical dragon power. Leont, however, believed that whether or not he had this skill wasn't the most important thing. What mattered most was that Bahal was about to feel his punch. As soon as he finished speaking, Leont rushed toward Bahal at full speed. The sheer power of Leont terrified him. His gaze was completely different now. Bahal could see that Leont saw him as nothing but prey. Leont was clearly preparing to unleash a powerful move. Then, magical circles began to appear above Bahal's head. He was shocked to realize this was a debuff. Leont ambushed Bahal from behind, and he was horrified to feel his reflexes starting to slow down, becoming sluggish. The flame in Bahal's hand reappeared, trying to block the attack. Leont charged forward, nearly overpowering him. After blocking one move, he continued to taunt Bahal, seeing if he could withstand another blow. His hand suddenly gleamed with a golden light. Recognizing the Gunrick sword, the weapon of the god Cain used when punishing his enemies, he couldn't believe that Leont had managed to possess it. Leont's face darkened, and he spat out 2 words. Get lost. A surge of power, like a lightning bolt, shot straight towards Bahal's position. When the smoke cleared, Leont was the last one standing. He sighed in relief, having nearly exhausted all of his mystical dragon energy as a precaution. No wonder the divine sword had given it to him. He wished this power were his own. He would never have craved it otherwise. In the thick, black smoke, a shadowy figure could be seen shouting Leont's name. It was none other than the red-haired Bahal. He had returned, and he had become more powerful than ever. Bahal, seemingly insane, charged at Leont, apparently determined to never let him go. On the outside, Leont could still mock Bahal, but deep inside, he was growing weary, thinking that he would have to use every last ounce of energy to face the red-haired man. Suddenly, someone else appeared. He was hunting Leont. Father Hein Wu, wearing a demon mask, suddenly manifested behind Leont, startling him and sending a chill down his spine. He didn't know when he had appeared, but his voice was eerily familiar, and the murderous intent emanating from him was terrifying. He brushed past Leont. The moment he landed on the ground was the moment Leont's death was sealed. Bahal froze when he saw Cain strike the assassin's hideout, his sword severing Leont's head from his body in a single strike. Bahal stood in shock, his mind racing with thoughts. What's happening? Why is Cain here? Cain's appearance was beyond his calculations. As thoughts consumed Bahal, Cain stood up straight, turned, and walked toward Leont's headless body. As he got closer, Leont sensed that Jungwoo's inner core had been completely depleted. Cain suspected that the Azure Sword had found the Golden Dragon somewhere. The Golden Dragon was very close to Jungwoo, and had also been the reason the ancient dragon Kalitus had taken notice. Cain approached, channeling his magic to his palm, then used that energy to retrieve Cha Huinwu's inner core from the headless body of Leont lying on the ground. At the same time, he activated his sword, Cain, to draw blood from the corpse, enhancing his own strength, making sure not to waste any of it. Witnessing this scene, Bahal came to his senses and, in panic, asked Cain, "Why are you here?" During their strategy discussions, Bahal had assigned Cain to lead the second team of the mercenary corps. Yet, instead of staying to command, Cain had appeared here and performed actions like the one just seen, causing Bahal to become suspicious of him. Cha Huanwu was disappointed upon seeing this. He had thought Bahal was fully aware of everything, yet he was still asking him such questions. He turned toward Bahal, expressing his disappointment and then casting magic aimed at him. Magical forces struck Bahal, causing him to pause, revealing a look of surprise as he stared at Cain. He sensed that the magic hitting him wasn't too powerful, but was surprised by how familiar it felt. A stream of dragon fear magic, a power only dragons possess, was clearly something that only the Summer Queen could wield. Cain could never have obtained it, yet he had actually used it against him. How could Cain possibly have acquired dragon fear? Bahal found it hard to believe. There was no way Cain could have randomly gained the power of a dragon. He needed to report this power to his superiors immediately. Yes, he had to get out of here. Bahal was contemplating his escape. Gradually, the remnants of the Flame Beast forces began to rise. Although the damage was greater than Bahal had anticipated, the Flame Beast team had not suffered any significant losses. The remaining forces gathered behind Bahal, which brought him a sense of relief. With this number of survivors, it would be enough to handle Cain. Seeing Cain stand motionless, maintaining his magic, Bahal wanted to create a situation where he could escape. He said, "I still don't understand what's going on, but given the current situation, we are not enemies. Is the reason you're here just to take advantage of us?" Then, Bahal and the remnants quickly fled the scene. He needed to escape quickly and deliver this information to his superiors as soon as possible. Bahal leaped into the air, moving out of the area. Though he was leaving, Bahal did not feel at ease. He truly wanted to tear Cain apart right then and there, but for the sake of the larger situation, he couldn't let any variables arise. He looked back at Cain's figure, seeing that he wasn't pursuing. If his own body hadn't been damaged, he would have fought Cain right then. Cain coldly watched Bahal leave. The words Bahal had spoken were clearly a misunderstanding. Cha Huanwu had no intention of letting him leave. Then, chains of declared domain surged out from Cain's body, chasing towards Bahal. In the blink of an eye, those chains had wrapped tightly around Bahal, preventing him from escaping. Bahal spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to believe what was happening. Around Cain was enveloped by Cain's striking power, and no one could have expected that Cha Huanwu had awakened Cain's striking power. The overwhelming amount of magic caused the ground beneath Cain's feet to shatter. The system notification had awakened the dragon's fortune. For a period of time, all of the primary stats increased by a certain amount. Physical attack and magical defense would increase for a period of time. With a loud boom, the area where Bahal was trapped by the chains pulled him down to the ground. After awakening Cain's striking power, information flooded his mind. However, he couldn't afford to stop and check it. There was something more important he had to do. He then gradually moved towards the place where Bahal had fallen. Then dragon's blood resin, by artificially using the dragon's young blood in the body, increased physical stats to their limits. The blood within Cha Huanwu's body was slowly transforming into dragon's blood, and his power was steadily rising. However, this was only the initial stage of the dragon's domain. Bahal cursed wearily, hating that he couldn't rip Cain apart. He was furious and activated fire magic, focusing all his energy toward Cha Huanwu. A torrent of flames erupted from the palm of his hand, roaring and burning toward Cha Huanwu. The magic was channeled into the sword in Cain's hand, and he swung it. The blazing flames of Bahal were shattered in all directions. Cain's face was as cold as ice as he stared intently at Bahal. Immediately, Bahal felt the killing intent in Cain's heart, and he truly felt that Cain was about to kill him, making him tremble in fear. Faced with the fear stemming from Cha Huanwu's killing intent, Bahal, with the mentality of being pushed to the brink, shouted loudly to threaten and create a small resistance in his mind. Cain's plan will fail. The Flame Beast team has already set off, and as long as one of them reaches the main unit, information about Cain Tat will be exposed. The Cain forces from Red Dragon will come here to hunt us down. Against the power of the Masters, what dragon power could threaten them? Could Bahal's words have any effect on Cha Huanwu? Around him, the magic grew stronger, enveloping his entire body. Beneath the ground, A dried hand reached up, wanting to break free from the earth. Slowly, skeletal bodies began to emerge from the ground. The skeletons, fully equipped with armor and weapons, began to form a skeletal army created by Kane's magic. The dark atmosphere surged to the sky, covering the area around where the two were standing. Bahal, terrified by this power, felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. He collapsed to his knees. "Is this where you will die, Bahal?" Kane said. Bahal's face drained of color. How could Kane possess both the Kane Force and the Death Force? One of these powers was already enough to suppress an entire region, and now he had both. Was the tower about to collapse? The undead army quickly dispersed, gradually catching up with the places where the remnants of the Flame Beast team were fleeing. The captain of the Flame Beast team ordered his men, "Run faster, we must avoid being caught." Suddenly, he realized that in front of him stood a towering undead, cloaked in a robe, blocking their path. He panicked, unsure of what he was facing. The fiery glow of the undead's eyes grew brighter and brighter, staring intently at the Flame Beast team beneath it. Then, a suit of armor surrounded by deathly energy charged forward, heading straight for the army. The members of the Flame Beast team were slowly ensnared by the deathly energy and the undead, dying one by one. Bahal felt helpless. His body was battered and could no longer withstand. But what was worse was the complete annihilation of the entire Flame Beast army. He recalled the hardships and adversity he had faced when he first left Artia. Nothing had been easy. He had always struggled in desperation, enduring battles, training, shedding blood. But in the end, he had perfected the Fire Fist. With that effort, he had earned the trust of the high-ranking officials of the Red Dragon and became one of the eyes of the guild. It was known that the female lord of the guild had bestowed upon him the title of one of the 81 strongest eyes of the organization. Kane sensed something strange had appeared in this very moment. The feeling of recognition for Bahal filled him with a sense of not giving up. The flame within him surged, bursting forth. He unleashed all the remaining magic in his body, creating a colossal, intense blaze that burned everything around him, enveloping him within it. Kane was forced to retreat. How could he have been driven into such a corner so easily? His flames continued to erupt violently, growing larger and more intense by the second. He had to survive at all costs. He had to live, cornered like this, with his body battered and broken, yet still able to unleash such immense power. It was no wonder he was called a two-rank, double rank. Kane couldn't help but admire him. Flames surged from all directions, charging toward Kane. Bahal regained his courage and spoke, "I am Fire Fist Bahal." The flames erupted with a deafening roar, rushing toward Kane, forming a vast sea of fire. The flames spread out, burning everything around Xiaohuanwu. The ground beneath him sank several inches, and water poured out in long streams. His golden eyes gleamed with a strikingly handsome intensity, fully focused as he poured his strength into the sword in his hand. With a swift slash, Huanwu cut through the oncoming projectiles, the green light of his blade slicing across the fiery sky. "Fire dance." The words from his opponent echoed as the enemy seemed to control the fire, moving quickly and catching him off guard. Is he looking for an opening within the flames? He wondered, his eyes widening in alertness. His opponent yelled two words, "Die," as he extended his fiery hand toward his face. Flames shot from his hand, advancing relentlessly. Xiaohuanwu could only raise his own hand to shield himself from the searing heat, his face contorting in discomfort. A pair of black wings wrapped in flames appeared behind him, tearing through the enemy's fire rain. The man frowned, feeling it was absurd, as every time he attacked, his strength was being scattered. Xiaohuanwu's gaze was sharper than ever, as if he wanted to devour his enemy whole. Bahal thought, "What the hell is this brat?" Sweat poured down beneath his mask, his breath becoming heavier. The body of the red-haired Bahal was slowly being consumed by his own flames. He was enduring better than Bahal had thought, but in the end, it would be Bahal who triumphed. Because he had the holy fire, the seed of every flame, in his hands. Xiaohuanwu swung his sword, slicing through the wall of fire in front of him with precision. The sharp blade cut the flames in two. Bahal cursed loudly, "That damn brat!" A fire larger than ever before surged from his hands toward Xiaohuanwu. He skillfully dodged the flames, closing the distance between them, his golden eyes opening once again, seemingly locking onto his target. It was only now that Bahal noticed his presence, but it was too late. The sword, wrapped in a green hue, pierced into his body. The blade dug deep into Bahal as Xiaohuan Wu moved his hand. No way, a newcomer can't be this strong, Bahal thought, clutching his wound with one hand. His face contorted in horror as he imagined the end of Fire Fist Bahal. The flames around him grew fiercer than ever, whipping his hair into the air. Bahal shouted in defiance, but to Xiaohuan Wu, it only made him look more pathetic. The aura of power not only enveloped the sword but spread throughout the surrounding space. Xiaohuan Wu told him, "Stop talking nonsense and die already. Get ready and throw the sword." A streak of green cut across the sky, slicing through the body of Bahal and sending him flying backward. He screamed in pain, blood splattering across the ground. Bahal sat slumped with the sword lodged in his body, the only bright point of light as he lay dying. Struggling, he mustered the little strength he had left to breathe. Finally, he spoke. Who is this?" On this side, Xiaohuan Wu, with an overwhelming aura, slowly approached him. The mask was removed. "You must be wondering who I am, right?" Bahal seemed unable to believe what he was seeing. Xiaohuan Wu's true face appeared beneath the stormy sky. Impossible, how could this be? His eyes flashed with the image of Xiaohuan Wu swinging the sword toward him. That was the last image he saw before he died. His head was cleanly severed from his neck, while his body remained in its sitting position. Bahal was dead. Xiaohuan Wu let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the fallen figure. He lifted his gaze to the sky, his voice echoing through the rain. Xiaohuan Wu. The red dragon seemed to be surrounded by an aura of the same color. Had the contract with Cain been broken? This was a sign that Bahal had died, yet it was still hard to believe. But the flame beast had followed him. The dragon's heart could shatter at any moment. It seemed he had been too arrogant. If the stone couldn't be found, it wouldn't matter anymore. The dragon roared in anger, its red aura intensifying. The person before him seemed so small in comparison. Though fearful, they did not retreat. This person thought that they had been cornered, when suddenly, something appeared from their wrist. "Gunja, why has the sword I lent to Leon returned here?" Could it be that this person's face changed suddenly upon realizing something? Under the relentless rain, Xiaohuan Wu walked with great dignity and authority. He let out a soft sigh. The matter of revenge had been partially settled. His subordinates immediately appeared. "Master, we've taken care of all the enemies." Xiaohuan Wu responded, "You all have worked hard." He then looked at his hand. The bracelet seemed to be shaking quite a bit. If he thought about it seriously, this bracelet not only contained Leon and Bahal, but also the Flame Beast members of Azure Sword. He hadn't expected it to hold so many powerful souls. It seemed like those souls were resisting within. But no matter what, they couldn't escape the binding power of the bracelet. I'll ask them for information about the battle later. Moreover, this stone, using this stone, the very thing that had caused so many sacrifices, made him feel incredibly uneasy. But even though he could use it, it was still difficult to control properly. However, it is something valuable and necessary to fight against the red dragon, so I must learn how to use it. Cain respectfully said, "Master, do you have any further orders for us?" Xiaohuan Wu looked up into the distance. "No, I have no further orders." At that moment, he suddenly thought that perhaps it would be good food for them. He could share it with the Monster Legion to see. After all, our objective has been completed, and I don't need to intervene any further. The soldiers responded, "We will obey, Master." Xiaohuan Wu pondered deeply, realizing that there were still many people in these two groups that he needed to handle. But if he became too greedy, he might bring danger upon himself. Now was not the time for him to show off. He lowered his mask and instructed his subordinates. "It seems I have forgotten something. Please inform Fant and Andorra. That's enough for now. We can retreat." Elsewhere, Divine Sword was in deep thought. The damage he had suffered was too great. After the battle with Aya in the past, this was the first time he had endured such heavy losses. "I've worked so hard to restore everything to its original state. I must gradually recruit talents to create the illusion of the present. However, this raid has cost me at least half of the strength I have painstakingly built. Not to mention, the inner core of the four sacred beasts had disappeared. Both the martial god and the sword god were gone, and even that stone had vanished without a trace. Indeed, a person full of ambition. The Summer Queen, you are truly fascinating. Don't let Divine Sword down." The Dragon Lady exhaled, and the flames immediately erupted. The flames surged forward as if to swallow Divine Sword whole. While Divine Sword was momentarily stunned, Spear God swiftly charged in. Spear God raised his spear and blocked the flames just as they were about to spread. Immediately after, Spear God didn't forget to taunt Divine Sword. "Are you scared? If you're scared, just go back. You're moving slower than usual. Not like yourself at all. Don't tell me you're tired. Divine Sword." Divine Sword uttered a sentence that left Spear God stunned. "The martial god is dead. Now I will activate the Nia Bow. Spear God, Bow God, please support me." Spear God immediately acknowledged the command, and the Divine Bow, the Godly Bow, also responded effortlessly. "I understand." Spear God readied himself in a stance to draw his sword, but then realized it would take some time to activate the power of Gunmia. In an instant, thick black mist emanated from around Spear God. He was determined that until then, the two of them would have to buy time for him. Looking up at the Summer Queen, who remained calm and composed, Spear God thought to himself that simply buying time wouldn't be a problem. The Dragon Lady gazed at them with her bright, intense eyes, and Bow God was quick-witted. Immediately, he unleashed a series of 3 rapid magical arrows aimed directly at the Dragon Lady's tail. Spear God was deeply grateful. "Make sure to protect me well." The Summer Queen was extremely angry. "Why is that? Spear God, just like you, is a peer, decisively a master of divine prowess, sweeping everything within range with a single strike." The Summer Queen could no longer hold back and let out a roar that shook the heavens. Of course, the Dragon Lady didn't forget to express her emotions. "You little rats, you've got guts." Bow God immediately followed up with another strike, an arrow aimed directly at the opponent's critical spot. Indeed, one arrow hitting multiple targets, countless streams of magical energy homed in on the weaknesses of the Summer Queen. The Dragon Lady began to weaken, letting out futile roars. Spear God, pleased with himself, said, "Good, we've broken through that tough layer." The Summer Queen was starting to tire. If Divine Sword could now unleash the power of Gunmia, it would be a perfect scenario, and there was a real chance of defeating her. After all, the Dragon Lady was a formidable opponent, and taking so many simultaneous hits had her writhing and screaming. "How dare you challenge me?" Having said that, the Summer Queen did not disappoint, unleashing a powerful blast of fire that burned everything in the vicinity. Spear God skillfully dodged through the raging sea of flames. "That's right, keep going like that. My lady, how delightful. So, pour all your strength into me, for if you do, your end will come soon enough." Spear God immediately called out to Bow God, "It's time." Receiving the signal, Bow God immediately showcased his skill with a cane strike. However, that beautiful scenario could not happen. The Summer Queen still stood there, despite everything that had just unfolded. Spear God suddenly realized that the target of that strike was not the person he had thought it to be. He looked up at Bow God. Could it be? Instantly, Spear God caught sight of the man wearing a victorious grin. It seemed there was another traitor in their midst. "Divine Sword," Spear God shouted, "move out of the way." By the time Divine Sword realized what was happening, it was too late to change the outcome. The light from the spell rushed toward Divine Sword, converging into Cain, piercing directly into the defenseless body of the priest. Divine Sword could do nothing but brace himself against it. With a single fatal blow, Divine Sword was finished. A massive explosion erupted in the middle of the lush green forest, with the ground shattered everywhere. Divine Sword collapsed amidst the wreckage, his demonic mask falling and shattering. His left arm was gone, his long hair cascading down to cover his face. Faint streams of white and blue energy, mixed with dark lines, emanated from his body. Blood splattered everywhere, making him look utterly miserable. The magical cycle of Divine Sword was changing, and his internal injuries were worsening. He had to grit his teeth just to maintain his consciousness, or he would have already fallen unconscious. Blood flowed across his body, on his face, ears, and mouth. He realized that the last pieces of the puzzle that explained everything had finally come together. The reason why God Saber had gone mad and attacked him. The Azure Sword clan had been infiltrated during their war preparations, and the fingers and eyes of God Saber's son had been left behind. Leonte's stone had been revealed. Divine Sword gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing red with fury as he realized that the one behind all of this was Divine Bao. Divine Bao stood there, indifferent, wearing his familiar purple cloak, a finely crafted bow with sharp engravings in his hand, looking at Divine Sword with mockery. "You're misaligned in your aura," Divine Bao said coldly. "Divine Sword is like this because you've been avoiding him, not attacking with the abuse of magic. It would have been better if you'd chosen a more uncomfortable death." Divine Bao. Divine Religion shouted angrily at him, but Divine Bao remained unchanged, his hooded cloak obscuring his expression. Divine Religion, holding a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, stomped his foot into the ground and lunged forward, his purple hair flying. "I'll kill you. How dare you?" Divine Bao responded indifferently. "You're being too emotional. A warrior of your caliber, turning your back on your enemy? So it turns out Divine Religion is fighting against the Summer Queen." In just a minute of turning his back, the dragon had used its tail to strike a powerful blow against Divine Religion. He was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Boom! Divine Religion crashed down onto the ground, rocks and dirt scattering in all directions, with only the silhouette of the dragon's red tail remaining in the air. The massive dragon slowly swung its tail behind Divine Bao, both of them staring at Divine Sword, who was covered in blood and unable to move. The subordinates stood around, 2 or 3 factions engaged in a chaotic battle. The members of the Azure Sword faction stood in stunned silence, watching the battle unfold before them. 4 deities they had always trusted and revered. Now, the Divine Bao had betrayed the Divine Sword, and the Divine Religion was severely wounded. The red dragon turned toward the Divine Sword and spoke, "You've lasted longer than I expected." Then it unleashed a torrent of blazing golden flames toward the Divine Sword. The intense fire engulfed everything, threatening to consume the fragile, isolated form of the Divine Sword. The Azure Sword faction was on the verge of being extinguished here. Ripped pieces of fabric flew into the air, catching the flames, revealing the unyielding figure of the Divine Religion, standing resolute in front of the Divine Sword. The calls of those from the Divine Religion echoed. The Divine Sword remained motionless, silent, as though lying there like a lifeless body. The Divine Religion fought against the dragon's scorching flames, speaking to the Divine Sword, "Have you fallen unconscious?" No response from the Divine Sword. "Impossible. It can't be you. You are the heart of the entire Azure Sword faction, and an irreplaceable companion of the Divine Religion. I will not let you die here." A vow of honor formed in the mind of the Divine Religion. Covered in burns and bleeding profusely, the Divine Religion declared, "As long as the Divine Sword still lives, the Azure Sword faction is not finished." The Divine Religion stood there, the fire having passed. Yet the devastation of charred clothes could not mask the unbreakable will within. The Divine Religion shouted, "Kill that dragon at all costs." At that moment, countless members of the Azure Sword faction became aware of their situation, and they began to take action. The giant red dragon before them is the enemy that must be defeated together. Everyone, no matter how small or injured, raised their swords, pouring more strength into their blades as they advanced towards the dragon. They all shared the same determination to buy time for the Divine Religion and Divine Sword. They charged forward with a resolve that showed no fear of death. The enormous red dragon stood there, towering like a mountain, its wings spread wide, its gaze sharp, and its mouth gaping open. Around it, everyone appeared as small as ants, but these ants formed the most united swarm. After a while, they succeeded in driving the dragon mad. "You insects, how dare you!" It roared in fury, a ball of red fire clutched in its mouth. "I will not spare you." With that, it shot the fireball towards the Azure team members. The flames engulfed them, scorching everything in its path. The dragon screamed angrily. I said, "Move aside, move aside." The roar of the flames echoed. Far off in the forest, Cain was observing the situation when someone asked him, "Is everything really okay over there?" They've always followed him, but this time, something feels off. Cain turned and reassured them. "The Red Dragon clan will thank us for this." Fant was confused, a lot of question marks appearing in his mind. Cain turned and walked away, leaving Fant with a puzzled look on his face. Adora sighed helplessly. "Why do you think our tribe won't appear until the war is over?" Fant rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. From what he knew about the leaders of the One-Horned tribe, they were like demons with their own schemes. So why hadn't they shown up in the Red Dragon battle? They were always the ones who took advantage of any opportunity to stir things up. So why were they so quiet now? Adora had explained to him that their tribe no longer saw any benefit in the alliance, so they had broken it off, and it was certain that the Red Dragon faction had sent someone to their tribe by now. In fact, when the One-Horned tribe conquered Kuram, the Red Dragon faction did not punish them, as they saw the One-Horned tribe as a threat, and they even celebrated their victory alongside Azure Sword. This showed that they had suffered significant losses in the wars and needed time to recover. Fant felt a headache coming on as he listened, scratching his head and muttering, "Why does politics have to be so complicated? Can't life be simpler?" Adora, holding her sword, looked at him with a serene expression, her sharp golden eyes telling him not to overthink it. In the end, politics always boiled down to one thing. The two siblings walked side by side, casually discussing their hopes for the future. If you want to be a leader, all you need to do is become stronger. Only with strength can you succeed, and only with success can you have peace. Cain, along with two members of the One-Horned tribe, came to pay their respects to Wang Yi. Wang Yi, who had been reading a memorial, looked up and welcomed the three of them. Cain, still wearing his black mask with two pairs of horns, gazed at Wang Yi. Master doesn't welcome his own son. Wang Yi ignored him, pouting as he replied, "Why should I welcome someone who insists on living by their own rules? Coming back after causing trouble, speaking like a child, full of complaints and dissatisfaction." Wang Yi looked up at Cain, and with the keen gaze of an experienced observer, he could sense the difference in the flow of energy within Cain's body. He watched Cain standing there, his entire body wrapped in green dragon cloth, radiating a unique aura. The two Fant brothers stood beside him, seemingly overshadowed, as they were too familiar with this scene to do anything but shake their heads in dismay. Cain thought he had concealed the dragon scales and reduced his dragonic attributes enough to avoid detection by Wang Yi. Truly a master, Wang Yi had seen through it. Realizing he could not hide it, Cain had no choice but to lower his head and explain to the master. Wang Yi propped his chin on his hand, tilting his face slightly, and spoke to Cain in a warning tone. "When you have something good, you should share it. What's the point of keeping it all to yourself? You may go now." Cain and the Fant brothers turned and walked away. Suddenly, Wang Yi straightened up, holding the book in his hands, sitting in a dignified posture. He called Cain back and asked him if he had finished everything he needed to do. Cain turned his face, hidden behind his mask, and began to calculate why Wang Yi had said that. He bowed deeply to thank Wang Yi. Wang Yi said nothing further, simply observing Cain's demeanor and making his own judgment. Afterward, he allowed Cain to leave. He then turned his attention back to the book he was reading, his expression one of satisfaction, as if he had made the right decision. On the magnificent mountain, with its towering ancient trees, a general of the Azure Sword knelt, pleading for help. The divine swordsman and spear god had both escaped the battlefield, but their whereabouts were unknown, making it impossible for anyone to reach them for rescue. Red Dragon is organizing a pursuit to chase after the two sword god and spear god. Once again, he bows his head, pleading for help from these two divine beings. Martial King Nayu coldly looks at him, waiting for him to explain why he should go save these two gods of the organization. The general then talks about the agreement where Azure Sword promised to form an alliance. He then explains the situation, saying that the headquarters of Azure Sword is being threatened and high-ranking members of Red Dragon are attacking it. Cain ponders deeply, surprised that Azure Sword's headquarters is being attacked so quickly. Is Red Dragon really willing to take such a risk over a mere stone? The general mentions that Sword God is a disciple of Martial King, and Spear God is also a member of the tribe. However, Martial King still coldly responds that they are no longer related to the tribe. The names of the two have not been mentioned within the tribe for a long time, so they have indeed been removed from the tribe's list. Martial King emits a murderous aura, refusing to consider any alliance. The reason they allied before was because they believed Azure Sword was worthy of standing side by side with the One-Horned tribe. However, Azure Sword failed after just one battle, without even being able to counterattack, causing the sect to decline drastically. Therefore, they no longer qualify to be allies of the One-Horned tribe. The general stands dazed. Cain glances at Martial King, feeling that this Martial King is truly decisive and resolute, even though his own family and disciples are involved. he is still able to sever ties without hesitation. With this personality, it is no surprise that the One-Horn tribe experienced a golden age, truly deserving of the title Martial King. If anything unexpected were to happen, it's hard to say what the consequences would be. But in any case, Azure Sword has already come to an end. Cain was sweating profusely. The betrayal of Bow God and Sword God wouldn't have been enough to cause Azure Sword to collapse, but one of the 8 factions had already disappeared. After this event, it is highly likely that a fierce battle among the leaders will erupt as they fight for the benefits from Azure Sword. If that happens, it will not only be a conflict between Red Dragon and Azure Sword. The chaos is only just beginning. Cain raised his hand and looked at his palm. To survive this war, he needed to become stronger, to adapt to his body and reorganize his forces, thinking back to the battle with Baal. In order to truly fight Baal, he needed even more time. He felt that he wasn't able to use his full potential yet. He clenched his fist, determined to master every skill one by one. Until he mastered all this power, his free time would be nearly non-existent. The mission given by Abyssal Return must be completed. The souls of Leont and Baal had already entered the circle. He would need to summon them later for questioning. For now, he needed to start investigating the stone, train the 8 Extremes fist, and push forward with the advancement that had been delayed. The first thing he needed to do was awaken the Fruit of Enlightenment, and the Martial King group would move towards the tribe. In the territory of the One-Horn tribe, voices of opposition began to rise. The elders strongly opposed the idea of taking the egg away. This egg held great significance for the fate of their tribe, but it still hadn't hatched. The elders needed more time for it. Although Cain had completed the challenge of the 11th floor, these old men still wanted to keep the egg longer to investigate its mystery. The elders asserted, Cain cannot awaken this egg without the mood seed. Fant and Adora were embarrassed by the elders' rude behavior. They were adamant that Cain could not take the egg and awaken it. With no other choice, the elders lay down and threw a tantrum. To awaken the egg, Cain would have to step over their bodies. As former leaders of the tribe, behaving this way was so shameful that Adora and Fant turned their faces away, as if they didn't know them. Witnessing this, Cain was at a loss for what to do. The situation was tense, and he wasn't sure whether he should step over them. Suddenly, one of the 3 elders spoke to Cain. This is not just an ordinary phantom beast egg. After some research, we discovered that it's the egg of a divine beast. Attempting to awaken such a being without the moon seed could harm the entity inside the egg. Upon hearing the origin of the egg, Cain fell into deep thought. A divine beast egg. Could it be that this egg is on the same level as the 4 sacred beasts? Adora stepped forward, apologizing for the behavior of the tribe's elders. However, the egg's origin had pushed them to the breaking point. The fact that they were so stubbornly clinging to the egg, disregarding their reputation, spoke volumes about its value. However, Adora also placed immense trust in the elders of her clan. Her concern about not having the mood seed was genuine, so she immediately asked Cain, Cain, are you sure you can make the egg hatch without the mood seed? If something goes wrong, the egg will be discarded. But how could we discard a divine beast egg? Cain also had doubts about this action. While he had a method, he wasn't entirely sure whether it would work without the mood seed to hatch the egg. After obtaining the artifact of the 4 sacred beasts, the crystallized power created by the combination of 4 distinct forces, he believed that the blessing of the 4 sacred beasts was enough to awaken the egg. Additionally, he sensed a signal from the egg itself, as if it wanted to wake up and communicate something directly to him, face to face, not through thought. Suddenly, a phoenix burst out of his body and flew toward the egg, eager to meet the creature within. The 3 elders, witnessing this spectacle, were taken aback, quickly standing up and rushing toward Cain. They closely observed the bird and then exclaimed in alarm, "Isn't this the Chaos Bird?" Upon learning that it had absorbed the soul of the Sword Tiger, the 3 elders couldn't contain their emotions. They closely observed the bird while forming their own theories and continuously took notes on the form of the divine beast as it developed. Noticing that the appearance of this Chaos Bird was different from the documented records, they paid attention to every detail of its body. Ancient Lewin was intrigued by how the 3 elders assessed him, while the 3 elders speculated on the changes that the future might bring, from his stats to his appearance. After a while, Ancient Lewin turned to ask his master, "Master, can we just blow these old men away?" He was starting to feel a bit annoyed, and naturally, he was in agreement with Cain. so Cain gave him the go-ahead to blow them away. The powerful gust of wind swept the elders away, and Adora and Fant closed their eyes, unwilling to watch. Afterwards, Cain made his way to the upper floors of the one-horned clan, opened the door, and sought permission to enter. The old man in the room set down his pen, turned around, and said, "Because I was so focused, I didn't realize how exhausting it must be for the tree to deal with the elders, trying to hold you back." The old man invited Cain in and promised to give the elders a more thorough warning. Cain, seeing that the elders had their own intentions, didn't feel overly concerned. He silently evaluated the old man sitting across from him, the one with the egg. Cain could sense an overwhelming power surrounding the old man. In the one-horned clan, aside from the martial king, this old man was the strongest in the tribe. The aura that the Grand Elder emitted was different from that of the martial king, but was incredibly immense, and it was also one of the reasons why other factions trembled, unwilling to attack the one-horned clan when the martial king went off to battle. Looking back at the egg, he felt that it was much larger than before. The Grand Elder nodded and said, "It has grown to 4 meters tall, and its size continues to expand as if it were trying to fill up the entire room." Cain asked the Grand Elder, "If we want to wake it up, how large will it get?" The Grand Elder calculated and felt that the creature inside the egg was shrinking. It depends on the thickness of its body, but based on the length, it's estimated to exceed 5 meters. "Then we have no choice but to bring it outside to wake it up," the Grand Elder continued. "This room can't contain it." The Grand Elder nodded, feeling grateful for his old friend, who could finally take a little look. When the egg was brought outside, all the members of the one-horned clan gathered to observe this crucial moment, continuously assessing the egg. The Grand Elder asked Cain how they could wake the egg. Cain replied, "There is a method." The Grand Elder felt fortunate for the egg, but whether the method would succeed or not was still a concern. Cain asked about the Grand Elder's worries, and the Grand Elder answered, "First, it's definitely a divine beast, but I can't feel its attributes, which makes it a bit hard to believe. Everything in the world has its own attributes, yet this egg doesn't." So the elders began to have doubts, saying it may not hatch. Even though it looks like the hatching is nearly done, it still seems like it's being forced to wake up before it's ready. Moreover, the elder could sense a tremendous power within its body, but because the strength was too immense, he couldn't grasp its form. Whenever he tried to probe deeper, the magical power would repel him. Cain was cautious. Is it magical power? It must be because of the magical power that it's impossible to capture its attribute. This implies that the Grand Elder's words might not be just assumptions. However, when he sensed that Cain was nearby, the egg continuously sent signals as if calling for him to awaken it. Cain also felt that now was the time for the egg to awaken. The Grand Elder saw that Cain remained unfazed by his words. It seemed like Cain was truly determined to awaken it. No matter what he said, it wouldn't make any difference. The Grand Elder quickly placed an item into Cain's hand. Cain looked at the item the Grand Elder had given him surprised. "So it's really a mood seed." The Grand Elder smiled and said, "What's so surprising about that? Adora and Fant are both members of this tribe. Moreover, they are royalty. Since you fought alongside them, how could you possibly fail?" Adora and Fant smiled at this, growing increasingly fond of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder continued, "This is a gift for taking good care of Fant and Adora. As for my own thoughts, I'm also quite curious to see how the divine beast will emerge. Now, express your gratitude to this esteemed Grand Elder." The Grand Elder urged, "Quickly awaken this egg. As a scholar, I am also excited to witness what lies within it." Then, looking behind, the number of people coming to watch gradually increased. Martial King yawned and asked, "Hasn't it started yet?" Cain was surprised by the presence of Martial King. Martial King smiled, intrigued by the monumental task Cain was about to undertake. Cain replied, "You came at just the right time." He then moved closer to the egg. The auspicious light from the 4 divine beasts gradually appeared, blending with the mood seed, emitting a sparkling glow. Cain said, "Now I will begin incubating the egg as you all wished." Cha Wu stepped forward to the enormous black egg, its surface adorned with brightly glowing cracks. He was now ready to awaken it. Everyone was curious to see what lay inside. In his hands were the moon seed, and notably, the inner core of the golden dragon. These rare items were the key to reviving the giant egg. His inner thoughts were tense. Though the energy had been drained considerably, luckily the core was still intact. Xiaohan Wu began to approach, offering the items, trying to awaken it. At that moment, a blinding beam of light appeared, as if something unexpected was about to happen. Gradually, cracks began to appear all over the surface of the giant egg, a sign that it was close to hatching. A loud cracking sound was heard, and something of a wine-red color emerged from the egg, seemingly cramped inside earlier. Now, it was as if it had been freed from its confinement. And that wine-red color was none other than a golden dragon, a creature emerging from an egg that was neither cute nor small, but instead terrifying and enormous. In that moment, a sound echoed from the golden dragon, one that had longed for someone to awaken it. Its face was full of murderous intent, with two golden eyes glowing brightly against its rough red skin. The air around it was tainted with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, filled with the overwhelming presence of malice. However, when the beast emerged from the egg, Xiaohan Wu maintained the cold expression, his eyes showing no surprise or fear. On the other hand, below, people stood with their mouths agape in astonishment at the enormous monster. This was truly the golden dragon, vastly different from the image they had preserved. Adora wasn't sure what this was exactly or if it could be an Akasa serpent, but she did notice one key difference from the golden dragon. It was a ghost, but no one could say for sure. Adora had never seen anything like this before, and she felt a deep sense of confusion. Her eyes suddenly lit up. The four types of power couldn't seem to harmonize with each other, yet they were being controlled and transported by the ghost so smoothly, it was truly baffling. The Grand Elder also noticed that even from within the egg, there were signs of a strong ghost presence. If this was of the golden dragon, could it still be called a beast? This refers to the fact that no incidents have occurred yet, but it could make a huge impact on the tower. Dragon seems to be waiting. Xiaohan Wu truly gave up everything to wait for your return. Xiaohan Wu maintained his attitude after Dragon spoke. In reality, he was quite confused. Dragon spoke again, wanting him to talk, as it had been waiting for him for so long. Why are you silent when we meet again? Or is it because you've been through so much that your personality has changed, no longer as noisy as before? Suddenly, Xiaohan Wu just said a word of apology, wanting to speak with Dragon alone, so he asked for permission to leave. The beast's attitude suddenly raised a question, its bright eyes staring intently at Xiaohan Wu. Xiaohan Wu's words were a request for permission from the master, as he had something important to say to it. The father, leaning against the tree, simply nodded lightly, without saying much. Upon sensing the master's approval, Xiaohan Wu understood and just thanked him. Then, both he and the beast flew off, leaving behind a crowd of surprised, bewildered, and shocked onlookers. Some curious people who had been planning to sketch the beast were frantically demanding to stay in order to finish their drawings. Why are they waiting for someone to finish a sketch halfway? Inside the corner, Master was still standing alone, leaning against the tree, amidst a crowd of people curiously gossiping around him. Master Xiaohan Wu remained deep in thought. What the hell is this? Couldn't it be a combination of the golden dragon and a ghost? Meanwhile, a ghost is a fundamentally different kind of energy, one that cannot be created or artificially originated like poison gas. It represents the manifestation of the power of the evil demon from level 98, symbolizing the vile nature of the demon. It causes degeneration and instills fear. It is a force with powerful offensive abilities, but also extremely dangerous. That is why many have pursued this extreme source of power, desiring to become the strongest. A typical example is the Kane army of the 8 factions. As for the golden dragon, it can change its form depending on its master's inclination. But if it is a dragon, what will happen when the powerful ghost energy combines with the nature of the golden dragon? His brothers could only guess and wonder, without knowing what would come of it. On the side of Xiaohan Wu and the dragon, it was reproaching him. Why do you keep speaking nonsense? Don't you understand anything? Is your brain messed up from the shock? You've driven it away, and even severed all contact, as if you want to cut ties with it completely. In the end, because of its loyalty to him, because it waited for his return, it was left to wander alone, very pitiful. But the intense belief of the demonic dragon that he would come back was certainly not in vain. Indeed, as the saying goes, ask and you shall receive, he returned. Truly fortunate that he had come back and awakened it. Huan Wu, upon hearing this, also guessed why the golden dragon had managed to survive until now. It was because it had been waiting for its master to return and awaken it. Even though Jung-woo had great power in the past, he still had to rely on it to catch the attention of the ancient dragon, fearing that his ego might change, and that if his body were damaged, his existence would disappear before he could use his powers. Jung-woo had known this in advance and severed his connection with the golden dragon to protect it. Thinking this, Hoin-woo also removed his mask. He had previously stated that he was not the master the creature was waiting for. He said he was Sha Hoin-woo, the older brother of Jung-woo. Upon hearing this, the beast was confused. Is it Hoin-woo? Surely, the creature didn't know that its master had died, nor did it know that he was the twin brother of Jung-woo, which explained why they looked so alike. Through the diary, continuing Jung-woo's memories, it had set foot in this tower. Hoin-woo spoke clearly. I came here with a purpose, which is to avenge my younger brother, to find the ones who harmed him and deal with them. The beast was stunned. It had waited for so long, and now couldn't believe that its master was dead. Even though Hoin-woo was deeply saddened by the death of his brother, he knew this news would truly be a shock to the beast, as it had thought he was Jung-woo. Hoin-woo also intended to go somewhere for both of them to think about this, but it seemed the beast would be very sad and bitter upon hearing such news. However, it suddenly cried out no need. Even though he wasn't the master it had been waiting for, through the bond with him, it believed that everything he said was the truth and that it had to accept it. The beast wanted to ask him something that left Hoin-woo momentarily stunned. Will you be able to handle all of them, the ones you're here for? The beast's face was filled with anger, exuding a murderous aura. Perhaps it was also enraged by its master's betrayal. Of course, Hoin-woo knew that he had come a long way, and nothing could stop his path of revenge. And once he had his revenge, he would smash the tower into tiny pieces to release his fury. The beast's expression seemed to say, "Damn it, really? I can't believe this guy is so crazy that he wants to destroy the entire tower." Then it laughed for a while, causing the surroundings to fall silent. It said, "Are you crazy?" Well, it's true. Only someone crazy enough would deserve to be beside demonic dragon like me. I'm sure you can do it. It proactively called him master, and had one request: to stand side by side and follow Big Brother Hoin-woo. There was no need for a request. The desire for revenge for Jung-woo was in line with his own ideals, and there was nothing left to discuss. If accepted, demonic dragon wanted to be given a new nickname. Perhaps because it was reborn through Hoin-woo, it wanted to make some changes. If he wanted it to follow, it needed a new name. Cute, cool, whatever. Personally, I think it's better to give it some strange names. Guys. Oraboni, you're back earlier than I thought, Adora's voice echoed. She wondered how demonic dragon was doing. In the library, Cha Hoin-woo approached Adora. It had just woken up not long ago, so it needed rest, and it still couldn't show its full strength. He said, "Maybe I woke it up too soon, just as the elders advised." "Ah, probably not," Adora replied. She thought about the black dragon. Anyway, it would take quite a while for it to fully absorb the power of the 4 sacred beasts and the golden dragon. Oh, and Adora. Hoin-woo seemed hesitant. "What?" Adora asked. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, looking deep in thought. "Is your ability to name things really that bad?" Adora was startled, remembering previous instances, cold sweat running down her face. "What did you do about that?" Hoin-woo was confused. He had named the black dragon, but it had gotten angry, even demanding that he change its name or it wouldn't cooperate with the contract. He felt that the name he gave it was quite fitting, as it sounded like a roar. Adora was speechless. She didn't know what else to say to her brother. He continued muttering, does it sound better?" This only made her break into more cold sweat. No wonder the black dragon insisted on changing its name. Setting that aside, Hoin-woo returned to his task, thinking to himself, the divine beast is the symbol of the world in this tower, including below the 10th floor. If it were as easy to create a divine beast as this, then everyone would have one of their own. The difficulty level of this should be about the 30th or 40th floor. The good news is that as long as you find something competent enough and place it in the right spot, it'll work. On this side, Adora was still sitting quietly reading a book, while Fant had unknowingly nodded off. "Fant, Adora." The voice of Cha Hoin-woo startled them both. "Let's go outside and talk." Fant wiped the saliva from his face, panicking and not knowing what to say when he went outside. He didn't want to think about anything else, because he was very sleepy. Adora was also flustered, quickly apologizing because she hadn't found the dragon name guidebook yet. The three of them stood in silence, looking at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. One person decided to completely reorganize because they couldn't remember anything, while the house of the two brothers had come to help out, one driven by love and the other by boredom. What? A loud shout rang out. After stepping outside, the two brothers learned that Queen Wu's next plan was to transform the phantom beast into a divine beast. He admitted that this idea had a lot of potential. If some of the power of the divine beast was shared with it, perhaps it would qualify. Fant hesitated. If that happened, it would be good, but could Queen Wu really want to share that power with the phantom beast? A little bit wouldn't hurt, and he planned to add these two things as well. Saying that, two blue orbs appeared in Oroboni's hands. The larger orb had specks of light surrounding it, while the smaller one was enveloped in a stream of black gas. Looking more closely, one could see the small orb contained black smoke, and around it, something emitted a beautiful green light. This was the bead of the abyss, created by the Void Dragon, absorbing the essence from the void and the spirit for a long time. It was an excellent material, which would be very useful for the dark system if processed carefully. Notification system. Inside the sphere, larger than before, was a white flower branch wrapped in small glowing spots, known as the asterisk pure flower of the legendary beasts asterisk. This is a type of asterisk spiritual medicine asterisk that enhances evolutionary potential, developed and researched by the leader of the one-horned tribe over a long period of time. Asterisk bead of the abyss asterisk and asterisk pure flower of the legendary beasts asterisk. These two items left the Adora siblings in awe. Adora, holding her sword, did not expect to use such precious things. Queen Wu looked down at the two spheres. To become a divine beast, such an investment was worthwhile. If it wasn't enough, more could be added. Upon hearing this, Fant cheerfully said in English, "Good job. Now they would also become the masters of a divine beast. Such an incredible thing, who could refuse?" But Adora still felt a bit uneasy. As far as she knew, the asterisk bead of the abyss asterisk was the best artifact material, and the asterisk pure flower of the legendary beasts asterisk was a rare ingredient that could help the demonic dragon evolve. Using them like this felt somewhat. "It's fine," he reassured her, saying, "These precious materials will have more value when used, rather than waiting until they're absolutely necessary. Besides, Adora and Fant haven't completed level 11 yet, so there's no reason to refuse this." He thought to himself. The scene shifted to a moment in his memory. Queen Wu extended one hand, and above it, black and white lights intertwined. For him, the asterisk bead of the abyss asterisk wasn't very useful, because he already possessed the power of the four sacred beasts. It could be used as a charm, though, and wouldn't be too bad. The asterisk pure flower of the legendary beasts asterisk was similar. Both Chirpy and the demonic dragon couldn't absorb it yet, and forcing them to use it would not be beneficial. Thinking this, Queen Wu seriously said to Fant and Adora, "The sacred beast guarding the 11th floor has disappeared. While we wait for its resurrection, the 11th floor will be in chaos. If your phantom beasts become divine beasts, they might be able to replace the authority of the four sacred beasts. The order of the 11th floor, the rewards, and even outstanding achievements will all be in your hands." Fant excitedly jumped up. "That's fantastic." Adora also relaxed and thanked him many times. Queen Wu spoke softly. "You don't need to thank me, since I'm also conveniently completing my mission." He was about to continue, but now Fant and Adora were happily discussing among themselves, so they didn't pay attention to his words anymore. Both of them were thrilled about creating a divine beast and clearing the 11th floor, eagerly guessing how shocked the elders would be by their next accomplishments. Looking at the two of them, he sighed helplessly. It was obvious. Without needing to say more, he gazed into the distance, where a red dragon was surrounded by dark mist with flashes of light in every color bursting out. Conquering the 11th floor also meant obtaining the world of humans, gods, and demons. It was essentially like holding the fantasy world in one's hands. Indeed, this was incredibly valuable, a significant advantage for the future. Achieving this unprecedented accomplishment would undoubtedly earn a fitting reward from Olympus. Queen Wu turned around, intending to leave, but the Fant brothers called him back. The naming of the dragon was still not done. Take your time, you can do it later. I'll be back in a bit, don't go looking for me. With that, he swiftly jumped and flew away. Fant sighed. Huan Wu really is busy. And Dora looked a bit worried. It's almost time for dinner. Why didn't he eat first, and then leave? Elsewhere, a streak of green light flashed by. Huan Wu gently landed in an open area. He turned around, looking at the scene. Guess no one will come. After thinking for a moment, he cast a spell, and a wave of green-black energy surged around him. Within this energy, white smoke appeared, and within the smoke, two figures materialized. One man looked down at his hands, raised in confusion. "Huh, where am I?" The man with long hair beside him was surprised. "Here outside. It feels freer outside, right? The world of spirits must be stifling." Huan Wu's voice was deep, and the black mist continuously swirled around his hands. Both men were shocked when they saw him. It's you." But before they could finish their sentence, the green-black smoke rushed toward them, as if trying to engulf them. Huan Wu walked slowly towards them, an aura of fear surrounding him. "Unfortunately, I didn't bring you out here to enjoy the fresh air." He was surrounded by a dense, dark aura, and a deep, cold voice echoed, speaking to the two kneeling figures on the ground. "I will ask the questions now. You better answer them well." The two of them shouted in frustration, struggling to break free from the dark energy wrapping around them. "Shejong Wu, how dare you treat me like this?" Leon's face displayed clear astonishment as he looked at the person in front of him. "What? Shejong Wu?" Bahal, despite the oppressive pressure from him, continued to scream. "You think you can stop me? This much power is enough to—" Before he could finish, a blue flame shot toward him. "You're too noisy," Huan Wu said coldly. The blue flame flared up with a loud scream, and only then did Bahal cowardly beg for mercy. "Please, stop." Leon, still in shock, couldn't process what he had just witnessed. Huan Wu removed his mask. "I warned you. You should only answer the questions I ask. From the matter of the stone to the azure sword raid, speak. Tell me everything." Seeing this strikingly handsome face before him, Leon was utterly stunned. He couldn't believe it. He was certain this man should be dead by now. He had clearly stabbed the dagger into his heart. Staring into those blood-red, cold eyes, he couldn't understand how this was possible. "How are you here?" The green flame still flickered and burned Bahal, but it seemed he still didn't know what fear was. Amidst the screams of agony, he still struggled to grit his teeth and speak. You're the bastard. You're not Shejong Wu, are you? You look very similar, but there are also differences. Who the hell are you?" He still tried to grit his voice through the pain of being scorched. His expression turned colder as he looked down at the struggling man. "I'm sure I told you to only answer the questions asked." "Wait, please, it's too late for Bahal to realize now." The green flame surged once more, fiercely engulfing him. It burned him even more violently than before, and he screamed horribly, begging for mercy, claiming that he had learned his lesson. But the flame showed no signs of stopping. The shrill screams continued, no matter how many times he pleaded with Huan Wu to stop. Meanwhile, Leon stood by, trembling in silence, not daring to act, afraid that injuring Huan Wu would result in the same fate as the man beside him. Huan Wu slowly moved closer, while the dreadful wails never ceased. "Please, stop." The terrifying aura radiating from him made Leon shake with fear. Huan Wu looked down from above. "Really, are you more sensible than Bahal?" The agonizing scream of Bahal echoed continuously within the blue flames. He writhed in pain, only able to scream and beg for mercy. The voice of Leon sounded, trembling with fear. He has confessed everything he knows. That's why he's begging for Huan Wu to kill him. "Is this the stone of the sage you've created?" Huan Wu's emotionless voice questioned him. "This dead sage stone is an eternal magical artifact. Its immense power makes it something that any tower climber would desperately want to possess. It is considered a creation that contains the purest source of magic. The stories spread about it are still nothing but legends, unproven in full." Huan Wu's voice echoed with anger. "And you want me to believe such baseless rumors? Are you calling me a fool?" Leon, suffering, confessed honestly. "It's true. How could I lie in a situation like this? No one has ever created it before. But didn't I manage to create it? There was an announcement from the system. Thanks to the added information, some hidden features were revealed. The classification and rank of this dead sage stone are still undetermined. The purest form of energy in the world is the soul of a human. This stone was created by processing countless souls according to the guidance of the Emerald Tablet, and it is currently in a sealed deactivated state. This object is extremely rare, considered unique. There is only one gem in the tower, and it is entirely owned by the owner. It cannot be bought, sold, or transferred to anyone else. Please complete this unfinished object. Only then will the sealed information and options become available. After reading the notice, he confirmed that the person did not lie, but he was very curious as to how he had managed to create this rare item with such limited knowledge. Upon hearing this, Leont immediately confessed. He stole it from the Emerald Tablet. Huan Wu then asked, "What is this Emerald Tablet?" Leont quickly knelt down and answered, "It is the record that details the creation of the Stone of the Sage. It is an ancient document owned by Vira." Father Huan Wu's face suddenly darkened. "Vira, do you mean Vira Dunes?" Leont sincerely confessed. "Yes, I've told you everything. Please let me go." His face grew thoughtful as he reflected. "Vira Dunes, is she a witch? This is truly a joke. She is the famous star in the witch community, Vira Dunes. Although her power is not ranked in the top 8, she is still a force full of potential, not at all inferior to a demon lord. She is known as a founding member of Artia, and was once Jung Woo's lover. Vira Dunes is famous as a true trap girl, capable of changing her face faster than flipping a pancake. At times, she pretends to be an innocent, pure little sister, and at other times, she is a sexy, beautiful seductress. She captivates and enchants others through various forms, and with the art of a beautiful woman. Therefore, naturally, her ability lies in seduction and mental manipulation. It sounds terrifying, my friends. Those who have fallen into her web of love will sooner or later realize it. She is so cunning and slippery that she even seduced her own younger brother, causing him to pursue her, lose everything, and only then realize he had been deceived. If someone is chasing power and pleasure, they would surely not be able to resist the intoxicating temptation of Vira Dunes. With that thought, Father Huan Wu continued to question Leonti. "The contents of the stone are in the ancient document, right? How did you come by it?" Leonti obediently responded. "Inside the Emerald Tablet is the conclusion of the stone's creation. When Azure Sword and Valpurgis were still fighting side by side, I managed to enter the hidden dungeon on the 69th floor. I passed through Vira Dune's domain. To avoid being discovered by the Divine Swordsman, I found a place where he couldn't reach. But within the tower, there was no way to escape that surveillance. During the operation, I was completely blocked from the outside, so I had to send my subordinates to experiment." Father Huan Wu then asked, "So where is the Emerald Tablet now?" Leonti answered, "I no longer possess it. I destroyed it." Father Huan Wu frowned. "If he has destroyed the Emerald Tablet, then if we can directly verify it, we might uncover many hidden things inside." He continued, "Then speak about the contents within it. If I tell you, will you let me die in peace?" Leont made a condition with him. "You are already dead, but fine, I will let you disappear." Hearing him agree, he immediately expressed his thanks and said, "The contents inside are the Dragon Knowledge Notification System. Chakma has been unlocked, and it is currently searching for the database based on the provided information and calculating the results. There are a total of 8 entries related to the Stone of the Sage, with 2 search results having been accessed through dual access. He guessed that it involved a combination of alchemy and moon magic, and there were also formations, which would take at least half a day to understand. Quite difficult. However, the truth and falsehoods might be mixed. Though he didn't know who had written it, the accuracy was still relatively high. Who could have written that emerald stone? And what was the intention behind Vira Dunes? Leont had told him everything he knew, pleading with Huan Wu. He confirmed that the statement was indeed true, so he called for Boo. Once again, it was Boo. A puff of black smoke, and the gloomy, oppressive atmosphere of Boo appeared. "Please give the order, Master." Huan Wu responded, "Eat." Immediately, Boo obeyed the command, thanking him. Seeing this, Leont panicked and immediately said, "Wait a minute, you said you would let me die in peace." Before he could finish his sentence, Boo had swiftly dealt with Leont. Leonti's desperate scream echoed out. Bahal, seeing Leont in such a state, was certain that Huan Wu would not allow anyone to remain unharmed. That thing was trying to absorb the entire soul, taking all its knowledge and power. If this happened, the cycle of reincarnation would be utterly hopeless. He turned to Bahal and asked, "You know what I'm about to ask, don't you?" Bahal, knowing his fate, resigned himself. "I have nothing left to regret. It's better to speak out and go quickly." The reason the Summer Queen waged war against the Azure Sword was because of the Stone of the Sage. Indeed, you're not Cha Jung-woo, are you? In the past, Cha Jung-woo and the Summer Queen had confronted each other directly. Though Cha Jung-woo lost, he managed to inflict significant injuries on the Summer Queen. For some reason, after that event, her dragon heart was destroyed. Hwan-woo was also quite surprised to learn about his younger brother and the Summer Queen. The dragon heart was not just a heart, it was a source of magical energy, the force driving all existence. That was why she had been so eager to start the war. The stone, which could replace the dragon heart, had now failed. It was unbelievable that Leon hadn't kept the stone. Truly, that was a mistake. By this point, he had learned the truth. Jung-woo, so it turns out you weren't entirely fooled in a stupid way. In the end, they still don't know where the stone is. In fact, that whole battle was completely meaningless. Initially, I planned not to pay too much attention to the stone, but it seems I'll have to change my plan now. Did the Summer Queen think the Stone of the Sage could replace the dragon heart? This is definitely a huge advantage for me, because I can use it to develop my magical circuit, enhance my dragon body, or even possess 2 dragon hearts. Hwan-woo began to scheme. Though I don't know what your plan is, this information is already quite useful. Only a few people from Red Dragon knew about this. If the condition of the Summer Queen were revealed after the Azure Sword incident, it would definitely cause chaos among the 8 factions. An unprecedented, chaotic war. That is truly something very useful. Upon hearing this, Hwan-woo simply said, "You're being more reasonable now, Bahal. Is that everything you wanted to tell me? Did you keep an artifact in the shape of a ring?" Bahal asked, "You mean this one? It looks just like an ordinary copper ring." He immediately took out the green ring. Bahal saw it and immediately said, "Are you keeping it too? You're really lucky. If you look closely, you'll see a unique pattern carved inside it. Try focusing your mind and channeling mana into it." Hwan-woo followed Bahal's instructions. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed. "What is this?" After concentrating mana into the ring, the blinding light revealed a space. Hwan-woo stepped into this place, still holding the object in his hand. It had changed from blue to yellow. He quietly wondered, "This is a system notification for the Intranian key, accessory category, grade A++. This key can open in on. Intranian is a rune containing magic created by the Summer Queen herself, vast and enormous in size. It is connected to the user's mind, and if there is an item the user desires, it will automatically transport to the needed space without the user having to physically enter. It is an infinite storage room, a storage room with nearly endless space. Since it is a subspace object, it is very easy to transport and almost weightless." Hwan-woo stood stunned. This is the infinite storage room. Ha! A treasure trove like this really lives up to being one of the top 8 powers. It seems this Hwan-woo is quite lucky. From now on, he won't have to worry about money anymore. This is probably the budget of Red Dragon. Even running at 1,000 kilometers per hour might not get us to the end. His feet were surrounded by floating yellow leaves. Looking up at the vastness above, Hwan-woo felt his head spin from the immensity of it all. Must be some kind of magical storage or something. And it's even divided into separate areas. This place is probably as big as the storage of the One-Horned tribe. He glanced towards a door, wondering what could be behind it. He walked over, pushed the door open, and a stream of shimmering blue air appeared. Suddenly, something made the handsome Cha Hwan-woo freeze in awe, his eyes widening. It was 5 extremely rare materials. They were as beautiful as treasures hidden away in this vast space. To create the stone, these rare and hard-to-find materials were essential. It truly felt like hitting the jackpot. He also knew for sure that this was the place where the Summer Queen kept the materials to create the stone. He thought to himself, "The Summer Queen will definitely get a great gift from me. If that's the case, all I need to know is the information on the emerald." He would be able to complete the Sage Stone, because he now had all the materials needed. Even if they weren't the purest, with dragon knowledge, he was certain he'd be able to fix it quickly. The name Brahm probably meant he'd have to go find him to gather more useful information. He was one of the 2 alchemists that Hwan-woo had once known. Huan Wu said he was stubborn but had quite a strong sense of freedom. Surely you have a blood relation with Huan Wu, so he wouldn't refuse, right? It was fortunate that he wasn't the type of person who liked to hide his whereabouts. When they met Galliot, he was able to use his name. It seemed that Huan Wu had to focus entirely on strengthening his overall offensive power, because he was a formidable ranker on the upper floors. After stepping out of the vast, infinite room, the gate closed behind him. Bahal was still there. After this trip, he had gathered a few bits of information that were quite satisfying and useful. Seeing that he was pleased, Bahal proudly begged him to reward him with a chance at reincarnation. It seems this guy knows how to flatter and weasel his way out, but it's not that easy. Bahal had clearly lost his mind on drugs. He told him to go back and dream about it. Actually, you won't even be able to go back and dream, because I'll kill you anyway. But it wasn't because he had exhausted his value. It was because someone really wanted to meet him. Seeing this, Bahal flipped, cursing. Why the hell do you have such a silver tongue and still end up getting killed by him? Angrily, he spat out bitter words. In the end, you're still just a bastard. Huan Wu didn't hear a single word. He just called out to Shannon. Shannon, appear and absorb the enemy's soul. The system notification sounded. Shannon, the Death Knight, has successfully absorbed the energy of the enemy. All stats have increased, with the dark attribute raised by 15. You will grow stronger in these attributes. Shannon, the Death Knight, has acquired the volcano skill. Huan Wu thought to himself, he's really lucky to get the signature skill of that Bahal. With this, I can level up Shannon and Boo, because as they get stronger, so will I. System notification. The achievements of Shannon, the Death Knight, are positively affecting you. The characteristics of the Bathory Vampiric Sword have been applied to drain the enemy's energy. You have reached a new skill level. The skill Fire Rain number 41 has been created. Huan Wu was taken aback. Is this really unbelievable? The powerful energy of Bahal that he absorbed through the Battery Sword group can actually affect me. System notification. Fire Rain skill level 41. Proficiency 0%. This is a signature skill of high-level Bahal players. It unleashes concentrated fire energy in the form of a rainstorm. Its speed and power prevent the opponent from moving. Thunder Magdua and magic power are consumed. The intensity of the storm increases. During this time, there's a slight chance it can nullify healing magic. It causes burns and amplifies pain. Well, that's it. Amazing as it is, Huan Wu exclaimed joyfully. To be honest, there's nothing to discuss. The skill Fire and Rain is a skill that even Huan Wu would envy. Although he has many skills that can be used consecutively, none of them are capable of causing devastation. But now, he possesses this skill. It will change everything. Thanks to Che, he has a fairly high fire attribute. His dragon body is enough to compensate for what he lacks in proficiency in mana. While Huan Wu was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out. Master! It was Shannon. Shannon wanted to ask him something, but before he could speak, he was cut off. Huan Wu knew exactly what Shannon was about to say. Shannon spoke up. I don't think that guy would want to become your subordinate, so if he refuses, may I? Huan Wu immediately extinguished that thought of Shannon's. If it were possible, he would have added him to the group long ago. In fact, after absorbing the magic from the divine beasts, he was already able to snatch the soul of someone about to disappear and add it to his collection. After Huan Wu spoke his farewell, the soul of the god Saber suddenly appeared in the gloomy air. Without any unnecessary words or hesitation, Huan Wu directly invited the god Saber to join him. But in return, he would save the god Saber's son. Hearing this, the god Saber's face turned pale. He thought his son had already died. Wasn't he killed by the Azure Sword clan? Why, father? Huan Wu, can you really save him? The god Saber confidently said. I have been able to see outside whenever I can achieve sufficient consciousness, and I am sure you know nothing about Red Dragon and Bang Azure Sword after the war. So how do you expect me to trust you? Huan Wu simply sighed. I don't think you have the right to trust me or not, but it doesn't matter. If you don't trust me, then follow me. Then, the two of them, like a passing breeze, flew to the one-horned tribe in an instant. In the darkness of the night, they stopped in a place where no one was around. The god Saber couldn't help but feel confused and asked, What are you planning to do? This is the village of the one-horned tribe. Huan Wu only said one sentence. Look ahead. The god Saber followed his instructions. At the window of a house, he recognized the person lying inside. It's Ben. His son is still alive and well here. The god Saber froze. How is Ben still alive? Why is he here? He also explained that before the war, he had secretly brought Ben to this place. It was when Bahal had assigned him to deal with Ben, because he himself was too lazy to handle it. Upon hearing this, God Saber understood everything. He also realized that Bahal had never intended for the boy to survive. These red dragon people. He only knew one thing. The god Saber should be grateful to Chirpy. Even so, he still couldn't fully understand. He continued, "It is the child of the vermilion bird that god Saber killed." Upon hearing this, he was also startled. Why? Originally, he had intended to kill Ben, the reason being to prevent Bahal from becoming suspicious, and to take revenge for the vermilion bird. But it was Chirpy who stopped him. Even though Ben was the son of the one who killed his mother, Chirpy had said that it was pointless to make others suffer the same pain. Moreover, Ben was innocent, and there was no reason to kill an innocent person. God Saber seemed stunned. How could something like this happen in the tower? It was as if this tower had been built upon hatred. Countless grudges had been created and vanished. In the world of the tower, players had done countless things that they could never explain to other players in order to achieve what they wanted. God Saber had lived like that. After this, God Saber would certainly never forget the favor Chirpy had done in saving his son's life. He owed Chirpy, it could be said, 2 lives. Suddenly, a sound made him look over. Out of nowhere, God Saber stepped forward and knelt down. He kneeled and bowed his head before him, speaking, "God Saber of... No, I greet my master." The system notification rang out, announcing the successful evolution. The second knight has been born. You have achieved an accomplishment that few can attain. Additional points have been granted. You have received 3,000 additional points, and 2,000 additional points. The Knight of Death has sworn loyalty, and will become your sword and shield. The name of the deceased knight has been designated as harem. Loyalty increased by 15 points, and dominance increased by 5 points. However, in an instant, the knight quickly sensed changes occurring within his body. His body felt heavy, as if this new form could barely contain Harryong's powerful soul. His abilities were gradually being drained, with his total DAC power reduced by 21% and 17%. It seemed that his power had significantly diminished. He silently thought that with his current stats, it would be difficult to reach the level of a high-ranking business leader. The adjustment of Harryong's abilities had been completed, with the soul form and potential value remaining unchanged. The lost strength could still be regained through the process of growth, and it was advised to focus on increasing his maturity. He was still making adjustments on the system screen. He pondered ways to increase his combat strength for future battles. Perhaps there was no need to worry too much. As long as the soul path did not disappear, everything could be regained. Suddenly, a sound caused him to shift his attention. He glanced forward and noticed the man, one hand placed over his chest, speaking earnestly. "I have a request. I hope you will retrieve the 9 swords for me." He calmly responded to the man's request, asking if it was because that was an old skill of his. He guessed that perhaps the man was recalling the sword tied to a past battle. "That's right," the man replied. "I want to reactivate the 2 signature skills I once had. They were probably the 2 strongest skills I ever had. If given the chance to wield the sword again, I believe I could restore my strength." First was the 9 Swords Tomb, with a devastating power that spread over a vast area. The second ultimate move was the Sword Whirlwind, capable of quickly defeating an opponent at a close range in an instant. Both skills had very high requirements in terms of both the sword's stats and its durability, so only that particular sword could meet the standards for these 2 techniques. He added, "To activate the skill, a large amount of sword energy is required. The better the sword, the stronger the skill will be. That sword is very important to me." Upon hearing this, the young man could only sigh and say, "I can only consider it later. For now, I'll use the swords here first. If I find it, I'll report back." He couldn't be certain that he would find the best sword. He knew he was asking a lot, but this was the only way to possibly regain his original strength. He was grateful that the young man had listened to his request. Meanwhile, on this side, the young man was also unsure whether he should focus on searching for it. He guessed that he should go meet Hanova for a while. A loud explosion rang out, and the earth and dust reverberated. He donned his battle mask, and the impact this time was so strong that he was pushed back a few steps. He furrowed his brows. a trace of annoyance in his eyes, thinking, this time, the power is much greater than I expected. Suddenly, something shot down from the sky toward him. It was Martial King. He immediately began gathering energy in his fist, his golden eyes gleaming as he grinned, certain that the young man would be struck by his move. The young man turned his gaze toward him, unable to believe that he had found himself in this situation. He unconsciously stood still, unable to move due to the sheer shock. You were filled with confusion and unintentionally cursed. Damn it! If I get hit by this, it's over for sure. The eyes hidden behind the mask were full of unease. You were worried because this opponent truly lived up to their reputation as a strong foe, one that could not be avoided. Only when facing a truly strong adversary did your real strength begin to emerge. The flames of power ignited, surrounding you. It seemed like, in this very moment, your true self was starting to reveal itself. You thought to yourself that it would be better to unleash your strength than to just stand here waiting to die. Fiery wings quickly appeared, lifting you to avoid the brutal attack that sliced through the air and shattered a mountain. Martial King, observing this, seemed quite intrigued by your fighting instincts. He hadn't expected you to dodge that move of his. Another strike came immediately. This time, he swiftly moved behind you, making it impossible for you to predict his next move. It wasn't until he was right behind you that you sensed a terrifying force threatening you. You took the full force of the strike and were sent crashing into a mountain. You couldn't help but lament the immense strength of your opponent. Unbelievable. Now he's even faster and stronger than before. Was that all of his power just now? Truly, the Martial King. Realizing that you couldn't keep defending forever, it was time to strike back. Before you could even think, the next attack came down on you, like thunderbolts of divine fire raining down. While he was thoroughly pleased with the perfection of his technique, suddenly something unusual, unexpected, caught his attention, and he instinctively turned his head with a startled gaze. Behind him, the figure appeared with a single shoe, as if a victor, touching the ground lightly and gracefully. The old man was quite surprised by the boy's strength. The battle became even more intense, with smoke and thunder blending together, rocks and dirt flying in chaos. He hadn't expected the boy to possess such skills, which were indeed quite interesting. He teased, "This little boy is too cunning, hiding his strength to fight me." His smile carried a hint of meaning. You are truly interesting. The boy paid no attention to the teasing words, and instead stared ahead with an expression full of confidence, ready to engage in battle, calmly preparing his next move. With that, he swung his flaming sword toward the old man. The fire roared, blazing like a terrifying inferno. The two onlookers above felt like ordinary people caught in the midst of World War II, confused about what was happening. They worried that if the battle wasn't controlled soon, the fire would spread beyond their reach. She couldn't help but be stunned by his power. The other boy stood there, sweating profusely. He had been a superhuman before, but now he was surely reaching the peak of it, soaring to unimaginable heights with his superhuman abilities. The two of them watched and commented in unison. However, this wasn't the scene of falling cherry blossoms on a romantic spring day when they first met. It was a fiery, molten hell of scorching lava. She sadly said that the cliff that had been destroyed was her favorite place. Back to the fight. After realizing the true strength of the boy, he became even more excited and was about to launch his move. However, just as he was about to strike, the boy quickly created a beam of yellow light. He hesitated for a moment. Immediately after, both of them unleashed their attacks, one striking, the other defending. A mix of discomfort and excitement seemed to rise within him. It turned out that the boy still had an ace up his sleeve. While he became more and more excited about the battle, the boy looked worried because his magic was running out. This battle was truly extraordinary, almost draining all of his strength. Going back a moment before, it turned out that they had been disciples. The boy reported to him that everything was prepared, and he was about to attack the next level of the tower. He smiled gently and affectionately at the boy, saying kindly to this disciple, who was like his own child, "Before you go, I'll check how strong your physical abilities are now." The gentle smile of a father gradually turned into a look of satisfaction at the boy's surprise. "You didn't expect that the test would turn out like this, did you? This really is far beyond what should be a light test. Testing the teacher? You can't avoid using all of your strength to block those deadly blows if you want to survive. You've almost reached your limit several times already. It's really tough. But having intellect is important, and with perseverance you can overcome all obstacles. Then, the thunderous blow from both of them collided. The stones were covered in scratches, with sparks still flying around in the air. He walked up to the master and knelt down. He realized that he had lost, even though he still could surpass his teacher's threshold. From his lowered perspective, looking at his master, he saw how many times he had been pressed down, unable to land even a single decent blow. However, from the master's viewpoint, he saw that his disciple had grown much more, and it was impossible to determine just how much potential power lay within him. In just a few months, he had become so strong, there seemed to be nothing left for the master to teach him anymore. A smile appeared on his face, pleased with the capable disciple. It seemed that the boy was finally strong enough to escape his grip. He said, "You can go now." Cain was taken aback, seemingly in disbelief at his master's words. In the dark forest, Cain continued his intense training. One foot hit the ground, creating a burst of green energy. Though he was still practicing, his mind lingered on his master's words from the day before. With Nolan left to guide him, he knew that from now on, he had to walk his own path, experiencing everything for himself to grow stronger. The accumulation of strength was essential. Every second, every minute had to be used wisely to become more powerful. You think that the distance between you and the master is still too far, and without daily practice, it would be hard to defeat him. Over the past 15 days, you have continuously faced life and death battles, enduring tough training and engaging in combat with the master. Thanks to that, your limits have been quickly pushed beyond. You remind yourself in your mind. Master leads and teaches his disciple, which is entirely normal. While practicing a one-finger handstand, you tell yourself, one day, you will definitely show others what you can do as a player, not just as a disciple. It will be a fair match between two equally matched opponents. In the village, as usual, a loud scream echoed. "Huh? Are you leaving already?" The angry young man said, "Impossible. Is your body made of steel or something? You've been fighting for 15 days straight, and you only had 3 days to rest. You feel helpless due to the stubbornness of this younger brother. You reply, 'That's enough. I need some time to stabilize.' He wouldn't listen, not believing that you had to leave so soon. He couldn't understand why you were in such a rush to leave. The girl beside him also chimed in, saying, 'Why not rest? Wait a little longer so the two of them can follow.' Cade sighed, a look of half pampering and half like a father on his face. The two of them were always concerned about you, making you feel as if they were your real younger siblings. But you still need to leave. Before you go, remind the two of them to focus on casting spells, and not to be lazy in practicing." The younger one had a look, as if he was no longer surprised by the endless scolding from his older brother. It was like having a father, and the younger sister seemed reluctant, as if she wanted to hold on but couldn't, so she just reminded him to take care of his health. Behind the mask, he looked at the two one last time with a sorrowful expression, then steeled himself to take a step forward, saying, "You two need to get stronger quickly. I'll be waiting." In a street, people were walking around, going about their business, and there was the usual noise of the marketplace. Eventually he arrived at this place, worried whether he should go in or not. But surely he would enter the workshop to ask the owner to make a sword for Hanova. Besides, Hanova also had a deep connection with Bahal. He must have heard about Bahal's death. He cared about Hoinwu so much, so he must have cared about Bahal just as much. After Artia disappeared and Hoinwu passed away, he must have been deeply sorrowful. He truly cared. Bahal's death would surely have hurt him greatly. However, while he was lost in thought, a voice called out, mentioning his name. He turned toward it, surprised. It was him, Hanova. He knew that he had come there to find him and urged, "Come inside, stop standing frozen in front of the shop." He greeted him, as if remembering an old friend after many years. Sitting at the table, he took out some hot water to offer the young man, saying that this was all he could manage for now. Without diving into the main issue or asking about the sad situation, the young man asked if he had resumed his business. He replied, "It's boring doing nothing alone. I opened it again just for fun." Looking at the shop, which seemed too clean and tidy, nothing like his usual nature, the young man wondered if someone had cleaned up for him. He asked. He casually answered, "It's thanks to the night watch." He was curious about what the young man had done to scare them so much. Those kids always show up demanding to clean, one holding a broom, the other shooting hearts, fighting to take the job like they're afraid it'll be stolen from them. Just mentioning them gave him goosebumps. That's why people even rumor that he's working with them. The young man couldn't help but burst out laughing. He cursed the young man in irritation. I don't know what you did, but you better tell them to stop that nonsense. They cleaned everything up, even took my stuff. He suddenly remembered that lately the young man had become the hottest topic in the Nation HQ neighborhood and asked out of curiosity what was going on. The young man answered, not really answering, saying, nothing special. You wouldn't believe those fake rumors. If you have something to say, just say it. Stop pretending to be modest. After a round of back and forth, he finally asked, so why are you here? If it's just a visit, then leave. Don't waste my old man's time. Another blunt, earth-shattering response from Kane. He had come to the man's house just to kill time. The old man was absolutely annoyed and told him to get to the point. Stop beating around the bush. The young man nodded and jumped straight to the subject. He wanted the old man to make a few swords for him. He asked you about the size of the material, but you said we only need to focus on the durability. Well, then, you went on to say that you wanted to make a sword as sharp as the famous blade. He thought you were joking all this time, so he felt a bit annoyed. Seeing that he was obviously getting angry, you decided to pour salt into the wound, assuming your request was too difficult. After all, he was old now, and your cocky attitude made him burn with frustration, wanting to rush in and hit you. You acted like there was nothing wrong with what you said. Compared to before, he'd at once been one of the top 5 blacksmiths. But now he was just an old man. His eyebrows twitched, unable to stand the attitude of this brat. His muscles were as firm as a young man's, just like his eyebrows. You pretended not to notice, saying, "Is this muscle?" which made him even more furious. He shouted, "Do you think your eyes are for decoration? Or can't you see the muscles as firm as a young man's, like my eyebrows?" You acted like you didn't hear, repeating, "Is this muscle?" again, which only made him more enraged. He firmly asked for the sword specifications to quickly get it done. The look of frustration combined with that damn knave voice of yours only served to make him feel like a fool caught in your trap. He focused on the sketch. These weren't simple designs at all. They were all cursed swords, demonic blades, each one bizarre and unique. However, for someone like him, who specialized in swords, it was a fascinating challenge. But these were only things a master blacksmith would understand. He couldn't comprehend how you had access to such advanced knowledge. The more he thought about it, the more he found it intriguing. The boy still didn't forget the task of teasing him as a trophy, asking, "Is it true that 10 days will be enough?" Fearing a sharp retort, he quickly stepped back. The man replied, "It will be done on the exact day." The boy almost forgot about the deposit, but the man said, "Just keep it for now." The boy felt relieved because it seemed the man was still doing quite well. The shadow of Bahal didn't seem to affect him much. Well, it's probably best to leave a few things on the internet for him. The man shared with the boy that separation was a normal part of his age. He knows you're visiting to see how he's living, to check whether he feels heartbroken, and he tells you not to feel the need to visit him often anymore. The boy froze, his eyes wide open at the man's words. He lowered his head, silent. In that moment, it seemed as though his heart stopped for a few seconds, unsure whether it was because he believed the man's words or felt sorry for him. The boy knew the man understood the pain of losing family and loved ones more than anyone, so perhaps he needed someone else to comfort him, to feel sorrow for him. The boy silently thanked him for not stopping, for continuing to move forward. That, too, was something few could do. The boy felt that in some way, the man had given him strength. After going through pain, a bright tomorrow would still await. In a cave, dark and frightening, drops of water trickled, but they did nothing to make the space feel any less quiet. Divine Sword Azure Sword was severely injured. He looked up, his wine-red pupils seemingly blurry. Where is this place? How did this happen? The Divine Sword Warrior recalled the chaotic battle from earlier. The soldiers had sacrificed themselves to ensure his safety. At that moment, the pursuing forces were about to catch up with them. They had tried to block the path of the pursuers. "It's no use, you all go ahead, we'll stay behind to hold them off." "But what about you guys? Hurry up and leave. You must protect the Divine Swordsmen. Come here, I can take them all on." Even if they had to die, the soldiers were determined to protect the Divine Swordsmen. At that time, the Divine Swordsman had lost consciousness, but Divine Spear had carried him away. Seeing this, Divine Spear felt deeply guilty, but he still had to hurry and flee. In his heart, he was truly grateful to everyone. As he remembered this, a buzzing sound filled his head. Were these the fragmented memories of mine? What happened afterward that I don't know? He struggled to prop himself up, blood everywhere, enough to show how severely he had been wounded. Even though he tried to get up, he knew his body looked in bad shape, very weak. His magical power flow was nearly destroyed, and his body had been severely injured. If he was still alive in this condition, it could only be called a miracle. It could be said that his body had excellent potential, which is why he managed to survive. Truly, he was living through an era that would become a legend, my brothers. He couldn't stand up, so he placed his blood-soaked hand on a large rock to support himself. His mind was now in chaos. Is anyone here? Why is it so quiet? Is there not a single person here? Up until now, the divine swordsman was so weak that even the psychic energy transmission couldn't be used, just like the useless, pitiful person he had once been. Yes, he used to be extremely weak, bullied, and humiliated. Hey, kid, are you deaf or something? I've been speaking to you softly, but you don't seem to get it. Huh? 3 large men surrounded a skinny boy. What should I do with you? Aren't you going to show that pretty little face of yours? Why is the money disappearing like this? Or are you trying to look pitiful so people will feel sorry for you? Maybe I should just take one of your hands or legs so you'll start working properly. Huh? The big guy growled. He seemed to want to take out his frustration on him. Since childhood, the divine swordsman had a congenital defect, and because of that, being bullied was a regular occurrence. It was precisely because of this that he had early on realized the foolish law of this world. That is, the big fish eat the small fish, and those with power always dominate. The fact that he was born with a congenital defect seemed as though fate itself had set him up, making him the small fish that would never rise up to fight back. That thought kept circling in Divine Swordsman's mind when a voice suddenly rang out. Don't stop. Hurry up. Who is this? Who would reach out to pull him from this dark life? A figure wielding a spear charged fiercely toward the group. The burly men stared in confusion. What the hell is going on? The thugs suddenly realized, their eyes wide in surprise. Is that the One-Horned Tribe? As soon as the words left their mouths, Divine Spear had already shattered the group, handling them as easily as if it were child's play. Divine Swordsman was surprised too. It seemed that the one who had done this was around his age, clearly not someone weak or insignificant like himself. Divine Spear glanced over at him. Are you all right? Seeing that Divine Swordsman was still frozen in place, Divine Spear spoke up again. Aren't you going to thank me? He only muttered a few half-hearted sounds, and Divine Spear immediately understood that he was mute. You can't speak? Oh, sorry about that. Back in the present, Divine Swordsman felt his steps grow heavier as he recalled how his life had begun. Although the memories with Divine Spear suddenly resurfaced, it felt like something was drawing near. But now, remembering it was just a waste of effort. Suddenly, in the dim and gloomy cave, a solitary beam of light appeared. Divine Swordsman immediately noticed that the light seemed to lead to an exit. The Divine Sword Warrior struggled to take heavy steps towards the light, the hope growing ever larger. When he finally emerged, the light grew blinding, but one thing left him dumbfounded. Before the entrance of the cave stood rows of soldiers, standing rigidly as if they were guarding to prevent anyone from harming the Divine Swordsman. He couldn't speak, only able to utter a few faint sounds. It was the soldiers. He tried to call out to them, but no one responded. The soldiers remained standing, but there were no signs of life, making him more and more unsettled. Over there, he saw the most important figure, Divine Spear. He was kneeling with his face to the ground, long arrows piercing through his body, yet he didn't bother to pull them out. The face of Divine Spear still wore a smile. It's still that same smile. The smile he had when he saved me from the bullies. The Divine Swordsman had reached the others. The great battle of the previous night had caused him to lose an arm forever. But now, he no longer felt the physical pain. Because now, in his heart, there were 1,000 daggers piercing through it. The scream of the Divine Swordsman echoed everywhere. He was in agony, seeing how everyone had tried to protect him until their last breath. Tears fell from his eyes without him even realizing it. It was true. It was true. Divine Spear had truly left him. The Divine Swordsman could no longer stand, collapsing to his knees beside Divine Spear. He gazed at that face. Could he still smile? Why? The pain was so intense that he couldn't believe the truth. He couldn't fathom why Divine Spear, even in death, was still smiling. Once again, a piercing scream, symbolic of unbearable agony, echoed through the sky. No matter how loud it rang, it couldn't bring the soldiers or Divine Spear back to life. The suffering engulfed him. Was there anything to laugh about? He was supposed to die. His heart ached to its very core. If he could exchange his life for Divine Spears, he would do it without hesitation. 100,000 times he would do it. It was Divine Spear who taught him everything, who saved him from the big fish, who always wore that calm, cheerful expression. And now, Divine Spear had willingly sacrificed himself for him. Thanks to Divine Spear's constant presence, Divine Swordsman had dared to move forward with strength and determination. A beam of light appeared before him. In that instant, Divine Swordsman's wrist suddenly glowed and trembled. It was Gung Nia in its bracelet form, and the burning sensation began to subside. However, even with Gung Nia, both his body and mind were severely weakened. To recover, he would need several years. Therefore, revenge was now an impossible goal. Divine Swordsman had no more options left. That's why, at this moment, he discarded the last shred of his pride and entrusted himself to the power he once wielded, the Forbidden Cannibal, the technique that absorbed all the strength from the hearts of the dead. The eyes of the Divine Swordsman turned red with a bitter hatred. I will surely fulfill your wishes. My friend and my subordinates who have died, I will never give up on them. He looked towards Divine Spear, his friend. Chong, huh? No playing. That's right, although you're no longer by my side now. The immense power, along with the overwhelming resentment of the Divine Swordsman, erupted. I believe that for the rest of my life you will always be by my side. Are you preparing to leave? A girl with blue hair sat on the throne, looking down at the man who was cloaked in darkness. Well, our agreement is over, he said. Indeed, it has ended. Archer, no, the blue-haired girl continued. Jiang Wei, I never imagined that you could become an archer, one of the 5 martial gods of Azure Sword. Thanks to you, our red dragon has easily won. Her amber eyes were sharp as she looked directly at the archer. I wonder if there is any position more fitting for you than one of the 81 eyes. Could it be that you really don't want to join? Jiang Wei calmly replied that he was only fulfilling the agreement as required, and did not wish to join any organization or force. She spoke once again, intending to sway the Divine Guardian to work on her side. One of the 81 eyes is a high privilege, don't you know? Or perhaps you simply don't like it. However, Jiang Wei remained unmoved, only bowing his head slightly. Please forgive me. Her amber eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that I won't be able to draw him to my side after all. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret over this. Although she had heard rumors that he was a rather famous S-level mercenary from that ordinary Earth, he seemed to share the same origin as Heaven Wayne. She thought to herself, finding someone like him is difficult, especially since Bahal's death. At this moment, he is a treasure that everyone covets. I want to have him at any cost. But now is not the time to be greedy. The shift in hair color to blue is proof that the dragon's heart is about to stop functioning. As she thought this, she furrowed her brow and raised her hand to touch her hair. At the same time, deep within her chest, the dragon's heart was emitting unstable energy. If this continues, sooner or later the dragon's heart will become a useless stone. She had already sent her subordinates to scour every corner, yet the figure of the Divine Swordsman remained elusive, let alone the enlightened stone. It was highly likely that someone had already taken them, including the materials used to craft them. She absolutely had to find the whereabouts of that person. She clenched her fist. I've made up my mind. I will search relentlessly for that mysterious figure. Thinking for a moment, she turned back to ask the deity, are you planning to serve under me? By Wei Van's side, you'd enjoy privileges and my protection as well. Despite the tempting offer, Jiang Wei remained resolute, rejecting it without hesitation. He already had the deity he revered. The girl with the blue hair rested her chin on her hand, seemingly unsurprised by the rejection. She didn't press the matter any further, instead shifting the subject and giving him a new commission. Gold, silver, and jewels. He could have as much as he wanted, but he had to help her find someone. The commission had no set deadline, though she hoped to find the person as soon as possible. Who was that person? Jiang Wei calmly asked. Her full, red lips moved as she uttered a mysterious name. After accepting the commission and leaving the palace, Jiang Wei stood before a teleportation gate, uncertain of how much he would gain from this task. As he pondered, he walked toward the gate, when suddenly, the chain around his neck slipped out from under his cloak. Frowning, he gently held the somewhat worn necklace, lost in thought, then stepped forward into the gate, hoping everything would go smoothly. At an inn, a steaming cup of coffee trembled uncontrollably. A fully armored man, towering in size, was bowing low. Before Huan Wu, he stammered, "This coffee, I roasted, ground, and brewed it myself." He bowed, bringing the cup of coffee in front of Father Huan Wu in a flattering manner. The coffee beans had been carefully chosen by him, so he believed it would not disappoint him. But just the mere glance from Huan Wu made the large man jump in fear. Did I do something wrong?" Huan Wu looked around, then spoke softly. "This place has changed quite a lot." The man immediately stood as straight as possible, speaking clearly. "All of this is thanks to Father Huan Wu. It's because of you that this place is what it is today." However, even a simple thank you from Huan Wu made him tremble with fear, worried that he might do something to offend this little ancestor. No, it's nothing, sir," he replied humbly. Huan Wu set the coffee cup down and fixed his gaze directly on the matter at hand. The man's face turned pale, stammering, "Why, yes, please go ahead. I'm looking for someone." "Who is it?" the man asked. He calmly spoke a name. "Brahm." The man quickly responded, "Is it the Brahm that Father Huan Wu is looking for?" "The one who was exiled," Huan Wu confirmed. In the past, Brahm had been a member of Elovim, one of the 8 great powers of that time. It was a gathering place for superior beings. In other words, Elovim was the aristocracy of this tower. Although he was known to be a descendant of that noble race, Brahm, who had abandoned his origins, was expelled from there and became known as the Exiled One. Huan Wu thought to himself, it seemed that Brahm was the type of person who liked things that were different. The man in armor bowed to Huan Wu. 3 days, just give me 3 days. I will send you the news." Behind the mask, Huan Wu smiled faintly in satisfaction. He didn't ask for the reason, as if he already understood. "All right, let me know when you have news." After saying that, he threw the man a glittering ring. The man was surprised to see the precious ring. Could he really accept such a thing? The ring was covered in 99.99 gold with a large diamond in the center. This was a communication item that could be used over a long distance. Although its use was limited, its value was still very high. Huan Wu didn't pay attention. He just placed a deposit bag on the table and prepared to stand up and leave. The man understood, telling him he would do his best. Huan Wu also didn't forget to remind him, "Remember to keep that with you. If anything happens, report to me." "Yes, of course." The man said this while eagerly opening the deposit bag on the table, a dazzling golden light shining on his smiling face. A bag of gold with 4 nines appeared. He quickly bent 90 degrees towards Huan Wu and shouted loudly, "Thank you. I will definitely use it well." Huan Wu smiled. This guy looks clueless, but he's actually quite capable. He seemed clueless, but was actually very smart. As he reached the door, the man's voice called after him. "Please be careful, sir." He thought to himself, "He'll know what to do, after all. I'll need to meet him for the long term." "Now let's go. Everything that needed to be arranged has been taken care of." The system's voice rang out. "You have been transported to the 16th floor of the Life's Wheel stage." Huan Wu gazed at the forest before him and fell into deep thought. He glanced down at the system panel, his head throbbing, because aside from the fixed location of the Skull Temple, no other location could be selected. Huan Wu remembered that he was the one who caused the trouble at the Skull Temple last time. While he didn't regret it, this challenge would likely not be as easy as before. As he thought, he recalled the desolate, ruined scene of the temple that he himself had caused. Suddenly, a red error circle appeared, confusing Huan Wu. The system informed him that he couldn't enter the Skull Temple because the temple's owner did not permit him entry. Huan Wu felt annoyed. This even blocks teleportation. "I can't let the challenge end like this," he thought, gripping his sword tightly, with streams of blue and gold spiritual energy intertwining. He had to overcome this challenge at all costs. Wait a moment. A person in monk robes approached behind Huan Wu. The person spoke in a clear voice. "This is the sacred domain of the gods. Please refrain from violence." It was a woman with a perfectly shaped figure, which could not be concealed even by the thick monk robes. He asked, "Who are you?" Hearing his question, the nun introduced herself after a late greeting. "I am Hepburn, the apostle of the goddess Erd." She placed a hand on her chest and continued respectfully, "The goddess wishes to meet you." Huan Wu couldn't help but wonder, what does the goddess want to meet me for? He cautiously inquired, "Is the goddess planning something with the Skull Temple?" Hepburn maintained her careful composure in the face of his question. She calmly replied, "Don't you know that we are not capable of such actions? If you don't believe me, I can invoke the name of the Lord's world." Upon hearing this, he fell silent in thought. If she were an apostle of Erd, then there was no real threat. If she were a regular apostle, she wouldn't be a match for him either. But he couldn't understand why she had mentioned an oath, tried to take him there, and invoked her honor as a guarantee, which meant accepting a violation of the law of karma that binds the gods and demons. As if reading his mind, Hepburn spoke, "You don't need to be so cautious. The goddess wants to meet you with all her divine sincerity, and no matter where you are, you must fulfill your duty, so there's nothing wrong with it." She continued, "Moreover, the other two temples have rejected you, but the Lord has summoned you, so you may enter and leave freely." But Huan Wu hesitated for a moment, thinking, asterisk, "There really is no reason for me to refuse, is there?" Asterisk. But he wasn't satisfied with this method. Having said that, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted around him, and thick black smoke also began to rise in dense waves. "Dilly, what is this?" Hepburn screamed, while the greenish-black smoke flared up, surrounding the female monk. Her emerald eyes were wide with terror. "Dilly, what is this?" Swoosh! A piece of the monk's robe fell to the ground. "Don't be too shocked." Huan Wu spoke up. "I want to negotiate my way." And the way Huan Wu wanted to negotiate was by frightening the girl with his powerful spiritual energy. At the same time, a large skeleton stood behind him, wielding a massive scythe, threatening her life. Looking closely at the face of this female monk, Huan Wu was also somewhat surprised. She was actually a high elf. Hepburn furrowed her brow. What was going on? But even though she could clearly see her stunningly beautiful appearance, Huan Wu didn't show any sign of sympathy. He said, "I don't like this method. It may seem polite, but it completely leaves me with no choice. Even if you swear in the name of something, I have no reason to trust you completely. Once it's over, I'll let you go. And if nothing happens to me, you won't be harmed." Huan Wu spoke coldly, while Hepburn clearly showed her displeasure. He seemed to have lost faith, didn't he? He didn't care, responding, "Let's assume you're not stupid. In the world of this tower, acting based on someone else's thoughts is basically suicide." At this moment, Hepburn could only sigh in compromise. "All right, I will guide you to the goddess's domain. At the temple of the past, the temple of goddess Erd, let the way be cleared. This is the guest invited by the goddess." Hepburn walked ahead, under the guidance of Huan Wu. On both sides, the followers bowed, clearing the path for them. Looking around, he felt a sense of reflection. Although she was the eldest of the three goddesses, the temple was quite small. Because she represented the past, the goddess Erd was not particularly favored by the followers. Furthermore, the apostle was also accepted as a representative of the gods. As expected, the attitude of the priests toward the apostle was of great importance. Despite the scythe hanging on his neck, one could not even look directly, let alone speak. "I must be careful not to commit the sin of disrespect." Huan Wu thought to himself, "In that case, I must ensure the safety of this guy." He recalled the message from the demon, conveyed through the manager. "Be cautious with the eldest sister of the three goddesses." Huan Wu frowned. Although he didn't care much for Laplace's words, it seemed better to be cautious in this case. The apostle was the representative of God's will, and the goddess could not escape from level 98, meaning they were the embodiment, a part of God. Therefore, their death would be a divine blow. As a result, the life of the apostle Hepburn was of great importance, like a hostage. Huan Wu continued to think, not to mention that the High Elf had ancestral origins from either the ELF or Dark Elf. Her golden hair was proof that she had inherited divine blood from the goddess of beauty, Freja. It was rare to find such individuals in the tower, as the nature of this race made it unlikely for them to bear offspring. Most of the remaining survivors are over 1,000 years old. If a High Elf high-ranking apostle dies, this method is the safest as it will lower Erd's rank. If Erd finds out, he will feel insulted. But before he knows, I must make sure everything goes according to my plan. Thus, Huang Wu thought as he walked alongside Hepburn on a long, desolate path. Soon, the two stopped. Before them stood a massive gate. Hepburn said, "I can only lead you this far. Beyond this door is the domain of the Lord. I am not allowed to set foot there." She turned back to look at Huang Wu. "So from now on, I cannot accompany you any longer." Hepburn's cold, yellow eyes fixed on Huang Wu. A surge of golden energy rushed toward him. He looked visibly surprised by this flow of spiritual power. What is this? He felt the heavy tidal wave of energy emanating from the door ahead, suffocatingly oppressive, unlike the pressure from the Summer Queen or the G-King. Huang Wu felt a bit tense. No matter what behind this door, there must be an immense power. Indeed, he could sense it. Hepburn's sudden voice startled Huang Wu. Sometimes there are people like that, who, even after the door is closed, can still sense something from the other side. Her gaze carried a profound meaning as she said, "Usually people like that are very sensitive, either naturally spiritually aware, or they have experienced something miraculous." "What's behind it?" Huang Wu asked curiously. "God," she replied. Huang Wu showed clear surprise. "What? No way. God absolutely cannot escape from the 98th floor. I've heard that the three goddesses didn't want to get involved with the 98th floor, so they set the ritual on the 16th floor." He thought to himself, still in disbelief. Even the body doesn't want to go below. Suddenly, the door opened. Hepburn lowered her head and smiled slightly. "Don't worry too much. I mean, just go in, and you'll understand." The gate opened wider, and the bright white-yellow light within blazed so intensely that it was impossible to see clearly. Jung Woo felt it was better to go through the door, so he entered alone. He was also curious about what the existence of God might be like, but his face showed clear signs of astonishment, mixed with a touch of nervous fear. The vague power he felt outside the door far exceeded Jung Woo's expectations. Thick streams of dark air swept over Jung Woo, its limits beyond what he could imagine. A type of power, vast, high, and deep, continuously consumed Jung Woo. That was God. Now, in his thoughts, he felt his existence grow small and miserable, like a firefly. Jung Woo felt as though he was enveloped by a thick, blinding snowstorm. To God, humans were simply a type of tiny creature. If he were to disappear like this, it would be nothing strange. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. No, this cannot be the way it ends. This place is meaningless. With that thought, he began to channel the flow of blue energy within him. He regained his composure and continued to move his energy. It truly could not end like this. With his fighting will, he shattered the black sphere with streams of red light as fierce as flames. He had truly broken free, and behind him, a pair of wings glowed with an intimidating power, veins of black running through them. The green energy from his body radiated outward, and he knew that if he didn't focus, it would all be in vain. With his magical strength, he had to prevent any outside interference by any means possible. "Ha! What a stubborn child!" A voice, emerging from an unknown source, made him look around in surprise. He was suspicious. Could he truly see this space? This was a place where God's will had failed, so perhaps it was possible. "I don't understand why you're so cautious of me. I promised I wouldn't harm you." The mysterious voice echoed again, making him even more alert. He unleashed a stronger surge of energy to ward off the intrusion. He spoke, "Because I cannot understand your thoughts." But then came the laughter of that mysterious voice. "Ha! Truly a very cautious child, one who inherits the power of the High Dragon. The lizards, aside from their pride, are nothing but corpses." He could feel the overwhelming power, silently thinking to himself that it was a force he was still not ready to confront. If that was the case, then Hepburn had to be killed immediately. He then asked the voice again why it had called him that. The lips of a beautiful woman only moved slightly. Is that all? He was stunned, unable to understand what was happening. The voice continued. "Indeed, no matter how lowly we are, God is still God. Even those who hate us do not try to pretend with us beyond what they can." He was puzzled, and just then, the system notification popped up, announcing that all challenges had been completed, leaving him even more confused. What? The system's voice continued, congratulating him, and informing him that he had achieved a high level of accomplishment, adding it to his previous achievements. It then asked whether he wished to display his name in the Hall of Fame, which made him even more bewildered. The goddess spoke again. "Having sat in this position until now, I've met many people, All of them were bound by their pasts, and each one regretted something. They could not escape the swamp of the past, and they prayed for only one thing. The arms reached out as if to pull the man into the dark quagmire. The goddess continued, "It is possible to escape from there. But you are different from them. You do not regret or feel sorrow. On the contrary, you go back in time even deeper into that past, and during that time, you continuously blame yourself again and again. In the end, there is no existence of you at all. Only your departed younger brother remains. Your younger brother was betrayed by his own close friends. If so, can you do it? Can you trust those around you anymore? These people may seem different from the others, but your brother also thought they would stand by him. For life. He stood still, knowing that betrayal could come at any time, so he must always be alert. Isn't that right?" The goddess continued speaking, always doubting and doubting. His eyes seemed lifeless, gradually sinking into the darkness. "Lost trust, again lost trust. Haven't you always lived like this?" the elf goddess said. He fell into a forgotten past. A terrifying explosion erupted. The shouting and the sound of bombs mixed together. "Hurry up! We can't wait more than 30 seconds." Everyone had already boarded the plane, and a soldier with a bandage around his head, panting, turned around to look. He gritted his teeth and stared at his comrade in the distance. "I'm sorry." The sound of the plane taking off stunned Huinwu. He turned around, unable to believe his eyes. He had been betrayed by his most trusted comrades in the middle of enemy territory. He had risked his life for them, but the result was betrayal. The enemy in the distance continued to shoot relentlessly toward him. In that moment, no one thought he would survive, but he could not die. Huinwu clenched his teeth, his hand pressing against his shoulder to stop the bleeding. He bandaged his wound. It was his anger at the comrades who had abandoned him, and the hatred that drove him to change. Huinwu sat alone on the desolate battlefield. Two enemies were glaring at him like tigers stalking their prey. Both were armed with knives, planning to sneak up behind him. The water began to turn red. The dead were the two would-be attackers. Now, all that mattered to him was surviving, by any means necessary. Huinwu had crossed the 150-kilometer-long forest, encountering many people, all of whom he killed. At some point, he no longer thought about anything. The anger, the hatred, he had let go of all emotions. Perhaps it was from that moment on that people began to call him the emotionless monster. The goddess Erd seemed pleased as she watched Huinwu slowly sink deeper into the swamp of his past. "Haha, the more you immerse yourself, the deeper you sink. You will never escape the swamp of the past, and will become a puppet in my collection." On this side, Huinwu was still lost in the past. He furrowed his brows as he looked down at the blood-stained knife in his hand. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Break free! Return to your true form." The dense dark energy surged up, enveloping Huinwu's entire body. "Cain, the monster within you." He stood there, unmoving, despite the hands reaching up with the intent to pull him down. Huinwu spoke in a low voice. "How boring, is that all?" With that, he fiercely unleashed his spiritual power, shattering the illusion. This left the goddess Erd stunned, unable to close her mouth. "What? Impossible," the goddess Erd said. "How did you manage to escape? This is the world of the tower, where countless people who are nostalgic for the past exist, but among them, this guy is the best. How could he possibly escape so easily?" Huinwu smiled. "The challenge is over, and there's nothing more to be done. Anyway, it was thanks to you that I completed it so easily." With that, Huinwu walked straight out through the gate. The gate gradually closed, leaving the goddess sitting there alone. At first, Erd had intended to throw Huinwu into chaos, for few people had such a tumultuous past. He simply wanted to climb the tower without any hope, unable to escape his past, pushing himself deeper into it. That's why the goddess always provoked him at that point. Erd, being the goddess of the past, found it too easy to challenge humans by using their pasts. "Just like Hepburn, I thought Jung-woo wouldn't be able to escape so easily." A stranger spoke up. The goddess Erd, usually so confident, now wore an expression that was rarely seen. It was an unusual sight. The goddess Erd, angry, said, "If you keep babbling, then go away, Herms." A man holding a staff appeared in the air. "Isn't it time to stop enchanting others? Not everyone will become a laughingstock like the high elf out there." The goddess Erd, furious, with eyes entirely white, furrowed her brow and said, "Impudent. In the face of the goddess's anger, Hermes continued speaking. You will never understand how someone who lives in misery because of their past can break free from those chains. He doesn't even have dreams or hopes, so how could he awaken? The goddess Erd directed her empty white eyes toward the god Hermes and scoffed. Humph. You seem to know quite a lot about that boy, don't you? It seems you have been keeping a close watch on him. Hermes replied calmly, not just me, but Athena also pays close attention to him, not to mention Ares and Dionysus. Honestly, it's not just us. If everyone were to care, it would be entirely natural. Hermes opened his emerald green eyes, full of deep meaning. Most of the people on level 98 are trying to figure out how to get him to accept becoming their apostle. He continued, speaking to the silent goddess Erd. And what is the minimum condition for him to accept becoming an apostle? If he were someone ranked above level 50, things would certainly be chaotic. And the demons feel the same, especially Ares, the ruler of the Eastern Hell, who's practically drooling. Hermes flashed a mysterious smile, but his gaze held no concealment of the danger lurking within. The goddess Erd broke into a cold sweat. Of course, she knew that Ares was the second most powerful demon in the 72 demon kings, a being representing destruction and madness, as well as the embodiment of ambition. He lowered his divine staff, and a flash of golden light shattered the piece of floor beneath them. What? The goddess Erd exclaimed in surprise. From the shattered ground where the divine staff of Hade had struck, 9 snakeheads emerged, surrounding the goddess Erd along with a powerful golden spiritual power swirling around. She had been the one to choose that boy first. Hermes' gaze was sharp, clearly showing both hostility and intense anger. I'm getting a bit irritated because my other friends keep staring at my things. How can they just intrude like that? At the goddess Erd's base, her current state of mind was far from good. How could it be good when she was humiliated like this? As the goddess Erd, of course, she wouldn't back down, but would find a way to repay this debt to Hermes. She was restless, murmuring to herself, how can a free-spirited Hermes always be so concerned about its name? Recalling the image of Hermes that she had observed, his gaze didn't convey greed, rather it seemed as though he was trying to protect something. The goddess Erd thought, what is the reason that makes him so determined to protect that kid? Not only Hermes, but Athena and Dionysus are also concerned about it. Those who are always in conflict are now interested in the only second-generation member who hasn't committed any crime at Olympus. She thought for a long time but couldn't figure out a reason. Immediately, Hepburn appeared before her. She wanted Hepburn to eliminate the child at all costs. If she couldn't have something, no one else should get it either. If she couldn't consume it, she would have to crush it. Hepburn respectfully accepted the order. Suddenly, a surge of darkness rose from the shadow reflected on the floor beneath Hepburn. Realizing something, Hepburn turned her head, as if she had anticipated that Erd would harm her, hiding a monster within Hepburn's shadow. At that moment, the apostle, whose divine flesh was connected with the gods, was controlled by him, and immediately struck forward. Hepburn's head detached from her body, flying toward Erd. With a splatter, fresh blood sprayed, and everything happened swiftly right before Erd's eyes. When she returned to her base, the lingering power of Hepburn still remained on Erd, slowing her senses, so she didn't detect the events that had just unfolded. When Hepburn was killed, the pain soon spread throughout her body. She coughed up blood, and the waves of pain continued to surge through her, causing her to scream in agony. Her scream echoed out to the very edges of the base, causing the entire base to tremble relentlessly. At the same time, an explosion rang out from the mountain near the sanctuary. The soldiers rushed in to confront the enemies, but this only bored Arhin-Wu. Bu appeared behind him, holding a dark magical orb. The soldiers, upon seeing this spectacle, were filled with despair as the dark light gradually drew closer to them. In just one strike, all the soldiers were wiped out, which also served as a testament to Arhin-Wu's power. This was the 6th time that the dragon's power had been unleashed without needing to be awakened. The matter with Erd had been exposed. Looking back at the mercenaries and assassins hired outside the church, Arhin-Wu couldn't help but feel excited. However, he felt that to properly deal with him, more troops would be needed. Arhin-Wu couldn't help but feel overly confident in his abilities. But his confidence wasn't without basis. At that moment, his army of skeletons had completely wiped out the enemy. Kane coldly stepped over the piles of corpses scattered everywhere. The consciousness of one of the skeletons remarked, "This feels a bit boring." Shonen Dead Knight, and Hanryong Dead Knight appeared beside Huang Wu, expressing their thoughts after this battle. This battle had truly wounded the pride of warriors like them. Tell them not to complain. The higher we go, the tougher the opponents will be. We need to treat battles like these as practice. Only through combat will our strength gradually increase. However, these two commanders have absorbed so many souls from battles like these that they become so powerful that even the commanding general doesn't need to draw his sword. Suddenly, Shaman Dead Knight wanted Huang Wu to answer a question, which piqued his interest. Are you talking about how you managed to break free from Erd's restraints and gain control over your memories? No matter how exceptional or unusual you are, is it possible to escape the bindings of the divine? What kind of existence is divine, after all? Although Shannon belonged to the Bracelet tribe, he always felt as though he was being consumed by a divine power, forever a pawn in the hands of this divine entity. Erd's strength was so overwhelming that it could even wipe out entire races, like the High Elves. Huang Wu's escape from Erd had been far too easy. He himself thought it impossible when he entered the tower, creating a past that Erd could see, one that resembled his master's past. Anything that seems too easy is never as simple as it looks. Kane explained that everything Erd had pointed out, he himself was already aware of. All the events of the past were just meant to foster distrust in humanity. That's why, when he entered the tower, he remained suspicious of everyone. When he received the item, an item that he had kept for so long, an item that could change him, the memory of his younger brother was imprinted into it. Every time he looked at this memory, he always felt happy, a warmth filling his heart that made him smile. A voice echoed in Hyun Woo's head. To me, you are a hero. I hope that image won't fade just because you've been hurt. Under the moonlight, Hyun Woo slowly continued walking, telling his two trusted generals, I can't become a brother to be ashamed of, not wanting to betray the trust my younger brother has in me. The next day, they were still traveling up the mountain. The feeling that they no longer pursued made sense. Even if they kept chasing, the church would be destroyed instead of regaining divine power. Unless they completely gave up, they would need time to reorganize. Therefore, the faith of the three churches must have greatly diminished. The power of divine came from its majesty, but they had lost that long-lasting majesty, so there was no need to worry too much for the time being. Although Hyun Woo was in conflict with the third, lower god, these small conflicts were gradually nurturing the strength of his monster army. The more souls, the higher the chances of victory. A stream of power, glowing golden, appeared in his hands. Staring at this power, he hesitated, unsure of how best to use it, before releasing it. On the mountain, a patch of golden light shone brightly, illuminating an area. Standing before it, he continuously thought. His goal was to weaken Erd's power, but it was fortunate that he had also obtained this type of divine power. He acquired this power when he killed Hepburn. Hepburn's soul contained so much of Erd's strength. Looking at the strong light emanating before him, he smiled. The value of the power it brought could be said to be limitless. He needed to carefully consider how to use it most effectively. The tendency, contrary to those in the Black Bracelet tribe, truly could only be like this. The demonic bird and demonic dragon are gradually heading towards evil. He thought, gathering the power into his hand. He decided to summon the sword Vigrid. Around the sword, thick swirls of shadows spread. This magic sword had been cursed by countless heroes. But if it could be purified with divine power, could it return to its original state? Once he finished thinking, he acted, taking the sword and merging it into the divine power. The divine strength relentlessly penetrated, shattering the curse of the sword. Last time, many of the curses were cleansed by the influence of Aegis and fire. But the true origin of the curse still remained deeply hidden within Vigrid. It had not disappeared. The divine light continued to wash away the cursed shadows. Huang Wu couldn't help but eagerly await to see what the original form of the sword was like, one that had caused so many heroes across the world to long for it. What was happening before his eyes left him utterly stunned? The stream of divine power quickly surged, and within moments, it reached the hilt of the sword. The areas that had been purified, combined with the divine power, caused the sword to radiate overwhelming might. The power, long submerged in curses, now erupted. The more it was purified, the brighter the light emitted by the sword became. The sword was also devouring divine energy at a terrifying speed. It lengthened little by little, and the rune patterns gradually became more distinct. He found himself wondering what changes the sword Vigrid would bring about once it was fully cleansed. After that, he sheathed it, allowing the sword to continue its purification. He had other matters to attend to. Then, with a swift move, he cleared the 18th and 19th floors. With the experience gained from wars and the training of the martial king, Hyunwoo's abilities were continuously being enhanced, gradually climbing up the rankings. When necessary, he could use the contents of the journal and the knowledge of the dragons, so the 10th floor, being a lower level, would be easier. But that didn't mean he could recklessly attack other floors. Hidden Peace had monopolized everything, altering the records of all the floors. Faced with what was unfolding before him, he pondered, how is it possible for him to have arrived here in just one day? In front of him were the 5 penance mountains of the 20th floor. The name of the mountain said it all. There were numerous rumors surrounding the 5 penance mountains. Just the name penance alone was already intimidating, not to mention 5 mountains as in 5 peaks. But for Hyunwoo, it wasn't a feeling of fear or anxiety, but rather a sense of anticipation, looking forward to the challenges he was about to face. Screech, screech. Hyunwoo officially stepped into the trial of the 20th floor. A message appeared. Those who wish to return to the Lord must know how to surpass their own limits by relentlessly pushing themselves, anytime and anywhere. Truly a profound message. What exactly would Hyunwoo have to face? As soon as he entered, a wave of black smoke swept through, limiting his vision, and it seemed like the source of this smoke extended deep into the heart of the mountain. Suddenly, an announcement appeared. Hyunwoo has entered the first mountain, the first penance. Visual restrictions are in effect. He stood alone, surrounded by darkness. This sensation didn't faze Hyunwoo much. While inconvenient, it wasn't a major concern. He activated his sensory enhancement skill, boosting his senses. The black smoke surrounding him gradually dissipated. Even though his senses were now enhanced, his line of sight slowly expanded, and the smoke receded. The forest ahead began to come into view, and he thought to himself that this seemed a bit too simple. Looking at the mountain ahead, he sighed. Is this really all there is to penance? Then, Phi didn't fly up. He officially entered the first mountain, eager to see the true face of penance. Midway up the mountain, a group of knights was struggling to make their way past this area, and it was clear from their faces that they were both cautious and anxious. A small misstep could send them sliding, and if they fell, death was certain. The ground here made it impossible for them to feel at ease. The knight leading the group suggested keeping a distance to avoid hindering each other or colliding. They still had plenty of time, so moving slowly would be enough to get through. Clearly wise, he must have been the leader of the group. Suddenly, something powerful passed by them, freezing the group for 5 seconds. Afterward, they panicked, unsure of what had just flown past them. It was Hyunwoo. Hearing him, they turned their heads. One of them, calming himself, said, "It was just the wind." Kane looked back at them, thinking, if I reach the 20th level, my senses will definitely be honed to a certain extent. But relying on vision like this, isn't that a bit unreasonable? He continued on his way. Upon reaching a swamp, he saw another group of people stuck there. One person was halfway sunk into the mud, and the others were panicking. We don't know where the swamp is. Thus, he crossed the first mountain and reached the second. Penance, the second level, would limit their hearing. Here, he saw those who had crossed the first mountain, feeling their hearing fading, and they fell into despair. He thought to himself, something was really wrong. Could penance really be just this? But who could do what he did? While being restricted, he strengthened it to make it function normally. Ordinary people certainly couldn't do that, could they? The 5 penance mountains continually tested the players until they had truly overcome all 5 peaks. The first mountain was the restriction of sight. The second mountain restricted hearing. The third mountain restricted smell. The fourth restricted taste, and the fifth restricted touch. With each sense restricted, people had to react to the external changes and think critically to make judgments and move forward. The only thing left when the senses were limited was the ego. That's why so many players couldn't adapt to the restrictions of their senses. However, for those who knew how to train themselves, this was their land of opportunity. The higher their realm, the greater the pressure that the 5 penance mountains would exert on them. While flying and thinking, he had heard of methods to push oneself to train harshly. But what could one gain from that? He was unsure. Clearly, the 20th floor was the most sought after by warriors from lower floors. The diary notes that most of the Artia members on the 20th floor were struggling, continuously crossing through the forest. He recalled how Jung-woo always pushed himself so harshly that he couldn't even recognize his own limits. He challenged and overcame his limits, repeating every day without ceasing, facing and surpassing the next boundary. The penance on the 20th floor was just a continuation of what had always happened, so it didn't seem to inspire anything particularly special. He excelled beyond anyone else in terms of his senses, to the point where he could use resonance to sense the movement of arrows from Section A of the tutorial. Since the troops arrived at Nation CP, I've survived in the midst of a hail of bullets, not knowing from which direction the next shot would come. Moreover, with the senses of a dragon, which had reached 80% proficiency, it was almost indistinguishable from a passive skill. For Jung-woo, who had once set the goal of reaching a new realm level on the 20th floor, the current situation was unsatisfactory. A golden light appeared, and he felt that even though he had shackled himself, he needed to increase the difficulty. Then he took off his cloak and thought to himself that he should add more artifacts. He wanted to return to the feeling of his first time entering the tower, while simultaneously halting the flow of magical circuits within his body. Closing his eyes, he was determined to return to the strength of an ordinary person. He deliberately limited his senses, restricted his abilities, and continuously sealed away every potential within him, holding only a dagger in his hand. As his powers faded, a swirl of black smoke crazily enveloped him, further restricting his vision. In his mind, there was a patch of black smoke, rendering him unable to perceive anything. Hyun-woo gripped the dagger tightly, feeling as though he had been thrown into a desolate place, with nothing around him. He had never felt this way when entering the tower before. The sensation made him break into a cold sweat. It reminded him of the time he was sent to Apathy after basic training. If he had known it would be this difficult, he would have immediately attempted it. This was the act of throwing himself into a dangerous situation, surrounded by enemies. It was impossible to predict when or where the enemy would strike, or how long the tension would last. A gamble full of risks, but one that would lead to many rewards if successful. For now, it was only a bit of hardship. Filled with confidence, he said, upon reaching the third mountain, the third penance begins. The sense of smell is now restricted. The hand grips a rock on the mountain. The resonance of sensations and the limitation of these senses are utterly unreasonable. One hand clings to the sheer cliff. Although he was quite used to this, it was still as dangerous as it was at the beginning. A single wrong judgment could mean the end of everything. Hyun-woo used his hand to feel the terrain. This final sense allowed him to grasp the external conditions. His sense of smell had been restricted. He sat down and wondered, what time is it now? Am I moving in the right direction? In this situation, the only sense he can rely on was touch. He pondered. As he moved, he could feel the breeze blowing by. Could this be the way to recognize the path? He wondered. Then, he thought about the most critical point. There must be another way. He could sense it vaguely. The vibrations of the leaves, the rocks, and everything around him gradually became clearer. At this moment, his sense of touch was brought to its extreme. The waves of each object were absorbed into his consciousness. The differences in the waves were so small that he couldn't distinguish them. But now, he could differentiate them little by little. Each object had its own distinct wave signature. If he relied too much on feeling objects through touch, he would miss this unique magnetic field. He focused, still with his eyes closed, and gathered all the surrounding waves into his being. But there is one way to practice feeling and focusing your fighting willpower at the same time, striving with all your might to maintain consciousness, absorbing all the frequencies of everything around you, continuously sensing your willpower accelerating, reaching its maximum limit. The proficiency level of your fighting willpower skill is increasing steadily. It has been a long time since you maintained this skill. Continuously accelerating your thought process can put a great strain on your brain, potentially leading to the risk of falling into a void between the mental and physical states. It is recommended to rest properly. It has been too long since you maintained your skill, and you may fall into a state of cognitive overload. Danger warnings constantly appear in your mind. How long has it been? Through continuous training, your soul can sense a part of the trajectory of time. Suddenly, a thin stream of air surrounds your entire body. Gradually, you can feel your whole body breaking down barriers, overcoming sensory limitations. The system notifies you. Perceived soul control. The system displays a notification. You have achieved an accomplishment that not everyone can easily reach. Additional achievements have been granted. You have earned 3,000 achievement points and received 2,000 more achievement points. You should train more to achieve higher accomplishments. Only by perceiving soul control can you qualify to attain a higher rank. Notification system. It seemed that after a series of such notifications, Wu realized something. It turned out to be soul control. So that was it. Soul control is the power of the soul, which is why we cannot grasp it through information windows or dragon eyes. This power is not only external, but it can also peer deep within. It brings a completely different sense compared to the 5 common senses. Therefore, it is a power that cannot be achieved artificially, as is the usual case. Looking back now, Wu understood why high-level warriors often sought out the 5 penance mountains. The majesty of supreme beings like the Martial King and the Summer Queen had instilled fear in them. Thus, anyone with a higher rank could sense their existence. But conversely, those with a lower rank could not even recognize it if they tried. If one could sense something smaller and listen to it carefully, they could grasp the essence of their opponent a step faster. From there, a completely new perspective would open up. Furthermore, if one could manipulate this sense at will, perhaps they could find some clue about the yin sword. Suddenly, Wu began to recall in the dark and cold rock face. He had asked the Martial King about the yin sword. Martial King Nayu gently replied, "Indeed, the yin sword is the earnest wish that my clan has long dreamed of, alongside the yang saber." Wu was puzzled. Earnest wish? Martial King continued, "It's not widely known. Mom, do you know the origin of my clan?" Wu honestly replied, "I only know that it is a migratory race that followed Xiao Hao Jintian when he opened the tower." Ding dong, you're almost right. We are an indigenous tribe originating from Xiao Hao Jintian. Our job is to inherit and develop the legacies he left behind. For example, martial arts and divine techniques. But there's one thing that, until now, after thousands of years, we still haven't been able to achieve. Quite something, isn't it? Behind that mask, Wu seemed to have realized something. What? Could it really be true? The possession of the yin sword and the yang saber to merge them into one, to combine the 2 martial arts that Xiao Hao Jintian used in order to achieve the ancient vessel sword is our earnest wish. The 3 who opened the tower. Their martial arts created Xiao Hao Jintian. And of course, I have ambitions too. Although I'm a talented person, until now, I still haven't dared to use it. Fortunately, Edora, who is proficient with the wisdom eye, was able to inherit the yang saber. But no one has yet managed to touch the yin sword. Wu expressed his astonishment. I can't believe that until now, no one has been able to inherit the yin sword. Suddenly, Martial King said, "Why don't you try inheriting it?" This left Wu wide-eyed in shock. Martial King Nayu continued, "The reason I ask you is because I'm not sure myself. Isn't it just all that nonsense, like those monks' meditations? All of this is just mythical stories, so I'm not particularly impressed. This is the final task I'm giving you as your master. Try to figure it out." Back in the present, Wu was filled with mixed feelings, thinking he might find some clue. Even though he had copied the content of the manual from the beginning, there were many phrases he couldn't make sense of. As he thought, Wu looked at the text on the page. At the beginning, the giant awoke and determined everything. The light in the high sky was cast down by those up there. The people below united and built a sustainable world. This sustainability brought certainty, which formed the world as it is today, allowing all things to bloom and bear fruit. Now, I understand why Martial King talked about such ridiculous things. It's like when Shannon suddenly showed up. Didn't you already train your 6th sense, just like that? I had planned to teach you when I had the time, but I didn't expect you to practice so recklessly. Wu was puzzled. 6th sense? Yes, did you forget? It's the sense that allows us to catch weak points. Wu responded, "Of course I remember." Wu answered, "I didn't know it was the 6th sense. I just intended to learn it as a technique for using soul control." Shannon asked, "What about soul control? Are you speaking Martian?" Wu calmly replied, "Isn't it used to sense the wavelengths of objects? I've only recently started being able to feel it, so I don't fully understand it yet. However, thanks to reverse soul control, I've become aware of a new sense. I don't think it's the 6th sense though. All I know is that it's a very useful power. After hearing this, Shannon was about to break into a sweat because of this guy. Wait a minute. What exactly are you talking about? I don't understand. Huan Wu didn't know what to say to these two. Why are you both so serious all of a sudden? Don't be silent. Saying that, Shannon spoke up. Clearly, the sixth sense is instinct and the unconscious, so it's the gateway to spiritual power. But it seems the order has been reversed now. Hey, see, I can't believe this, it's driving me crazy. Hearing them both going in circles, Huan Wu felt awkward. Can you two explain simply? What is spiritual power? Shannon replied, if soul control and the power of the soul develop at the same level, spiritual power will be generated. Since this energy usually acts to absorb mana from the mana flow, the stronger the spiritual power, the higher the magical rank will be. However, because this spiritual power belongs to the realm level of the unconscious, it is often hidden within. Huan Wu gasped. So that's it. Since the sixth sense is based on instinct, it lies on the boundary between consciousness and the unconscious. That's right. If you can fully control the sixth sense, only then can you possess the authority to handle the unconscious. But the unconscious is a realm level that cannot be easily accessed because it is so deeply hidden that it occupies up to 80% of consciousness. If there's a mistake, it could unintentionally harm the ego or lead to a state of cultivation deviation. So you must be careful. Huan Wu understood. So it was only when one enters the unconscious state that they could reach the soul. This means I can handle spiritual power little by little, but I haven't even opened the gate yet. Do I have to use spiritual power to start opening the gate from the inside out? Shannon began to get angry. That's not something that can be easily said like that. It's ridiculous for something like that to happen. Let me put it simply. How do you enter a house? Huan Wu was at a loss for words. Of course, you enter through the front door. Yes, we enter through the front door, or, maybe we can enter through the window. But master, you need to quickly go upstairs first, just like you would go down to the first floor. Huan Wu asked seriously, is it really that serious? Of course, Shannon wanted to reply, yes. But before he could, Huan Wu interrupted. But I can only do what I can perceive with soul control, and still can't handle spiritual power. Hanryong then said, if those things have been handled, then the evil master is truly remarkable. Could it be that the master has reached the 17th floor? Spiritual power is a force that not even high-level warriors can easily control. The divine sword and the summer queen can only handle it to some extent. If one can freely manage it, then spiritual power has become a complete form, making one a transcendent being with a soul fully perfected and completely separate from the body. Huan Wu was calm in the face of Hanryong's enlightenment. People like that are often referred to as demons or divine beings. Indeed, but it is still too early for the master to control spiritual power. If the master makes even one wrong step, it could weaken their soul. Huan Wu suddenly stood up. At that level, I can already sense that it's different from mana, which can be replenished at any time. Spiritual power comes from the soul, meaning the soul must be perfected before one can access it. Shannon quickly advised, even so, just being able to sense soul control is already a great achievement. This is a realm level that is not easily attained. Things will become easier in the future. As for training the sixth sense, there's no need to say much. So first, focus on developing your sixth sense outward, just like you did with sensing soul control. Huan Wu was stunned upon hearing this. Develop the sixth sense? Shannon replied, after all, the sixth sense is just another sense. It's not only subconscious, but must also be expressed outward through conscious effort, meaning spiritual power creates the pathway for it to develop outward. Huan Wu was confused. Create a pathway? Yes, master. One day there will come a time when spiritual power will begin to emit energy outward. The pathway for spiritual power to escape is the legendary sixth sense, so master should learn to develop it. Huan Wu pondered. In order to handle soul control, spiritual power, and the soul, I need to start serious training to become transcendent. I've worked hard up until now, but that was only the result of a fortunate connection. If I say I've been walking on a path that was already paved, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. The journal is still filled with useful and mysterious information. But now, I must carve out my own path, with the strength I have accumulated. Developing the sixth sense will surely be interesting. Upon reaching the fifth mountain, his sense of touch began to diminish. At this point, all of Huan Wu's senses could no longer perceive anything. However, After crossing the previous 4 mountains, Huang-Wu had become less dependent on his senses, so this challenge did not pose much difficulty for him. His body continued to move freely, and his brain could still sense everything around him. The waves were still present, helping him to navigate easily. With the sixth sense being pushed to its limits, his perception of the presence of everything around him grew, allowing him to recognize problems through the waves more quickly. The feeling is completely different when exploring everything with the sixth sense, rather than physically using the sword with one's own body. Though darkness still envelops everything around, he opens his eyes and feels as though he can clearly sense every single molecule from everything surrounding him, as if seeing a completely new world. A third eye to see through this world completely. He stopped in his tracks, and before him was a powerful stream of life, the molecules constantly moving in an unceasing circulatory system. This stream of life must belong to a tree that had lived for over 1,000 years. He guessed that, at this moment, he could see the details of the souls of all things, and had learned a different method to gather even more power. Indeed, the aura of the protagonist with overpowered abilities was gradually taking shape in him. Witnessing the continuous features the system granted to its master, Shannon and Hanryong couldn't help but praise, though they dared not say much for fear of disrupting their master's concentration. We really can't comprehend it. After a lifetime of hard work, struggling just to reach this level, yet Cha Huan-Wu managed to achieve it so quickly, Hanryong said, expressing the dissatisfaction both of them felt. The asterisk sensory reinforcement asterisk skill had rapidly increased. It was absurd. When sensory reinforcement was completed, all related skills and abilities improved significantly. Huan-Wu's stats were continuously increasing. His sixth sense skill was now available for use at will, and it unlocked a new ability. Advanced skills could now be conquered within his rank. Various types of skills were gradually forming, truly a game changer. At this point, after all skills and stats had been upgraded, Huan-Wu felt very satisfied. The figures of Shannon and Hanryong were still disgruntled over Huan-Wu's monstrous evolution abilities, whispering to each other. Huan-Wu said to them, "Stop complaining. The success of today owes a great deal to both of you. Thanks to your guidance, everything went very smoothly. I'm truly grateful for that." Looking at the palm of his hand, he thought about the possibilities the sixth sense could bring, sensing things that his eyes could never see before. Thanks to it, not only could he achieve, but even improve his sensory reinforcement skill. He had also maximized this skill thanks to Shannon's advice. Shannon had said before that what he mentioned was true. Unlocking the sixth sense also allowed him to maximize it. Hanryong speculated that it was likely due to the soul control he possessed, which made the process of maximizing it faster. For the first time, owning so many new skills at once made it hard to explore all of their functions at once. He wondered what the inspiration skill was, as it continued to increase on its own. The inspiration skill had naturally maximized, leaving him amazed. Suddenly, once again, his skills kept maximizing one after another, unlocking new abilities without stopping. He felt a bit unsettled. With so many skills, the system automatically selected the sword skills that matched his own achievements. At this moment, he felt something strange inside his body. Boom! Suddenly, he transformed into a super Exida, and a powerful wave of energy erupted around his body. The floor shook, and it was unclear what was happening. At this point, the Super Sense skill was formed. A massive ability activated within his body, and a kind of extraordinary aura surrounded him. The Super Sense skill, a combination of the 5 basic senses, and the sixth sense, allowed him to perceive things beyond ordinary senses. Now he could understand matters in a completely different way. The pressure brought by this skill was immense. Super Sense, the skill upgraded to intuition. Many new territories would gradually open for him to conquer further. Automatic defense in dangerous situations helped him detect threats faster. This skill would be activated when his health dropped below 10% and could only be used once a day. Hanryong Dead Knight whispered to each other. Super Sense, the most powerful skill among the senses that Hanryong could unlock. Hanryong said that once he mastered the skill granted earlier and continued to achieve higher skills, he would then be able to unlock a skill that represented himself, the only achievement the adventurers aimed for. For an ordinary person, leveling up to a higher skill would be much more difficult. But super perception, that's just absurd. The two souls were both amazed and apprehensive about the monstrous evolution of their master. It was indeed a somewhat unreasonable situation, but given their master's talent, it was certainly something he could achieve. They then looked towards his back, feeling as if they were being exploited. This was very different from awakening consciousness. He took a deep breath, feeling how super perception worked. Everything around him now seemed to take on an entirely new hue. With just the super perception, so many things were now open to him. In front of him, he could only regret that he couldn't immediately end the challenge to experience the new skills he had acquired. Shannon revealed his true form, standing before his master, voicing his thoughts. Now, he understood why the martial king had been left speechless when he saw Huin Wu. It was truly unbelievable. A person who spent their whole life trying to comprehend it, yet couldn't even confirm they would achieve it. But Huin Wu? It was like, oh, unlocked it already. Shannon's frustration reached its peak, leaving Huin Wu at a loss for words. Han Riyong also revealed his true form, expressing his speculations about something that was on a completely different level from the 5 ordinary senses provided by the magic wheel. The range of this thing is enough to cover an entire hill. A controlling soul can utilize the 6th sense in addition to the soul's senses. No matter how carefully one observes, it might still be impossible to avoid. He said he had reached a level where he could clearly sense the mana stream flowing from nature. Huin Wu nodded, expressing understanding, then unleashed his super sense, stating, "You can even sense the entire mountain beneath your feet more clearly than ever." The range of super sense continuously expanded. At this moment, someone was enjoying a cup of hot tea. A girl with flowing white hair felt the energy radiating from Huin Wu's super sense and curiously wondered about the identity of the one emitting this power. Could someone like this really exist? Elsewhere, in the darkness, a voice spoke. "Did you come here to learn a new skill?" A gaze full of determination, followed by a nod. By the foot of the waterfall, a person carrying water also noticed the fluctuation. He smiled, and after all the waiting, a challenger had finally appeared. Without hesitation, he tossed aside the water bucket and rushed off. His speed was incredibly fast, seemingly eager to meet the source of this fluctuation. Suddenly, he sensed a ripple, catching him off guard. A massive source of power was gradually moving closer. He quickly instructed Shannon and Han Riyong to hide behind him. How impressive this source of power is, he thought. The ripples are becoming clearer. It must be heading toward me. The person at the waterfall swiftly approached, constantly leaping across the cliffs, as if they were flat ground. Then he jumped again, realizing something, and Huin Wu looked up to the sky. Leaves gently drifted down. On a branch of a nearby tree, it seemed he had leaped onto this tree. Huin Wu didn't know who he was, whether an enemy or an ally. What would he face next? Khan, calling down from the tree branch, must think I've just discovered the core of my conscience, Huin Wu thought. He's saying it's called initiate, and it takes a while to master. Based on the voice and tone, Kane was sure it was Khan. But he didn't understand why Khan was here. Khan had promised to meet Dolly after they retired, so he shouldn't be here. Kane had also heard that the initiation would begin whenever the tower wanted, and he didn't recall hearing anything about such an initiation when he entered the tower. Khan laughed excitedly. "I didn't expect we'd meet so soon." "I'll teach Kane how to use initiate," Khan said. Before he could finish his sentence, Kane was already able to use it. Khan was somewhat surprised, even a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected Kane to pick it up so quickly. When Kane pressed Khan about Dolly, he hesitated. Kane noticed something more suspicious about this situation. Khan was completely different from the person he met during the orientation. Back then, he seemed to be struggling to control his power, but now he was wielding it with ease. Suddenly, a girl's voice echoed from the sky. "Mom." The girl with silver hair, who Kane recognized as one of Khan's acquaintances, seemed to want to be introduced. Before Kane could even finish rejecting her, a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens. "Oh!" His cry resonated through the entire forest. She warned that if Khan said anything useless, she would tear his mouth apart. Khan, helpless, could only comply. Kane couldn't believe the power just now, surpassing even his own exceptionally sensitive senses. That was rune magic, the language of the rune goddess, which was extremely difficult. In the tower, not many people could use it as well as she did. Kane suspected that she was a sadhu. He had heard that many people lived on the final mountain, those who craved pain, solitude, and suppression, living on the 20th floor to continue their penance training. Khan, in a tattered state, said they would kill him if he didn't take Kane along. He begged Kane to come with him, as if Kane were the one saving his life. At that moment, Kane was speechless. Both of them unleashed their powers and flew toward the group. Kane noticed that Kane's power had grown much stronger than during the orientation, while his own strength had only increased with the blessing of the dragon. Kane's development to this extent proves that he has put in a great deal of effort. He has always wanted to surpass Fane and Adora. Kane was also surprised by Kane's strength. He kept asking if Kane had eaten a dragon or something similar. Kane bluntly responded that he had become a half-dragon. Kane seemed to not believe this. He then brushed the matter aside and said, "Kane, be prepared when we get there." There were two women with long silver hair and fiery red eyes. Their eyes always silently followed every movement of the two men. They entered the vast cave. Everything was incredibly surprising to them. From what they observed, the girl was sure that Kane had come here to train. Kane was quite certain that the girl had used rune magic. She was Victoria, one of the few people capable of using the divine language magic of Reen. Kane could also sense a very strong demonic energy emanating from the young man beside her. That was Kindred, the plague demon, with silver hair and amber-colored eyes. Despite his youth, Kindred's energy was overwhelming. He was like a lone predator hunting in the dense forest. He belonged to the demon army, a group of fanatics who believed in an unknown demon god, and he was the second bishop among the 9 leading bishops. He was extremely isolated, a figure full of mystery. I don't know how Huang Wu learned about him, but he had mentioned that this person had lived on the 21st floor for a long time, searching for something, and it seems the rumors were true. However, this is old information now. Victoria suddenly turned to start a conversation and seemed to take an interest in Kane. She kept complimenting Kane on how handsome he was. Kane, on the other hand, looked at her warily. Kane interjected sarcastically at Victoria. Immediately, the intense aura from Victoria made Kane shut his mouth. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Kane once again. Kane couldn't sense that Victoria had activated magic. No matter how skilled she was with rune magic, the fact that she cast her spell without any prior warning seemed completely unreasonable. He noticed the pair of glowing silver bracelets on Victoria's wrists. They could be enchanted items. Victoria seemed to sense this, and suddenly disappeared, only to appear behind Kane and warn him about his actions. Kane defended himself. "I'm just interested in rune magic." Victoria chimed in, offering, "I could teach you." Khan, though drained of strength, still tried to intervene and stop Kane. He warned that Victoria would use her charm to turn Kane into a test subject. It seemed Kane had once been a victim of this. Though terrified, Kane still felt the need to protect Kane, because he was the one who had saved him. A surge of powerful magical energy emanated from Kindred, his eyes glowing bright red. Kane seemed to sense it and turned around, but by the time he did, Kindred had vanished. Instantly, he reappeared behind Kane. Yet Kane remained clueless, still standing there, not understanding what was going on. "He's gone now." He was so fast that even Kane's enhanced senses couldn't keep up. It had to be admitted, he was powerful. Kane didn't know why this man had attacked him, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he had been exposed. Immediately, Kane activated his magical circuits, triggering the automatic defense system of his hypersensitive senses. A strange sensation surged inside him, the power rising so much that it became difficult to control. A pair of massive fiery wings appeared, and the strength he reached at this realm level was due to the combination of his hypersensitive senses and his own spiritual circuits. Then, a burst of green energy exploded, powerful enough to destroy the entire area. Victoria is trying to stop Kane from destroying her house, Kane thought, his mind bent on obliterating everything. Witnessing such overwhelming power, Kane's expression shifted from surprise to delight. He too unleashed all his strength and charged toward Kane. Kane's wings were now glowing bright red, indicating his power had reached its peak. The main characters, Huang Wu and Khan, were locked in battle, and Kane thought Khan was too fast. But his movements were predictable. Perhaps this was the greatest effect his extrasensory perception granted him. Kane believed he could grasp the situation clearly while predicting the enemy's next move, meaning he could pierce through his foe's defenses. Khan, on the other hand, smiled with satisfaction, finding it all quite interesting. The battle raged on, the destructive power of both combatants immense enough to destroy an entire region. Since earlier, Kan had been standing and observing the match, his eyes never leaving the scene. What is he thinking? Don't tell me that guy hasn't used any magic so far. Is he crazy or what? Even this overwhelming heat wave, strong enough to cook normal people alive. Kane, how much of a monster have you become? The match was incredibly intense, with heat radiating from it as if it could burn the entire place to ashes. Both sides were evenly matched, like two beasts fighting relentlessly, without a hint of exhaustion. Kan suddenly shouted, "Are you all trying to destroy my house, or what?" Just then, Victoria appeared and shouted, "Kindred, stop fooling around and end this now." Kane stopped and let out a long sigh. "Ha, fooling around? Yeah, that's what she said. You two should stop." Kane looked disappointed, as if regretting something. A few seconds later, he smiled with satisfaction and said, "At first, I just wanted to give you a simple test, but your reaction was so interesting, so I thought I'd have a little fun." He complimented Kane. "You're not bad." As he suddenly appeared behind, Huan-Wu was startled. Reflexively, he spun around, thinking to himself, "Do saints always like to appear behind others?" Then, Kane continued to throw out his moves, and the fight went on. Seeing Kane getting ambushed, Kane called out to him, then turned to frown at the saint behind him. "That's going too far. You never fight this ruthlessly. What if you end up killing him?" "What then?" Kindred, upon hearing that, remained indifferent as if nothing had happened, asking him, "What's wrong with you?" "What?" With that, he pointed towards the thick smoke rising in the air. Kan, still confused, saw Huan-Wu step out from the smoke. He couldn't believe that the second bishop of the Demon King's army was so strong. Even Hanryong at his peak would never have been able to defeat him. If it weren't for his enhanced extrasensory perception and his will to fight, he probably would have collapsed by now. Kane smiled smugly, thinking that even his own kindred's dagger couldn't withstand that. It felt like he had been hit by an artillery shell. If this kept going, he wouldn't be able to hold out any longer. A foe against whom he had to show every ounce of skill just to keep up. A foe he wasn't even sure he could defeat, even if he gave it his all. Noticing Kane seemed exhausted, Kindred asked, "Do you want to continue?" Huan-Wu, with no hesitation, replied, "No, I can only hold on for so long. Yet you talk as if you're enjoying yourself. I really wanted to see your power, but this time, I'll patiently wait." With a smile and a calm tone. Then, he shot a sharp glare at Kane. "But you, what's your connection to Sword God?" "What? What are you talking about?" Kane vaguely wondered. Could there be some connection between Kindred and Sword God? The journal had never mentioned anything about it. "I'm sure you can't say that you have nothing to do with this. The sword technique you just showed, although slightly different, is an absolute match to the sword technique of the Sword God." "I think you've misunderstood. My master is from Martial Kings." Hearing Kane's words, Kindred was stunned. Martial King? From the first-rank tribe? That makes sense, because Sword God was once a disciple of Martial Kings, but he said he would not accept any more disciples after taking on his last one. Anyway, hearing Kindred call him, Kane spoke up. "Yes, I see why you praise him so much now." Khan, who still didn't understand the conversation between the two, replied, "Huh? Are you planning to cultivate on the 5 Penance Mountains too?" Kane answered, "Yes, that's right." As soon as Kane finished speaking, Kindred suddenly soared up to a high branch, saying, "All right then, you've passed. Looks like you've grasped the basics, so when you get stronger, you'll have to entertain me again, understand?" With that, Kindred vanished, leaving Kane standing there, bewildered. "It seems like I passed the test, right? Looks like Kindred is the leader of those living in the 5 Penance Mountains. Kindred and Victoria are stronger than I thought, and I'm sure every saint is powerful in their own way. Maybe I'll be able to learn something from them." Learning spiritual power and extrasensory perception could be amazing, but Kane clenched his fist. Here, I could achieve so much more than that. Seeing Kane muttering to himself, Kane stiffened, not understanding what had gotten into that old man over there. Meanwhile, Victoria sat with her chin in her hand, looking distastefully at the destruction in front of her. "I can't believe you people ruined the front yard of my house. I'm letting you off this time because you're good-looking, but there won't be a next time. I'll make you pay for this." Scene change. Khan arrived at a small house on the cliffside, right next to a stream, and said, "From now on, you can stay here." Inside, there are a few basic household items you can use. However, you'll have to find your own food and drink. If you need anything, just come find me. If you have any questions or curiosities, don't hesitate to ask. Kane looked around the house and remarked, "This place is tittier than I thought." Of course, the people who trained with me led me to the best house among all the accommodations. Anyway, there are a few things you should keep in mind. First, don't meddle in other people's business. Everyone is here to train, and as long as you follow the rules, there won't be any problems. After the brief introduction, Kane spoke up for the other two. Victoria and Kindred had acted a bit excessively earlier, but they weren't bad people. As long as you don't bother them, you could make friends with them. And every now and then, they'll offer you some really valuable advice. "But when did you enter the tower?" Kane replied. "Not too long ago. About 2 months ago." Kane said, "But all the records you sent are meaningless. The first record is about the mysterious mark in the Hall of Fame." At this point, Kane hesitated for a long time before turning to ask Kane, "It was you, wasn't it?" Kane replied, "Yeah, that's right. Just as I thought, not even considering breaking all the previous records. I thought I had gotten much stronger. But seeing you, my self-esteem took quite a hit." Suddenly, Kane asked, "What about Dolly?" Kane hesitated, and after a moment, he turned back to tell Kane that Dolly wasn't here. "We've been separated for a while now, don't ask for details." Seeing that Kane seemed unwilling to bring up Dolly, Kane didn't press the issue either. He thought to himself that he had heard before that the two of them shared a bond closer than that of blood brothers. Besides, what right did he have to interfere in their personal matters? In any case, there would be rumors about his stopping progress up the tower, and the reason he had dedicated his whole life to training. Dolly was smart enough to be called a cunning fox, and if he kept climbing the tower, he would eventually meet him. But the fact that he was able to sustain a fight with Kin was truly miraculous. Most people, even with the simple tests that Kindred set, wouldn't stand a chance. Kan happily boasted, "Thanks to you, I'm no longer the smallest. From now on, you're the youngest, Kane. If I get the chance, I'll treat you the way I've had to endure all this time." Kane looked at Kan, teasing him with great disdain. "You're still as shameless as ever, huh?" "If." Kan patted Kane on the shoulder and said, "You're still as rigid as before, don't you know? You still exude that mysterious aura that makes people curious." Kane smiled and said some comforting words to Kane. "Anyway, do your best. I've changed a lot during my time here. Although, honestly, there have been things that really made me furious, I've also gained a lot. If it were you, you probably gain even more than I have. If we ever have time, let's spar sometime." Kane didn't hesitate to respond. "All right, I agree." The scene shifted to the cliff, where the sound of rushing water blended with the sounds of nature. Here Kane was diligently cultivating when suddenly the souls of Shannon and Henrion appeared. "I'm not sure if this is okay. He's been sitting here for a long time. Even though he has the dragon's body, staying here too long will definitely seal away his magical power." Shannon's soul spoke up in response. "Master, have we ever done anything pointless? He's diving deep into the yin sword." Henrion's soul asked in confusion. "The yin sword? I heard that last time. He still hadn't figured out how to use it. Back then, he didn't know the correct method to unleash the dragon's wisdom. It's a technique that the one-horned tribe has never tried. Even if it takes a while, it should only take 3 days to figure it out right." As the night fell, the moon had now reached its zenith. The sound of the stream flowing murmured, and the voice of the spirit echoed in the ears, calling out, "Call the master, 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 wake up quickly." This weakling. Hearing someone calling his name, Kane was startled awake. Upon seeing Kane awake, the two large spirits let out a sigh of relief. "I thought you were going to die here. You're awake now, huh? Master, if you stayed there any longer, you'd have passed on to the next world. Meditating for 1 or 2 days is enough. How could you do it for an entire month? Do you really want to die that badly?" Kane was shocked and couldn't believe what the spirit was saying. To be able to sit still for an entire month without eating or drinking was truly extraordinary. "You said a month? What kind of training is so intense that it would take you that long? Tell me, what have you gained?" Kane's movement stalled. He said, "I haven't gained anything, not even the smallest clue." "What? That's impossible. Are you lying to us?" "No, I'm sure of it. If I had gained something, I would have been aware of the passage of time by now." Kane spoke while looking at his hand. During that time, He vaguely wandered toward a path, shrouded in thick white smoke. But he didn't know where to approach it from, as though he were lost in a dense fog. Even when performing the basic martial arts move, his first technique, he hadn't felt as helpless as this. No matter how long I walk, I can't find any path. Then what if you try taking one step at a time? Cain tightened his fist and asked, "How? Aren't you supposed to master your sword first? The first step is for you to train yourself to be able to tame swordsmanship. Once you've mastered it, you'll refine your skills to the highest level. With a master, you can elevate your martial arts to a new level beyond perfect technique. A true master, you will have surpassed everything and gained control over yourself. At the very least, try to reach the level of someone skilled. Typically, people reach the realm of mastery when they acquire the field energy." Cain pondered thoughtfully. Field energy? Field energy was the one thing Jungwoo could never access. Of course, that was because it was unattainable for him. His innate man-tong characteristics. If one considered Manong as the basic power close to all the elements that make up the universe, then field energy was its opposite. Cain thought this was a field that the journal couldn't help him with. However, luckily, he had these two professor souls here to assist him. Although Shan couldn't become a ranker, his level had already reached an extraordinary height. If Cain considered Hanryong a martial artist, he would be somewhere between a master and a seasoned master. Unlike Sechlong, whose martial arts were systematic, Shaman followed the path of a disciple, learning martial arts through experience by venturing into the battlefield. If it's possible to switch between the skills and experiences of two opposing traits, using them simultaneously in some way, I would be able to create an energy field. Back in his room, Cain's ring emitted a voice. "Cain, there have been some unexpected events recently, so I'm contacting you a bit late. Have you found Brahm's whereabouts?" "Yeah, have. I thought you would contact me soon, so I've been following him," Cain asked. "Where is he?" The voice from the ring responded, "He's on the 23rd floor." Suddenly, Cain had doubts. The 23rd floor. It seems like he's been there for quite some time. Well, keep following him. If there's any information about him moving to another floor or anything like that, report to me immediately. Yes, I understand. The 23rd floor, so densely populated that it could create a forest of strange trees, was said to give birth to demons, the origin of evil, and was the closest environment to the demon realm. It was also famous for having a unique ecosystem that no other floor had. If Brahm, the owner, was interested, this place was obviously the right choice. Cain suddenly stood up. He had been worried about whether he might be on the 50th floor, so it seemed there was no need to rush in searching for Brahm. And now, at Adora's home, she was sleeping when the ring suddenly glowed, and Cain's voice from the ring woke her up. Adora, upon hearing Cain's voice, panicked and responded immediately. "Brother." "Ah, Adora is sorry for contacting you so late," she anxiously continued. Are you okay? You haven't contacted me at all this whole time. I was really scared that something had happened to you, that you might have gotten hurt somewhere." Before Cain could speak, she bombarded him with a flurry of rapid-fire questions. "Where are you now? Have you eaten? Was the battle at the Uward Temple you? I'm really worried. What if you were attacked, or something else happened to you?" Cain let out a faint, amused laugh and gently replied, "It seems like I've made you worry. I'm fine, nothing serious has happened, so don't worry. It's okay. Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you too. Can we talk now?" At this suggestion, Adora's face, usually pale, turned as red as a ripe tomato. "Yes. What is it, brother? Has Hanova contacted you? You asked her to do something, but the deadline has long passed. She's probably really worried. If I can get in touch with her, then—" Before she could finish, Cain was interrupted by Adora's sharp shout. "She's been here a few times already. You said the deadline passed a long time ago, and she still hasn't shown up. She's in my village. Is that all you wanted to say?" Cain hesitated before replying. "Yes, that's right. All right, I understand now." After speaking, she disconnected from Cain and threw the ring onto the floor. This naive young man still didn't understand the intentions of someone else's daughter and kept thinking that contacting her late at night was just a minor issue, disturbing her sleep. Just as I thought, he contacted her again in the middle of the night and bothered her. The soul, while fending off the attack, said, "Kai is a power that can be acquired step by step after mastering the sixth sense. Think of it as drawing your will out of your subconscious. Just pay a little attention. The soul continued while defending. You have awakened a higher level of extrasensory power than the sixth sense, so you can grasp the concept more easily. Refusing to give up, the soul fought back with all its strength. However, because he was trying to transform something intangible into a tangible form, properly combining with mana was crucial, and the mana needed to be strong. Huan Wu understood, but what did it mean to draw out the will? The soul answered, "It's hard to explain, because everyone's will is different, and the method to bring it out is also different. For example, persistence to win." Huan Wu thought about the persistence to win. The soul continued, "In my case, he took the sword, jumped high, and intended to slash down, saying it was his determination to become stronger." Huan Wu responded, "I understand." He quickly dodged the attack. In that case, no need to overthink it. The ground beneath them was torn apart, dust flying everywhere. Huan Wu successfully evaded the strike and then counterattacked, adding, "As for me, I am the strength to destroy everything." The remaining soul stood on the rock ledge and said, "In the end, he stood above, observing you finish the battle with that soul. You're about to become an expert, but just because you've chosen your will doesn't mean you can wield the Kai." He stepped off the rock ledge and approached him. "Once you decide on your path, focus on integrating the dozens, even hundreds, of techniques from the 8 Extremes Fist with the 8 forms of the 8 Trigrams Divination." Huan Wu replied, "I understand. The secret technique of the 8 Extremes Fist will soon unlock the Kai." The soul struck fiercely towards him and shouted, "If that's the case, make it faster, sharper. The secret technique is not just about mastering it through training. You must adjust your martial arts according to different techniques, in sequence." Huan Wu gasped after the sudden strike. He responded, "Did you just say faster and sharper?" The soul replied, "Yes. While focusing on the tip of the sword, put all your will into it and think about it. Your will follow the flow of the soul's power. In fact, if you can utilize your mind properly, there will be many ways to use ki, mana, and withstand those abnormal attacks." Huan Wu looked at the soul charging toward him with confusion. He closed his eyes, focused his thoughts, and concentrated on the tip of the sword. Among the techniques of the 8 Extremes Fist, he recalled how his master had used it. He gripped the sword's hilt tightly, just as his master had used it to break through the heavens. He broke everything with strength. Huan Wu stood frozen, deep in thought. Although the tip of the sword was nearly at his face, he recalled his past self. A single move that shattered the target, the soul taken by surprise. Huan Wu quickly swung his short sword. It seemed he had grasped the issue, and he executed the move decisively. Then he paused, the sword retracting. Seeing the progress, the soul commented, "Wonderful." The rock behind him was torn apart, so this is what breaking the heavens is. The first secret technique of the 8 Extremes Fist, its destructive power is even greater than I had anticipated. Truly amazing. Huan Wu replied, "It doesn't hurt. The power of breaking the heavens isn't just this. The martial king cracked the sun." The soul remained deeply impressed. "Ah, but you reached the expert level in such a short time." Huan Wu explained, "Because the energy has been engraved into the sword. You just need to become familiar with it and grow stronger. This is the most basic skill of the energy blade." In his hand was a red-bladed sword. The soul guessed, "It seems your affinity is fire." Huan Wu stared at the sword and asked, "Is there a difference between energies?" The soul answered, "Different colors don't mean a difference in power. However, you can catch a glimpse of the forger's subconscious." Huan Wu replied, "I understand now. I want to learn it too." The scene shifted to Victoria's room, where she was deeply focused on something. Her mouth was constantly murmuring, "Not this one," she muttered, biting her nails, certain she hadn't made a mistake. In the end, the damn number of situations was real. Victoria, disappointed, lowered her head. "I thought I had made it, but can I really create lasting artifacts? As long as I complete the common combination, the magical signature can be restored over time. But strategizing an attack could also become an issue." Victoria thought that no matter how simple it seemed, in the end, new situations would arise and break the artifact. If that's the case, the only option left is to reconfigure the combination flexibly, depending on each unforeseen situation. She was still uncertain, wondering if it would be enough for DC to notice, but it was better than continuing to experiment with all those situations. She thought to herself that if the mindset of an active fighter could be replicated, there might be a chance. Suddenly, Victoria thought of Key. Now that I think about it, there is someone like that. Thinking back to the first match with Kane, he was quite useful. The way he responded to situations was quite good. She propped her chin and thought, I have some hope for Kane, but a newcomer would definitely be stronger. Even with Kane's help or an assassin's, it would be better. But that would expose their weaknesses. Thinking too much only made her more tired, so she decided to take a break. Should I go for a walk and look at some handsome guys? If I've gotten just a bit stronger in the last few months, that would be good enough. Scene change. Victoria had teleported to another location. Looking at the surrounding landscape, she said, This is where I can feel the energy of the newcomer. She glanced around. Is there nothing here? Moreover, what is this? Is this area always this desolate every day? Unfortunately, she misstepped for a moment. She was confused. What is this? Is it because the energy of dark mist still lingers here? I couldn't notice it. I don't feel any trace of mana. She looked down at the horrifying scene before her, resembling a giant python that had just swept through. She was surprised, thinking to herself, no way could this all have been caused by him. When he released his magical energy to fight back, Kane had been quite surprised. But this was a whole new level. She looked at the marks left behind and predicted that the way the traces were created was rather intriguing. Perhaps no one could have guessed that he would become this strong. Victoria smiled, truly extraordinary. At this moment in a room, Huan-Wu sat at a desk, gazing at his own hands. His training sessions with Shannon and Hanrinon had been quite successful, and the results were unexpected. Huan-Wu thought, Parallax gap. I think, while the parallax gap is active, I can think freely without being affected by real-time interference. However, that doesn't mean I'm completely detached from the world or transcending infinite time. But still, the risk of my brain being overloaded is significantly higher than before. He smiled slightly behind the mask, which allowed him to master the 3 secret techniques perfectly. In the end, it created an effect worthy of his skill in numerology. Victoria suddenly appeared, surprising him. He called her name, confused. Victoria, what's wrong? Victoria cheerfully responded, I came to visit. Is there a problem? Huan-Wu, showing no regard for politeness, said, I've heard there's a rule here not to disturb others. Victoria, no longer interested, found him unamusing. He immediately said, Spit it out. What are you here for? Victoria, realizing she couldn't tease him anymore, said, All right, newbie, do you want to make a deal with me? That kid is quite useful, and he's good-looking too. Haha. At that moment, Huan-Wu was shirtless, his six-pack abs rippling. No wonder Victoria found him attractive. Victoria thought it had only been a month since the promise was made. Even though he'd already uncovered her plans, there was still time. There were many interesting points to convince him to become a guinea pig. If there was anything to worry about, it was that he was too smart. Even though he studied magic to enhance his spirit, it meant that everything could be perfectly integrated into his body. Looking at you still standing within the magic circle to conduct the experiment, Victoria assessed. Anyway, thanks to him, the years of my research could finally yield results. If everything goes well, I should be able to complete 50% of the progress today. Thus ended the first day of the research journal. On the 20th day, Victoria sighed and clutched her head. What is this? So strange. She was frustrated. With no progress in her research, she had thought it would be completed soon, but it wasn't. In fact, she couldn't even follow the steps properly. She had made Huan-Wu try all sorts of test substances, using both the magic array and artifacts for analysis. But the results kept failing, and the analysis couldn't be completed. She trembled as she looked at the man who was still comfortably sitting in the chair, reading a book. She had suspected the defense capability of his body, but it wasn't that. Moreover, why was his martial knowledge so profound? The questions he asked were so deep that even Victoria felt a chill. Watching the man still reading calmly, she concluded that this kid's mental strength was incredibly powerful. It was vast and resilient. After all, his mental strength was greater and stronger than hers. Victoria bit her nail, pondering, in the next 10 days, I have to find the answer no matter what. While she had bound his hands and feet for the research, she angrily discovered that he had fallen fast asleep at some point. At this moment, Victoria was using a magnifying glass to examine Huan Wu's muscles, which left him completely confused. A month passed and Huan Wu was about to leave. He didn't forget to say, "I'm really grateful for this time. It's been a very useful period." In contrast, Victoria seemed almost devastated, her face pressed to the ground, and in the end, she couldn't find anything. Seeing her reaction, Huan Wu said, "Well, I'll be going now." Victoria lifted her head, paused, and wanted to ask if he belonged to the supreme or the superhuman race. But then, she became embarrassed, closed the magnifying glass, and said, "It's nothing. See you again." Huan Wu responded, "I'm leaving." As she watched him walk away, Victoria thought, how could some kid, just having passed the second floor, possibly belong to the superhuman or supreme race? Huan Wu returned to the house on the cliff, stepping slowly inside. When he reached the door, the soul and skeleton gradually appeared before him. The skeleton bowed respectfully. "Did you call for me?" He responded, "Yes. Do you remember the magic I taught you during this time?" When the skeleton answered, "Yes," he praised, "Well done." The soul of Hanryong spoke, "Show yourself." Hanryong then suggested, "I know it's impossible to analyze or predict the thoughts of the divine or demonic lineage, but I will proceed with the negotiations, my master. You seem very reckless to carry out such an action." Huan Wu replied, "It's not really about acting on impulse. I'm just doing what needs to be done." Rai then said, because that transaction was completely a scam. However, Huan Wu wasn't particularly concerned with him. Once he accepted that deal, there were risks involved. He slowly took off his outer jacket and said, surprising Hanryong, "Is it possible to combine magic together? To enhance mana, speed, and strength, we'll merge these four elements." The skeletal spirit quickly responded, "It is possible. However, since different magics harmonize in different ways, extreme caution must be taken during the process, as the pain will exceed expectations." Huan Wu didn't seem to care much about that. He sat down on the floor and said, "Just do it. Focus your efforts for a month, so that shoot becomes useless." He confidently added, "It may be slow, but it will definitely work." The skeleton slowly began to perform the magic, saying, "I will keep that in mind. However, the runes will move in no predictable pattern. Controlling them will be difficult, and you must absolutely avoid fainting." The skeleton began channeling mana through the bones, making contact with the runes within the body. It gradually moved the magic deeper, saying, "I will carve it in." Huan Wu then felt pain, but endured it, proceeding with the task. Hanryong sat there, staring blankly, unable to say a word. Suddenly, Shannon appeared, and he said, "Finally, you've done it. How did you come to think of this?" Hanryong helplessly replied, "It feels like madness. The pain of engraving magic onto the body is even worse than I imagined. But if you can endure that immense pain, the power and willpower gained from it are beyond measure. The cactus has the highest mana conductivity of all materials in the world. It can be used skillfully and rapidly, far more effectively than before." Huan Wu stood on the cliff, thinking, "I've been here for 6 months now." Staring at his hands, he knew he had to tackle the tasks he had been putting off. Shinsu also said he would soon be resurrected. He paid attention to the magic engraved on his body, which needed to be checked first, to see how it was functioning. He also wanted to experiment to see how his body would change after fusing the magics. Huan Wu glanced at the longsword in his hand and said, "Vigrid." He looked at the longsword. The sword is quite long now. It's been refined to 90%. Cain, using his wings, flew up and tilted his head. "So where is it?" Suddenly, the magic engraved on his body glowed, and the magic behind him lit up in an unusual way. From afar, strange shadows suddenly rushed toward him. He immediately realized something suspicious. The sword he gripped tightly in his hand. He embraced his body and bent down to avoid the powerful strike. The blow caused the stone behind him to explode. After the smoke gradually cleared, Huan Wu couldn't help but admire. "This is more than I expected." It seemed like Huan Wu had noticed something. A group of people in the distance were watching him. When his teammate said, "That scared me. Why did it suddenly turn out like this?" The red-haired girl angrily retorted, "You better stay quiet." She continued to tease, "Oh, is that all you can do?" Returning to Huan Wu, he said, "I want to check something. Sorry if I made you uncomfortable." The soul of Shannon emerged, with just its head, laughing loudly. Ha ha. Even the saddest are surprised. Huan Wu then said, "Come in, Shannon." But the soul stubbornly responded, "Do you think you can do this much without any special skills?" Hanryong also appeared beside him. Maybe the body is adjusting to the transformation now. But this is only the beginning. Everything needs to happen gradually. Huan Wu replied, "That's right. I can feel the change as well. I hope it soon harmonizes with the body." Shannon continued, "There are tougher battles ahead, so I can't say too much. The power of the dragon is immeasurable. But it fully awakens then." Huan Wu immediately interrupted, "Shannon, someone has arrived just now." From behind, a voice suddenly rang out. "You're doing this only for Orksty, Kane. You've already surpassed the realm of understanding." Standing before Huan Wu, Kane spoke. "So, are you leaving now?" Huan Wu thought that Kane seemed like he wanted to talk about something. Kane continued, "All right. I think over the past time, I haven't been able to face you, to talk to you, because I felt like you were always avoiding me." Kane lowered his gaze to the ground. Huan Wu guessed the issue was related to Dolly, but he pretended not to know because he thought it was something that couldn't be interfered with. In the laboratory, Victoria covered her mouth, trembling. Kane said, "Kindred is dead." This left Huan Wu stunned in the cave. Kindred and Victoria were talking to each other. "I think, after all, we still have quite a bit of divine iron." Kark spoke up. "I also know my identity." Victoria didn't understand why he suddenly said that. "I'm quite anxious, so please stop. Magic could easily find our location." Kindred looked up at Victoria with his handsome face. "Can't?" Victoria immediately denied it. "What? I haven't done anything like that." Kindred slowly stood up, brushing the dust off his knees. "I didn't say you did. I asked if you could. After all, you can do it, right?" "Yes," you replied. "Then, I'll ask you for a favor," Kindred said with a smile. Returning to the present, Victoria paced nervously through the cave. Damn it, she still couldn't believe the truth she had just received. Could it really be true? Kindred was dead? There's no way that the person who was supposed to die on the 20th floor was him. At that moment, two figures appeared at the entrance of the cave behind Victoria. She turned around, surprised to see them after such a long time. The man was Demon Sword Sol Luna, and the red-haired girl was Rebecca, the emissary of Cernunnos, the god of hunting. Victoria's expression grew serious as she spoke to them. "This is not something to take lightly. I need you both to come inside." A moment later, Huan Wu and Kan flew in. Upon seeing the two figures standing at the cave entrance, Kan sighed. "Ah, looks like we're the last ones to arrive." Huan Wu silently observed the two figures, thinking, "It's been half a year since we last saw each other, and now we meet again under these circumstances." The middle-aged man appeared to be Sol Luna, the vampire swordsman. The person standing next to him must be the emissary, Rebecca. As he thought this, he and Kan landed in front of them. The vampire swordsman, upon seeing Huan Wu, spoke up. "So, you're the one who disturbed my sleep." Huan Wu politely responded, "I apologize if I've caused you any trouble." But in her heart, she clearly thought there was an ulterior motive. "I'm sorry." Victoria stepped out, interrupting the conversation. "It might take a while, so let's go inside first." What exactly happened? The female noble spoke first. Everyone was gathered around the table. There's no way anyone could have killed him, right? The female noble continued, even though it was so hard to believe that she thought it was a joke. But Victoria confirmed it wasn't a joke, because she was the most shocked. That meant Kindred had somehow foreseen his own death. Hearing this, the female noble responded, "So you're saying that right now, I'm uncertain whether I should listen to that final will?" "Yes, that's right." Victoria confirmed while adjusting her system panel. "This is the task assigned to me after Kindred's death. I'll share it, so everyone, please take a look." Upon Victoria's request to share, everyone simultaneously opened their system panels. "What? This is really uncomfortable." The magic swordsman spoke up. "Mom, there's no reason not to check." After reading the secret task Victoria shared, everyone's faces darkened. "Is this real? This is crazy. Could this really be happening? I can hardly believe my eyes." Huan Wu also read the task board. King Miyu was a task related to Sun Wukong. The existence of King Miyu seemed like an anomaly to many gods. A small monkey born from stone who became a god through chance and enlightenment. Dissatisfied, he wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace and was sealed. Afterward, he had to fight against demons under the guise of atoning for his sins. And in the end, he was reborn as a true divine being. Huan Wu swallowed. In mythology, there are very few who have achieved such a feat. Because of this, King Mu's fame spread throughout the tower, filled with those who sought to become divine. He looked at the task board. Such a major task is happening on the 20th floor. The system of the tower cannot lie, but something feels very strange. Someone replied, "There's nothing strange about it. Rumors have circulated for some time that the 20th floor is connected to King Mu. The nickname of the 20th floor has long been the Five Elements Mountain. Couldn't be related to King Mu and the seal. And also, things like the Rui Jingobang and the 72 magical transformations. The 72 transformations helped King Miu be reborn as a god. The golden cudgel is the artifact that King Mihu took from the Dragon Kings." Huan Wu rested his hand on his chin, thinking. In any case, the prophecy is true. The two characteristic skills that everyone uses, magic or sorcery, are also related to those transformations. He continued, "So there are 72 magical abilities, which is the same power that King Miu used, and it cannot be broken. Everyone here wants to have them. However, it is highly suspicious that the Bishop of the Demon Lord died in such a mission. Perhaps this is a trap set by the Demon Lord. As far as he knows, the bishops of the Demon Lord are all treacherous. They are capable of kneeling for more than 10 years to obtain what they want and have the skills to set traps, waiting for the right moment to capture their prey. And most importantly, they are ruthless. Kindred is the same, not just in terms of greed. He surpasses other bishops. The very nature of the Demon Lord is defined by their loyalty to the demon god, being second in command, which means he has an unusually twisted way of thinking. Everyone fell silent. So what exactly is the goal here? Kindred's power is so great that even all 5 of us here would struggle to deal with him. So there's no reason for him to use tricks, as they would be pointless." After hearing this, the female knight spoke up. "That sounds reasonable. Is it possible that he's still alive?" "No," Victoria affirmed. "He is definitely dead. You suspect my magic is making me uncomfortable, don't you?" "What magic?" the female knight asked. Victoria replied, "The calling wind." Victoria said seriously, "Not only does it reveal the opponent's location, but it also provides biological signals. It's a magic usually used for tracking. No matter how well someone tries to hide, it is absolutely impossible to conceal it. If you think I'm playing some trick with Kindred, I swear by the gods." Victoria placed her hand on the table. "I want to ask everyone for one thing. Go to the mission area and search for the body of Kindred. Honestly, I don't care much about him. But this is a last wish that I have to follow because I owe him from the past." With the same serious attitude, Victoria continued, "It's not that I'm asking for your help. I want to make a deal with you." Upon hearing the word deal, Huan Wu became interested and asked, "What's the deal?" Victoria explained, "If someone wants to know, they must undertake this mission. I will show them the location of the cave. In exchange, take me to where Kindred's body is. That's my condition for the deal." Huan Wu thought for a moment. "I see. I think that's a decent offer. Though there are risks, you're looking for someone to protect you. Does everyone agree?" A voice echoed in Huan Wu's mind. The temptation of gaining power and the holy artifact of King Miu was hard to resist. The danger was considerable, which is why he lost his life in that cave. "But master, aren't you going?" "No, I will go," he replied. He recalled the past, but for a different reason, due to the conflict between the Red Dragon and the Azure Sword Clan. While the other 8 forces had developed rapidly, the Demon Lord had yet to show any significant progress. Therefore, this mission had to be verified directly with one's own eyes. After all, it was an ancient ruin, full of new discoveries. So he thought this trip would be very helpful for him. Moreover, he glanced towards Khan. There's something off about Khan. Khan had been silent for a long time, and now he spoke up. "I will go." "Me too," the female warrior added. "I will go as well." Huan Wu continued. "And what about you?" Victoria asked the vampire swordsman, but he seemed to be thinking. "Humph." In the end, Sol Luna refused. "I will stay out of this. Why did I become a vampire? I don't want to die in vain." Suddenly, roots from the trees rose up, wrapping around the swordsman and catching him off guard. "Humph. What is this?" He tried to speak but was tightly bound by the roots, shaking. The female warrior spoke. Although you can talk or move freely, it doesn't mean you can interfere with others' actions. There's no reason for him to go, right? She clenched her fists, and a powerful wave of orange energy emanated from her. The roots tightened even more, making the swordsman feel as if he were being wrapped in a massive blanket. Emph, what are you doing? She kept her fists clenched. The orange energy surged from her, controlling the roots, tightening their grip on the swordsman. Panicked? Son. Saul Loomis shouted, I would be crazy to do anything beyond the sight of the Red Tree God and the messenger of Cernunnos. As I said, my life is the most important. The female warrior frowned, clearly annoyed. You can do whatever you want, but don't interfere with others. After speaking, she instructed the tree roots to loosen their grip on Saul Luna. The roots gradually withdrew backward. The swordsman, drained of strength, collapsed onto the table. All right, tomorrow we'll begin our journey, Victoria said sternly. Until then, if you need anything, make sure to bring it with you. Prepare thoroughly. The next day, the four of them immediately set off according to Victoria's instructions, heading toward the dungeon located on the summit of the fifth mountain. The female knight asked, Is there a cave at the top of the mountain? While leaping through the air, Victoria turned her head to explain. Anyway, it's surrounded by an invisible barrier. Kindred also mentioned that after searching, it seemed unreasonable. Isn't it obvious that Sakyamuni created the barrier to protect the cave? Sakyamuni is a supreme deity, on par with the god of wine, so creating an invisible barrier that even high-ranking warriors can't detect is not a difficult task. The female knight frowned, and if that were true, that would certainly explain why Kindred had been wandering in search of the cave for the past 10 years. Hearing the conversation, Huan Wu became curious. They seem to have no doubt about Kindred's death, do they? Then again, he glanced at Kan, who was moving silently behind them. Kan had been quiet and thoughtful throughout the journey, and Huan Wu wondered. That kid Kan seems to be deep in thought. What's going through his mind? Victoria led them down to an open area and spoke to the others behind her. This is the place. Huan Wu was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Could there really be another place like this? After becoming aware of his supersensory perception, there was almost nothing he couldn't sense. Although it seemed a bit arrogant, could the barrier created by the gods be any different? While Huan Wu was thinking, he also kept an eye on Victoria in front of him, who was sitting down and doing something. Along with that, a stream of purple energy began to rise. Seeing this, he thought to himself, I must try to remember everything. One day, I'll be able to grasp the barrier. If I can understand the components, perhaps I can combine different magics to replicate it. Victoria was intently observing the stream of purple energy, then said, That's the limit that Kin has broken multiple times, but it always gets recreated, which makes it very resilient. If he hadn't described it, I wouldn't have been able to find this place. Although it's impossible to destroy the barrier, she said as she placed her hand on the ground, releasing a powerful wave of white-purple energy around her. Seeing this scene, Huan Wu was left speechless, shocked to the core. Although he knew it was strong, he never imagined it would be so terrifying, sending a chill down his spine as if something was going berserk. Of course, one couldn't compare the differences between various flows of energy. However, if this was the barrier of Sakyamuni, the power contained within it also held a trace of King Miu's residual energy from when he was imprisoned here. After the source of spiritual energy disappeared, strong gusts of wind swirled in the sky, and Huan Wu could only remain silent. Victoria broke out in a cold sweat, looked ahead, and said, This is all I know. A cave entrance appeared through the white smoke. It could not be located through mere thought, as all of it had been scattered at the entrance. Victoria continued, Don't forget to remind everyone. It feels like the entrance is a mouth of nothingness, waiting for us to approach. Everyone, stay alert and focus. Everyone's expressions were serious. From now on, I will lead. The female warrior spoke up. If it can't be sensed by thought, then we will have to adapt on the spot. The four of them stood before the cave entrance, mentally preparing themselves to enter the mysterious cave. But as soon as they stepped inside, the curse's challenge was immediately activated, targeting the four of them. A chaotic scene left Victoria terrified. This is madness. Seriously, no limit on the number of times this curse can be triggered. She struggled to yell. As soon as her voice fell, a protective barrier appeared, a white shield enveloping all four of them. From the situation, Huan Wu could tell it was dire. Why is it a curse? I don't know if we can block the external forces, but this is the worst-case scenario. Since our five senses are blocked, we have to make judgments and accept everything as it is, purely through thought. The female warrior broke out in a cold sweat, frowning. This place is truly insane, but we'll just keep moving forward for now. She led the group ahead, speaking as she walked. Since King Miyu was sealed for 500 years, the dark energy accumulated over that time must be incredibly strong. Everyone, stay sharp. But as soon as she finished speaking, she stopped the others before the scene before them. A mysterious landscape gave people an indescribable chilling sensation. Yet this was already the second time they had reached the crossroads of the cave, which seemed like a maze. From what they had seen so far, it seemed like they had been going in circles in the same place. The mood of the female warrior seemed to be deteriorating. She snapped, "I thought so too. But let's focus on the protective barrier rather than wasting time debating that." Victoria, confused, asked, "What? Do you have any idea how hard it is to maintain this barrier?" Observing the situation, Huan Wu knew, if this continues, the two of them won't be able to hold out for much longer, even though I'm not sure exactly what skills they're using. He thought to himself, Rebecca's skills have already depleted a significant amount of her magical power and mental strength. He glanced at Victoria, who was also quickly draining her magic to maintain the protective barrier, and it seemed like she might run out soon. He then looked toward Khan. On the other hand, Khan seems to be holding up the best. He hasn't spread his consciousness too thin, but has formed it solidly, so he can block the intrusion of dark thoughts effectively. He felt puzzled. Has Rebecca and Victoria been so focused on divine strength and magic for such a long time that they've forgotten basic skills? Even though it's their first time in this cave, if they keep going like this, none of them will last. Should I step in? The curse of King Miyu's malicious thoughts was relentlessly enveloping everyone. Huan Wu immediately thought, the cold-blooded trait I had before. It's the power to maintain calm reasoning in any situation. Huan Wu quietly reflected that his abilities had been developing for a long time, and as a result, this trait had been significantly enhanced. It had helped him tremendously in difficult situations. When freed from malicious thoughts, the range of his mental perception and sixth sense had expanded. As soon as he activated his cold-blooded trait, a blue light surrounded his body, protecting him from the curse of malicious thoughts. As his mental perception and sixth sense expanded, the malicious thoughts were immediately dispelled. He thought to himself that maybe he should divide and expand the range of his perception. Huan Wu imagined King Miyu's malicious thoughts as something akin to waves of a tsunami. The waves would be stronger when the wind blew from within. If that was the case, he should create a mental barrier in the form of a sturdy seawall to block it. Indeed, this strategy allowed him to fully take control of his own thoughts. He projected his thought. If any gaps appear, immediately attack them. Rebecca was surprised to notice something. She looked around and saw the black smoke gradually retreating, wondering, what? Has the malicious thought disappeared? Is someone pushing back King Miyu's malicious thoughts? At that moment, everyone turned to look at the person who had expressed the intention to suppress the negative thoughts and couldn't help but be surprised. After realizing it was Huan Wu, Rebecca raised an arrogant eyebrow. Humph, I had originally calculated everything carefully, but the situation has exceeded those thoughts. Victoria also turned to thank him. Thanks to you, the immense pressure has been significantly reduced. The noblewoman turned away with a haughty expression. But I'm not pleased with the fact that you've been hiding your strength like this. If possible, you should have helped everyone earlier. I know it would have been difficult for you, but it was necessary. Despite the tone of dissatisfaction, she still didn't forget to thank Huan Wu. He could only sigh, unsure whether he should feel frustrated or grateful. Girls are really hard to understand. In truth, he didn't want to deceive anyone, but given the current situation, revealing his strength here wasn't necessary. That's why he had concealed the truth. From what he had learned, this labyrinth was as complex as a spider's web. Finding a way out was extremely difficult. Even if they went back, finding an exit was nearly impossible. Not to mention, there were many things he still couldn't see. Then there were the traps set up everywhere, as well as the monsters born from King Miyu's negative energy. Huan Wu thought about those monsters. Normally, they wouldn't pose a big threat, but in this situation, People might easily lose their lives. He knew Rebecca might be able to handle those monsters somehow, but he sensed that some of the monsters here were too much for Victoria and Khan. Yamu fell into deep thought. Perhaps there was no other choice but to move towards the center of the cave. He thought, and eliminate all the enemies. A red serpent tail struck, sending a two-horned monster flying. A serpent's head with red eyes and sharp fangs appeared. Glowing blue lights flickered like the eyes of monsters. The creatures rose, more of them, with blue, ghostly eyes guiding their way. The monsters leaped forward, wielding sharp sides in their hands, running and jumping quickly toward their opponents. The monsters advanced and slashed at Cain, but he was unharmed. Ka had defeated Wraith 13, swallowing the soul strike by absorbing the soul. Cain felt great as the two souls he had captured were absorbing the strength of the monsters. Cain closed his eyes, focusing his spirit to probe the trap set by the souls. A beam of light radiated, splitting into multiple branches. Cain froze, noticing something unusual. There were cracks with purple light emanating from the cave ceiling. Cain sensed the malevolent aura here was different from the other places. Powerful resentments were being created from ancient sword marks, traces of spear tips, and chaotic footsteps. In Cain's perception, the curse here seemed very powerful. It exuded a maddening sense of frustration. How could so many strong malevolent energies exist here? Wow! Shannon looked around and spoke up, as if suddenly realizing something unexpected. Hanryong was also startled when he sensed the curse here, muttering to deny it. Everyone turned their heads and began running. Cain asked the people running with him, "Do you guys know what that is?" Shannon's voice echoed in his ears. The master has interacted with it many times without realizing it. Focus on sensing the malevolent energies emanating from them. An image of Shannon and Hanryong appeared, one standing and one sitting, both adorned with many chains. Two sharp horns and razor-sharp blades in their hands gave a chilling impression to anyone who looked. Beneath their feet, there were indeed skeletons with skulls. Cain clutched his stomach, anger surging within him. If he encountered Shannon right now, he would strangle him immediately. Even so, he believed Shannon's words. He was running at the back of the group, so no one paid attention to him. His handsome face, hidden behind the mask, with serious golden eyes, focused his mind as his heightened senses fully activated. A wave of jade-green light spread out. His heightened senses combined with the dragon eyes to explore the complex traces left behind. The information gathered by his heightened senses began to focus on Cain, leaving him stunned as he made some deductions. The first piece of information Cain received was an image of a long-haired person with earrings and six-pack abs, striking a powerful downward blow. It was a martial technique. No, more accurately, it was a form of intense training. Cain thought, a maddening training regimen to create a god with both martial and magical prowess right here. The god held a wooden stick in his hand and struck down with all his might, hitting the ground with every ounce of strength he had. It turned out that the marks were covered by the god's immense fervor and hatred. The god stomped his foot on the ground and shouted, "So that's how it is." Cain suddenly understood the feelings he had sensed earlier. This realization was so terrifying that it made Cain break out in a cold sweat. Putting all the information together, Cain guessed that after being sealed by Sakyamuni in the cave, King Miyu had gone insane, violently destroying the cave for hundreds of years in an attempt to break the seal, leaving behind the cracks in the walls. Later, King Miyu realized that by destroying things in this manner, he was only hurting himself. He calmed down, gathered his consciousness, and focused on building his soul and body even further. A hand reached down to the ground, and lights began to converge. What King Miyu had most of was time. He stood up and became the image of the young man with white hair, practicing step by step without haste. And when he sensed something new, King Miyu experimented on the stone walls, gradually filling in the gaps from before. With a punch, rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and cracks appeared. King Miyu stood in a stance, throwing invisible punches at the cave walls, but the effects were cold and powerful. Gradually, King Miyu learned how to maintain his composure. King Miyu's legs moved gently, having learned the art of bowing his head and enduring, as long as he achieved his goal. That was the greatest strength of the Monkey King, the one feared most by the world. Graceful and flexible, with strength hidden within gentleness, and gentleness within strength. And so, King Miyu practiced diligently for 100 years, then 200, mastering the stances, sitting, kicking and punching with incredible precision. Another 500 years passed, and King Miyu continued his practice. The cracks grew more numerous and deeper. Nearly 1,000 years had gone by when the cave's wall finally broke. At last success, King Miyu gazed into the gap he had just created. He leaped out of the cave and stood upon it, gazing at the full moon he hadn't seen in 1,000 years, a solitary figure, nostalgic, overwhelmed with a joy that words could not describe. Kane couldn't believe that King Miyu had the strength to break Sakyamuni's seal. So what are the 72 magical powers? Kane wondered to himself. Shannon spoke up. The 72 magical powers belong to an entirely different level. They are powerful spells that King Miyu mastered in order to move freely and strike fear into the hearts of all. And they are exactly what we must attain in this cave. After hearing Shannon's words, Kane silently broke into a cold sweat at the immense power of King Miyu. The image of the Monkey King riding a mighty dragon, holding the golden cudgel, soaring through the skies, his gaze viewing all things as insignificant, appeared before him. Even the Jade Emperor could do nothing against such power. Could Kane ever possess it? The traces in this cave are what King Miyu left behind. He is someone both gods and demons wish to avoid. Kane thought that if he could understand these remnants, the benefits would be immense. He focused his mind to memorize the letters, the images, and the legacies left by King Miyu as quickly as possible, intending to process them later. Kane sensed that what he felt here was not martial arts, not magic or incantations, nor divine power, but more like a self-operating form of dark energy. Kane spoke, calling Kane when he saw him standing motionless. Focus, we've reached another fork in the road. Remember, this is where King Miyu once lived. If we get careless, we'll all perish. Even I won't survive alone. Kane replied indifferently. Oh, I just got a little distracted. The closer we get to the center, the stronger the dark energy becomes. I need to stay sharp. Rebecca, leading the way, voiced her frustration due to the constant changes up to this point. If the thoughts spread outward, the dark energy will spread too. She gritted her teeth, her deep eyes scanning the path ahead. Just wait, she would examine this place. Her whole body was surrounded by a red glow. She leaped forward, moving ahead. The others stopped, trusting her judgment. Kane was stunned to realize that a tremendous force was approaching from beneath the earth. His whole body erupted with an overwhelming surge of power. Victoria, with her pink eyes and clear glasses, turned in shock. She stood frozen in place upon seeing Kane. Kane quickly leaped forward, sensing Kane's sudden movement. Rebecca turned in surprise to look back. With one arm wrapped around Rebecca, Kane swung his sword forward. Rebecca was flustered, not knowing what had appeared. A surge of dark, purple-black remnants emerged with terrifying power, thrusting upward. The two were fortunate enough to have taken a step back just in time to avoid it. With no time to explain, the malevolent thoughts continued to thicken, advancing as if to encircle them, intent on capturing them. The god of the hunt, Cernunnos, with his long hair, thick beard, and a pair of small sharp horns like those of a stag, appeared. A red snake was coiled around his body, its tongue flicking out. He lowered his muscular hand, pointing to designate someone as his messenger. Rebecca, with her short red hair, was the one chosen by the god to be his messenger, granted extraordinary power that anyone who looked at her would envy. So why, with these dark remnants, did she have to stand behind Kane? The remnants of King Miyu reappeared fiercely, rushing toward them. Whoosh! Kane swiftly used the two swords in his hands to slice through them. With his sharp gaze and the mask on his face, Kane relentlessly cut down the dark remnants that came at them. Rebecca stood behind Kane, a surge of unwillingness rising within her. Why, as a divine messenger, could she not do anything? She clenched her fists and muttered, "Damn it." Rebecca stood there, sinking deep into her thoughts. The years of grueling training that had felt like dying and coming back to life, was it all for nothing? She is a high-ranking entity and a messenger of the gods, so it is only right that she should fully unleash her power. Swish, swish, swish. Countless dark thoughts from King Miyu shot directly towards Rebecca. She regained her composure, adjusting the internal energy within her body, and cast an irritated glance at those dark thoughts. Boom! She stood there, her arms spread wide, and pure energy rings radiated from her body. Kane turned his head, not yet knowing what had happened. She flew up and stood next to Cain, one arm sweeping out and green energy coils wrapped around the dark thoughts. Boom, boom. The dark thoughts were tightly bound and exploded into large fireballs. Cain watched in awe, feeling the immense power. This was the destruction of the dark thoughts, and behind Cain, he realized that this was the power of a high-ranking ranker, a messenger of the gods. Cain also noticed that with Rebecca's current mental and physical state, she could hardly unleash even 50% of her true strength. Rebecca stood there, her eyes glowing red, with the green energy constantly enveloping her. The source of this power, if unleashed beyond the cave, was unimaginable. Cain thought. After dealing with the dark thoughts, Rebecca and Cain turned to look at each other. At that moment, the power had dissipated. Rebecca wanted Cain to lead the way for the next part of their journey. Cain looked at Rebecca in surprise. Me? In high-ranking camps, admitting one's own limits as a messenger of the gods and entrusting the task of leading lower-ranked players is an almost unbelievable decision. However, in some way, people like that will continue to grow without end in the future. Victoria stepped forward to oppose this decision. Although she acknowledged the correct actions Cain had taken, leading the way required a high-ranking ranker to be truly effective, helping everyone to continue pushing forward. She raised her pink eyes to look at Cain and Rebecca, not in disdain for Cain, but because the cave was too dangerous. It had already claimed Cain's life, so how could she accept having a weak person lead the way? From Rebecca's observation, she realized that Cain was much more skilled than anyone else here, and was the most suitable to lead. I will assign the leading position to Cain, Rebecca declared seriously. Cain stood silently, observing without saying a word. He acknowledged that Rebecca possessed a strong will, as cold as it was, and that if they wanted to survive, they had to take control. He closed his eyes and focused on the red-haired boy walking behind, who still had not spoken a word. Rebecca was always focused on leading ahead, but someone with malicious intent wouldn't know when to strike. If anything happened, Rebecca and Victoria would support each other. As for him, when he looked at the bats hanging in the air, he realized they resembled the abilities of the vampire race and were not affected by evil thoughts. If necessary, he would quickly seize the magic and escape. But this was too dangerous. He didn't know what other traps might be waiting. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't do it. Cain turned around and agreed to be the guide, saying to the group, "Now we need to pick up the pace. Everyone needs to focus and follow him." Cain ran ahead to Rebecca and Victoria, then to the red-haired boy. Using his mental power, Cain extended it outward to scan and determine which path was the easiest to take. At a fork in the road, he turned right. Victoria felt something was off and called out, "Hey." Rebecca stepped forward and said, "Victoria, don't question it. Trust the guide. In the case of an attack, the commander's decision is absolute." Victoria pushed up her glasses and asked, "Are you sure this is okay?" Cain led the way but kept an eye on the group behind. He saw that Rebecca trusted him and followed his instructions, which was smooth for his plans. If that was the case, he wouldn't disappoint her trust. He sped ahead, swiftly cutting down any malicious intent that suddenly came at him. The others behind him just needed to keep up. The dark thoughts were quickly burned away and shredded into pieces. The three behind passed through, without having to lift a finger, safely making their way through. Now, Victoria began to trust Cain and started to question his background. How could he navigate so expertly through the cave? Looking at Cain's back, she could tell when the dark thoughts would jump out, ready to be dealt with. When studying him, she had already found something strange. Suddenly, Cain stopped and said, "This is the end of the cave." Victoria was the most surprised. She widened her eyes, unable to believe they could arrive so quickly, and safely as well. Everyone jumped off and slowly descended. When they landed and saw the huge iron door in front of them, everyone felt relieved and relaxed, praising Cain. Impressive. Looking at the iron door, they realized it had been there for a long time, beginning to show signs of rust, with strange patterns carved into it. The four of them approached the door. Victoria and the purple-haired guy seemed to recognize something unusual on the door. Rebecca's voice rang out. "Those are the inscriptions on the golden cudgel of the Monkey King." Cain didn't expect to find the golden cudgel here. Moreover, it has rusted so badly that even if others looked at it, they wouldn't recognize that these patterns are the final part of King Mihu's legacy. Cain focused, trying to memorize the inscriptions. Victoria noticed that the door, made of divine iron, would be very hard to open. She said, "So what does this mean?" Rebecca didn't understand. The four of them looked at the massive door in front of them as Victoria spoke. Chanthite is a type of iron that can seal gods and demons, so its superior durability and resistance to destruction are to be expected. The purple-haired boy then used both hands to push the iron door with all his strength. Victoria quickly cast a spell at it. Boom! 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 They all gradually grew exhausted, but the door didn't budge an inch. While the other three rested, Cain stood near the gate, lost in thought. Perhaps the gate of the true God couldn't be opened with strength alone. There must be another way. Cain reached out to the door, searching. Clearly, Kindred had used a different method, and he had to figure it out. Suddenly, he felt his hand touch something. Huh! He gently pushed the door, and a faint light seeped through the crack, shining directly onto the other three, who were still in stunned silence. With a soft creak, the door opened smoothly, almost lovingly. The others stood frozen, as if a flock of black crows had just flown overhead. Cain turned back to look at them with an innocent expression. "I didn't do anything. I just pushed lightly, and the door opened. Please, come in." When the three, Hoin-Woo, Rebecca, and Kan, stepped into the ancient stone cave at the foot of Five Elements Mountain, the scene before them was truly mysterious. Thoughts swirled in Rebecca's mind. These ancient stone statues are so special. Each one holds such power that it surpasses even Cain and Kan. She stood, staring at the massive statues of monkeys. Upon closer inspection, the statues emitted a mysterious purple aura. Rebecca thought to herself, no matter how you compare it, it exudes a pressure that affects everyone around. She stood next to Victoria and exclaimed, "This place is so strange." Suddenly, Victoria's expression changed to one of surprise. She shouted, "Look over there, it's Kindred." Kindred lay motionless before a massive stone tablet, blood pooling on the ground from his head, seemingly dead. Everyone looked up at the stone tablet with curiosity. The stone tablet. Cain suddenly spoke, stunning Rebecca. 72 magical powers of King Miu. His face turned to one of astonishment. He muttered the final words, "I found it." Cain trembled as he reached out, desperate to seize it. Suddenly, a black bat flew over the heads of the group. "Krek krek. The 72 magical powers are mine." Everyone immediately recognized it as Sol Luna. It flew straight toward the stone tablet, to the shock of the entire group. Then a mysterious voice echoed. "Who dares disturb the Emperor's slumber? Who are you?" A wave of dark, murderous intent shot out, aimed directly at Sol Luna. Next, it turned towards Hoin-Woo. He shielded himself with both hands. Hoin-Woo realized with a start that he had been wrong all along. He had assumed that Five Elements Mountain was merely the place where King Miu was sealed, and thought the monsters blocking their path were also the evil intentions of King Miu. But the movements of all these stone monkey statues were not the evil intentions of King Miu, but the evil intentions of his subordinates. From the beginning, he had only focused on the name of the dungeon. The eyes of the stone monkeys glowed bright red, flashing dangerously. Hoin-Woo tensed up, calculating. He had been too complacent. This seemed like a serious problem. The palace of King Miu is not the seal location. Of course, there couldn't be any lingering evil intentions of its master. At the very beginning, I shouldn't have thought that such lowly evil intentions belonged to King Miu. All the remnants left in this cave are the lingering malevolent thoughts of King Miu. These are subordinates placed here to threaten and prevent intruders from disturbing King Miu's sleep. The stone statues spoke. Those who disturb the Emperor's sleep must pay with their lives. The mission to summon the Emperor's terracotta army appeared. King Miu, after escaping the 500-year seal beneath the Five Elements Mountain, had gone through a long period of hardship and was finally able to erase his mistakes and become God. The monkey demons, after a long wait, finally reunited with their king. They were filled with resentment for having to endure such a long wait. To prepare for their king's return, they built a palace underground beneath Five Elements Mountain, where the king's relics remained. To prevent the relics from being stolen, they stationed an army, imbued with their own will, to protect this place. Now, anyone attempting to steal a king's relics must face the threat of the terracotta army and prove themselves worthy to inherit King Miu's legacy. The qualification to participate is to become a palace of King Miu, and the reward is 72 divine powers. A stone monkey statue lunged toward Khan's position. He nimbly jumped up and dodged. Can silently cursed. Damn it. Rebecca drew 2 swords from her hands. She struck a blow to one of the monkey statues. She said to Victoria, "Emph. They're not even scratched. We can't let them out of the door, Victoria." Victoria immediately responded, "I know." Khan, who was up ahead, also drew his sword, thinking, "We must prevent them from crossing the threshold, or we'll be surrounded. I'll have to block the front as well." With that thought, he drew the edge of his sword across his palm, and blood spurted out. He chanted the incantation, "Awaken." And just like that, the sword awakened its power. A powerful red gust of wind knocked away dozens of the monkey statues. On one side, Huang Wu was using his palm's energy to control a group of monkey statues. He silently formulated a plan. "Now I just need to identify the core of the dark thought. If the dark thought is a collective of individual entities," he thought as he fought, "now I just need to find the core of the dark thought. If it's a collective of individual entities, I just need to break them apart. There, the weak spot." He identified the spiral purple whirlpools in the chest of each monkey statue. That was the core of the thought stored within. Huan Wu focused a surge of power into his palm. His strength began to rise. Then, he released a beam of energy into the chest of each monkey statue. They quickly cracked open. He told everyone, "Just attack the spots I marked. That's where their dark thoughts are gathered." Everyone, hearing that, chorused, "Are you sure that's their weak point?" Rebecca coldly ordered. "Then follow his advice." Having said that, she unleashed a deadly attack with her 2 swords. The monkey statues, hit at their weak points, gradually shattered into pieces. Victoria used her lightning power. She selected a target, marking the monkey statues, and finally sealed their strength. The group successfully defeated their opponents. Once they discovered their weaknesses, they rushed forward to battle the monkey statues. Huan Wu charged forward to attack them. "You have safely passed the first trial. For the remaining time, deal with the second trial. There are 5 minutes left on the clock. 4 minutes 59 seconds, 99 ticks." Rebecca panted, saying, "This is insane." Victoria added, "The magic dispersed into the void, so the mana is completely depleted." Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere. "Heh heh heh. You really are wonderful friends." Rebecca stood still. Hearing this, everyone was taken by surprise. From the broken shards of the monkey statue, the demon appeared faintly. Seeing this, everyone asked in a flurry, "What? You're still alive?" He replied, "Do you know why it's called nothing? Because I can't die that easily." After speaking, he vanished into the trap space, saying his farewell. "You've all worked hard. Haha." Rebecca clicked her tongue, watching him disappear, her anger boiling over as she shouted, "Damn it, I don't have any strength left." Victoria comforted her friend as she saw him losing control with anger. Even so, recovering the body would still take quite a bit of time, and there was nothing more they could do, so don't worry about it. Now Huang Wu could only recall that it was Shannon, the dialogue echoing in his mind. "Heh. That's right, leave it to me. I enjoy punishing a coward like him." He unconsciously propped his chin on his hand, thinking, everything had progressed to this point. But why hadn't he seen any sign of the Demon Lord? It seemed like everything wasn't over yet. Weren't they waiting outside for us to finish everything, and then just reap the benefits? I've been constantly expanding my super sense and searched the entire cave, but I can't find any trace of the Demon Lord. In this cave, it's just us. Huan Wu stood, watching Victoria approach Kindred's body. He continued thinking. The most likely scenario was that they were waiting outside, looking for an opportunity to steal the golden cudgel and the 72 divine techniques. And what else? Victoria sat down next to Kindred's corpse and flipped him over. Suddenly, she noticed something, her expression turning shocked. She used one hand to flip him over. A mannequin. Victoria realized this was just a fake, merely a mannequin. Can was almost stunned upon hearing that. "What?" Victoria said in anger. "What's going on? If that's the case, then Kin is real." Can walked towards the stone tablet and placed his hand on the engraved text. "These are the 7 types of 2 divine powers," he said. "You must memorize them all completely." Lu, still deep in thought, pondered over the final objective of the mission, stealing the king's relics. The king's relics could not be stolen. They had arranged for an army of clay soldiers, imbued with their own will, to protect this place. Anyone who attempted to steal the king's treasure would have to face the clay army and prove themselves worthy of inheriting King Miyu's treasure. What exactly is the relic? He wondered. What must be done to be recognized as the heir? He continued trying to analyze what the king's relic, symbolically represented by the divine power, could be. It was something King Miyu possessed before becoming a god. As he thought about this, Huan Wu suddenly recalled something. The 72 divine powers, to King Miyu, were the relics themselves. Nothing more than the 72 magical techniques. To prove one's worth, one had to memorize all 72 divine powers, and the demon lord had likely tried to compromise or kidnap someone worthy to brainwash into becoming the heir. He remembered the battle with the clay monkey statues earlier. If the first trial was a test of basic divine power, then looking back at the stone tablet filled with more inscriptions, the second trial would probably be to quickly grasp the meaning of the text and use it. He looked at the monkey statue and thought to himself, the warrior statues guarding and the stone monkey statues carved here are the ones that oversee and test the trials. Then he looked at his teammates, wondering, if so, why is the corpse placed here? He gazed at Kin's mannequin with a puzzling question. He's devious. What could his reason for doing this be? Finally, he decisively raised his head, muttering to himself, what's the key point here? The preparation time had ended, and the second trial began. One by one, the monkey statues holding knives stood up, their hands beginning to move. One of the group shouted, Victoria. She looked up, horrified, as she saw the spear in the monkey statue's hand about to strike her body. Huan Wu and Rebecca both ran toward her, each having the same thought. It's too late. Boom! The spear struck, breaking the statue into pieces, with smoke and dust flying everywhere. Huan Wu stood in place, constantly scanning his surroundings to assess the situation. The smoke obstructed his vision. He extended his sword, swiping at the air, when suddenly some force flung Rebecca into the air. She fell with her dual swords, one of which had broken. Huan Wu yelled, Rebecca. He immediately activated the sparks on his sword. One monkey statue struck down with a spear. He quickly used his sword to block the blow, but it caused him to lose his balance and fall. Huan Wu immediately stood up, breathing heavily, his arm wrapped and trembling with pain, his hand feeling numb from the recent strike. He looked up at the gigantic stone monkey statue, 1,000 times larger than himself, and silently admired it. So powerful, though it looked bulky, its speed was astonishing. He turned to observe his team's condition. Rebecca was unconscious. The other statues seemed like they were about to move. A cold sweat broke out on him. He had to think fast. What should he do? The 72 immortal techniques weren't simple spells that could be learned in just 5 minutes. With such little time, there had to be some hidden meaning behind this. To become the heir of King Miyu, the top priority was to show respect, or fear, towards him. Suddenly, he remembered something important. It was this. Kneeling before the stone monkey statue, he dropped to one knee, placed his hands on the ground, and shouted, Everyone kneel. Khan and Victoria quickly knelt in response. He anxiously waited for a reaction, as some stone fragments fell in front of him. After a while, the stone monkey statue remained still, showing no signs of movement. Kan was also surprised, seeing the statue not reacting. He raised his head cautiously, his thoughts filled with doubt. Is it working? The stone monkey statue stood motionless, unmoving. Seeing the situation, he lowered his head again, feeling as if he had just realized something so simple. Crazy, because this is the king's place. I must maintain the proper etiquette. Is that more or less it? Victoria, kneeling, was sobbing. Sniff, sniff. Rebecca, do you remember what just happened? Rebecca pushed me aside and took my place. Her hands trembled as they reached out. She placed both hands on Rebecca's chest, using her powers to heal her. But it seemed to have no effect. She painfully realized that due to the depletion of her mana, she couldn't use any healing magic. Suddenly, Rebecca opened her eyes, but then fell unconscious again. Victoria's face turned pale as she screamed. Ah, no. Kane gritted his teeth in agony, while Huan Wu also looked at them without any reaction. Kan couldn't take it anymore, and Victoria had exhausted all her incantations. Even if I give everything, I have to complete the mission. It will be very difficult and dangerous. The other two will only be a hindrance. Kane was determined to obtain the legacy of King Miyu. In addition to the 72 magical abilities, He also had the golden cudgel, an object crafted from divine material. With it, Cain could learn more about the black bracelet. Cain speculated that the purpose of the stone statue's trials was to find the successor to King Miu. The mission required them to escape this place in the form of the king and prove their worth as his heir. Perhaps that was the meaning of the 72 magical abilities. They were meant to remember the 72 abilities and demonstrate their qualification to be the heir. That makes sense. Victoria asked about the kindred mission. Cain believed it was a trap because kindred couldn't find the solution and had used them as guinea pigs. Victoria was furious. He said, "Think about the kindred situation later. First, we need to get out of here." She asked him, "Do you know a way out?" Cain thought they could escape through the side door at the main gate. He continued, "But there are 12 stone statues. It's going to be difficult to avoid all of them." "It's fine, we have the blind bait." Although unwilling to leave Cain behind, they had no choice but to run when he signaled. He looked at them and said, "When I count to 3, run." At the count of 3, they stood up and ran as fast as they could. Boo, with deadly precision, grabbed Shannon's hair in front of Huan Wu's gaze, then threw him aside to be finished off by the stone statue's spears. Upon seeing this, the stone statues returned to combat mode. Shannon clamped his mouth shut when he saw his imminent, brutal death. He thought, right. Below us are thousands of sharp, pointy blades. Huan Wu ran quickly to save him, but it was too late. Shannon was about to become a stone statue under Boo's power. Seeing him running that way, the stone statues also pursued him. They carried weapons and chased after him. The stone statues charged towards Cain, who immediately cast a defensive spell. A green light enveloped Cain as he blocked the spear of one of the statues. A magical circle appeared on his back. Huan Wu wielded his weapon and charged at them. The stone statue also used its weapon to block his strike. The stronger the enemy, the greater the force of the sword's attack. He thought to himself, "This is more like it. It's working. I can block them." The other two stood by the side door, trying to signal him to escape with them. He looked at them and thought, the other two must have made it safely to the door. Huan Wu planted his sword into the ground, causing it to slowly crack. He then walked over to the side door and stood in front of Victoria, blocking her, which surprised her. Victoria called out, "Cain, come here quickly." He turned around and told them, "You two go ahead." This took her by surprise. Before she could respond, he had already shut the door and locked it. He and his troops, along with the stone statues, charged at each other, determined to defeat the enemy. Afterward, Cain stood facing the stone statues, preparing to fight. He raised his sword, which emitted a blinding light. He pointed the sword toward the stone statues and thought, "Now, I don't need to hide my strength anymore." Khan and Victoria, frustrated, pounded on the door, shouting, "Cain, open the door." Khan angrily slammed his fist against the door, saying, "Damn it. It's always like this." He thought to himself, "My mother, Dolly, and now this. I've been training relentlessly to not become a burden. The 72 transformations, the divine techniques I've hunted down, are right in front of me." He clenched his trembling fist before lowering it. Although he felt guilty, he knew he had to trust him and ensure their safety first. Then, he called out, "Sister." She replied, "What?" He said, "Kindred is probably waiting for us outside." Her words left her stunned, and then Cain seemed to have come up with an idea to deal with Kindred. "I have a great idea. Do you want to hear it?" On the other side of the door, Cain had activated his territorial declaration, and a tremendous force radiated outward. No matter how much this round was held back, right now, this was his territory. He could unleash his full strength. Here, the limits of the fifth mountain that had been restraining him vanished. His 5 senses returned to him, and his eyes gleamed. He thought to himself, spending half a year training wasn't a waste. I can feel my power has been enhanced. I can now perceive the wavelengths and mana flow of everything, and interact with them. Scales began to form, seemingly enveloping Cain. He was surprised by how much stronger he'd have become compared to before. Suddenly, a pair of blazing wings appeared, lifting Cain into the air. He looked down at his sword and thought, VG has definitely changed since before. With the divine power of the Nameless Master, most of the curse had been lifted, and the sword was slowly returning to its original form. But the origin of the curse still hadn't completely disappeared for some reason. When facing the final blow from the enemy, it would simultaneously curse all nearby enemies. Those cursed would experience a significant reduction in defense and movement speed. As the battle intensified and the user's anger reached a certain level, a few of the souls of the heroes slumbering within the sword would awaken. Receiving the blessing of the sword and warrior spirit, Vites became the purging sword. The more it struck, the more it absorbed the murderous intent, further enhancing the user's abilities. The stronger the enemy, the greater the sword's power, and the higher the chance of landing a critical strike. At this moment, Cain activated Edge, and a radiant red aura surrounded him. He resembled a phoenix engulfed in flames, ready for battle, with an intensity of fire that nothing could stop. Everything around him seemed to be incinerated by the heat of his wings. The monsters were no longer a match for Cain. They were about to be completely obliterated by his immense strength. With that power, he had even surprised Boo. This was his greatest strength. Cain stared directly into his eyes, as if challenging him to a fight. The stone statues in front of that overwhelming power finally acknowledged that Cain was worthy to inherit the throne. They rushed toward him at incredible speed, weapons in hand. His side was undeterred, charging forward in response. Boo and his allies followed suit, rushing into battle. Shannon and Hanrion, intrigued, said, "We have to deal with mindless creatures like you. Indeed, following our master, we never even have time to get bored. Just when we were itching for something to do, we'll turn you into mud." Then the two rushed to the front lines, attacking the enemy forces with relentless speed. Huan Wu, along with his subordinates, plunged into the ranks of the stone monkeys ahead of them, feeling that he had to push on. He had a strange premonition about the events unfolding in the cave. The stone monkey's spears relentlessly stabbed towards Huan Wu. Quick-witted, he spread his wings and flew up, dodging the powerful attacks of the enemies. The spears slammed into the ground, causing it to shatter into fragments. One of the stone monkeys spoke, "Do not disturb the king's rest." The current situation did not allow him to remain here for long. Despite the monkey's attacks, he easily avoided them, continuously inflicting wounds on these creatures. Two spears were thrust toward him from the front. Boo quickly flew forward, using magic to block the attack, allowing his master to continue running. Huan Wu evaded the strike from one of the monkeys, swiftly flying up and delivering a strong blow to the back of the monkey's neck. While fighting, he pondered. Even though he was doing everything in his power to fight, the wounds he inflicted on the monkeys only created small cracks. They could appear infinitely, and they were gradually growing stronger. The longer this dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for him in combat. Wasn't the task, which had been acknowledged as his inheritance from King Miu, just to defeat these stone statues? He had to quickly learn the 72 mystical arts and gain their recognition. While thinking, Huan Wu glanced over the battlefield again. Upon reflection, he found the actions of the stone statues highly suspicious. They had assumed 42 different stances. There were 12 statues here. If each statue performed 6 techniques, that would total 72 techniques. Could it be the 72 mystical arts? Constantly evading and observing the opponent's moves, Huan Wu soon realized the key point. Somehow, they had utilized the time disparity. His thinking speed and parallel calculations were pushed to their maximum, and it was possible that Huan Wu could inherit King Miu's legacy and decipher the principles of divine magic. The speed of his reasoning was pushing his brain to its limits, causing damage. But he gritted his teeth and endured. His eyes suddenly flashed, and he grasped the divine magic. Jiul, a powerful beam of light and fire shot down. A divine spell he forcefully cast. A stone monkey was struck by this divine magic, and one of its arms was severed. Taoist light and fire emitted, resolving everything, and he had succeeded. System notification. Huan Wu has successfully unlocked the first divine spell. Successfully learned 72 divine magic techniques, followed by notifications about the origins of the skill, as well as information on its usage range and the achievements gained upon acquiring this skill. One of the monkeys spoke. "The disrespectful one who disturbed the great king's slumber. You have proven your worth, and now our task is complete." After that, the stone monkeys gradually turned to dust. Even using just one technique from the 72 divine spells was enough to prove his worth. The withered souls were immediately collected. Huan Wu let out a sigh of relief. He had done it. Just as he thought of this, the system passed the second trial. The third trial would begin immediately. The door behind him opened. Turning around, he thought, the third trial is starting right now. The door gradually opened wider, and the third trial began. Passing through the gate and stepping outside, a stunning waterfall appeared before him. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Suddenly, a dragon appeared and also noticed it. The dragon flew over, stopping in front of him, and asked, "Are you the new piece?" Cain thought to himself, this intense feeling of existence. Could it be a divine dragon? Compared to beings like the phoenix or void dragon, this dragon was much larger. Huang Wu asked, "Did you say peace?" The dragon replied, "It should be called a successor here, but whatever. Are you the successor?" "Indeed," Huang Wu replied, then told him to climb onto its back. After a while, they arrived. He jumped down. Huang Wu breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived. A man with silver hair was rubbing the dragon's head, saying, "Our Seong is finally serious after such a long time." The dragon responded, "I've brought the peace here." Then Seong immediately flew away. The man in front of Huang Wu said with some regret, "When he was younger, I used to tease him a lot. Now, since he's growing up, he doesn't even bother to reply to me anymore." The man glanced at Huang Wu, then asked, "Is this person King Miyu?" Seeing Huang Wu staring at him without blinking, he smugly said, "Why are you looking at me with such a respectful gaze? Is it because you met your idol that your heart is pounding and your head is spinning? Well, that's understandable. After all, it's because I'm handsome. But you didn't fall when you saw me, so I'm quite pleased with that." Seeing this, the man assessed the other with great self-importance and continued talking. Huang Wu said, "I have something to ask." Immediately, the man interrupted, "Wait, before you ask, I must tell you what you need to know. I can only answer 3 of your questions. Due to the law of causality, I cannot do otherwise." Huang Wu understood, then asked, "What is the fragment, and why was this place created?" The man with white hair refused to answer those 2 questions, as they were too sensitive, and said that Huang Wu still had one more question. He pondered, "Why so picky? If I were to ask what the law of causality is, I probably wouldn't get an answer. This is the 3rd trial. However, this person only told me to ask a question and didn't mention any trial. Could it be that asking 3 questions is the trial itself? If so, it must be a broad question, and there should be no mention of gods in it." With this thought, he asked, "Who are you?" The white-haired man was taken aback and smiled. "Finally, here's something I can answer. How interesting." He then spoke, and through Huang Wu's astonishment at this answer, a system notification informed him that he had passed the 3rd trial, receiving achievements, titles, and additional skills. The man continued, "I am the dark thought of King Miyu. Before my true form vanished somewhere, I was the shard of divine thought left in this place." The white-haired man said, "For example, let's assume I am a divine thought projection of King Miyu, and this world is like the inner world of mine materialized by evil thoughts. So, I truly don't know where to go anymore. I know everything. That person, compared to me, is much freer and more at ease. I had to stay here to witness the hair and assess what kind of person they are, whether they are worthy. I am sick of being confined here. Anyway, it's fortunate that it's been a long time since anyone could make it here. Take this." Then, the evil thought threw something at me. Looking at this item, examining and evaluating it, I had a sense of familiarity, as if I had seen it somewhere before. Could it be divine iron? The system detected the item and notified me. This is a fragment of the golden cudgel, the divine weapon of King Miyu. This is one of the many pieces that form the golden cudgel. Currently, it is not possible to restore it to its full form. To restore the golden cudgel to its original shape, you must search for the scattered fragments and piece them together, along with a hidden quest to find the owner of the golden cudgel. The evil thought added, "The fragments of the golden cudgel are scattered everywhere. Where the fragments are, how many there are, no one knows except the original entity. From what I can sense, it seems that someone has already gathered quite a few of these fragments. There might be a great battle. There are many who are greedy and covet the title of the Monkey King. If you don't like it, then just give up." He said, "I just need to wait until another hair appears." Huang Wu firmly replied, "I have no intention of avoiding this task. I accept the mission." Tanin remarked with emotion, "So young yet so bold. Well, my part is done. If you pass through here, you can return to the place you originally came from." Huang Wu asked, Before I leave, I want to ask one more question. Do you know anything about this bracelet? It seems to be made of the same material as the golden cudgel. Tanim looked at the bracelet, surprised, and asked, "Where did you get this skill?" Huang Wu answered, "It seems to be related to the soul." Tanim jumped off the stone slab and further explained, "This is definitely a divine weapon. There are also a necklace and anklet, and their shapes are similar to this one. They are part of a set of restraining devices." Cain thought to himself, "I had suspected this ever since I took it from Astrape, but now I can be sure that this is a divine weapon." Tanim got to the crux of the matter. If you encounter its master, hide it. For such a treasure, he has an overwhelming desire and will obsess over it endlessly. Huang Wu nodded and then asked, "Why do both gods and demons go crazy for divine iron?" Tanim excitedly explained, "It's a good item, but it's not something to go crazy over. It's the fear that makes people lose their minds, because it's the only thing that can control or seal gods and demons. It's used to control powerful gods, or many notorious demons with countless crimes. When holding the golden cudgel, it was an essential item that King Miyu could use to seal the great demon lords in a place separated from the mortal world. Perhaps your bracelet is also something used to control someone. If it's a power to deal with souls, then that person is related to death." Upon hearing this, Ngung then realized that the Black King was a being that even the demon god feared. After listening, Huang Wu thanked Tanim. "Thank you for your words. That's enough for me." Tanim, intrigued, said, "It's been a while since I met someone as interesting as you." Somewhere, Tanim lay with Seong, saying, "The one who awakens the dragon's emotions. Seong, don't you think of anyone?" Seong replied, He's like the old master." Tanim laughed joyfully. "Is that so? Haha." Suddenly, Tanim sensed something. Turning to the dragon god, "Seong, something's wrong, right? Someone has intruded." Immediately, Tanim and Texom appeared before a strange light spot in this world. Tanim crossed his arms and questioned, "Who are you to dare intrude into this sacred place?" A figure in black stepped out from the light, walking forward as he spoke. "My apologies." The man in black, speaking respectfully, revealed to be another face of the great demon. "I have come to escort you." Qin, draped in a black cloak, emerged from the golden-orange glowing light, saying, "My apologies." Once again, another face of the great demon. "I have come to escort you." The scene shifted, and Cain stepped through an enormous gate. He moved inside. There were no traces of Khan and Victoria. It seemed they had escaped safely without encountering the demon lord. He moved further in. The scene here was filled with the stench of fresh blood and cold, lifeless bodies. Although he hadn't interacted with them, they were all good people. He wanted to collect their souls, but the circle could only absorb the souls of the dead. There was no way to collect the souls of these individuals. He would have to try later. Cain picked up the red-haired child and carried it into the golden light, seemingly transporting the body elsewhere. After all, he wasn't sure what to do here. Someone had already collected quite a few pieces of the golden cudgel. If that's the case, a great battle will surely break out. Moreover, even if it's just by chance or coincidence, we must not let anyone else have it. Only I am allowed to possess the golden cudgel. Back in reality, a blue flame behind Cain suddenly blazed brightly, revealing a large statue adorned with strange symbols. The blue flame seemed to enhance Cain's presence, making him look even more imposing. He walked with incredible bravery and resolve. Truly, the aura of the protagonist is unmistakable. The scene shifted to the village of the One-Horn tribe. When Yanu saw the stranger appear, he curiously muttered to himself, who is that?" Martial King Nayu, upon seeing Cain, was overjoyed. "Meeting you is harder than plucking a star from the sky." Cain, the demon wearing a two-horned mask, glanced at the burly man with his chest exposed and whispered derisively, "How vain! He doesn't even look good." Cain then ignored him, turning to Yanu and asking, "How's Sinsu?" "I told you. I'll come here once the egg hatches." Yanu replied, "Ah, yes. The egg has hatched. Honestly, I'm talking to you right now. Why are you being so unreasonable?" Cain still didn't respond, tossing the second avocado at the Martial King, then told Yanu, "Then lead me to Sinsu." "All right, follow me." The mood of the Martial King darkened after eating 2 large avocados, and he became increasingly cold and aloof. Just as he was about to leave, Cain suddenly bumped into him. The man with long hair and a scruffy beard spoke up, "You." He then looked at Kane with a savage, dangerously menacing gaze. He said, "Ah, so you and Shinsu are closely connected, huh? I thought someone as foolish as you couldn't possibly be like Shinsu. There must be some secret reason for that, right?" He frowned in suspicion and remarked, "This guy is really strange." "Brother, don't you remember him?" Kane asked. "Do I know him?" The martial king with multiple noses suddenly burst into laughter. "Well, if I've already beaten him once, there's no need to remember him. That part of you really amuses me. All right then. Who is this person?" "He's the one who stopped you when you first came to our tribe's one-horned village. You still made it into the village, so he's been holding a grudge ever since. It's not a big deal that you don't recognize him. Lately, he's been losing his temper. He's changing so fast that no one knows why. He's got dark energy, and I'm sure he's done something during this time. I can feel a heavy aura of death coming from him." Kane watched the figure of that person, leaving and thought to himself, "Never mind, it's not my business." As Kane arrived at the place, he heard cheerful laughter and chatter. "Haha, our Turong has learned how to use the bathroom now. Hey, if Turong wakes up, she'll be really hungry, won't she? Quickly bring some food over here. Where's the notebook? It's changed color. We need to write it down quickly. Where's the book? This change needs to be recorded in the nurturing journal." Kane stepped forward and was taken aback. Griffin was classified as one of the rarest and most precious species among all those discovered. Judging by their appearance, it seemed they had absorbed very well. Moreover, just by looking at their form, it was clear that they had immense potential for growth. At this moment, Kane could also sense a bit of the limits when using them to craft weapons and defensive armor. Their shells were as tough as adamantium, and on top of that, they had the special attribute of carrying poison within them, which made them quite useful for weapon making. "Master, you have returned." The growling voice suddenly rang out, calling to Kane. Hearing the familiar voice, Kane was surprised. "Growl, it seems like you changed quite a bit in the past 6 months, huh?" Chirpy also spoke up. "Haha, Master, I've woken up too." Growling, "Chirpy, how's your body feeling?" Chirpy cheerfully replied, "It's absolutely great. I want to spread my wings and fly. But that little black dragon over there is sulking, clearly not fond of this growling name." "Don't call me that. Haven't you come up with a name for me yet? I can't think of anything cool." "No way, don't you dare laugh now." The joke wasn't funny, and Growling was getting irritated. Kane suddenly remembered. How about Nemesis? Isn't that the name of a goddess? The goddess of retribution and vengeance on Mount Olympus. A god's name only needs strength to suffice. The symbols passed down from the gods, along with their beliefs, were widely spread among humans. If you used the name of a deity, you would receive their blessings and protection. However, it was crucial not to desecrate that name. Most people who took the names of the gods could never surpass them. Most of them ended their lives either cursed or destroyed. The gods and demons were having a discussion on the 98th floor. A few gods were feeling uneasy and not particularly happy. Hem was trying to persuade them to stop being angry. "How do you feel? If you don't like it, I'll still call you Grumble. You really have an extreme way of thinking." "Well, fine. Let's go with that decision." "And what about me? What about me? I want a name too." "Chip Chip, do you want one too?" "True, all this time it's been begging me to change its name." "Mom, let me think." "9. How do you feel about this name?" "It's the Goddess of Victory." Chirpy is overjoyed to hear that it's getting a new name. "Is it good? Is it good?" "9. Such a beautiful name." With the naming session concluded, Kane continued. "So that's the end of the naming segment." Kane said to Nemesis, "Nemesis, you're awake. By the way, there's something I want to talk to you about." The scene shifted to an open space, with a beautiful and clear sky. "Is that so? What's the reason you called me out here?" "You know how you were revived. How Calidus the ancient dragon is still alive. I'd never asked you about it until now. But now, I want you to tell me." "Huh." Nemesis pondered for a long time. "During this time, I've been wandering in the loop of nothingness. In that world, everything exists eternally. Things in time repeat themselves. I kept waiting. One day, you will come to me. But it's all just hope. Why would you think of waiting for someone in a place like this?" "Because Calidus told me so." "Isn't that strange? Clearly, Calidus gave up everything to Huan Wu and Yen Long. even handed over the dragon's heart to me. We were there when Galatus passed away, the two of us checked thoroughly. But when we arrived at the place, we were surrounded. Huan Wu couldn't follow through with the revenge plan. At that moment, I could feel that Galatus was truly gone from this world. Right then, I thought I had died as well. But Galatus' voice rang out. Wait for me. That child will definitely return. That was when Cain realized why Nemesis had been waiting all these years. Ah, I see. After entering the tower, I kept wondering who it was that brought Huan Wu back to Earth. Wasn't it Galatus? Then who else could it have been? Where was the place that Galatus visited most often? It's the place Galatus gave his life to protect. The 50th floor of the Dragon's Temple. The 50th floor. That's also where Huan Wu, my younger brother, returned from the moral world. Maybe Galatus is still waiting there. In the end, I had to give my all to get there. But I don't have enough time to do it right now. There are too many important things that need to be handled first. Reaching the 50th floor is not an easy task. I have to start from the 21st floor. I'll just take it slow and climb again. What else can I do? Cain gazed up at the vast blue sky, his voice soft, carrying a hint of melancholy. Switching scenes, Cain used a teleportation spell to fly to the 21st floor clone room. He looked down at the endless building, silently admiring its grandeur. It truly was a magnificent structure. The theme of the 21st floor was a challenge of defeat. Each room was arranged with 5 doors, numbered from 1 to 5. The higher the number, the more difficult the challenge. To pass this floor, one had to go through 33 zones. The task in each zone was to defeat the clones, shadowy figures created by illusion magic, ranging from rank 1 to rank 165. Only top-tier individuals were allowed to have their names inscribed in the Palace of Fame. Most of those who made it onto that board would later become outstanding tacticians, rising to the top as envoys and monarchs. Here, one could challenge the zones multiple times to pinpoint an opponent's weaknesses and gain the chance to push through to the next zone. Thus, it was possible to witness the past forms of those who would become future adversaries. Of course, it's also possible to use them to study tactics for dealing with them. Ordinary people face significant difficulties in completing tasks on this floor, with the main exception being Huan Wu. Huan Wu leads all the floors except for the 10th floor. It's not an exaggeration to say that Huan Wu is the one with the most unique moves since the tower was built. Nevertheless, Cain suddenly paused and a green screen appeared in front of him. It was the Ranko ranking table. He saw his name listed in 4th place, and above it, the ranking order was arranged from high to low. Cain raised his hand to the table, touching the last position listed, which was the 4th rank, bearing Huan Wu's name. The next morning, under a clear sky, in Muk'e Inn, a voice echoed, "So we've reached the 21st floor now." Marshal King Nayu sat with his arms crossed, saying, "It's a clone room. Does that mean I'll have to fight my own clone?" Huan Wu sat upright and replied, "Yes, Master, your clone is in 2nd place, and the 4th place is a gift to me." Marshal King Nayu asked, "Are you confident?" Huan Wu responded, "What's there to be confident about?" Nayu then asked, "Why's that? Are you afraid?" Huan Wu, far from being afraid, smirked behind his mask and said, "Of course, I'll win." Seeing his arrogance, Marshal King Nayu couldn't help but twitch his face. He said, "Ha, look at this kid. Aren't you just pretending to be impressive to be here?" The two of them stared at each other with murderous intent. He spoke, "I'm not good at joking, even when making an objective assessment." Nayu immediately retorted, "So you need to be beaten by my clone to snap out of it." Huan Wu wouldn't back down. "Even if that's not the case, I had already planned to comfortably spar with your clone anyway. Is that all right? After all, you are like the sky. It would be very difficult for me to win." Fant, sitting nearby, watched their verbal sparring with admiration. "Is there a legal way to beat your father?" Edora, who was nearby, immediately spoke up. "Both of you stop. You're not kids anymore. Earlier, General Commander came looking for your father. Hurry up and go." Marshal King Nayu sighed in frustration. "I have a feeling this is going to go terribly wrong." He didn't forget to turn back and say, "That's right." Standing at the door, he smiled at Huan Wu and told him that if it had come to this, he should win, aim for 1st place. Huan Wu responded from behind, "Yes, Master." He looked at his master's back and thought, the person who holds the 1st position, known as All for One. Who is that person that even Master can't defeat? After the Master left, Huan Wu turned to ask Adora, and tonight, are you climbing the tower again? Adora replied, yes. First, we're planning to take Griffin to the area where the abyss appeared. I think after that, we'll start. Adora felt that she had been here too long. Huan Wu nodded and said, that's right. He promised her, see you on the 20th floor. She was surprised. The 23rd floor? A slight blush appeared on her face, so he meant that we should play together like we used to. Adora smiled brightly, like a blooming flower, and responded, yes. Before they parted ways, Thank asked, aren't you coming with us? Kane answered, I'm not ready yet. He thought to himself, the 21st floor is where the avatars of many monsters are. I need to boost my combat capabilities at the right time, and I already found the new materials. He went to a small town and walked up to a small shop. He thought to himself, I must apologize. I entrusted the weapons to Shannon and Hanryong because I couldn't make it on time. But I had promised, and I was really worried. Back then, I had to go with the one-horn tribe. He sighed, walked up, and grabbed the doorknob. As he stepped into the room, he saw everyone arguing over the bidding for a sword, and the price had already reached 120,000 points. Seeing a pile of swords laid out on the table, a voice suddenly shouted, Hey, Master, stop, aren't those my swords? Master, the items made by the 5 artisans are being sold to those weirdos down there. Huan Wu sighed wearily, that fiery temper. I don't know where it came from. Normally, swords made by the 5 artisans don't even have a chance to be seen. Huan Wu sighed wearily, that fiery temper. I don't know where it came from. Normally, swords made by the 5 artisans don't even have a chance to be seen. The crowd was clamoring to bid, each person willing to spend their entire fortune if it meant getting their hands on it. Our Huan Wu also raised his hand to join the auction. 500,000. They heard this and turned their heads to look, whispering among themselves, is that the lone one over there? The lonely one is close to Hanover, right? But the others weren't about to give up. A chubby man narrowed his eyes and raised the bid, 600,000. His friend quickly tried to dissuade him, are you crazy? How could we possibly afford that? Huan Wu seemed unconcerned and continued, 1 million, including the remaining swords. The blacksmith was furious, a vein popping up on his forehead. He said, no one else is bidding. Then I guess the auction is over. He even muttered under his breath, damn it. Seeing Huan Wu gradually sweeping up all the swords, he angrily yelled, ah, how did this happen? Take them away, you little brat. Huan Wu pretended to be dissatisfied, saying, I'm a big customer. I spent 1 million to buy them. It seems like you've been treating me too casually, haven't you? He slowly drew the sword from its scabbard, the blade shining so brightly it surprised him. His pupils gleamed with a golden light. Amazing. Not a single flaw. The sword was straight, and the waves of Hanova. This was the sword forged by Hanova on the night of falling bones, because that was when it was created. With the purpose of functioning like a dagger, the 2 sides of the blade were crafted for different uses. Shannon and Hanryong couldn't stop admiring. Wow, this is insane. Master, how come we only discovered this now? What have you been doing? There's no way this could have been made in just 1 day. Anyway, over all this time, we've been progressing bit by bit. There's no way to create another sword of this standard in such a short time. Huan Wu thought, maybe he stayed up all night forging it while I wasn't here. Suddenly, he apologized, which confused Hanova. He explained, I didn't even send any news to you. I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have contacted you to let you know I would be late, but I didn't. That's my fault. Hanova said, I don't want to lose anyone else. I don't want to get caught up in things like this anymore. Hearing this, Huan Wu felt deeply moved. He awkwardly turned away quickly. Oh, well, just know that now. He also replied, yes. Then he picked up the receiver and said, this time, I've found and brought back many good materials, and I'd like to ask you to help me process them. He had received them during a mission. Hanova's eyes lit up. Ah, so it's true. Feeling a bit out of control, he calmed himself and asked, what do you intend to do with these? Huan Wu quickly responded, I want to change all the equipment I'm wearing. He was surprised. Change your equipment? The boy answered, yes, my old equipment has been used for quite a long time. And now, I have grown much more than I was back then. I want to entrust you with crafting equipment tailored to my style. Hanova couldn't believe it. He asked again, "Do you even know what you're saying?" Huan Wu replied, "Yes, I am completely aware." Of course, Huan Wu understood better than anyone else. He knew that having custom equipment meant the player had to provide their entire personal information to the blacksmith, which meant exposing all their strengths and weaknesses to another person. If the blacksmith had malicious intent and leaked this information, it would be a devastating blow that could cause significant harm to the player. Hanova sighed and thought to himself, "This kid, how could he think I'm such a fool?" In the end, he accepted and agreed to help. Hanova picked up his hammer and, in an angry tone, said, "Stay close and assist me. If you dare slack off, I'll use this hammer on you." Huan Wu quickly grabbed his own hammer. "Yes, then I'll leave it to you." As night fell, Hanova sat at his workbench, carefully inspecting. He looked over Huan Wu's personal information, examining titles like Monster Hunter, Pioneer, Magic Protected, Heir of the Gods, Harbinger of Death, Descendant of the Monkey King, along with physical stats that were all at high levels, and attribute skills that were overwhelmingly strong. Looking at the data, he couldn't believe it. Really? Who could have imagined that a player with such a low rank would have stats like this? I think with these stats, he could easily defeat higher-ranked players. Anyway, all the important information was hidden, but I didn't expect that everything would turn into a question mark like this. He thought, if he's not an idiot, it means he completely trusts me. Hanova observed, "First of all, the most important things are the gloves and armor. After all, those are the areas that are attacked the most and require the most effort." Hanova thought the magic greatsword was something he originally intended to make for him, but from the start, that wasn't the fate meant for him. He held the dagger in his hand, inspecting it. Well, with a new master, you'll be happier, right? Go ahead and be his companion. Hanova stood up, slamming his hand on the table with determination. All night, he diligently sketched out designs for each piece of equipment. He worked through to the morning. The office door was still closed. 15 days later, the masterpiece, Hanova Magic Armor, was completed. The masterpiece, Hanova Magic Gloves, were also finished. Looking at the new set of equipment gleaming before him, Huan Wu immediately reached out to touch it. But before his hand could make contact, Hanova delivered a sharp blow. "Hey, keep your hands to yourself," he asked in confusion. "Why can't I touch them? Haven't they been completed yet?" Hanova explained, "Wait a little longer." Then he walked over holding a container filled with red liquid. Kane stared at the object in Hanova's hand in surprise. He remembered, one of the most surprising things when I was in the tower was that they had no concept of birthdays. Even so, there is only one birthday per year. The world inside the tower was so bleak. He hated that. So even if he was alone, he still celebrated everyone's birthday. He had given Hanova Hell's Tears, a very precious item, as a birthday gift for him. At that time, even though Hanova's cheeks were red, he said, "Why bring such a useless thing here?" He was taken aback. "I thought you must have used them all up by now. But I didn't expect there to still be some left." Hell's Tears are the last legacy of Hell, the princess of the giant race. Hell was a being so powerful, she was called the mother of Hell. Among all materials, except for divine iron, this is the highest ranked material. Huan Wu asked, "Are you sure it's really Hell's Tears?" Hanova answered, "Yes. I thought a lot about where to use them. I had no idea what they could be used for. This time, I will specially use them for your equipment. Based on your attributes." Huan Wu. Hanova thought that equipment with darkness or fire attributes would be most suitable, so he used them. The system appeared. "Congratulations! Hanova has helped you create a masterpiece, an outstanding work that will receive praise from many gods of art, and will also make many demons feel jealous." Kane's equipment had been upgraded to a new level. It became much stronger than before. Once done, he handed it to him and said, "Try it on. I've made it exactly how you wanted." He quickly put it on. Hanova, curious, asked how it felt. He remained silent for a moment, then slowly savored the sensation before smiling gently and saying, "It's very comfortable, like being in the embrace of my parents." Under Huan Wu's command, the barrier was opened. Nemesis and Nike appeared before him, asking, "Why did you summon us?" Seeing his beloved pets had grown, Huan Wu thought to himself, "Gam Gu and Chip Chip have developed a strong bond." After a moment, he spoke, "It seems they've changed a lot, so I want to test their skills." The Fire Dragon and the Phoenix were confident they would perform well, surprising him. The large dragon moved closer to Huan Wu and asked, "Master, do you know about my dreaming illusion skill and my dragon's whip?" The dragon's whip was a skill that created a violent whirlwind, sweeping everything in its path. The illusion skill reduced the power of magic over a wide area. The dragon's new skill was a bit different from the two mentioned. It allowed him to see directly with his own eyes. With that, the large dragon slowly closed his eyes. The new skill, named Chaotic Dream, activated. The area around Huan Wu became pitch black. The dragon proudly declared, "Anyone trapped inside will experience complete chaos." Huan Wu looked at it teasingly. "Everything's good. When you say start, it sounds like you're overacting." It was happy, but surprised. "Overacting? What are you talking about, master? I'll show you." In front of Huan Wu appeared a panel showing the two skills of the little dragon. Looking at them, he thought to himself, "If I used these two skills, I could focus more on controlling the monster army and the undead army. In that case, Nemesis will take on the role of disrupting the area. Meanwhile, I'll control the two armies." The little dragon, with its large body but childish mind, saw him in deep thought and proudly said, "Now you see the greatness of this body?" Huan Wu continued to tease, "Oh, that's worth memorizing." It pouted and retorted, "That's not what I meant." He said, "Next up is Chip Chip and your new skill." The new skill was rebirth and transformation. In addition, Chip Chip could freely enter and exit any flames. Huan Wu thought to himself, thanks to Chip Chip, his firepower would increase rapidly. After thinking, he called out, "Nike." It quickly flew over. "Yes, yes." A pair of blue wings appeared on Huan Wu's back, but they had the attribute of fire. After Chip Chip leveled up, it seemed these wings no longer had any limits. Huan Wu shot up into the sky. He pointed towards the mountain peak, mentally considering it his first target. He soared like he had never soared before. On top of that, Huan Wu used his flash skill. It made his already incredible speed even faster. Huan Wu unleashed a devastating blow towards the forest beneath the mountain. Combined with the power of Chip Chip, the attack created a massive fire. It engulfed the entire forest in an instant. Walking beneath the forest that had just been burned, he wondered, what would happen if I pushed myself to the limit and awakened the dragon blood? A voice echoed, "What else? You're insane. With such destructive force pushing me towards death, I can already feel the threat of it." As he continued walking, Huan Wu replied, "What if I met you at your peak?" The voice sounded again, "Even so, it would still be a threat, but if I had to face it, I wouldn't be afraid." The divine sword saber continued, "Be careful not to get caught in the explosion, or the time sword won't be able to save you. If you can't control your forces, you won't be able to do anything." Huan Wu thought, so that's it. He silently thought to himself that there was still a lot to train. He then asked, "So now, I just need to check my soul, right?" Looking at the blue soul in his hand, Huan Wu thought, "The blue soul seems to have enormous potential, but I still don't know how to help it grow. If I can't develop it myself, I should plant a perfect personality so it can mature on its own." He thought, although Hepburn has a noble personality, his loyalty to Urdu is too high, which will cause many obstacles. Looking at the blue soul, he continued thinking, Sol Luna is the same. It's too vile to keep by my side. In the end, there's only one person left. Rebecca, even though her soul has left her body and vanished, the idea still remains, just a fragment preserving the concept of her existence on her body. Huan Wu used magic to place her will into it, and made Rebecca wake up. Rebecca slowly woke up, vaguely asking, "Where am I?" He replied, "This is outside the tower." Rebecca wondered, "Why am I here? Didn't I meet the ancestors in the maze?" She suddenly understood and said, "Could it be that I?" He answered, "What you're thinking is correct." Rebecca shouted, "This is insane. How did you awaken my soul?" Behind the mask, he said, "I want to borrow your strength." Rebecca was angry with herself. "I'm a messenger of the gods, yet have to live like this." Huan Wu replied, "She still has emotions and memories, so she's still alive in a way," and he suggested that she make a pact with him. Rebecca continued to glare at Huan Wu with an angry look, but then she reflected on what he had just said. When she was a child, Rebecca saw a strange beast. It ravaged the village and devoured her family. That was the only thing that remained deep inside her, and she always wanted to meet it again to seek revenge. Now, she never expected it to turn out like this. Seeing that she hadn't agreed, He threatened to take away her consciousness. Rebecca clenched her fists, agreeing to sign the pact, but she had one condition. She would act and think for herself. Huan Wu stepped forward and replied, "You don't need to worry about that." The two souls walking beside him said, "He needs to treat her fairly." Huan Wu remained cold, replying, "Don't you two have autonomy?" Rebecca asked Huan Wu to make her a new body. Huan Wu agreed and asked her how she would feel living as a soul. Huan Wu responded, "That's a member of the Abyss turtle." Looking at the blue soul, he continued, "There is no self, it just needs to merge." Two souls, one black and one yellow, appeared. Huan Wu said, "I plan to do the same with the messenger of Urdu and the soul of Sol Luna." Handing the blue soul to Rebecca, he informed her that he would not show her respect, but she retorted, "Have you ever shown me any respect?" Rebecca slowly swallowed the blue soul, and as soon as she finished eating, a flow of blue light surrounded her body. Huan Wu silently watched her, then turned and walked away, thinking to himself, "Demons and gods are trapped in the 98th floor and cannot intervene in the floors below, especially not interfere with the player's achievements." He was focused on achieving results, so the black chain couldn't be easily obstructed. Thinking about the demons showing particular interest in him, Huan Wu reminded himself to be cautious. The system screen appeared. This is the 21st floor, the illusion floor. Upon entering the dojo, the challenge will immediately begin. When he clicked, the screen displayed. This is the challenge. The shadow plays the role of a loyal companion, always silently following behind you. However, among these shadows, there are some that wish to have their own will, to think and act according to their own desires. They always stand somewhere and try to take over the bodies of those who pass by. The paths of the shadows are divided into 5 gates, each gate having 33 zones. From now on, choose a gate to fight against the shadows that wish to act on their own will. Overcome at least 20 zones. The more shadows you defeat, the more ambitions will disappear. As he stood there, contemplating the challenge, a voice suddenly emerged from the blue light, cutting through all his thoughts. "Is that really you over there?" Surprised and unsure who was calling him out of nowhere, he turned coldly and asked, "Who is it?" From the light, a boy appeared, his eyes brimming with tears, holding a teddy bear in his arms. He walked forward, looking fragile, and said to him, "Indeed, just hearing your voice is enough to make one feel afraid." It turned out that the person was the highest-ranking manager, Hoi, one of the 12 Earth gods of Luffy. He looked the boy up and down before assessing him. The Luffy manager is different from his weak appearance. He's a hedonist, always seeking thrills. Why would someone like him come looking for me? He eyed the boy, then suspiciously asked, "Why did the manager suddenly appear? What's going on?" The boy, flustered and trembling, spoke, "Of that, I'm not sure if Law or Laplace came along." Still maintaining a mostly cold demeanor, he responded to the boy, "Laplace." The boy, almost on the verge of tears, told him, "Well, it seems like he's not here." He gave the boy a cold glance and asked again, "Is something wrong?" The boy then recounted the events happening at Laplace. Laplace is currently under trial and being hunted, so there's a full-scale investigation underway. Upon hearing this, he recalled his previous encounter with the rabbit and became suspicious of the boy's words. His face was filled with killing intent. The Supreme Manager is being prosecuted? Could it be because of the task of transmitting the network earlier? But even transmitting just a cup and he's being prosecuted, something's off. Seeing that he seemed angry, the boy weakly said, "If you keep looking at me like that, I'll be really scared." He immediately turned and left, ignoring whatever the other person had to say. The person, feeling embarrassed, reluctantly said, "If there's nothing else, then that's fine. Thank you for your cooperation." He kept walking, leaving the person standing there to say, "Do you need a guide on the 21st floor?" He coldly replied, "No need." Seeing that, the person didn't try to hold him back anymore, and obediently responded, "Yes." With that, the person vanished along with a streak of blue light as he opened the door and calmly walked in. When the others in the lobby saw him, they were surprised and stunned, unable to say a word. They looked at each other and whispered, "It's been so long since I've seen him. I heard he's been staying on the 20th floor for quite a while." He walked past them, glancing around. There's no Khan or Victoria here. Could they be running from the Demon Lord? But that doesn't seem right. They're not clinging to me, which is a bit unusual. I'm pretty cold toward those crazy people. He approached the large door, slowly opening it. The screen displayed the following text. You have chosen Gate 5. This is the Hall of Fame for players ranked from 165 to 133 on the 21st floor. If you can defeat the shadow or endure for more than 5 minutes, you will be transferred to the next zone. If you defeat 20 shadows, you will pass the training and gain access to the next floor. Entering the dimly lit room, before him was a darkness as obscure as the future of Sister Daw. He told himself, now, the priority is to pass through all 5 gates without rest. I need to push myself even harder. Suddenly, a dark figure slowly appeared before him. From the shadows, someone emerged and said, this is the challenge you must overcome. Rank 165 Graydon. Surrounding him was an aura of murderous intent, and he held 2 sharp swords in his hands, resembling the blades of Yangu. He looked truly stylish. The man scanned him quickly, then assessed. He's a top-tier ranker. Seems like a younger version of Grid, especially with his sword attacks and his ability to copy others' sword techniques. I can't remember the details too well. Behind him, a soul appeared. She turned to him and asked, should I make my move? He looked at her and thought, a soul with Rebecca's combat abilities. Unexpectedly, Kernimnos didn't absorb her divine power seed, so she can tap into some of my strength. She's somewhat different from before, and I still have much to learn about soul techniques. After thinking for a moment, he glanced at the sword in his hand and said to her, no, it's just me here. You decide. It's actually the perfect time to try something I've been wanting to. The screen displayed the details of the sword. Karshina dagger, weapon classification, a rank. He looked at the sword emanating a sharp aura, and thought to himself, thanks to Hanova's help, the short sword has been enhanced. I've engraved 2 ancient runes to align it with my magical affinity. I am more than just the darkness. This pressure. With that thought, he rushed towards him. This pressure. He was filled with the determination to overcome it. At the same time, outside the waiting hall, a guy with freckles said to his teammate beside him, what's going on? Why are there 5 gates? His teammate seemed to not fully understand, so he asked, huh? What do you mean by that? Seeing his teammate still confused, he continued to explain. The manager said so. I thought this time, to get first place, you just had to go through gate number 1 and score the highest, right? Who would have thought you have to enter through gate number 5? His teammate was stunned. Does that mean we have to go through all the gates? He continued to ramble. Hey, does his face show clear signs of anxiety? And those shadows, are they the former youths of the masters? In the end, everything in there is a monster. No matter how strong you are, you can't keep facing wave after wave of monsters like that. It's not like you can just touch it with one finger and get through like the rumors say. His teammate replied, isn't that so? Who knows, strong people always have their tricks. While they were talking, they suddenly turned to ask the nearby elf girl for her opinion. What do you think? The girl's face clearly showed anxiety as she gripped the staff tightly in her hand without saying a word. Seeing that she didn't respond, the 2 men called out to her. Hottie. Everything had been happening normally until the floor began to shake. The 2 men looked at each other in panic. What's going on? An earthquake? He looked up at the ceiling. How could there be an earthquake in here? The noise grew louder and more intense, startling everyone present. What is that? Suddenly, one of them noticed the 5th gate, the one he had just entered through, and everyone gasped in surprise. Over there, that's the gate. Could it be? The elven girl witnessed the scene in shock, counting each second. 6 minutes 31 seconds, 6 minutes 32 seconds, 7 minutes 25 seconds, 8 minutes 36 seconds, 9 minutes. Then a huge explosion suddenly occurred. The gate shattered into pieces. From the flames, a hazy figure emerged. She stood there, unable to believe her eyes. He stepped out of the fire, not a scratch on him. She gasped in amazement. 9 minutes 51 seconds. The fire slowly faded away. As he walked out, he received a notification. You have completed through 2 gates. Total time 2 hours, 31 minutes 26 seconds. He looked at the notification, feeling a bit annoyed and dissatisfied with the result. 2 hours, this time, it really took a lot of time. After thinking for a moment, he used his teleportation technique to move to a different location. Standing outside, he thought to himself, but still, thanks to that, I've managed to grasp their movements and learn 2 new magical techniques. Even though they have many talented individuals, their actions are still a bit clumsy. These are just people with lower ranks. He walked on, reminding himself, when I get to Gate 1, it won't be as easy as it has been up until now. They are real monsters, not to be underestimated. Once I enter, there's no turning back, either defeat them or die. Moreover, the first monster at Gate 1 must be subdued. He was determined to complete his plan. Yaksha sword, the giant Valdovich. He then thought about his appearance. Valdovich, the one I both hated and appreciated. My first friend. He remembered the first time he met him, right after he had just entered the game. Valdovich had suddenly appeared before him. He had been terrified by his massive 5-meter frame, but after they had conquered Area A together and received his help, Valdovich and Viera Dune had become a team, starting the formation of the Artia squad. It had been quite a long and memorable journey for him. But happiness didn't last long after the death of his teammate Valev. He preferred to remain hidden from the world after that. Thinking of this, he felt extremely irritated. He didn't know exactly what had happened, but one thing was certain. This person was the one who would spark the downfall of Artea. Even though he didn't directly wield a sword to kill like Regent or Valhall, he was still a traitor, no different from them. His face clearly showed his disgust and determination to kill him. I must purge him. Inside, Valdovich was standing, waiting for him, screaming wildly. The scream was so loud, it created a strong wind. He stood there, looking at him with intense annoyance. He got into a combat stance, hearing the scream and feeling even more irritated. It's starting. His insane screams are driving me crazy. He began to use acceleration magic, aiming to end the fight quickly to avoid wasting time with this person. Sword in hand, he charged directly at him. His sword glowed with a red light, as beautiful as the color of fireflies. He began his attack, each sharp blade of his sword being swung out. The other man stood there, stunned, unable to react before the tip of the sword came at him. As a result, he was thrown far away by the force of the strike. A loud explosion rang out. Objects in the surrounding area were shattered into pieces. The screen then displayed a notification. Challenge completed. He quickly defeated the man, landing gently in a small house in the forest. A voice from a man echoed. So you're telling me you didn't know anything about that? A battered man was sitting on the ground, replying, That's right, please spare me. He looked at him and thought, I've been receiving this request from the Summer Emperor for almost half a year now, but I've messed things up so many times. Even though I've been carefully monitoring everyone around that bastard Bahal, I still haven't figured out who the culprit is. Then he thought of Hoenwu. Don't tell me it's that brat Kane, the one Bahal dotes on so much. No way, someone like him could never get involved in something this big. He then seemed unconvinced, while the man sitting on the ground begged for mercy. Wait. After handling the one sitting on the ground, he hurried off. The Summer Emperor thinks that person is treating Red Dragon and the Red Sword clan as pawns in this battle. I trust his intuition. Even though he's weakened, dragons, being wise creatures, can always see through the truth. He opened up the player's information to search. I'll need to investigate those related to Bahal further. Then, as if he had found something. Ha! It was the information of the dwarf. One of the 5 best key masters. Henova the Fire Anvil, he exclaimed. Elsewhere, Hoenwu was fighting fiercely. Now it's the 21st section. In Part 1, Episode 1 of 9 Tales, one of the 8 great factions appeared, and by Part 4, the second general of the demon army, Kindred, had already appeared. The sword god was standing with his shadow in front of him, wearing a mask that gave him a stylish look. He looked at Hoenwu as if to say, If you're going to stand there, fight harder. If you're scared, go home. He's the great disciple, he thought, and I have mastered the 8 extremities palm now, from which I'll reach a new height, a genius unparalleled by anyone. Indeed, this time, Hoenwu has encountered a strong opponent. Didn't Hanyong say we're only competing in swordsmanship, and even the king of martial arts couldn't defeat the sword god? I think I've already figured out which path I should take. With that thought, the two of them charged at each other, evenly matched, and then, suddenly, he disappeared from his opponent's sight. I'm winning now. He appeared behind him, soaring high, preparing to strike with his sword, and in a flash, it was done. On the other side, 2 players were looking at the leaderboard, exclaiming, He's gone mad. On the 21st floor leaderboard, Vevisvat ranked first, followed by Nayu in second, Hugh in third, and Unrevealed ranked eighth. The two players stared at the ranking in disbelief, feeling awestruck. One of them said, "Wasn't he just ranked 15th? How did he jump to 8th? What if he really manages to get to first place on the 21st floor?" The purple-haired player next to them spoke up. "Oh, come on, that's impossible. The first place is Vivasvat, the unbeatable wall, who has defeated every top-tier fighter and major faction leader. All for one." Then the two turned to ask, "Hadi, what do you think?" Hadi stood at a distance, looking unimpressed. "If I knew, I'd probably set up a fortune-telling booth, wouldn't I?" They both agreed with a laugh. "True, haha." She remained silent, watching the two of them. At that moment, at the door leading to the next floor, a cloud of black smoke appeared. It turned out to be the smoke emanating from Nocturne, a man with long black hair. Huan Wu looked at him, then curiously asked, "Who is he? I've never seen him in that journal either. The power radiating from him is strangely similar to that of my master." Thinking back, he suddenly remembered. Didn't the master say that he was his third disciple? He then reflected on what the master had said back then. At this level, he had already reached a certain point. "Congratulations! Who would have thought anyone could pass my test? You are my third disciple." The grand disciple is the sword god, so could this man be the second disciple? He pondered deeply. From what he could tell, this man seemed to be above the sword god in strength, meaning he might be more talented. Though he could feel traces of the 8 extremities palm, there was also a sharp, unique sensation emanating from him. Anyway, sorry to this senior brother I just met, he thought, and prepared to strike first. He had to pass this hurdle, so he quickly rushed forward, while the other man stood still, waiting for his attack. "Good heavens, I've been patient with you all this time." After the exchange, he panted heavily, exhausted. Then, he fought with an enormous dragon. Though it was still a dragon, he felt it was somewhat fair. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he spoke to it. "This dragon is the Summer Emperor. It has a fiery red color, looking very fierce, and its combat power is no joke either." It let out a roar as if it wanted to blow everything away. Huan Wu stood there, hurriedly shielding himself with his hands, hoping that the wind would not take him away. Compared to the person he saw during the battle with the sword sect, she was smaller, and the power emanating from her was weaker. Huan Wu compared them in his mind. Nevertheless, the Summer Emperor truly lived up to her title. However, once he passed through this gate, it would be her, and he had to overcome this challenge. Gripping his weapon tightly, he steeled himself for victory. The dragon in the distance opened its mouth to gather power for an attack. It spewed out scorching flames, but Huan Wu had no intention of backing down. Still, he disliked losing, so he rushed forward to counterattack. The 14th trial was beginning. Considering Huan Wu's condition, he would be given an additional 30 minutes to prepare. The cold-blooded attribute had been disabled for an unknown reason. The opponent in front of him began to dissolve slowly into the air after being struck by his sword. Suddenly, he saw someone with an expression that was 3 parts surprised, 7 parts like his brother. "It's Jungwoo," he thought to himself. "That person is my younger brother." Looking at his face, he seemed deeply conflicted. Having lived to this age, he had never encountered such a situation before. The master's disciple spoke up to remind him. He replied, "I know. Don't worry," before removing his mask. "I know this is just an illusion." The cold-blooded attribute had been disabled for an unknown reason. The remaining time to complete the trial was 27 minutes and 59 seconds. Then he stood there, reflecting on the past. "I'm sorry. I thought you had left me and run off somewhere else, and it was because of that I hated you. But after the death of my comrade, Valdovich almost completely disappeared. When I left Nation K, it was just the same. My father had died when we were still very young, so our relatives had severed ties with our poor family long ago. I hated all of that, so I left Nation K with the hope of leaving everything behind. There, I lived as if I had lost my mind. That was also when I took on the codename Ken. I could have left to seek death, but even so, there was one reason I couldn't die." Then he remembered his miserable mother. "Huan Wu, you must protect him. Your younger brother, wait until he comes back." In front of him was his beloved younger brother. How could he bring himself to strike him? The soul beside him panicked as it saw his face. Doesn't he have the same face as Heavenwing? Back then, we shared the same indifferent thoughts, so I had a vague idea. She looked at Huan Wu, but now I think I understand his context. Huan Wu stood there, silent, holding the mask in his hands. Have you calmed down and thought it over? The voice of the Summer Emperor rang out. He hesitated for a moment, then looked up and spoke to it. You must be dizzy too, right? I'm sorry. It responded with something like, shut up, just stop talking. Of course, it wasn't quite the same as him. Then it asked him, do you think I can defeat that person? If it's too hard, you can let us help. He just smiled lightly upon hearing this and asked in return, can I tell you something? What is it? The dragon asked, puzzled. At that moment, happy memories of the two brothers began to resurface in his mind. He spoke as he moved closer to the opponent before him. Do you know, I've never lost to my little brother. Then, he gripped his sword tightly, ready to strike. Huan Wu appeared, his body radiating an explosive force. Immediately after, Huan Wu was present. He had wings as white as an angel's. He initiated the attack, and every trace of green power surrounded Huan Wu. His eyes turned golden, just like his little brother's. He whispered to himself, but if I lose this time, won't that be incredibly embarrassing? Then he chuckled and thought to himself, though I've never had a sibling, so I can't fully understand, I can at least empathize a little. Suddenly, a white dragon appeared, its eyes also golden. Sure enough, the silver-white dragon was Jung Wu's spirit beast. The red dragon, on the other hand, embodied the strength of Huan Wu's spirit beast. He thought, isn't this desire not to lose the same as mine? At the command to attack, the two dragons immediately unleashed their magic. The master of these creatures was engaged in an incredibly tense sword fight. He gritted his teeth, thinking that the struggle for power was no different from the competition for rank among wild beasts. However, upon seeing the creature before him, his perspective shifted. This dragon held a rank different from his own, but he had decided that he must defeat this dragon. Temporarily stunned and mute, the paralysis was broken, and his resistance to the dragon's power was restored. A blood-red sword appeared before his eyes. Is this sword purification? Taking advantage of Huan Wu's momentary lapse in vigilance, he struck with great force. A burst of red magic flashed, heading straight for him. Huan Wu immediately retreated defensively. Before he could regain his balance, the opponent quickly closed the gap and swung his sword toward him. Suddenly, the man's eyes shifted to a mix of golden and red. After that, Huan Wu swiftly dodged the strike, his body narrowly missing the blade. Using his magic, he flew into the air, extending the distance between them. Suddenly, magical circles appeared around him. Was that the demon Sky Dawn? Various spells erupted continuously. At Huan Wu's command, 5 different sources of energy shot out from the 5 magical circles. These energy sources fused into one enormous power, launching a direct attack that moved rapidly toward his opponent. Huan Wu spread his wings and flew silently through the air, observing closely. Below was a pile of broken items, with only a few remnants of the magic that had just been used. While he was still utterly confused by the absence of Huan Wu, the man had appeared from behind without him noticing. The fiery wings fluttered in the air, readying themselves for a sword strike. Huan Wu turned back to face the scene before him. A massive explosion was happening in midair. A huge sphere of gas suddenly shot out from the dragon's mouth, heading straight for the white dragon. Before his eyes, a cloud of smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Huan Wu's figure. However, at this moment, the angelic white wings were burned halfway. Several feathers fell apart from the impact, and Huan Wu's body was trembling. His face darkened. Huan Wu stood to one side, carefully observing. The damage was pretty significant, but if it were him, he would surely recover quickly. I can't let it have the chance to recover from that damage. Taking advantage of the moment when the strike landed, he swiftly charged forward, engaging in combat with Huan Wu using his sword. Huan Wu also tried to evade each of his powerful sword strikes. He thought to himself, at least my swordsmanship is still better than his. I have to use the 8 Extreme sword to push him as far away as possible. Huan Wu regained his composure, quickly dodging the man's strong sword strikes. Watching him, the man continued to assess. It was clear that both sides seemed evenly matched. His injuries can't be any less than mine. For someone from the lower levels, this is just absurd. He then noticed the sword in Huan Wu's hand. It was the Dragon Slayer. The image of a blacksmith appeared in his mind, hammering away at a massive sword. It turned out that this was the greatest creation of the legendary blacksmith, forged from the ribcage of the ancient dragon Kalitas. It was not just a legendary sword, it could be said to be even more than that. The two of them fought fiercely, their blades constantly clashing against each other. He had quietly assessed the strength, techniques, and speed of his opponent, but he was concerned as the blades continued to strike relentlessly. If this kept going, the situation could easily turn in their favor. Huan Wu's gaze was growing increasingly terrifying. Huan Wu broke into a light sweat, gritting his teeth as he blocked the attack. He thought to himself, he's been nothing but a scholar since he was young. How could he be such a skilled fighter? How long had they been dueling in midair now? Huan Wu's body became even more compact, making it impossible for him to find an opening to strike. But suddenly, Huan Wu was struck in the stomach. It was as if the sword had pierced through his armor, and blood began to pour from the wound. He looked at the injury, and the golden light in his eyes grew even brighter. Zheng Wu immediately pulled back from Huan Wu's sword, his wings protecting his front. Suddenly, Huan Wu was enveloped within his own wings, like a goose hiding itself in a cocoon. The sight made Zheng Wu begin to wonder what kind of trick he was planning. Then his legs shot up. From the sky, a beam of light flashed, and a powerful surge of energy struck directly into the hidden lair of Huan Wu. Suddenly, the shell shattered, and from within it, the image of Huan Wu appeared. Surrounding him was a source of luminous energy glowing brightly. Feathers flew from the direction. Huan Wu closed his eyes, floating in midair, silver scales appearing on his body. At that moment, Huan Wu turned his face, immediately feeling an ominous presence approaching. From the magic circle surrounding him, lightning bolts incessantly shot out, striking the ground. That was violent thunderstorm. By now, Huan Wu had coughed up blood. It seemed that he could not avoid this thunderstorm, but he still strained to use his magical power to resist. His magic allowed him to create a large, incredibly strong defensive shield to withstand the violent thunder. Violent thunderstorm condensed the thunder and unleashed a continuous and powerful burst of magic created by players at level 20. Huan Wu found himself in a passive state, with the waves of thunder relentlessly striking down, causing the distance between the two to grow further apart. He could only use his shield and stack up defenses. This skill would also cause a backlash on the user. Given Huan Wu's personality, he would definitely never gamble like that. Could he follow his brother's approach? He then remembered the days when they used to drink together. You've always been the one to take action, while I was always the one who thought things through. We were so close, and every time like that, Huan Wu would leave the room whenever he made a mistake, and he would just stand still and take the scolding. Those words had formed a habit of thinking many times before acting. It was the same inside this tower. He looked at his younger brother and smiled. Perhaps we're starting to become like, aren't we? The violent storms passed by, leaving behind a pile of wreckage. The tower's structure charred in many parts. Huan Wu's shield was also gradually retracting. He spread his wings wide in the air, and the power still radiated from within his body. A ray of light emanated from his hand. Was he about to use the same magic skill as before? Huan Wu wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth and continued to rise, his expression seemingly challenging his opponent. Go ahead, the flames are still burning away the rotting room. Shao stood within the protective shield, looking up and clicking his tongue. He thought to himself, this attack seems pretty powerful. Father Huan Wu, with his wings hovering in the sky, looked down at his brother. He was no longer able to dodge his attack. Even if he tried to avoid it, he was sure his brother would just fire another wave of spells. Father Huan Wu, hidden in his spot, looked up above. If that's the case, he would need to retaliate with a powerful counterattack to overpower his brother's assault. As soon as the thought finished, Father Huan Wu spread his wings and flew out, ready to face the strong wind. Magic power outside the tower is indeed quite strong. If I combine aura with dark energy, add the power of dragon blood, then awaken and compress it into a lightning bolt, and detonate it, what would happen? He imagined a scenario where all the powers were mixed together. At that moment, he could apply what he had learned from the previous time, mixing all the different powers into his soul. What if a massive explosion broke the chains? This could generate a power equivalent to lightning waves. Father Huan Wu, in his fiery red phoenix wings, decided to take the risk and try it just once. He firmly gripped his sword and raised his voice. "Soul, this is very dangerous and could cost me my life." The various powers began to blend together. Father Huinwu thought to himself, "But this is the only way right now." His gaze became more resolute than ever. "I have to try it." Amid the immense forces of power, Father Huinwu charged towards the chains. A burst of blinding white light flashed. A huge explosion occurred. Its light resembled a large fire raging uncontrollably. Father Huinwu observed the scene before him, thinking silently, "This is enough to melt dragon scales. She has created an incredibly intense heat, but where did it go?" The light still hadn't faded, and through the haze, the silhouette of Father Huinwu appeared. He emerged from within, and when the other Father Huinwu saw him, he froze in place, silent and speechless. He gripped the sharp sword and steadily moved forward. Cha Huinwu on this side is also advancing, and he speculates that he probably wants both of us to die together. Now there's no way to escape the explosion. There's only one way left, and the best way is to reduce the damage. Domain. And he exclaimed, "Wonderful." The hammer in his hand emitted an aura of overwhelming pressure. Another voice echoed, "I'm waiting." Trying to control the fire and the heat in a certain area of his body, he gripped the hammer tightly. Suddenly, his eyes turned pale. He couldn't control it. He couldn't control it. Falling into a state of immobility, the dragon scales were activated, and clarity was maintained thanks to the nature of cold blood. Small, shimmering dragon scales slowly began to appear from his neck. His entire body emitted a powerful aura, from his arms to his wings, glowing unusually. The effect had been cancelled. "You have developed high fire resistance and achieved excellent heat resistance. Thanks to your strong will, the properties of fire and lightning have been controlled." Dragon scales began to develop and adapt to the properties of fire and lightning. The effect had been cancelled, and you have developed high fire resistance and achieved excellent heat resistance. Your knowledge of dragons has increased, and new information about the newfound power has revealed the might of dragons. Cha Huinwu stood before the explosion, but it seemed like he wasn't afraid. "I've succeeded to the point where I can minimize the damage received." But he glanced at the hammer with his sword, thinking to himself, "Holding the sword with both hands is too cumbersome." Cha Huinwu, was up above, looking down. He said nothing, remained silent, and let go of the sword in his hand. Cha Huinwu looked at his younger brother's face, which bore dragon scales, the same brother who had survived the explosion. He had even used his wings to reduce the damage. The flapping of his wings had minimized the impact. The third awakening power had allowed him to control pressure within a confined space. This meant that he had reached a level of mastery that allowed him to connect with a different race. He kept looking at Cha Huinwu, who was still in a daze. To achieve this kind of control, it had been a long and difficult process. Cha Huinwu, panting with exhaustion, praised his younger brother. "This little brother of mine is pretty skilled." Struggling to walk, he breathed in ragged breaths, feeling as though he were on the verge of collapse. A voice echoed, "Hey, at this rate, you'll die." "Master, we want to fight alongside you. The power of that black bracelet is one of your powers, isn't it?" He gripped the sword in his hand, his knees buckling as he took a step. Cha Huinwu spoke up. "No." As mentioned, he stepped into a small circle surrounded by beams of light. Shan stood in the center of the glowing circle, and the light began to envelop his body. The second-tier power activated, and the dragon's pressure surged. His expression had improved slightly. Father Huinwu spoke slowly. "Perhaps we need to unleash all our strength in this battle." The dragon's pressure. The ancient Kalethus dragon had divided its power into 8 stages so that the wielder could adapt to it more easily. The second stage is one of them, and the will of the dragon is so strong that it threatens both gods and demons. Those who once controlled the laws of this world by releasing this will were able to establish a control much stronger in scale. The dragon's murderous aura. Dragons are superior beings far beyond any other race. They exert immense pressure like their arrogance toward those within the server. It unleashes a sense of dread in the hearts of enemies and awakens the will of allies. The dragon holy walls. The deeper the understanding of its power, the stronger the side effects from the skill. The range of the Vienna dragon has been enhanced. Now it can use its power to control a specific area for a period, and all its stats have increased. Clenching his remaining hand tightly, he charged forward. Father Huinwu also rushed towards him. The two were about to collide. A blinding light erupted. Huan Wu extended one hand forward, as if trying to grasp something. Father Huan Wu was pointing his sword toward his brother. Out of nowhere, a huge vortex appeared. It knocked Father Zheng Wu down to the ground. Cha Huan Wu slowly descended, feathers from his wings flying away with the wind. Cha Zheng Wu, in agony, knelt down on the ground when suddenly a foot stopped right in front of him. It was Cha Huan Wu. He planted his sword into the ground, kneeling on one knee before his younger brother. The two stared at each other for a moment, silent, neither saying a word. You have passed the trial. In this trial, you have achieved many different accomplishments. You have attained something not easily obtained. You have been granted an additional reward. The additional reward. The unique skill Fire Wave has been created. The skill Fire Rain has been linked with the Fire Wave skill, increasing proficiency by 3.2%. Cha Huan Wu was gradually fading. Seeing this, Cha Huan Wu froze. Is he just going to fade away like this? He shakily reached out, wanting to touch Cha Zheng Wu. Just a little longer. Just a minute more. Just as he was about to touch him, Cha Zheng Wu emitted a dark aura. Cha Huan Wu withdrew his hand, his eyes wide. In his gaze, his younger brother's image appeared very clearly. Cha Zheng Wu spoke, "I'm happy to see you again." He lifted his head and smiled brightly, calling out to Cha Huan Wu, "Brother." Then, he simply vanished into the air, right before Cha Huan Wu's eyes. Cha Huan Wu looked up at the sky, the shadow formed based on the previous master's records and achievements. It was not surprising if some memories of the former master were retained, but it had been so long since he last met his younger brother, and now it was in the form of a mere shadow. Opening his eyes, the world had completely changed. He was given more time to wait as the waiting time for the time challenge was 3 hours. He looked at the aura emanating from his body. The waiting time was 3 hours, meaning he had fought against Cha Zheng Wu's shadow for such a long time. If Zheng Wu ranked 4th, what would happen to the other 3? Everyone had easily passed floor 21, so what level were they at now? Cha Huan Wu looked at his hand. No matter what, he would continue. In this battle, his draconic transformation ability had improved significantly. He was becoming more and more skilled at it, especially the Thunder Fury skill. For the first time, he was able to create this skill by himself. The Fire Wave skill combination. It was a form that had been compressed to its limit by blending various energies around the skill-numbered firestorm. The power erupted, and the intensity of the explosion when released was proportional to the remaining power. It looked like the lightning wave skill, but was more complicated, making it stronger and harder to control. The Fire Thunder created a large explosion proportional to the amount of mana used. Sometimes, it had the ability to break through the opponent's defensive barrier and destroy it from all directions, creating chaos. With thunder containing the power of lightning, it emitted thunder from all directions of the explosion. The thunder released would push the firepower further, simultaneously creating an explosion. Afterward, it would destroy an area, making the thunderous fire something not easily extinguished even after the end, continuing to cause damage. This was a unique skill, only found in the tower. If it is handed over to another, the unique trait disappears, and instead, a trait option will be provided to the user of the skill. This is an incomplete skill, but it holds great potential, so it needs to be perfected. Players need to pay extra attention. For a skill that the system deems to have high potential, it must possess tremendous power, something I must be cautious about. The Fire Wave has been created, and I need to assess how beneficial this skill is. He clenched his fist determinedly. I will learn something new as I continue to improve my fire-based skills. The match with Hegel, rank 3rd, was about to begin. Get ready for the match while you wait. A powerful air pressure surged, covering the sky in an instant. As Huan Wu put on his mask, he thought, the Archbishop of the Demon Legion, Hagen. He is an envoy of demons, but also possesses the traits of an angel. Although no other information about him has been revealed except for his name, I must pay attention to his second trait, the angelic power. And the opponent appeared before him. Hegel. Father Huan Wu gazed at him pensively. There's something I want to test in this match. A beam of light erupted, and Hegel stood within it, as if his body were on the verge of being incinerated. Father Huan Wu looked up at the fiery storm. Now I can control it to some extent. You have safely passed Challenge 31. He thought to himself, Though the demonic surge had turned into a chaotic mess, he suddenly spotted a gleaming piece of bright yellow stone. That! Huang Wu grabbed the stone. This is a piece of divine iron. I actually managed to find a piece during this challenge. His pupils suddenly flickered. The divine iron shard had detected 4 pieces of the divine iron. Find more pieces to complete the divine iron. Huang Wu was gazing at the light radiating from the divine iron shard. Indeed, this fragment exuded a considerable power. It's a stroke of luck to have found this piece, but I'm not sure how many are needed to complete it. He gripped the divine iron shard tightly in his hand. This could also be a trap set by the demon lord. Perhaps he entrusted one of the pieces to Huan Yang. What is his true purpose? Things are getting increasingly difficult to understand. Every step needs careful calculation. As a new day began, the sky cleared up, and the sun began to shine with warm rays. The system notification appeared. Challenge 32 is about to begin. Huang Wu slowly walked through the vast field of weeds. He stopped in front of Wang, the chieftain of the one-horned tribe, and thought to himself, what was Master like when he was young? Huang Wu looked at the face of the smiling old man. I've always been curious about what my master looked like at my age. The atmosphere was both humorous and sharp, much like a wild beast. It was said that in his youth, he caused quite a stir, and now, seeing him, Huang Wu understood why such rumors existed. Wang maintained his smile, which felt completely different from the demeanor of other opponents. It seemed that his influence on him was greater than he had thought. Huang Wu couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, tightening his grip on the sword in his hand. Behind the mask, Huang Wu's face revealed no emotion. Any disciple with a great master would likely think the same. I will defeat my master. His gaze was entirely focused on Wang in front of him. If he could surpass his master, it would mean that the younger generation would reign supreme. Huang Wu began rushing toward where Wang was sitting. Wang remained still, his expression unchanged, just like it was at the beginning. Huang Wu held his sword, but before he could do anything, Wang spoke. Surrender, he said, raising both hands in surrender. A voice echoed like a final instruction. In the future, you must take good care of that child. Rebecca recalled herself in the past, the commission granted to her by the divine being on the 20th floor. She had asked about the reason for that commission, but had received no answer. Now in the present, Rebecca understood everything. But now, I understand, they probably wanted me to be careful and keep an eye on Cain. Rebecca furrowed her brow, but every time she felt even slightly worried. Wang's strength surprised her. He was regarded as the greatest clan leader in the history of the one-horned tribe. Rebecca's thoughts ran through her mind. Although he is stronger than I imagined, when faced with Wang like this, she never expected him to raise his hand and speak to Huang Wu. Surrender. Rebecca was taken aback. Huang Wu, standing behind her, had no idea what was going on in front of him. What was that? An incarnation expressing its will. He looked at Wang's innocent, smiling face and asked, Master, could it be that this is not your master's incarnation? No, it's not impossible. Suddenly, Huang Wu recalled his younger brother before he disappeared. His younger brother's incarnation had also said something before vanishing. Under the vast blue sky, the voices of Father Huang Wu and Wang echoed. Anyway, I know that even if you fight me, you can't possibly win. So let's just talk a bit. It's really talking. Wow, it's all so chaotic. It's too chaotic already. Rebecca advised, Master, you should be more cautious, because this is an unprecedented phenomenon. We don't know if he might be plotting something else. Father Huang Wu agreed with her. Yes, that's true. But Father Huang Wu looked towards Wang, who he realized had stood up at some point. I want to confirm whether this is just a part of copy data or if this is actually a conscious replica. If they can be self-aware, my younger brother might not even know it. I could go look for him around the 21st floor and ask him a few more things. Wang spoke up. I want to talk about the outside world. I've only been here, so I don't know what it's like out there. My mind only contains the memories of the original host. So please talk to me about the outside world. He continued. Then I'll have someone try the next stone. How about it? I think this condition isn't bad for you either. Father Huang Wu compromised. All right, in exchange, we'll take turns asking each other questions. I also have something I'd like to confirm with you. Wang nodded in agreement. If that's the case, of course that's fine. Huang Wu seemed hesitant for a moment, But soon after, an aura began to surround both Xiaohuan Wu and Niu Wang. Suddenly, two iron pincers closed tightly around Niu Wang's neck. He looked down at his neck in fear and asked, "Brother, what are you doing?" Standing behind the two iron figures, Xiaohuan Wu responded, "How can I trust you?" Niu Wang's mouth opened slightly, and suddenly, two sharp, thin fangs grew from his gums. Damn it, I thought I had caught another fool. The innocent, gentle expression on Niu Wang's face changed instantly. If it was going to be like this, then there was no other choice. Niu Wang's eyes turned completely white. He bared his sharp, straight teeth and ground them together. A blinding aura radiated from his body. He tried to push back Xiaohuan Wu's two iron figures. Xiaohuan Wu, hidden behind his mask, no longer maintained his calm demeanor. He raised his sword high above his head. "Maybe I can find a way to bring my brother back to how he was," he shouted loudly. "If possible, try to limit Niu Wang's transformation." At that moment, a group of iron figures holding swords and hammers advanced. Rebecca was already in a ready stance. Before the large crowd of iron figures closing in, Niu Wang gradually soared higher, elbowing his way forward as if preparing to use a special technique. A few seconds later, he unleashed a powerful gust of wind that sent several blocks of iron flying. Not only that, but Niu Wang also released a series of amethyst stones, each one crashing down onto the iron figures. They struggled desperately to find a way to resist. Xiaohuan Wu looked up at the amethyst stones that were about to fall on him. He quickly dodged while trying to gather enough strength to counterattack. The power is immense, truly a monster. Xiaohuan Wu suddenly realized something. After all, earlier, it had clearly been the Break Heaven Fist. By now, the master should only have created the Eight Extremities Fist. What was going on? His phoenix wings sprouted. Xiaohuan Wu planted his sword, radiating an aura, into the ground. Couldn't it be that the transformation he had studied here had completed the Break Heaven Fist in a direction different from the original? Behind Niu Wang, a vast cloud of dust and sand filled the air. "Ah, look at that. Your move seems to be the Eight Extremities Fist. Huh. You must have some connection to this entity, right?" Niu Wang smiled wickedly. "How interesting. There's much more I want to ask now." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the Person of the Forbidden Land technique. A system notification appeared, announcing that the territory of the Vena Dragon had been established. You can now exercise power within a specific range. Level 2, Ultimate Power, Dragon Armor Power. All stats will be increased by a specific number for a limited time. Physical defense will be raised by a specific number for a limited time. Elemental defense will also increase by a specific number for a limited time. On the lush green grass, a large circle appeared, with a strange glowing object in the center. "Master, I'm sorry, but as I said," while Niu Wang wasn't paying attention, Huan Wu quickly swung his sword. "Before capturing him, I will beat him to my satisfaction." Niu Wang realized that Xiaohuan Wu intended to ambush him, and immediately turned around. "This guy has some confidence, huh?" Martial King Neu smiled brightly and said, "Go ahead, win this. Take advantage of this opportunity." He continued, "Overcome me." Neu turned around, preparing to throw a punch at Xiaohuan Wu's face. His hand emitted a powerful purple pressure. Xiaohuan Wu and Niu Wang began to engage in a chaotic battle, neither side giving ground, each having its own strengths. Suddenly, Xiaohuan Wu paused for a moment, as if something was hindering him. "What's this?" This illusion. Niu Wang, on the other side, saw this, and thought with delight, "Weaker than I imagined." Xiaohuan Wu tried to focus as much as possible to deal with him. Although it was similar to the original entity, there wasn't much change in the data. Huh. Right, if the illusion was created and continuously developed, it should have reached the level of a demon king by now. It must be due to system limitations. Anyway, I still want to use the Eight Extremities Fist. He swung his sword in a strike, but Niu Wang swiftly flew high into the air. Since its abilities hadn't changed, only the Eight Extremities Fist had been thoroughly honed. At that moment, Niu Wang was preparing to strike down from the sky with a powerful punch. He shouted, his booming voice echoing through the air. "The 8 trigrams death technique." His eyes blazed like fire, shattering the surrounding rocks and soil, causing them to rise in a thin layer of dust. Neu slowly slid down, the dust and stones trailing behind him. He began to activate his skill. A small glowing circle formed in his palm. Cha Huan-Wu also slid down, swinging his fiery sword and shouting loudly, "Flaming wave of destruction." Immediately, a storm of fire erupted, with layer after layer of flames sweeping away everything in its path. The sky turned pitch black, and the flames eventually ceased. Cha Huan-Wu held his sword, his sharp eyes scanning the opponent. Voices, seemingly from nowhere, echoed, "We cannot keep taking these blows. Please, let us out." Without much thought, he replied, "No waiting. Come here." Nayu, provoked by his words, was furious. His eyes burned with intensity, and without looking at his husband, he crossed his arms tightly over his chest and growled, "You." Cha Huan-Wu suddenly realized that this opponent was no ordinary foe. To have only sustained such light injuries from the flaming wave, was that really all? If he began to fight at full strength, I would lose. He gripped his hammer tightly. If I had Shannon or Hanryong's help, my chances of winning would increase. I might even be able to tie with him, but that wouldn't do. He remained silent, watching as Mu Wang charged forward aggressively, fists clenched, determined to find the answer. The image of both of them charging together, seeking a way to dominate, was vivid. Cha Huan-Wu observed the dense aura emanating from Mu Wang and whispered to himself, "At first, he and I are quite similar, but he has been practicing the 8 extremities fist here for the past 10 years. The image of Mu Wang training the 8 extremities fist appeared in his mind. I have practiced it too, but fundamentally, it's different. If that's the case, then Huan-Wu falls into confusion, his gaze slightly lowering. What is the difference between me, the nightmare, and the divine sword? He began to recall the gods of old, all of whom had encountered the disciples of Martial King in sectors 21 and 24. Since then, they had all walked their own paths. Cha Huan-Wu held his sword and reflected. However, I have learned many skills even though I haven't walked any clear path. He imagined himself as a true practitioner. His own path was clearly the one he wanted to pursue, faster and stronger. If I continuously improve myself, surely I can find something unique to me and walk steadfastly down the path I've chosen. However, Cha Huan-Wu lightly pursed his lips and remained silent for a long while. After a while, he spoke. "Ah, why must it be this way?" Suddenly, 2 small paths appeared before Cha Huan-Wu, and he truly didn't know which one to choose. If he couldn't immediately create his own path, perhaps he could turn the path others had created into his own. He suddenly remembered the person who had fought with him before, just at the right moment when someone was testing ahead, allowing him to find the correct path he needed to take. In Cha Huan-Wu's memory, every recollection of that person was still vivid. Everything about them had been deeply imprinted in his mind. The new system, you felt the synchronization, and the super perception skill has increased in proficiency by 28.1%. Cha Huan-Wu widened his eyes, startled by something. He mimicked the actions of the other player, and the path of the sword god appeared powerful and more solid than the path of integrity. Each successive sword god combo was unleashed by Cha Huan-Wu. Nayu, seeing this, was puzzled, his eyes wide open. What the hell is this guy? Completely different from before. He could already imagine another sword god. The corner of Cha Huan-Wu's mouth twitched, dreaming illusion. Then, everything turned a vivid green. Cha Huan-Wu had found his own path and charged forward with determination. His path was a multitude of threads, both soft and brilliant. A sharp power hidden deep within that brilliance. Cha Huan-Wu, with the power of dreaming illusion and his phoenix wings, moved forward. Mu Wang now felt the strength of his opponent. He tried to gather all the power he had to fight. Damn it, why is this happening? He's alone, but why do I feel like I'm fighting against so many people? Cha Huan-Wu's gaze suddenly turned astonished as one of Nayu's arms was sent flying into the sky. Ghost Moon. Mu Wang, now missing an arm, let out a sharp cry, but Cha Huan-Wu pressed forward relentlessly, showing no sign of mercy. Cha Huan-Wu silently thought to himself, asterisk next, the strongest among those I've encountered, asterisk behind the mask. He called out Mu Wang's name. Nayu, enraged, gritted his teeth, glaring at Cha Huan-Wu with hatred, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Damn it, his aura is exactly like mine. Is he mocking me? Now Cha Huan-Wu and Mu Wang were both down to one arm, thrown back into a chaotic battle. The path I had analyzed from my master's transformation was indeed the method of the fetch Dao. With each passing moment, Cha Huan-Wu's victory became more certain. The violent whirlwind of his power would sweep away any opposition. Against the immense strength of Cha Huan-woo, Mu Wang was truly unable to hold up. Gritting his teeth, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. No, if I fail here. Seeing Mu Wang about to tumble into the abyss behind him, Cha Huan-woo showed no hesitation in offering his assistance this time. The final path, Heaven Wing. Cha Huan-woo manifested in the form of an exquisite, snow-white angelic armor. The very path he had been striving for. With a swift motion, Cha Huan-woo thrust his sword, cleaving Mu Wang's body in two. Is freedom. Father Huan-woo's face suddenly changed. In that moment, Huan-woo seemed to catch a glimpse of the path he was following, the road he was walking, speeding by at a pace so fast that even the eye of a god could not discern it. Swiftly, the status window notification appeared. You have safely passed Challenge 32. Through this challenge, you have made significant progress. This is truly an extraordinary achievement. You will receive additional rewards and merit points. After death, Mu Wang's body turned into a stream of dark mist and flew away with the wind. Father Huan-woo, upon seeing this, immediately recognized that the illusion was not of his master. He silently watched the remnants of smoke rising slowly and could not help but think to himself. The master that men knew was strong, noble, and freer than anyone else in the world. This is just the leftover traces of Mu Wang's obsession. A familiar voice echoed in the air. Master, weren't you planning to keep that illusion? If you want to bring my illusion back, listen closely. Father Huan-woo slowly shook his head. No. When I saw the illusion of my master earlier, I realized something. The hatred in that illusion. I cannot accept it as my real brother. On the contrary, it would only bring me more sorrow. Cha Huan-woo again thought of his younger brother. Yes, kid, now we can't meet each other anymore. Cha Huan-woo's eyes became sad. Maybe I'm just dreaming a dream that can never come true. Cha Huan-woo turned back. Now is not the time. I need to quickly escape from the 21st floor. The faster the better. Challenge 33, Permission to begin. Cha Huan-woo stood still, motionless. Now it's the final sector. Who will it be? The wall that even the master couldn't overcome. He widened his eyes, the one called All for One. The battle for first place is about to begin. Prepare to fight while waiting. For some reason, the illusion of a Bibesbat was erased, and its data could not be retrieved. Challenge 33 will be automatically completed. All challenges have ended. After reading the status window, Cha Huan-woo couldn't believe his eyes. Under the soon-to-fade sunset, the small houses in the town were even more brightly lit. In one of the houses with a sign for an iron tool forge, a stranger entered and spoke. Sorry to bother you. The old man, Hanova, was sitting diligently working, not turning around to look, but answering directly. The shop is closed. You should go back. The man in the cloak that covered his face still stood there, motionless. He glanced around the room, observing the iron-made objects and the sets of battle armor. Seeing that the man hadn't left and was being stubborn, Hanova grew angry and turned around, shouting loudly, Damn it, I told you it's not for sale. Who are you? The man asked if he was Hanova. Behind his back, he was concealing a sharp knife. Hanova replied, So what? Then he glanced at the status window again, though it seemed he saw something. At that moment, he let out a sound of surprise. Strangely, the Fame Arena's 21st floor had been updated. Would you like to check? 21st floor shared first rank, not publicly available. Bivesbat third, Nayam fourth, Huel fifth, Cha Huan-woo. Hanova's eyes widened in astonishment. Shared first place with All for One. Could this really be happening? Hasn't no one ever matched All for One's record until now? The old man suddenly remembered Cha Huan-woo. That guy had said he would reach the 21st floor, so he had set an alarm. But to have such a record, it truly felt worth the effort to complete the gear for that young kid. The old man's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit proud. It was only then that he realized, thinking back, someone must have come. So he turned his head to see who it was. But the man in the black cloak had already disappeared. Has he left? In a narrow alley in the small town, the mysterious man walked slowly, deep in thought, feeling puzzled. He recalled what he had seen in Hanova's workshop. According to his investigation, Hanova had clearly stated that after the fall of Artilla, all the items had been destroyed. Yet the items he had just seen were clearly high-level items. Then he suddenly remembered the old man's joyful smile. Moreover, he clearly smiled. As far as I know, the disciple Bahal just died not long ago, and indeed something's going on. The man was still lost in thought when he heard a call. Hey, you there? Yanu, carrying a pile of iron on his shoulder, noticed the mysterious man and asked, "Who's the one muttering to himself over there?" In fact, Yanu had encountered him before. I came to trade with Hinova, but I saw a stranger and decided to follow. When I got here, I saw this guy. He's not exactly quick on his feet, but my instincts aren't bad. You give off a very dangerous aura. Who are you? Under such interrogation, the man looked at Yanu with a scrutinizing gaze. Tisk, getting involved with the one-horned tribe would be a hassle, but there's no other choice. Just at the right moment, there's something I need to investigate. Immediately, the mysterious man exuded a murderous aura and slowly walked toward Yanu. Handling just one task felt exhausting. Moments later, blood began to pool on the ground. Yanu, having been kicked in the chest, let out a painful cry. Ugh! The man arrogantly ordered Yanu. From now on, if you answer all my questions, I'll spare your life. Although Yanu was gasping for breath under his feet, he refused to humble himself. Huh? What are you barking about? Really? Do you think I'll listen to that? The man's cold voice rang out. I thought you'd comply. But, as he spoke, a swarm of venomous green snakes appeared behind him, clearly very dangerous. Seems like there's no other way. This isn't the method I usually use. But, the man began to set his snakes on Yanu, chuckling softly as he commanded, "Go ahead, eat him." After catching the snake, the man thought to himself, "Is this the memory of that kid? Now I understand why the one-horned tribe suddenly stopped participating in the battle." Images of two white flags appeared in Kane's memory. The man continued to observe, and the person sitting at the center in that memory of Kane was Father Huan-Wu, talking with the tribe members. As soon as the man saw him, he immediately recognized the lone listener, Kane. Then came a gigantic dragon that caused everyone to panic and scatter in fear. The man hesitated for a moment, his demeanor indifferent even when facing the Red Dragon or the Azure Sword Clan. Despite having fought as a mercenary for the one-horned tribe, watching him fight was quite professional. He smiled a scheming smile. I always thought he was nothing special. But now, I'm starting to find him interesting. Ignoring Yanu, who was struggling in the blood-soaked dirt, the man coldly turned and walked away. It would be nice if something interesting happened. On Huan-Wu's side, a status window appeared. Level 22 challenge is about to begin. Challenge. The city facing the vast sea has long been a troublesome issue, where the demonic creature Kraken has appeared. Huan-Wu, with his fiery phoenix wings, flew towards the octopus to attack. He silently thought 4 out of 1 data about rank 1 had been lost. The status window had previously announced that both demons and gods could not escape from the system. The system had completely changed. Considering the confinement at level 98, this absolutely shouldn't have happened. The powerful fire strikes from Huan-Wu were continuously unleashed. This situation, everything was becoming more and more complicated. I need to quickly locate the knights. After a fierce battle, the demonic creature Kraken was completely defeated by Huan-Wu. You have single-handedly defeated the Kraken, the king of the seas. You have earned 15,000 experience points. You are awarded an additional 20,000 experience points. Second floor leaderboard. Do you wish to place your name on the honor list? Accept or decline. Without thinking further, Huan-Wu directly clicked decline. The status window displayed. You have declined. Rebecca embraced one of the arms of the demonic creature Kraken. It had been completely roasted. Poseidon, the god of the sea, showed great concern for you. The god of death was also worried about this matter. Huan-Wu had finished reading Poseidon's notification. After receiving a report from Olympus, it seemed that he frequently interacted with the gods. Huan-Wu was somewhat suspicious. What? I never thought I'd receive any kind of offer. And moreover, I don't have time to waste here. Huan-Wu said, from my position, I haven't seen Brahm in the past few days. I must quickly pass through the 23rd floor. A door opened, and the light inside was blinding. Huan-Wu was taken to a land with a sky as red as fire. You have begun the challenge of the 23rd floor. The demon's challenge of the past was completely different from the current one. While demons nurtured and built civilizations, the ancestors of the gods were said to have come from a world whose name is unknown. In ancient times, no one could resist them. Their world was one without sunlight, The sky was red, and hundreds of years passed without a single raindrop. It was a barren land, a land that seemed inhospitable to any living creature. Yet it was here that a mysterious life form evolved and managed to survive. The dry branches around were bare, with not a single leaf in sight. The demonic tree of unknown origin was so greedy that it drained all the energy from this world and continuously reproduced. Many terrifying beasts were lurking in this land. That life form had survived the attacks of the greedy demonic tree and the haunting hunger of the wild beasts. In order to survive, it began killing more and more demonic trees, much like the wild beasts that were driven by hunger and thirst. The living conditions here are extremely desolate and barren, and the surroundings have become even more frightening. This is exactly the shape of the original demons. Before they gained reason, demons lived in a completely dependent era. It's possible that the demons on the 98th floor started from the lowest level. Now, after many battles, the demons there have reached their peak period, with immeasurable power. Originally, this place was supposed to receive the purple demon flower and the bones of the horned dragon. After observing the situation here, Huan Wu fell into deep thought. First, I must find that demon race. The complex terrain and harsh climate are quite challenging for me. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in this barren land. Huan Wu ran at full speed, and there were familiar voices echoing. Wow, this is clearly the playground for me. Was the 23rd floor always this comfortable? It's because we've changed so much. Pooh had absorbed the demon from the 21st floor, and his demonic attributes had increased by 2. At this moment, Shannon and Henry Yong were helping Huan Wu eliminate the demon groups blocking the way. Rebecca snorted. Huan Wu had climbed a tree. He looked down at the white armored knights below. This is the position of the knights. Suddenly, he paused for a moment. Huan Wu looked at those people. Elohim. The beautiful figure of Hepburn appeared. Elohim is a group of fanatics, and only those with superior bloodlines, like the Jigo race and the Chol race, can join. How did these arrogant beings end up here? As far as I know, their relationship with Brahm isn't good. Huan Wu's gaze suddenly shifted to a man whose hands were tied. That person. Huan Wu was astonished. The former elder of Elohim, the light god Ader. He wasn't from Artia, was he? He leaned forward to get a better look. Why is he here? Protogeno. He's someone with a noble race and a high rank in the group. People like him wouldn't normally appear in public. He pulled back a little and looked away. That person over there. A young man with dark skin and silver-white hair caught Huan Wu's eye. Galliard. Huan Wu couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this person. Galliard. He stared intently at Galliard's face. He knew that person was a friend of Brahm. Was he trying to stop the Elohim group from reaching Brahm? Over here, Galliard began to draw his bow, preparing to shoot. An arrow flew straight at the light god Ader. He jerked back, shouting to everyone in Elohim, "It's an ambush." The god of light pointed towards the place where Galliard was standing. Galliard continued to aim, preparing to shoot a second arrow. The god of light's face was filled with veins as he glared at him. A group of Elohim soldiers charged forward. How dare he? A Dan elf. Seeing Galliard, everyone immediately surrounded him. It's him. Capture him. But before they could even touch him, his body began to fade and disappeared into the air. Galliard had already moved behind them, without them noticing. He landed on the ground, his bow raised again, and suddenly a cough erupted from him. The god of light seemed to be extremely angry. He yelled, "You bastard!" and then streams of energy swirled around his body, forming a glowing arrow. As 3 or 4 arrows shot toward him, Galliard quickly and skillfully dodged. The god of light began launching arrows. Die! The bright arrows, like the sun, shot toward Galliard with terrifying speed. Immediately after, a massive explosion echoed. Galliard slowly ascended into the thick smoke. Just then, the god of light, Ader, flew toward him. With his own power, Ader used the brilliant divine punishment skill. Galliard quickly pulled out his shield. But inside, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Would the shield Brahm gave him be enough to withstand this? After all, Galliard didn't have much time to think. Moreover, this was the best option available at the moment. So as soon as the beam of light from Ader's skill was launched toward him, he used the shield to protect himself. But you are a shield that is hard to hold up once it begins to crack. Galliard tried to persist with the shield, but the power of the god of light was not something easy to contend with. Indeed, it was far too strong. The shield cracked more and more, and if they didn't win quickly, it would explode soon. Galliard, behind the shield, still struggled to hold on. A beam of light struck Elohim directly. Those fighting against Galliard spat blood, crying out in pain. Galliard, was utterly shocked. You. Huan Wu didn't have time to think much. He quickly helped Galliard to his feet. I'll explain everything after we get out of here. After the two of them had left, the god of light, Ader, stood with his arms crossed, silently watching the group in front of him, coughing continuously. He clenched his teeth in anger, his face dark as ink. Humph. Hey! In the blood-red sky, the shout of the god of light Ader echoed everywhere. Even Father Huan Wu could clearly hear the two words, damn you. Once they found a safe place to rest, Huan Wu checked the surroundings before reassuring Galliard. They won't chase us this far. Galliard thought so too. Maybe. Huan Wu greeted. Long time no see, Galliard. Galliard, tired, leaned against a large rock. So it's really you, Kane. You've changed a lot. He ran a hand through his hair. How did you know I was here? Huan Wu replied. It was purely by chance. I asked someone to find Brahm. And that's when I learned about the conflict between the Elohim and Galliard. Galliard slowly stood up. So you're helping me because you and I are somehow destined to cross paths? Is that lingering bond strong enough to make you turn against the Elohim? Huan Wu said, the news of Brahm being hunted by the Elohim has spread everywhere, and the fact that Galliard and Brahm are friends. I think something is going on. Galliard paused to think. It seemed like he wasn't lying, but that didn't mean he could fully trust him just yet. His long ears suddenly twitched as he seemed to hear something. He raised his hand to touch his ear. Brahm. Huan Wu noticed this, and was startled. Were they communicating? Galliard widened his eyes in surprise. What? There was a trace of hesitation in his gaze. Galliard turned to address Huan Wu. Brahm is asking, he said, looking at Huan Wu's confused expression. How is it that you smell like the Dragon Clan? Huan Wu's eyes widened in shock. To reveal one's dragon heritage before fully awakening was absolutely forbidden. Even the Summer Queen could never detect it. How could Brahm sense it? Huan Wu feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Galliard didn't deny him. If you want to know, ask the owner. He told me to bring you to him, so hurry up and follow me. In a vast place within this space, Huan Wu and Galliard walked towards a spot radiating a faint light. The ground suddenly shifted. This space was not simply a divide between the inside and the outside. Advanced magic reinforced the inner space with various high-level spells. The desolate, ruined world quickly transformed into a shade of green. It turned out this was a cross-dimensional barrier. Huan Wu followed Galliard, glancing around as they walked. Creating this place must have required immense time, materials, and effort. Galliard spoke, giving a warning. You must never reveal this place to anyone outside. If you want to come back here again. Galliard turned to look at him. For now, at least, until the matter is resolved, you will be temporarily held here. If you don't want that, it's still not too late to turn back now. Huan Wu asked, does the protection of this place have anything to do with the promise the Elohim Order is searching for? Galliard was silent for a long moment before finally answering. Yes, that's correct. A small wooden house stood deep within the barrier. Brahm was playing with his little granddaughter, having set up the cross-dimensional barrier to create and protect another space. This is the place the Elohim Order is trying to find. What can be here after all? When Brahm's little granddaughter saw Galliard return, she immediately ran over and jumped into Brahm's arms. He hugged Sesha tightly. Huan Wu immediately recognized the person before him. It was Brahm, gently interacting with his little niece, a man of extreme arrogance who always pursued freedom. Expelled from the Elohim Guild due to conflicts and disagreements, and the embodiment of a deity descending upon the world. Suddenly, Brahm turned around and looked at Huan Wu. Brahm. He spoke up and asked, you must be the one bearing the power of the dragon. Huan Wu's father did not directly answer the question. My name is Kane. At that moment, Huan Wu noticed something else. He glanced at the little girl who was snuggling into Brahm's embrace. Who is the child? The girl, with golden eyes and the tail of a dragon, peered at him. Huan Wu was taken aback. A dragon human. The image of the dragon race appeared. A dragon human is a distinct being. When humans and dragons merge, they give birth to half-human, half-dragon offspring. A dragon-human carries the bloodline of both humans and dragons. The dragon race transcends all racial boundaries. After the death of ancient dragon Kalitas, the last dragon, the dragon race became extinct. The number of individuals linked to dragons in the tower did not exceed 3. Huan Wu recalled those who were considered part of the dragon race. The last dragon, the Summer Queen, the half-human, half-dragon Ananta, the descendant of the ancient dragon and Huan Wu's father. Huan Wu thought to himself. He didn't know why Ananta suddenly hid her whereabouts, but he knew the reason why she vanished. She was the last person to meet his younger brother. Huan Wu continued to stare at the child, when suddenly another half-human, half-dragon appeared. He asked, "Is this Ananta's child?" Brahm, surprised, responded, "You know Ananta." Huan Wu gave a brief reply. "I've only heard the name. The Summer Queen refused to create a new generation, and the King of Heaven is dead. If that's the case, then there's no one else but Ananta." Huan Wu continued, "When Elovin was chasing you, was it because of this child that you were able to sense me? I think you wanted to make a deal with me." Huan Wu kept speculating. "This half-human, half-dragon, from what I sense, is much weaker than Ananta. The child probably has a quarter of her power. Still, the child hasn't yet realized the dragon power within them. Are you planning to guide it to awaken through me?" Brahm's indifferent voice spoke yes. He added, "However, first I want to test whether you are worthy of making a deal with me." When Brahm asked, "Who are you?" Galliard, standing nearby, couldn't help but glance at Huan Wu. His dragon gaze began to shine. Brahm also noticed Huan Wu's arms start to cover with green dragon scales. After this change, Huan Wu said, "It seems I no longer need to answer the question of who I am. Is this enough of an answer?" Brahm turned his head. "That's enough, follow me." Inside the small wooden house, on Brahm's desk, books were stacked, covering the entire surface. There was a pristine white sheet of paper on the desk, along with a small candle to provide light. Not to mention, there were also quite a few bottles and jars for experiments. As Huan Wu followed Brahm, he glanced around the house for a moment. "I have a question." Brahm asked back, "What is it?" Huan Wu got straight to the point. "I heard that you are completely indifferent to other people's matters, so why do you take care of Ananta's child?" The gaze behind his mask looked deeply at him. Indeed, he is a man who is very strict with his principles. Brahm remained silent. Even if the result was that someone close to him would die, he would not lift a finger to help. Brahm shifted the topic. "I will only speak about my transaction with Ananta. After all, for us, isn't the important thing simply fulfilling the other party's needs? I will make just one request. If it is possible to stay here temporarily and pass on the knowledge related to the dragon race to the child, that would be good. And occasionally play the role of a guardian for it, that will suffice." Sesha was hiding in the corner, listening carefully to every word from Huan Wu's father. "I understand. What's the child's name?" Brahm replied, "Sesha." Huan Wu's father set his terms with him. "Then now I will state my condition." Brahm slowly responded, "Go ahead." Huan Wu hesitated slightly. "I want to learn about it." Brahm was a bit surprised by his condition. "The Book of Mercury was written by me." The Book of Mercury, an ancient book full of energy, appeared in the thoughts of Father Huan Wu. It contained Brahm's memories from his time as a god. It was a book that recorded Brahm's experiences before he left the divine realm. One could say it was a book that held all of Brahm's knowledge. Brahm's expression darkened with killing intent. At first, he seemed highly cautious, but eventually he accepted. But I had to sign a pact that only allowed me to teach things related to medieval alchemy. The following days for Father Huan Wu proceeded in a set pattern. Every day, I would spend 2 hours listening to Brahm explain medieval alchemy. Fortunately, the knowledge I had gained from Hanova over the past time helped me quickly adapt and gradually understand medieval alchemy. Brahm's gaze was always that of a true teacher. Because of this, I learned a few things from Brahm. And so by night I studied medieval alchemy, while during the day, a voice rang out in the room. "You can't escape your fate as a caretaker. It must be so exhausting, right? Haha." At that moment, Father Huan Wu focused his attention on the little girl Sesha, who was hiding outside the door eavesdropping. "Look at this, already being cautious." Shannon and Henrion continued. "What's wrong with the master? You haven't even started teaching yet. But just getting close to that child, and they're about to cry already. Anyway, don't worry too much. If you follow our advice, Huan Wu angrily asked, who said I can't take care of it? Shannon was stunned. Ha. Huan Wu's deep voice echoed. Eat. A delicious pancake was placed in front of them, and Sesha, seeing it, was delighted. Wow. Sesha eagerly asked, what is this? Huan Wu coldly replied, food. Sesha, as if seeing such a beautiful pancake for the first time, repeated, food. Huan Wu, dressed in an apron, sat quietly watching Sesha enjoy the pancake. Shannon and Henrion chimed in, Master Cooks. That's an omen that tomorrow will be the apocalypse. The apocalypse is near, and it turns out the master is someone like this. Sesha took a bite of the pancake. It seemed very delicious, and Sesha ate with great joy. Huan Wu asked, is it good? The little girl nodded vigorously. Yes. She ate while saying, give me more. Huan Wu took a small cloth and wiped the corner of Sesha's mouth. I know, but eat slowly. The sky was a fiery red, thick with smoke and dust, extremely gloomy. The Elovan group was lying helplessly on the ground, wounded from the earlier battle. The god of light, Ader, was still very angry. Damn it, all the higher-ranked ones were killed, and only 4 were left alive. He clenched his jaw. We need to replenish our forces and continue the attack, right? No, I absolutely cannot let this be known. I was attacked and defeated by someone, with no reputation at all. He said, if this gets out, everyone will look down on us. Restoring the Dragon Clan, something the Elovan Council has always dreamed of, is not necessarily about restoring an ancient race. The image of Sesha, a representative of the half-human half-dragon kind, resurfaced, reviving the Dragon Clan and the Giants, then forcing them to kneel before the Elovan. To accomplish this, the child must be captured, the last remaining descendant of the Dragon Clan, hidden within the tower. He then recalled the image of Cha Jung-woo, who had also been a descendant of the Dragon Clan. I let it slip away once before. This time, I can't afford to miss it again. If only I had found Cha Jung-woo's body from the start. He clenched his trembling hand. Then everything wouldn't have ended up like this. Suddenly, a voice, faint yet distinct, interrupted Ader's thoughts. What exactly are you planning to do with that look? The light deity Ader turned around. The voice? Hemra, Ader muttered. The girl spoke softly. Hello. Ader asked. What are you doing here? Hemra, half joking and half serious, replied, can't you tell? Of course, I'm here to help. Ader crossed his arms and glared at her. This is not the time for jokes. Hemra chuckled lightly. Do I look like I'm joking? Behind her, many soldiers appeared. I think this number should be enough to fill in what's lacking. It's a bit hard to handle alone, so let me help. Ader immediately recognized her intentions. Help with what? You came here to steal the credit, didn't you? Do you think I don't know your schemes? But I can't let this opportunity slip by. Ader happily agreed. All right, let's team up. We'll each take half of the reward. Hemra was startled. How could she bear such a price? What? What are you saying? Do you think you can defeat Brahm without my help? It has to be 3-7. Ader cheerfully made a small adjustment. Fine. 3-7. You take 3, I take 7. Then he turned to leave. If you don't like it, forget it. Anyway, no one else knows Brahm's whereabouts except for me. Or you can go ahead and take your subordinates to search every stone and blade of grass to find his trace. Hemra was furious, but couldn't say a word. She thought to herself, that cunning bastard, it makes sense. With his sharp mind, he would be the one to think of showing up in a place as good as Artia. In the end, she had to compromise. All right, fine. Where are they? The plate of cakes was completely clean after Sesha had eaten. She seemed to be tired, so she hugged her stuffed bear and fell into a deep sleep. Brahm entered the room. Is she asleep? Huan Wu sat next to Sesha. Upon hearing Brahm's voice, he looked up at him. Yes, I made food for her. She liked it. After finishing a few servings, she got sleepy and went straight to bed. Brahm nodded in understanding. I see. Suddenly, Brahm spoke. From now on, I'll take care of Sesha. I have something for you to do. He handed a basket to him. Go outside and pick some demon flowers that are purple. Then bring them back here. Huan Wu knew that type of flower. The mysterious purple demon flower. Legends say that long ago, the Dragon Clan and the demons were enemies. The Dragon Clan adapted and followed rules. while the demons were capricious and disobedient. Naturally, the two could never coexist and had been in conflict for a long time. However, because they were adversaries, they became natural enemies of each other. The story was skillfully narrated. The dragon clan devoured the demons' souls and could transform them into a powerful form of magic. Not only that, but the demons consumed the solid bodies of the dragon clan, easily using them to exhaust their energy rather than mana. However, even if one couldn't capture a demon, there was still a way to counter the demon's essence. The purple demon flower appeared alongside a terrifying bud. That was the purple demon flower. Huang Mu refused. I'm sorry, but I also need that purple demon flower. Brahm asked, so you intend to cultivate the demon's essence as well? I'm not surprised, as I'm doing the same. How did you know about this? Brahm glanced at the girl, Sesha. As you can see, Sesha still has many shortcomings in utilizing the Dragon Clan's magic. It's a puzzle for both her and me. Therefore, in order to enhance her magical level, I am refining the demon flower. He bent down. Don't worry, my demon flowers won't compete with yours. What you're looking for are flowers with a concentration higher than level 4, right? Cha Huinwu replied. That's right. Brahm gently stroked Sesha's head. Asterisk asterisk, I am looking for demon flowers with lighter colors and a concentration of 3 or lower. If the concentration is too high, it will actually harm her instead. Anyway, this place is overflowing with high concentration, one's asterisk asterisk. Huan Wu felt confused. Asterisk asterisk, what do you mean? Are there really that many purple demon flowers? Even in the vast demon forest, those flowers are extremely rare. You have to search through thousands of plants just to find a single purple demon flower, right? Asterisk asterisk. Seeing Xiaohuan Wu deep in thought for so long, Brahm finally spoke up. Asterisk asterisk, if you don't believe me, follow Galliard. You'll understand better. Asterisk asterisk. After that, Huan Wu entered the demon forest alongside Galliard. As Huan Wu gazed at the purple flowers covering the sky, he asked, asterisk asterisk, what exactly is this place? Asterisk asterisk. Galliard, still looking at the flowers, replied, asterisk asterisk, can't you see? This is food. Asterisk asterisk. Huan Wu was astonished. Asterisk asterisk, demons have become food. Asterisk asterisk. Galliard nodded and smiled. Asterisk asterisk, that's right. As Brahm said, demons originated from plants. As long as you water and fertilize them at the right time, they will naturally grow at an astonishing rate. Asterisk asterisk. A notification window from the natural status system appeared. Asterisk asterisk. The demons are expressing their displeasure at Brahm's words. The unknown demon king is utterly enraged. An unidentified demon duke has cursed Brahm. However, due to the divine barrier blocking it, all curses have been nullified. The barrier has been reinforced, making external contact absolutely impossible. Even on the 98th floor, observation is out of the question. Asterisk asterisk. Huan Wu looked at the entire garden of purple demon flowers and exclaimed, what the hell did they use? How could they nurture the purple demon flowers into such towering trees? It's not just demons. To be exact, it seems like it could really give birth to evil beings. Could it be? Huan Wu looked up, his face slightly reflecting surprise. From the purple demon flower trees, magical circles surrounded them. The magic circles were exactly as he had thought. Huan Wu tried to recount its growth process, planting the evil demon tree, then making the purple demon flowers sprout. The demons born from the evil demon tree would have their minds disturbed by the formations, causing them to turn on each other. A protective circle appeared. These rapidly strengthened demons were then used as sacrifices, and as a result, the evil demon was summoned. While the evil demon was being born, it was immediately captured by magic. Huan Wu looked up at the towering purple demon flower trees. Most of the medieval alchemy and dark magic used here were incredibly complex. Some of the spells employed were even legendary. It turned out that Brahm's absence during the day was to complete this formation. He turned to call out to Galliard. Galliard, do you think there will be a major conflict between Brahm and the players in this tower? Galliard, surprised, asked, how did you come to think of that? Huan Wu hesitated for a moment. It's not exactly like that, but why is he preparing everything to bind the evil demon to him? Galliard let out a sigh of relief and explained, it's because of the demon factor. Actually, if you put it that way, there are some similarities, but also some differences. Galliard asked, "You've met Sesha, haven't you? I don't know if you could sense it, but that child won't be able to live for much longer." He explained the reason. Due to the limitations of her race, her body has been weak since birth. Even though we've given her many potent medicinal herbs, they only helped a little at first. After that, she was bedridden again. Huang Wu began recalling the first time he met Sesha. For some reason, from the very first moment I met her, I could sense that her energy was incredibly weak. She is the child of a human and a dragon. A dragon human is usually born strong and powerful. Not to mention they should have at least a quarter of a dragon's strength. Galliard continued. In fact that Sesha can run and play like that is something that only started happening recently. He added, the moment she started getting better was when she consumed that mysterious demon factor. But it seems like she's reaching her limit. The reason might be that she has some resistance to it. Huang Wu asked Galliard, "So now I need to capture an entire demon and let Sesha see if she can consume it." Unexpectedly, Huang Wu had guessed Galliard's intention. He answered, "That's right." Huang Wu couldn't help but ponder, someone as famously cold as Brahm doing so much for a little girl. It's truly absurd. He was a little curious. What happened between Brahm and Sesha? I heard Brahm mention something about it. Galliard had no intention of hiding anything from him. Honestly, I'm not sure either, as he hasn't said a word to me. But one thing I do know, if something is needed to cure Sesha, then even if it were a god, he would still find a way to catch a star for her. Brahm and Sesha were always that inseparable. After filling a basket with purple demon flowers, Huang Wu and Galliard returned to the wooden cabin. Brahm's voice rang out, "You're back." Not seeing Sesha anywhere, Huang Wu asked, "Where did Sesha go?" Brahm was absorbed in reading the newspaper and didn't even look up. She wanted to take a walk, so she went out for a bit. His gaze briefly flickered to the paintings on the wall. He had always thought of Brahm as a gruff person. Huang Wu looked at him. Now in his eyes, there was nothing but that foolish daughter of his. Noticing that Huang Wu had been staring at him for so long, Brahm frowned. "What are you staring at?" Huang Wu averted his eyes. "Nothing. More importantly, what are you looking at?" Brahm set the book down on the table. "The Book of Mercury. I'm checking for any omissions or mistakes." His gaze never left the book. "Have you understood everything I taught you?" Huang Wu replied, "I'm practicing everything related to exchanges." Brahm responded cheerfully, "Come with me. I'll teach you more." The flickering candlelight continued to illuminate the entire room. Huang Wu had been diligently studying for half a month already. He had been learning medieval alchemy but it was by no means easy. Huang Wu thought to himself, Brahm has taught me more than I expected. Rebecca's advice has also been immensely helpful throughout this process. Thanks to that, I was finally able to analyze the Emerald Tablet that I've been keeping all this time There was an undeniable truth. This was the most genuine and evident thing. To achieve the one and only miracle, as above, so below, as below, so above, and everything originates from a single thought, and everything is connected as one. Rebecca and Shannon stood behind, lecturing Father Huang Wu. No matter how he looked at it, its structure was fascinating. The sage. This part, right here, is wrong He frowned in frustration. This is driving me crazy Once again, he crumpled the paper and tossed it into the corner of the room. Haze. One more time Suddenly, an idea struck Huang Wu. Little Sesha rubbed her eyes as she walked into Father Huang Wu's room. Cain. Inside, Huang Wu had just spoken the word no. Seeing Sesha enter, he immediately stood up and asked, Sesha, are you hungry The little girl chuckled softly, And so, in the middle of the night, Father Huang Wu had to head to the kitchen once again. Rebecca, Shannon, and Hanryong stood in a corner, utterly helpless. Every time I look at Master, I find it truly fascinating. Thanks to this child, we get to see this side of him I completely agree. Same here Hearing them whispering about him, Huang Wu turned and asked, So tell me, what exactly have you all been thinking about me this whole time, Shannon's sharp voice left him speechless. Thick-skinned and devoid of character. Huang Wu didn't bother arguing with them. In his hands was a delicious pancake, which he brought out for Sesha. Since it was already late at night, eating pancakes had to be kept a secret from Brahm. Sesha, who was drawing a magic circle, turned around in surprise. Huh? That? Hyunwoo reassured her. I'm not angry, don't worry. After all, that's just a pile of discarded stuff. He placed the plate of pancakes on the table. More importantly, eat this first. Sesha happily replied, yes. Haha. He watched the little girl run around the room excitedly. Sesha, what is this? The girl innocently answered, huh? Kane made it. I just finished the last part. Brahm taught me. Hyunwoo touched the piece of paper with the magic circle Sesha had drawn. At first glance, it looks like random scribbles, but everything follows a specific formula. He picked up the paper and began to analyze it. That's right, this is it. Why didn't I think of this before? Hyunwoo seemed to have realized something. Now I can analyze the sage's stone and create an accumulation mechanism. From there, it can generate infinite mana. But that's not all. It can serve as an intermediary to amplify the released mana. He added a few more strokes to the paper. This contains information about the operation of the sun. The final words of the tablet. The operation of the sun is the cycle of mana. Now I understand why Lian and Build couldn't complete the sage's stone. Hyunwoo thought, the greatest shortcoming of the stone is the lack of accumulated power. Accumulated power is the most important factor in activating its abilities. Memories of the purple demon flowers sprang to his mind. However, the demon that Brahm and Kaliard captured, if I could capture something like that and seal it within the sage's stone. Hyunwoo continued thinking, would that become a source of magical power? A red gem appeared in Hyunwoo's imagination. If that's the case, then the dragon heart and the sage's stone. Another stone radiated energy, following Hyunwoo's train of thought. These two could become an enormous source of magical energy. Hyunwoo was stunned, wondering if perhaps he could gain an infinite source of magic power. Elsewhere, hurried footsteps echoed, and a hoarse voice rang out. Adora, come with me. Fant said angrily, this is driving me crazy. Even the 12th floor wasn't this boring. Whatever, you're not listening to me, because you're thinking about meeting him, aren't you? Adora retorted, if it came down to it, you choose someone who loves you too. Though honestly, you'll probably never find someone like that in your whole life. Fant flaunted his charm. Hey, it's just because I'm stuck here. If I went out there, I'd get plenty of attention. Adora suddenly remarked, that's strange. She held her sword, turned her head, and looked sharply at Fant. According to the coordinates you gave me, it's clearly right here. Hyunwoo was playing with Sesha when a voice called out, brother. Fant and Adora suddenly appeared, cheerfully waving. We're here. Adora approached Cha Hyunwoo and asked, what are you doing? You look like you're having a hard time. Cha Hyunwoo, covered in mud, slowly stepped forward. Just doing this. And that, nothing much. Don't worry about it. Adora and Fant gaped in astonishment when they saw the little girl standing next to Cha Hyunwoo. This child, he said, this is Sesha. Brahm clicked his tongue. Sext. Standing a bit further away, Brahm crossed his arms and looked at them. Why are you bringing outsiders in so carelessly? Galliard chuckled softly. What's the matter? I think it's fine. He glanced at Sesha. Sesha seems to like it too. She's my friend, isn't she? If she were uncomfortable, she would have come to me right away. Galliard teased. Brahm, seeing you like this reminds me of Munduk. When Brahm remained silent, Galliard let out a sigh of disappointment. Say something. I wonder if Sesha ever feels lonely. Galliard continued. All this time, she's been so isolated from the outside world. Brahm seemed to have something on his mind. He stayed quiet, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Adora was happily playing with little Sesha. Come to think of it, the child didn't often smile so brightly, did she? A lonely image of Sesha flashed through his memory. In the end, everything I've done was for Sesha's sake. Perhaps that's why I made her feel even lonelier. The barrier was breathtakingly beautiful, filled with lush green trees and white clouds leisurely drifting across the sky. Brahm stepped forward. Kane, I need to talk to you. Follow me. Kane, startled, turned his head back. Then he slowly started walking after Brahm. Adora glanced at him. She blushed. He hadn't changed at all. It would have been nice if he were more excited by the Dawn's arrival, or even said he missed her. Seeing Adora lost in thought, little Sesha silently looked at her. Suddenly, Sesha asked, hitting the mark on Adora's feelings. Sister, do you like Cain? Adora turned red with embarrassment. Why do you think that? Sesha giggled, her gaze fixed on Cain as she said, You're always looking at him, and you never look away. Adora quickly denied it with her words, but in her mind, she wondered, asterisk, could my gaze be so obvious that even a child can notice it? Asterisk. Sesha grinned and said, Haha, I'll help you. In the room, Brahm placed his hand on the piece of paper on the table and asked, You must be aware that the barrier and the demon tree are almost complete. Huan Wu replied, Yes, that's right. Brahm gently caressed the paper, relieved that there hadn't been any news about the Elephant faction or Etchers appearing nearby. Once the barrier is complete, even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to find us quickly. Huan Wu thought to himself, if the imaginary world is finished, this area would become Brahm's own territory, meaning there might be a base built here. He imagined the scene. Brahm having his own base, a space with defined boundaries. Brahm, as the supreme deity, would have absolute power within that space. Brahm assigned the upcoming task to Cha Huinwu. So I'm entrusting everything here to you. Organize whatever is necessary. Once the demon tree is completed, we'll be extremely busy focusing on summoning demons. Galliard, who had entered the room at some point, spoke up. You could have just said he's getting a break. Why beat around the bush? You're never one to be straightforward, are you? Brahm huffed and turned his head away in annoyance. Shut up. Huan Wu watched the two converse. Though the way he put it was a bit roundabout, what he really meant was for him to take a rest. Warm sunlight streamed into the small wooden house. Fant turned his head. We came here together anyway. Just tell me. He replied. No. Fant burst into laughter. What do you mean no? If you don't, I'm going to feel unbearably frustrated every time I come here. Marshal King Neu had once fallen silent in deep thought. He had reached rank 1 on the leaderboard of the 21st floor, standing shoulder to shoulder with all for one. Though he never showed it, his father must have felt great frustration over it. Fant smiled, revealing his sharp white canine tooth. He had no idea when he would ever catch up to him. For now, all he could do was train harder. A person clad in iron armor curiously asked, But why do you have that expression? Fant turned to look at her. It's just that she didn't expect to take such a big blow here. Adora let out a sigh. Maybe. Yuri is famous and well-loved after all, Fant said to the man in iron armor. Anyway, hey. The man in iron armor raised his hand to rub the crest on his helmet. Why did you suddenly change your appearance? Huan Wu chuckled. When he was tired, he didn't want to get caught up in other matters. Fant understood. So he just didn't want to be bothered. Now that he was famous, that's what he meant, right? Adora suggested to Fant. In that case, we should disguise ourselves too, since Cain is known as a ruthless villain and is often seen with other young one-horned individuals. And so, Fant and Adora disguised themselves a bit. On the way, Fant, exhausted, sweat dripping down his face, complained, This is so uncomfortable. Adora found it annoying, shut her mouth and kept walking. Seeing this, Huan Wu asked, What's wrong? Fant pinched at his aged-looking mask and said, It's this mask. It's a special item that only exists in our tribe, so not many people know about it. It's usually used to conceal one's identity while traveling. As he walked, Fant continued, Honestly, it's not even that necessary when going outside. Even if you asked for one, my dad probably wouldn't give it to you, right? Huan Wu replied to him. At Deldi, Fant's deep, husky voice rang out. Let's just go with that. The three of them stood atop a high rock, looking down below. Why on earth are there so many people here? Fant sat down, frustrated. Seriously, what's there to see in this pile of rubble? Huan Wu's father understood a little. Perhaps this is where the horned dragon once appeared, so that's why. The image of the horned dragon is not unfamiliar to anyone here. The horned dragon is a mutated form of the demon race. This transformation occurs when the power of the demon race reaches its limit and is about to evolve to a higher level. It is like a caterpillar, which, after growing, spins a cocoon, turns into a chrysalis, and from the chrysalis becomes a butterfly, breaking out of its cocoon. Fant was surprised. Isn't that horned dragon supposed to be a mystery shard? Huan Wu didn't think so. Now it has spread to the point that calling it a mystery shard feels embarrassing. Can't you tell just by looking? Fant continued observing the situation below. Can we drive all those people away? Don't tell me you're planning to team up with them to hunt the horned dragon. Do you even have any humanity left? Huan Wu squatted down next to him. Of course, we're going to snatch it. They've probably made some kind of deal with each other to hunt the horned dragon. We just need to stay here and wait for the right moment. Huan Wu threatened coldly. So for now, don't draw attention. If we're discovered, I'll be the one to kill you first. Fant chuckled. You're something else. If someone heard that, they'd think I'm always the one causing trouble. Don't worry, when it comes to patience. Am I not a shining example? A few minutes later, Fant punched a man in the mouth. A group of people in armor, swords drawn, pointed straight at Fant. Who are you? Fant sneered. Quahaha. That's right. Charge in, you bastards. Huan Wu and Adora helplessly raised their hands to their foreheads. Haze. The account of Fant's fight unfolded. The reason he started fighting was simple. Out of nowhere, a group of soldiers appeared. They declared that they would take over the horned dragon once it emerged and demanded that everyone leave the area. Naturally, everyone opposed this. But no one was in a hurry to step forward. Among the soldiers, there was a rancor. But Fant was unlike the rest, except for one person. Adora moved to intervene. Let me stop him. But Huan Wu held her back. No, wait. Sharp eyes flickered beneath the iron helmet, their presence both concealed and yet keenly felt. A chilling aura radiated from the figure. At the sight of him, Huan Wu immediately thought of Bloodland. He hadn't expected them to suddenly appear here. One of the 8 great clans of Bloodland. The people of Bloodland emerged, their red banner unfurled. Bloodland saw their clan as a nation of its own, the descendants of a world that had long since perished. Their purpose was simple: the Promised Land. They had no territory, nor did they follow any specific rules. They pursued everything, with an unwavering belief that one day they would find the land they had lost. In other words, they were wanderers clinging to illusions of a vanished past. However, they were always disciplined, never ceasing to hone their skills. Moreover, their sense of unity was exceptionally strong, which was precisely why no one wanted to get entangled with them. Huan Wu paid special attention to the fact that these people and Elohim both appeared on the 23rd floor, didn't they? But why now? It can't be a coincidence. On Lake Deldi, chaos was unfolding. The horned dragon of Lake Deldi was quite famous. If these individuals were affiliated with an organization, they wouldn't have gone so far as to send a rancor here. The issue is, Huan Wu continued to focus on the man. I don't know what rancor venomous ice snake Rad is thinking. Suddenly, Rad's gaze swept over Huan Wu's direction. On the barren land, a group of people had gathered. A soldier pointed his sword straight at Fant's face. Do you think you'll be fine after messing with us? Behind us is Bloodland. Fant didn't care about their Bloodland. He placed his hands on his hips, arrogantly provoking them. Oh, I'm so scared, and behind me is the One-Horned Tribe. Is the One-Horned Tribe only at war with Bloodland now? The soldier, hearing this, hesitated and stammered. Seeing their apparent reluctance, Fant cracked his knuckles. So, if you're not going to charge at me, I'll just be on my way then. The soldier, frightened, began to cry out. Just then, Rad's cold voice rang out. Step back. The moment the soldier saw it was Rad, he immediately obeyed. Fant took the opportunity to press forward. Finally, the leader stepped forward. He was still speaking when Rad slid past him. After all, fighting a rancor must be quite fun. Fant watched Rad's footsteps in surprise. That's Huan Wu. Rad smiled cheerfully and said, It looks like there's no need to fight. How about stopping here? Rad introduced himself briefly as he carried out his mission. I am Baron Rad, an envoy of His Majesty the Emperor. His Majesty has sent an invitation to you with Brahm. What do you think? As soon as those words were spoken, Huan Wu immediately realized. Sound transmission. He lifted his gaze to the man smiling in front of him. Had he been recognized? Moreover, this man knew that he and Brahm were working together. After waiting for a response and receiving none, Rad continued. Actually, not many people here know your true identity, so there's no need to worry. Huan Wu asked, How many clans know that Brahm and I are together? Rad pondered for a moment before replying. You've been hiding. And we've been busy, so I can't say for sure. However, it's not as if no one knows. Hyun-woo thought to himself, since he was half human, half dragon, of course, he would attract a lot of attention. Aside from the red dragon, he was currently the biggest point of interest. Sha Hyun-woo's hand clenched slightly. The major clans were paying more attention to this matter than he had expected. This was something he hadn't foreseen. From now on, he would have to be especially careful about his movements. His armor slowly began to peel away. However, because of his cooperation with Brahm, he had now fallen into a difficult situation and could no longer avoid the attention of others. His armor was completely gone. Fant exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh? Your disguise?" But Rad, the mastermind behind it all, cheerfully said, "There's no need to make things so complicated." Hyun-woo suddenly spoke, catching Rad a bit off guard. "I have a few questions. How did you know I would come to Lake Deldi?" Rad answered without hesitation. "Because it's your habit. You can't be satisfied unless you complete hidden pieces, right? So I figured you would definitely come here." Hyun-woo couldn't help himself and grew even more curious. "Then how did you recognize me?" "I clearly changed my entire appearance to hide my identity." "Oh, that's thanks to my skill," Rad replied. He raised his hand and brushed the area around his eyes. After a closer look, Hyun-woo realized it was the Nine-Snake Eye, a skill that allows one to see the characteristics and traits of others. So from the moment Fant caused a scene, had Rad just been standing there, waiting to find him. He stood frozen for a while. "So that's how it is." Rad maintained a smile on his lips. "Our Emperor takes a special interest in you. You won't refuse His Majesty's invitation, would you?" Hyun-woo's eyes grew deeper, more intense. The Emperor. This Emperor had a certain connection to Hyun-woo. The gluttonous Emperor had taken notice of Hyun-woo, viewing him as something special. He wanted to consume and devour everything Hyun-woo possessed. The reason the gluttonous Emperor fixated on Hyun-woo was because he had already tasted everything in this world. The image of a gigantic dragon flashed for a moment, but dragon meat was one of the few types of meat he had never eaten. Hyun-woo continued to think. What was there to long for day and night about eating dragon meat? He was truly a madman. He looked at Rad's face, which was being displayed with a pious expression. Did he want to meet Brahm? No. To be precise, he wanted to meet Sesha. Suddenly, someone approached and patted Cha Hyun-woo on the shoulder. "I know what you're worried about. You're afraid our Emperor might harm you, right? Don't worry. All those rumors are fabricated to slander us. His Majesty appreciates your potential. If we had proposed this to you from the beginning, I'm sure you would have refused. That's why His Majesty wants to have dinner with you and establish a closer relationship first. If it's just that, there shouldn't be any problem, right?" How could Cha Hyun-woo possibly believe the baseless words he was saying? Nonsense. Although I'm irritated, for now, I'll probably have to pretend to cooperate with him. I can use them as shields while waiting for Elohim. Thinking this, he spoke. "Fine, for now. I'll think positively about this matter." Rad, delighted as if reaping a harvest, clapped his hands. "Good thinking." Hyun-woo suddenly remembered something. "However, before that, I have something to do." Adora and Fant slowly removed their disguise. Rad understood what Sha Hyun-woo was trying to say. "Ah, you mean the horned dragon? We haven't paid attention to it, so feel free to go ahead. We'll make sure to protect the area." Hyun-woo turned his face and walked away, feeling nauseous just from looking at Rad's disgusting face. What was he protecting? He was trying to probe my strength. Where is the best place to observe that, I wonder? The river surface turned a deep red and started to bubble. The horned dragon, glowing in fiery red, emerged from the water. The crowd gasped in astonishment and shouted loudly. "The horned dragon has appeared." The three of them, Cha Hyun-woo, Fant, and Adora, charged forward, aiming to capture it. Then a voice rang out. "Who are you?" Hyun-woo thought to himself, "This is the true form of the horned dragon. This is a rare opportunity to gain more experience with demons." His red eyes gleamed. His demonic side was puzzled. Hyun-woo wondered. The demon race had been the sworn enemy of the dragon race for eons. Yet this one had only recently evolved into a horned dragon. How could it already have a grudge against demons? Something was attacking him. Hyun-woo felt that someone had intentionally raised this horned dragon. He swung his sword, defeating it first, to extract its heart. He shouted, "Territorial expansion." The horned dragon refused to back down and launched another attack. This time, Huanwu used a wave of flames to burn everything to ashes. It was a surprise because no one knew what was happening inside. The horned dragon roared in agony. He thought they weren't being eaten. So what were they doing inside the horned dragon? A voice called out from behind Rad. I don't recall ever hearing of the one-horned tribe and Bloodland teaming up. It was Elohim, with both sides pointing their swords at each other. Rad thought to himself, why did they have to appear at this moment? Rad could tell from their murderous intent that things were about to get difficult. He raised his hand, trying to justify that they were allied with Doxikia, not the one-horned tribe. Upon hearing this, Elohim became even more furious. The veins on his face bulged. Elohim warned them all to step aside, or else he would show no mercy to Bloodland. Rad closed his eyes and sighed, with nothing more to say. He then unleashed his power, attacking the group, causing ice and snow to melt everywhere. Rad arrogantly said, from the beginning, you shouldn't have thought about threatening me. He walked to the spot where Elohim had been standing earlier, but it was empty. As Rad wondered why there was no body, Elohim swung his sword and attacked from behind. Upon hearing the voice, Rad turned his head, and the two of them charged at each other. Elohim shouted. Everyone moved towards the lake. The group of Elohim's followers continued to chase after them. He secretly smiled, thinking about how he would clear away the Bloodland forces, Horned Dragon and Doxikia. Suddenly, Horned Dragon let out a loud roar, spitting out both water and fire from its mouth, causing the attacking group to stop for about 5 seconds. The belly of Horned Dragon cracked open, flames shooting out, while the people below screamed for help. Elohim was confused, not knowing what was happening, as a land suddenly seemed to become lifeless. His blood-stained hands trembled as he tried to rise. Elohim stammered, Impossible, I am the descendant of the ancient goddess Freya. Before him stood Huanwu, wearing a mask. Elohim urged him to kill him quickly, mentioning that his gang was in a dire situation, but it seemed Huanwu didn't care much. Behind the mask, Huanwu's eyes were determined. But didn't you think about this stubbornness? He swung his sword, ready to strike, and said, it could all be a trap. Elohim couldn't understand those words. Somewhere else, Brahm, Galliard, what was going on? At this moment, Huanwu was discussing. What do you think? If we take advantage of the demon summoning, we could eliminate Elohim as well. Just in time, I have a plan. He revealed his plan, to use their own trap against them. Brahm rubbed his chin at his words. All of Elohim's followers were born from the bloodline of the gods. Therefore, they all had divine power. And that was exactly what demons craved. I will use them as food for the demons. Rad stammered, How? What about us? He couldn't believe it. He had helped him. Yet this was what happened. Then Huanwu removed his mask and said, Is that answer enough? This left Rad utterly shocked. He couldn't believe that he had been manipulated by Huanwu, using even Elohim to make them fight each other. Spitting blood, he said, My lord, I hope you will deal with him wisely. Rad collapsed at his feet. Huanwu, with a thoughtful expression, said nothing more, then calmly put on his mask, muttering, It should be fine over there. Galliard and Bam glanced at the magical sphere, gradually understanding. So that's it. Brahm spoke. Inside the sphere, several familiar figures appeared, speaking in speculation. It seemed they had bolstered their forces, with Hemera also showing up. Those two have always wanted to slaughter each other, and yet they're twins. Galliard, standing nearby, replied, Indeed, in this world, for them, only the sibling bond, flesh and blood, is something they can rely on. Brahm, upon hearing this, immediately mocked Galliard. Don't make me laugh. People like them, do they even have something called emotions? If needed, their parents would kill them, depending on the situation. Who knows, maybe Hemera would do that to kill Ir. This made Galliard panic. What? But they're twins. Brahm frowned, speaking seriously. They live in a society of gods. If necessary, they would kill each other just like demons in their own society. He kept the last part to himself, not voicing it aloud. He then glanced at Galliard and said, They are heartless. If they share the same goal, they will cooperate to achieve it. The priority is to keep Sesha out of their sight. Galliard quickly complied. Right after that, Galliard donned a black cloak, holding Sesha in his arms, and fled into the forest. Brahm watched their figures fade away, sinking into deep thought. Sesha, ha! Remembering the two figures that had appeared in the orb, he silently murmured, "Today, I will use them as sacrificial offerings to heal my grandchild. That will also be the final gift I give to Ananta, their mother." Brahm thought again, recalling the figure of Hoinwu, and he told himself that this was his way of atoning for his wrongstam, the one who was no longer in this world. The magic book was opened, and a blinding light emanated from it. The gears appeared according to a pattern, beginning to turn. A sense of unease stirred within, and E immediately spoke up, urging everyone to pay attention. "It seems he's activated the magic." One of them suddenly panicked. "Huh, Heavy, where did he go?" Upon hearing this, Hemera immediately asked, "What's going on?" In the next moment, the entire group became chaotic. Heavy just suddenly disappeared. Numpin also vanished out of nowhere, and ran too. "What the heck?" One of them shouted in terror. Anne Han was suddenly taken by something. Seeing this, Hemera swore under her breath, then cleared her throat and said, "Everyone, gather in one place." With that, she attempted to channel divine power within herself, but a sudden sense of doubt rose. "This is strange. Earlier, I felt as though my divine power was being drained from my body." This thought immediately made Hemera panic and look around. She gritted her teeth and whispered to herself, "This feeling isn't wrong. There's something in this forest that is draining my divine power." Brahm hid among the crowd, flinching slightly, quietly lowering his head to avoid Hemera gaze. A moment later, the group arranged themselves into a line, hands clasped in prayer. In Hemera hand, a brilliant glow suddenly flared. Seeing this, she exhaled a quiet sigh. "All right, fill it with divine power." Then, Hemera shouted, and white light, divine energy, radiated from her hand, the brilliant light illuminating a section of the forest, dispersing the mist in the process. One of the soldiers, who had been nearby, immediately flattered her with a smile. "Indeed, it is you, Hemera. As soon as those words were spoken, pairs of glowing red eyes emerged as the mist cleared, their fierce gaze locking onto the group. The soldiers screamed in terror. What is that?" Before the group stood three enormous, savage dragons, along with a swarm of monstrous beasts resembling crows, surrounding the entire sky. The dragons immediately lunged, attacking the group viciously. On the other side, Hemera used her divine power to block the attacks of the approaching beasts. At that moment, she froze in shock and cried out, "Damn it, Brahm, what the hell is this?" Seeing the situation slipping into a disadvantageous position, Hemera thought to herself, "There are too many of them. If this keeps up, we won't make it." She gritted her teeth, telling herself that the first priority was to retreat. Suddenly, her pupils widened. She then let out a pained scream. Appeared behind her, and Hemera drove her sword through her chest. Her voice shook as she spoke. "Either you." Hemera gritted her teeth and glanced at the person behind her, cursing. "You fool, if you kill me, you'll die too." Hearing that, Aether parted his lips and said, "No, I will live, all thanks to you." As soon as the words left his mouth, a symbol appeared on his forehead, radiating a glow. Upon witnessing this, Hemera stared at the symbol in astonishment. Before I could even react, a cold voice spoke up. "Everything in this world belongs to the great gods, who may visit this land at any time. Anyone who desires it will have to vanish." Immediately, Hemera's body was torn apart into pieces. A mysterious spatial door opened, and a group of strangers emerged from that strange dimension, causing everyone present to grow alert. The group, consisting of 3 individuals, all wore black cloaks that covered their faces. They were the demon lords. Aether stepped forward, knelt and respectfully bowed to the group, greeting the bishop. Then Aether explained, "I ask for your forgiveness, Bishop. Due to my carelessness, I have not been able to retrieve it yet." Suddenly, the dragon from earlier lunged toward the group of demon lords, opening its mouth wide as if to devour them. In an instant, the leader of the cloaked figures narrowed his eyes with a malicious glint, then coldly uttered, "Eliminate them all." On the other side, Sesha suddenly sensed something. In the next moment, she hurriedly screamed in panic. "We're in danger." Seeing this, Galliard was momentarily startled. "What?" Galliard frowned, casting a brief glance at Sesha, before falling into deep thought. Sesha had the highly sensitive perception of the Dragon clan, a gift that others did not possess. Her words could not be taken lightly. But, thinking for a moment, Galliard immediately spoke to comfort the girl. "Sesha, no, we should stop." Upon hearing this, Sesha struggled violently. "No, we must go to Brahm's place immediately." Meanwhile, Brahm remained silent, lost in thought. The magical orb now showed an image of the dragon being easily defeated by the group of demon soldiers. Seeing this, Brahm muttered to himself, "I've miscalculated this." With that, he reached out and closed the spellbook. "There's no other way," he said. After finishing his words, he held the book to his chest and was about to turn to leave when the orb suddenly emitted a mocking laugh. Brahm was startled and glanced at, and a cold voice echoed, "I'm done playing with you. Goodbye, Brahm." As the words ended, the image in the orb shifted to reveal a figure cloaked in black. His face slowly became visible, with a faint smile lingering on his lips. Upon seeing this, Brahm immediately panicked. Kindred. In a small wooden house lit up in the middle of a forest, a woman with blonde hair was wearing a long cloak that covered her face. She was holding a baby and softly spoke, "I entrust this child to you, Brahm." The man in front of her looked at them in surprise. The newborn, wrapped in a white cloth, was still peacefully asleep. He then spoke loudly, "Are you out of your mind?" The child wasn't even hers, yet she interrupted him. "No, the child is mine." She hugged the baby tightly to her chest and said, "Although the child is not mine by birth, I consider it my own. That's why I'm asking you." A large crack appeared, gradually widening as someone's hand opened it. The scene before Brahm left him stunned. Then, it was as if the very fabric of the scene was torn in two, and a platinum-haired figure dressed in mysterious robes stepped forward. That person was none other than Kindred. He immediately charged towards Brahm, who was sitting, and attacked, but Brahm quickly dodged. However, the book in his hands was torn to shreds, enough to reveal the power behind that strike. Kindred smiled wickedly. He was now sitting arrogantly before Brahm. Even though Brahm had avoided the last attack, the distance between them had closed, and Kindred lunged forward, causing the floor beneath them to shatter. Brahm had to quickly use his magic to defend himself. Kindred's eyes gleamed menacingly, and a murderous aura surrounded him, his hands poised to strike at any moment. As Kindred was about to close the gap, Brahm cast a spell. A bolt of lightning struck the house, causing the doors to explode. Brahm managed to escape outside, breathing heavily. Had Kindred just taken control of his vision and torn apart space? Brahm quickly stood up, looking back at the collapsed house and contemplating. After all, Kindred was incredibly powerful and moved with unsettling ease. Suddenly, his expression turned to one of alarm. From within the rubble, a figure slowly emerged. Kim Dit Bin An, unharmed, smiled as he stepped forward. The aura emanating from him was that of a demon spirit. Brahm still held the book in his hands, and they were now standing face to face. He furrowed his brow, now understanding the reason why Kindred could act freely within his domain. It was because he was in the state of the spirit, accompanying the demon lord. If he were the god of the demon lord, it would truly be a formidable existence. A being who was a god yet not a god, both a demon but not a demon, called a demon god, but closer to the light than anyone else. It was a concept full of contradictions, one that destroyed and rebuilt everything, which is why it was called a celestial demon from the sky. Knowing that even with all his power, it would be difficult to defeat him, Brahm quickly grabbed the book and fled. He was deeply concerned about the fact that the world of mental imagery was gradually being tainted by the celestial demon's influence. Brahm decided to unleash his magic, for if he didn't defeat him now, there would be no more chances. He would blow everything away, along with the world of mental imagery, with his magic, releasing powerful waves of energy. Kindred immediately took a combat stance, evading all of Brahm's attacks. Suddenly, Brahm raised his hand to the sky, revealing that he was creating a space in midair. Once he felt he had absorbed enough, he clenched his fist, and immediately the space shattered, breaking into large fragments at Brahm's command. heading straight forward. Kindred was taken aback by the sight, but quickly conjured a massive shield to protect his body. As both magical forces collided, an immense impact was immediately created. He broke free from the shield, his eyes glowing even brighter. Brahm also regained his balance. A source of demonic power appeared shortly after, and when it collided with Brahm's magical energy, a large-scale explosion ensued. Cracks appeared in the sky, and a loud call echoed. Bishop! Two men in black appeared out of nowhere, immediately rushing to assist him. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past one of them. The arrow had come from Galliard, which made them more cautious. The demon is using magic, and its target is Galliard. But he was taken aback when, out of nowhere, Galliard had appeared behind him. Another man quickly became wary and shouted, "There's someone else!" Suddenly, his face darkened as he looked behind him. Over on this side, Brahm continued to battle Kindred. The two sides were relentless in their attacks, with Brahm struggling a bit against his opponent's magic. Kind continued to smile with evident enjoyment, relentlessly attacking the enemy. At this moment, the two realms were relentlessly engulfing each other. Brahm created a massive vortex, one that could sweep away anything in its path. He was pouring all his energy into controlling the whirlwind, but it seemed incredibly difficult. Brahm's hand trembled, and as the mental world collapsed, its goodness and power faded as well. That alone was already more than he could bear. He no longer cared if he died, for there was nothing left to regret. But then, he remembered Sesha. He clenched his teeth, but if he dies here, he will take Sesha. That couldn't happen. Yet this magic had indeed engulfed the entire space, causing Brahm's vortex to be erased, and he was forcefully thrown outward. He gritted his teeth again, using his magical power to hold his body together. But then, he froze, a look of realization flashing across his face. That's right, he was thinking about Sesha. A small girl, with the purest of appearances, was looking at him. My Sesha. Blood began to spill from his mouth, but he still struggled to hold on. Even if my divine form falls to the depths, I must protect her. He summoned his final spell, the trump card that Brahm had been keeping hidden. Summoning the demon. Immediately, a massive summoning magic circle appeared in the air, stunning Kindred. From the ground, a strange door materialized. The pressure from it echoed, blowing away those nearby. Two blood flames were ignited, and the space darkened, with a large amount of white mist spilling out from the slowly opening gates of hell. Accompanying this was a ferocious laugh. A pair of feet slowly emerged, followed by a massive body. But what was truly real was that it was covered by a dense layer of wings. The demon had been successfully summoned. It took the form of a woman. She spoke. How refreshing. The air down here is completely different from up there. A pitch-black darkness filled the entire space, bringing with it an ominous aura from hell. Suddenly, a shadowy throne appeared, surrounded by human bones and skulls. It was the second highest demon among the 72 demons of Le Infernal, the Grand Duke of the Eastern Demon Realm, the symbol of destruction and madness. Agers. Then, out of nowhere, a man full of dark energy appeared and spoke in a haunting voice. How refreshing. The air down here is completely different from up there. The other person, hearing this, thought to himself, impossible. This demon only exists on the 98th floor. How could a demon of this level come down to lower floors like this? He lowered his face, angrily saying and thinking, damn it, they're really targeting the half-human, half-dragon. Suddenly, a beam of light emitted from his hand, with golden shards flashing, and he thought, if he uses the demon spirit, this is going to be hard to finish. Next, the demon spirit, the demigod, the money king. He circulated his energy, and both of his hands emitted dazzling golden and silver light. He brought his hands together and shouted, destroy everything. Suddenly, an explosive sound burst forth, creating sharp, blinding images. The sound stopped, and the light in his hands faded. He thought, yin and yang united. This was a technique combining two opposing forces, immediately creating a massive explosion. Even if he couldn't defeat Agers, at least he would try to stop his manifestation. The other man said darkly, are you trying to do something? Are you preparing something as lovely as this to give to me? But you're far from being the true heir of the Money King. He told him to disappear. He was suddenly attacked by something dark. Then, his eyes began to show the whites. He collapsed in front of his distorted image, and he said, a clone? Your actions really are like your master's, Always too busy sleeping. Anyway, it's no big deal. Alright, now that all the obstacles have disappeared, tell me your wish, the one who summoned me. He winced in pain and said, I did summon, but only beings like Belial or Dantalion. How did you end up here? He frowned as he heard him and replied, Is that so? Why do you think that is? He then looked at him with a savage gaze and said, If you want a dragon's body, I have the corpse of a dragon lord from long ago. I'll give it to you. It's an incredibly precious thing, worth more than 1,000 gold. Is that enough? What are you saying? Brahm, do you think I don't know? He spoke while picturing a girl with wings and a dragon's tail, then continued, I'll take that half-human, half-dragon girl, even though she's just a useless piece of trash, with no talent or strength. Then he grinned maliciously and said, But since she's the daughter of the angel's wings, her body will be enough as a prize for me. He was worried, as someone else was watching everything from behind the cliff. What was he thinking? Sesha is the daughter of Hoinwu, and after a long silence, he said, Agers, I'll tell you my wish. The person earlier spoke, and he flipped the book open, responding, First, we will help you accomplish it. Speak, my granddaughter. I hope you will have to sacrifice yourself for the greater good. Suddenly, magical circles appeared, chains wrapping around him. Even though his entire body was bound, he remained calm. He tightly gripped the glowing book. While thinking, he began to cast a spell. The book and I have both reached our limits. Divine power is exhausted, and aging is occurring. He started to grow older, and deep in his heart, he thought of Sesha. I want to see my granddaughter healthy, but there is no other choice. In this moment, I will sacrifice the remaining life force I have. Suddenly, he received a notification, and an image of a demon appeared in his hand. You have grasped most of the demon god's blessing. You have destroyed Deroy's exploration journal. The second part, the hidden part, has been revealed. You have acquired the red demon skill. Next, information about the D+ level demon map with a proficiency of 0% appeared. A study that Zeroy, an explorer, devoted his life to observing demons and recording them. You can borrow the power of a demon from the 98th level by using dark magic. The higher your proficiency, the stronger demons you can make contracts with. The demon's chant, after paying a certain price, can generate the necessary amount of demonic energy for black magic. The condition for use is to find and possess a corresponding magic book. The demon venom can produce an extremely potent poison that only demons and evil beings possess. The changes brought about by the venom depend on the dark attributes and the understanding of the celestial demon's privileges. Two people appeared, one holding a sphere, the other wearing a mask. The masked person spoke. Where should we place it? The one holding the sphere replied, For now, just leave it here. Suddenly, something startled the other, and he quickly dodged. The figure in black rushed forward, creating a defensive shield before the attack. Upon seeing this, he thought, What is this storm? Moreover, this storm is mixed with demonic energy. He realized something behind the mask and thought of Agers. Thinking this, he grew wings and flew away, while the girl shouted, This sense of unease means we must hurry to Brahm. Adora said, Brother. He thought about the images of his younger brother, the terrifying obsession of Agers. His brother had tried to familiarize himself with the magic of evil beings through demonology, and through various means, Agers had become the one to teach him the magic of the Imama. Agers even suggested that his brother bind himself to him further. Every time he made such a suggestion, his brother firmly refused. Then he continued to think. But the rejection from her made him angry. He kept making offers, but she still refused. As a result, he completely severed ties with her. Agers disappeared for a while, then returned, and the two of them rekindled their relationship. That was a story from several years later, when his younger brother was living alone. He said, Take my hand, and the disease that corrodes your soul and body will disappear. I will help you gain tremendous power, so that you can take revenge. The man was bleeding from his mouth, saying nothing. He smiled and said, My answer is still the same. I refuse. He remained silent for a moment, then replied, Arrogant fool. However, sooner or later, your fate will bring you to me. The other man was still flying and thinking, Why has he manifested here? With his status, he could have gotten what he wanted by helping the lower-level demons fulfill their desires. He continued to think. Moreover, these dissipating clouds are fragments from Brahm's mindscape. The mindscape has been sealed. He looked at his hand, where dark things were emerging, and thought, could something have happened? These fragments were tainted thoughts, containing remnants of the world of mental imagery. By piecing them together, one could understand what had transpired. Then he thought, Agers, so it's you. He thought of him, but all of Brahm's tainted thoughts were tinged with regret and trembling. He could feel it. Just what could have made you so worried, Brahm? He recalled the image of the man saying, I did summon, but only beings like Belial or Dantalion. How did you end up here? He continued thinking, that's right, isn't it? Why do you think that is? Do you really believe I still don't know? You keep holding on to that thought, but since she is the daughter of the angelic wings, her body as spoils of war is enough for me. Finally, he thought in shock as a notification appeared. Angelic wings, daughter, you have fallen into a state of chaos. The trait, cold blood, has been activated for unknown reasons. The trait, cold blood, have been activated for unknown reasons. Jungwoo has a daughter, and someone was even in love with Jungwoo. Ananta, a girl with long golden hair. Ananta, a person who had always been lonely, was struck by the thunderbolt of love when she met Jungwoo. However, unlike Ananta, Jungwoo only regarded her as a friend. Recalling the last time they reunited, Ananta left behind a remark with hidden meaning. I will protect it no matter what. Could it be because of Sesha? He guessed. Isn't it the child you gave birth to? Father, is this a memory from Brahm's past? The spiritual fragments of Brahm are gradually merging with me. Then wings of flame appeared behind him. He closed his eyes to feel. Ananta's existence is my fault. When I grew tired of all the responsibilities of a god and went to enjoy worldly pleasures, I made a mistake by playing with dragons. I absolutely cannot acknowledge that child, living as if I didn't know of its existence. I heard that the child likes a dragonkin. One day, Ananta brought a newborn child to me. It was the first time it called me father and entrusted the child to me. It was the child of Jungwoo and Viradun. Vera had long kept the secret from Father Jungwoo that she had a child. One night in Valpurgis, Ananta accidentally discovered something, fled with the child, and raised it alone. I heard that Ananta and the witches went to war with each other. Father Jungwoo is also fighting other factions, but I cannot offer any help, for I must protect Sesha. He thought, is that really what happened? He opened his eyes, seemingly understanding everything. Now he knew the reason Agers had come here. It was to erase the only trace of Jungwoo. He had to stop that. He clenched his fist. Even if Jungwoo failed to keep his promise, Sesha was still his niece, and he had to protect her. Thinking this, he spread his wings, blazing like a fire, and flew. Is this what you've been preparing all this time? Agers, covered in black feathers like a crow, was chained up. He spoke with disdain. But unfortunately, I can't grant your wish anymore. Then he used magic to break the chains. The world of the mind shattered, and magic began to weaken. Brahm, affected by the magic, collapsed in pain. No. The pages before him started to wither away. Sisha was trapped by the handsome demon in a red sphere. Terrified, she screamed, Brahm, Brahm. Agers looked at her and said in a savage tone, so this is it, the mistake you left behind. Though I'm not entirely pleased, this is still worthy of being a trophy. My God, do you know how long I've waited for this day? Unable to wait any longer, he opened his mouth to devour the girl. The sphere slowly floated toward Agers. Sesha felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. Terrified, she thought. Mom, Sesha is just like Dad, and when she smiles, she's very beautiful. So please, don't cry anymore, just smile. She recalled her mother Brahm's gentle voice, then stood there, smiling warmly, returning to the present. The sphere flew into his hands. Sisha was so frightened that she tightly shut her eyes, tears welling up, as if ready to spill out. The girl longed to be saved, and her mind turned to the name Cain. From the sky, a dark object flew amidst flashes of lightning. Cain appeared like a god, rescuing the girl. Lying in his arms, Sesha sobbed and opened her eyes to look at him. When she realized it was Cain, she was overwhelmed with emotion, and called out his name. Then, he gently stepped back a few paces, while holding Sesha. He safely landed, then gently set her down on the ground. Sesha looked at him, still confused, as he slowly removed his mask, revealing his handsome face. Sesha gazed at him with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with tears. staring at him intently. He seemed to resemble her so much that she doubted and wondered, "Is he my father?" She then reached out her small hands to touch Kane's face, as if to confirm the truth. She sobbed and asked him, "Are you really my father?" Her words were full of hope. He only looked at Sesha in silence, his face showing clear discomfort. Seeing this, the girl rushed into his embrace. Sensing the love she had for him, he too held her tightly. Brahm was severely injured, struggling to hold his wound as he approached Hoinwu. Before he could say anything further, Kane extended his hand to treat the wound. "I will explain the details later. For now, just treat the wound." He observed closely and realized that although the faces were similar, the man before him was not Cha Jung-woo. His abilities, aura, way of speaking, habits, everything is different. Could they be brothers? Brahm quietly speculated. Kane did not come alone. He had brought along his team of dark knights. Damn it, how are we supposed to face that? The two soldiers standing there thought. Meanwhile, the demon Agar stood nearby, exuding an overwhelming evil presence. As if he had realized something, he spoke to Hoinwu. "Are you his brother? Seeing you in person is completely different from seeing from above. Quite interesting." Hoinwu stood calmly and replied, "Do you want Sesha?" Without hesitation, Agar's confirmed that a long time ago, Hoinwu's brother had insulted him, and now he sought compensation. He then sneered and continued, "However, having a Grand Duke threatening a dying man like you would damage your image. So, I'll give you a chance. You want my power, don't you? I will give it to you, but only if you sacrifice your granddaughter. Then, you will receive the corresponding reward." He actually dared to make demands of Kane. Kane thought for a moment before responding in a tone that challenged Agar's. "What if I don't? I wasn't afraid of anything from 1st to 5th grade, so why should I be scared of demons like you?" Hearing that, he immediately thought of the image of Jung-woo's father from the past. He had also refused his request, just a mere human. How dare he do such a thing? Then, in anger, he gritted his teeth and said. He raised his hand to cast a spell towards him, and immediately his magical soldiers charged forward. A stream of black magic was spewed out, as if it wanted to devour everything. Agar's flew high above. The superior said, "I don't want to use coercion on the dragon soul, but if you've refused this much, then so be it." In the midst of his triumph, he suddenly sensed something. What's this? What's this feeling? Why can I sense its existence? Couldn't it be of the same rank as me? How could that even happen? Then, a loud explosion erupted from the black magic, and a strange light appeared in the blood-red sky. It seemed like it was created by Kane, as he raised his hand towards the sky to cast a spell. Agar's was utterly shocked by this scene, standing there frozen, staring at him. A wing was unfurled. Brahm gazed at Hoinwu in astonishment, thinking, has he restored the summoning magic circle to open another gate? The gate asked him, "Who are you calling?" He answered, "Herms." The price to pay for the gate when calling Herms was Agar's. Immediately, the gate opened, and a gigantic serpent slithered out. Agar's watched in disbelief as more and more creatures emerged from the gate, his eyes not blinking. The enormous serpents, along with a man riding the largest one, slowly approached Herms. He appeared and began reminiscing about his old times with Agar's after 900 years of not meeting. Agar's, suspicious, looked up at Hermes and asked, "Weren't you supposed to just watch? Why have you come down here?" He answered calmly, "For the same reason as you. I received a favor from someone and have come down to repay it." He gave Agar's the choice of where to fight, here below, or retreating back up there. Agar's confidently responded to Hermes. There was no inconvenience in fighting a god in these lower levels. He started emitting a stream of black energy that quickly shot towards Hermes. Hermes didn't hesitate, immediately creating a blinding light to intercept the dark stream of energy, preparing to envelop himself. Agar's transformed into a demon within the black energy. Hoinwu stood outside, yet he was still affected by the power of both the god and the demon. Just watching them, he already felt suffocated. The oppressive atmosphere made him feel as if his lungs were about to explode. But thanks to a sudden burst of divine light, he was able to survive. The warm, familiar energy made Cha Hoinwu think of Athena. He hadn't expected Athena to be summoned here as well, and more than just saving him, she had also helped others. Hoinwu didn't understand why Athena favored him, but now was his chance. Somehow, he had to help capture Agar's. He knew his body would be overwhelmed, But there was no other choice, so he had no option but to awaken the element. Huan Wu began absorbing the flowers, emitting a strange aura. The streams of energy being released were gradually being absorbed by him. It seemed to be quite uncomfortable. The blessings were awakened, and the demonic energy had been deeply engraved into his very bones. While enduring the pain, Huan Wu thought about a few theories regarding the demon dragon that his younger brother had left behind. Since ancient times, dragons and demons had always been at odds with each other. Their influence on each other was immense. Sometimes they would abandon their own species and accept the traits of their natural enemies in order to become stronger. That was the demon dragon, a dragon that began absorbing demonic energy. At the same time, they possessed immense magical powers. It would be absurd for a great dragon to discard its inherent strength and develop its power using dark magic. They believed the existence of the demon dragon was a disgrace to the dragon clan. Moreover, even if one formed a pact with Aegers to learn magic and possess demonic traits, they must not exceed their own limits. If they did, they would sink into the demon race. If they surpass that, I will destroy all the contracts I have made with you. Zheng Wu kept his promise to Kalados. He was curious. What if someone could surpass the threshold of a demon dragon? If they could retain their original nature without being demonized, could they then wield both attributes? The blessings of the dragon and the demon had reached their limits. The power of Ma Long has been unleashed. After going through a process of awakening his strength, Hyun Woo finally awakened his inter-elemental power and grew a pair of dragon wings. His eyes turned golden and dragon scales appeared on his cheeks. At Hyun Woo's call, his two pets, Nike and Nemesis, appeared. Nemesis, one of Hyun Woo's pets, said, "Wait, Master, the dream is fading." He drew a sword and used flame magic on it, causing the sword to burst into flames. Hyun Woo flew up with his dragon wings, holding the fiery sword and swinging it in a wide arc. The sword sliced through the demon's body, decapitating him. Two armored figures radiating green energy charged forward. Rebecca prayed, "Oh my protective God, bless me." They all charged into battle against Aegers, creating an opening for Hermes to counterattack. After a series of movements, the moment finally arrived. Hermes turned to his serpent and said, "Serpent, it's time." The snakes opened their mouths, revealing sharp fangs. They lunged at Aegir's legs, biting him, causing him to scream in pain. He furiously unleashed his power. "How dare you?" Hyun Woo stood calmly off to the side, but there was a hint of anxiety in his gaze as he observed the situation. He's being attacked continuously. We might be able to take him down. He swung his sword up, slowly channeling the fiery flame into the blade. He wished he could strike once more. With heavy steps, he moved toward where they were fighting. As he walked, his heart remained resolute, certain that he had to save Sesha. He gathered his strength, gripping the sword tightly, channeling the fiery flame into it. But the scene before him grew increasingly blurry. The dizziness set in. He was growing weaker. His two pets tried to stop him, but they couldn't. His body suddenly shifted in attributes. He had to catch Aegers. He had already lost Jungwoo. He could not afford to lose Sesha as well. Finally, he collapsed at the sound of his name being called. "Master, are you okay? Say something, Master." The sky above the horizon was bathed in a fiery orange-red glow as a worried voice asked after him, "Master, are you all right? Please, say something." The voice became slightly more subdued. "I think you've exhausted all your strength. You've used so much energy just now." Cha Hyun Woo weakly spoke. Seisha, his hand trembling, his breath growing fainter, but he still struggled to speak each word. "We must save her." The scene shifted to a dark, ominous room filled with malevolent energy, the air thick with darkness, and shadowy figures creeping everywhere. The enormous snake, its massive body coiling and twisting, charged forward fiercely, roaring. "Let go! Let me go!" Hermes stood outside, his face solemn, gripping his staff tightly as he continued to cast his spell. He thought to himself that he had no intention of killing the man, but there was no other option. Then another thought flashed across his mind. It might be quicker to push him down to the 90th floor. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. Aegir snarled, "That belongs to me." Hermes glared at him with his green eyes, his expression now deadly serious. "Aegir, why don't you give up and go back?" Aegir flashed a cruel smile, his lips curling up in a defiant sneer, his eyes glowing red. You can't push me down to the 90th floor like this. This time, I won't miss. His words were filled with ruthlessness and resolve. With that, a wave of dark power shot toward Sha Huingwu. Hermes immediately raised his staff, his face tense, and commanded the giant serpent to charge forward. Damn it! Both the armored giants and the serpent lunged forward, targeting Sha Huingwu directly, facing the dark power coming straight for him, the master. A voice rang out, filled with worry and urgency as the situation grew increasingly perilous. A dark hand lunged toward him. It squeezed him tightly, causing Sha Huingwu to gasp for breath, partly from the pain he had endured earlier. The demon laughed maniacally. Ha ha! Suddenly, a hand seized Sha Huingwu's throat. Wasn't that the impossibly handsome form of Ager's? He smiled smugly as he looked at Sha Huingwu. His blood-red eyes widened as they locked onto Sha Huingwu. Inside his crimson pupils, Sha Huingwu's writhing form was reflected as he suffered in agony. Suddenly, Ager's widened his eyes and let out a mad grin, shouting, "This time, you must go with me." His hands abruptly tightened around Sha Huingwu's neck. Sha Huingwu's eyes flashed with two brilliant golden streaks. He clenched his teeth in fury, glaring at Ager's. A portion of his skin was now gradually turning into snake scales. Suddenly, Sha Huingwu grasped Ager's hands, which were strangling his neck. A surge of power surrounded him. Out of nowhere, the system displayed several lines of text. The vampire blade has been activated. Vitality and soul are being stolen. You are absorbing demonic energy. You are absorbing demonic energy. It seemed that Ager sensed a change in something. His eyes widened in suspicion as he looked at his own hands. The system continued to display another message. Demonic energy has been absorbed into the body in a massive amount, exceeding the limit you can endure. Sha Huingwu's eyes remained ablaze with unwavering determination as he resisted Ager's. The dark energy surrounding the two grew even stronger. Ager's roared in fury. "You dare defy me!" Meanwhile, on the other side, Hermes gripped his magic staff, flanked by two towering giants clad in iron armor. A dense, heavy black aura emanated from them, casting a sinister veil over the entire area. Sha Huingwu gritted his teeth, his face contorted in rage. "Huke!" Someone laughed, "Oh, hiu. A voice rang out, "You bastard! I was willing to show you mercy. But now, you've pushed me beyond my limits." Then, with a swift slash, Ager's arm was severed. Ager's let out a painful scream. "No, that bastard belongs to me." Then the gate that had opened earlier swung wide again, pulling Ager's inside, as if he had just been swallowed by a bottomless black hole. Before the gate closed, he caught a glimpse of a sliver of light and shouted, "He's mine." Then the gate slammed shut. Slow footsteps approached, followed by a voice that echoed, "Truly haunting." It was humiliating for a man to be so obsessed with something like this. It was Ibolkara, and behind him were others dressed similarly. One of the group spoke. "Seriously, every time I see you, you're always causing some kind of big trouble." Another person spoke up. "Should we take care of the trial first?" Huingwu looked up and saw the system board displaying the notification that all trials had ended. As the system calculated each individual's contribution, he was a bit surprised and thought, "The 12 zodiac signs, are they the supreme protectors?" Ibolkara spoke. "Quite a lot of contribution points indeed." He stroked his chin, staring at the system board, then said, "I think I can give you the reward you need right now." Then a glowing vial appeared in Ibolkara's hand. "This is for you." He poured the liquid into Sha Huingwu's mouth. Sha Huingwu seemed to feel a change in his body. Ibolkara smiled and said, "What you just drank is a type of herb called nectar. However, that's still not enough to be your reward. Well, consider the rest as a little bonus from me." Sha Huingwu sat up, gradually becoming more aware of the changes in his body. A small red stone suddenly appeared in his chest, radiating a mysterious glow. Ibolkara cheerfully continued, "The demonic energy you absorbed has been transformed into a crystal. I specially created it for you." The system panel reappeared once again. Ager's heart demon, S-class crystal. Unquantifiable, a crystallized gemstone formed from the demonic energy emitted by the demon Grand Duke Ager's. Since it has just been created, it remains unstable. If you carelessly touch it, your body will experience intense pain. He furrowed his brows, placing a hand near the glowing stone embedded in his chest, deep in thought. Asterisk, this heart demon is more than enough to heal Seshet asterisk. Another thought surfaced in his mind. Asterisk, but it's still highly unstable. I can't let it leave my body in this condition asterisk. He continued pondering. Asterisk, then, I have to find a way asterisk. Suddenly, his brows knitted together as cold sweat trickled down his face, undoubtedly from the pain. His eyes darkened with exhaustion. Asterisk, I need to stabilize it before I can use it to heal Seshet asterisk. Herms approached Cha Hyun-woo. Kneeling down, he placed a hand on Cha Hyun-woo's forehead and said, I know you're in a hurry. Herm's emerald green eyes widened slightly as he smiled faintly, but don't be too impatient. Rushing things just because you're in a hurry will only lead to more mistakes. He continued, You know that, don't you? Then, he let out a shout and placed his hand on Cha Hyun-woo. A golden circle instantly appeared around him. Herms turned his back, looked up at the fiery red sky, and saw a glowing object. It was Athena. He smiled smugly, thinking, Asterisk, you always look at this child with such warm eyes, truly a special kind of concern asterisk. Ibokura asked Oji Ohio, Do you want go? As Herms and the large serpent moved toward the gate ahead, he turned back with a smile and said, Yes, I don't have much time left. Please keep an eye on him. Ibokura replied, Leave that to me. Then the gate closed. Ibokura and the pink-haired girl stood staring intently at Cha Hyun-woo. Ibokura smiled and said, Now, shall we finish what's left to be done? Cha Hyun-woo opened his eyes and was met with a strange scene. Through his blurry vision, he saw Adora tending to him with great care. He furrowed his brows, gradually opening his eyes wider, and let out a faint groan of. Seeing this, Adora gently smiled and asked, You're awake. Cha Hyun-woo moved his lips slightly and softly called out, Adora. He abruptly sat up and asked, Where are we? She calmly explained, We're on the 24th floor. The atmosphere in the Forest of Spirits was too gloomy, so I brought you here. Hyun-woo said, Then everyone. Before he could finish his sentence, a wave of pain surged through his head, making him cry out softly. Then he used his hand to feel his face, as if he was looking for something. His action caught Adora's attention. He suddenly paused, as if he had lost something. Are you looking for this? He gently turned to look at her, and saw the mask he had been searching for in her hand. He couldn't help but mutter softly. This is... Cha Hyun-woo seemed a little panicked and surprised when he saw it in Adora's hand. Adora smiled faintly at him. Cha Hyun-woo widened his eyes, his expression mixed with panic. His mind was now a tangled mess. Damn it, I need to be more careful. How many people have seen my face while I was unconscious? No, Adora wouldn't have done something like that. Thoughts were flooding into his mind. So Fant and Adora are the two who have seen my face. Should I silence them? But how? Does that mean both of them have already seen my face from the very beginning? No, even if they haven't said anything, I can't leave any threats behind. His hand suddenly clenched around the sword, but then a pair of gentle hands reached toward him. It was Adora. She embraced Cha Hyun-woo tightly. She continued to hold him close. It's okay. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. We'll always be by your side. Cha Hyun-woo gently bit his lip, then buried his head in her shoulder, his arms tightly holding onto her, lying in the warm embrace of Adora. As soon as he realized what he had just done, he awkwardly pulled himself away from her comforting hug. His face now clearly showed embarrassment. He turned away, glancing elsewhere. She noticed his expression and chuckled teasingly. Oh, so you do know how to be embarrassed. Sensing that she was teasing him, he immediately responded, What do you take me for? She laughed and said that, Haha, Fant still hasn't seen your face because you refused to show him your profile. He said he'll wait until you personally come and let him see it. I think the same as Fant. But, hearing this, he was taken aback, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. She continued, In the end, I chose a different approach. I want to see how your wounds are. She spoke honestly. I want you to share them with us. Am I wrong to ask that? She looked up at him. Seeing her expression, he was so surprised that he unconsciously called her name. Adora. He ran his fingers over the mask in his hands, thinking to himself that perhaps with this kid it would be fine. Looking up, he hesitated before speaking to Adora. One day, I will tell you everything. Hearing him say this, she suddenly froze. A moment later, she finally understood his true feelings. She smiled brightly and replied, "All right." A moment later, after talking with her, he went to Brahm's place to check on his health. When he saw him arrive, Brahm immediately said, "You really do look just like that person, exactly the same. But there's something different about the impression you give." Hearing that, he replied, "I've heard many people say the same thing." After exchanging a few words, Brahm suddenly started coughing violently. Seeing them talking, Ibolkira opened the teleportation gate and said, "It looks like you two have a lot to talk about, so outsiders like us will step away for a while. Then I'll take my leave." Phi, who was standing by the old man's bed, spoke. Next to him, the little girl stood there, her tiny hands clutching the old man's. Brahm looked up at him and said, "Do you know, I really hate this face, because it is the very face that brought my daughter so much pain." He looked down at the old man, a hint of self-mockery in his expression as he said, "That man was truly vile." Then he asked him, "Brahm, do you no longer wish to live? You have to live, to see Hoin Wu, and help me bring him to justice. And more than that, you must help Sesha recover, and go meet Anat too." Hearing those words, a fierce will to live suddenly flashed in Brahm's eyes. Weakly, he responded, "All right." Then he looked down at the child crying beside him, her small hands clutching his. He told himself he couldn't leave this child behind. The girl sobbed, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Brahm, don't go anywhere." Weakly, he said to the two of them, "Though I am a king, a god, from now on, I shall become a follower of another." After speaking, his vision seemed to blur, and his eyelids involuntarily close. But I didn't think that was such a terrible thing. As soon as he finished his sentence, his hand went limp and fell heavily onto the bed. The little girl, who had already been crying, burst into even louder sobs at the sight. She called his name helplessly between her tears. "Brahm, Brahm." Seeing her panicked state, he stopped her and reassured her, "Sesha, wait a moment." With that, he raised his hand before the man and unleashed his power. From his palm, countless mysterious black lights emerged, enveloping Brahm. Seeing this, Sesha, standing beside him, shouted urgently, "Uncle, wait." She hurriedly pulled a glowing blue vial from her pocket and handed it to him. "Kane, no. Uncle, take this. Brahm once said that if he couldn't cure my illness, he would use this. If you use this, even Brahm will recover." The system once again displayed the vial's information. **** homunculus soul elixir, an incomplete grade compound ****, a formula designed for various beings, created by Brahm using all his knowledge of alchemy and magic. However, he was unable to devise a method to form a soul, leaving it in an unfinished state. He held the vial in his hand, unable to hide his astonishment. Homunculus soul elixir, another one of Brahm's lost treasures, akin to the glass book. The little girl gazed at him with sparkling eyes, filled with hope, silently cheering him on. "Uncle, you will definitely succeed." It seemed that he could feel the expectations the little girl had for him. Smiling, he told himself that failure was not an option. He immediately channeled his power into the potion bottle, merging the two together. A stream of blue light appeared. The potion bottle floated midair, absorbing his power. The system screen once again displayed lines of notifications. ***, you have received a blessing from the gods. You have received a blessing from the gods. You have received a blessing from the gods, ***. A moment later, Brahm's body began to change. The wrinkles on his face slowly faded away. His entire body seemed to radiate an intense light. Meanwhile, in the depths of hell, many demons rejoiced, and numerous demon councils were engaged in fierce debates. The L'Infernal Council, however, showed no interest. Hyun Woo thought to himself, both gods and demons were in turmoil. He recalled how Brahm had lived in the lower levels for a long time, enduring countless hardships under Aghairs. Brahm was not just any lesser deity. He was once the leader of a divine council. For such a god to become a follower of a mere mortal, one who hadn't even been ranked yet, it was no surprise they reacted this way. He pondered as he kept his eyes fixed on the system screen. When Brahm finally woke up, the little girl burst into tears of joy and ran towards him, calling out his name. She threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly, as if she was afraid of losing him again. Brahm, still unaware of what was happening, looked utterly bewildered, his face filled with astonishment as he called out her name. ***, Sesha, ***, Asterisk. The little girl lifted her head and questioned, Mr. Brahm, why is your body so cold? And stiff too. He hesitated, unsure of how to explain this to her, and stammered, well, this. After a moment, the two calmed down and sat down to talk. He spoke up, I am now one of the souls under your command. So tell me exactly what you were talking about earlier. How can we heal Sesha and save Ananta? The young man calmly extended his hand, revealing 2 lines of magic on his palm, and said, Can you take a look at this first? Seeing this, the old man took out his glasses from somewhere and put them on. He carefully examined the purple magic and pondered. This was the very matrix he had created to seal demon summoning. Then, he turned to the blue magic beside it, and the moment he recognized that spell, he cried out in astonishment. Isn't this the wisdom stone? How did you get your hands on this? The young man calmly explained, Viradun took away the crucial part and left only this, so I don't know the full details either. He lifted his head and made a proposal. I happened to come across it, and trying to figure out what it is. What if we combine it with your glass book? The old man exclaimed in shock, then the wisdom stone would be complete. And if this formula is used to create a transformation circle. As he spoke, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This time, we might actually be able to heal the girl. We can place the crystal inside Sesha, without any risk. Seemingly accepting the young man's suggestion, he asked, And then what? Tell me how you plan to save Ananta. She must still be fighting somewhere. Hearing the question, he immediately replied, I plan to take advantage of the auction for the Wisdom Stone formula. Remember that auction. I'll put the formula up for bidding after refining its key structure and adding a reasonable level of anonymity. Hearing this, the old man found him truly intelligent. This would greatly contribute to the tower's growth. He continued speaking. More precisely, Red Dragon will have the strongest reaction. The Summer Queen's dragon heart has been destroyed. That's why she's desperately searching for anything related to the Wisdom Stone. At these words, the old man seemed to realize something. He went on. The guilds under Red Dragon's command will go mad. The search will become chaotic, and the formula's structure will eventually surface on the market. The old man had understood most of his plan. He followed up, and then, at just the right moment, the young man would shift all attention toward the Vaporgus family. He affirmed the old man's thoughts. That's right. After that, we can begin the witch hunt. The two sat there, discussing their plan, looking for ways to divert attention toward the Vanis family. After a while, their conversation finally concluded. He opened the door. Stepping out, he held a mask in his hand, put it on, and immediately noticed the presence of Ibolkara. The man was already standing outside the door. When he saw him step out, he bowed respectfully and said, The conversation is over. So shall we go? Saying this, he gestured toward the teleportation gate beside them. Then, he stepped through the doorway, and Ibolkara raised a hand, inviting him to sit. He even offered him a rare tea, but he merely spoke. Don't you have something to say? Speak plainly. He was sweating profusely. Joking around with you is really tough. From behind him, system notifications popped up all at once. He was surprised to see them. What's going on? The man simply said, What else? They're all very interested in you. Then, the other guy continued, You know, the condition to become an apostle is that you must have a warrior, right? But they probably think that waiting until you reach the 50th floor would be too late. That's why everyone is trying to get you to sign a temporary contract. Some even say they'll grant you their power the moment you sign it. He thought for a moment and said, There is a great power called the Dragon's Awakening, but I no longer have such immense strength. Either way, I have no intention of depending on anyone. I refuse their offer. I don't want to be bound anywhere. Then, a thought struck him. Wait, thinking about it again. Maybe there's a way to take advantage of this situation. The other guy tapped on the displayed information and said something. But he suddenly spoke up. No matter how valuable a treasure is, if you don't like it, it's useless. So I'll close these channels. The Extreme Demon Society was threatening the organization's office. Agni, the Hindu god, was going berserk, searching for a way down to the 24th floor. The Olympus Pantheon was protesting against the office. Then, with cold, sharp eyes, he said, If they grant me power, then I won't refuse. The other person thought that if they wanted to have him, they would need to show their strength first. Then, after thinking for a moment, they said to him that even if they did so, they still had no intention of submitting to anyone. Oh, yo, you really are someone I think will be the second person to reach the 98th floor. Sir, oh, yo. After that, notifications continued to appear. Ageres from Lonfernal displayed the power of a demonic spirit. Heimdall, the Nordic god, revealed the power of a descending scale, and the rare Geller's horn element and the Galaganda demon of extreme class showcased the power of tremendous force and divine swordsmanship. Then he thought to himself, this isn't a temporary pact, but just a gift. Unbelievable, they actually revealed everything like this. It seems everyone is eager to possess you. He approached the notification and said, I will only accept the 4 powers that I need right now. Then the achievement board of the goddess-level power appeared, with 0% experience strength granted by the goddess of Olympus, Athena. Athena had a deep impression of you. She had fought with all her might to protect her grandson, and, as a result, bestowed a power to replace Aegis, the goddess's spear and sword, the blessing granted by the goddess. Your body will be protected from arrows and spears, and the souls of your enemies will shatter. In addition, those who consider you an ally will also be blessed, and all defensive attributes will be enhanced. Shield of the goddess ***. Endurance and large-scale defense are tremendously enhanced. Additionally, a temporary barrier can be erected. Moving on to the next section. ***, Tri-Spirit Power. Experience. 0%***. The power granted by the divine being, the god of death and souls. Azrael has long shown a particular interest in the despair of your 7th Dark King. However, he remains displeased with you, as you are still lacking in the mastery of soul manipulation. Therefore, he has bestowed upon you a new power, one that he believes you will need. ***, Demons and Beasts, ***. You can implant thoughts into the souls you possess, allowing you to control them at will. At times, you may seize their bodies and manipulate them like puppets. ***, Night Demons, ***. These souls will move as a swarm. Naturally driven by an instinct to reclaim their lost lives, they will absorb life the moment they see it. The area they invade will turn into a lifeless wasteland. Next is ***, Infernal Spirit Power. Experience. 0%***. The power bestowed by Ageres, the dark demon of Lonfernal. Despite suffering severe injuries, Ageres could not abandon his obsession with you, and has granted you a power equal to his own. However, should this power remain active for too long, you may descend into madness. Therefore, you must take extreme caution. When the dark god's wrath and the hatred festering within you erupt, they will manifest as acts of sheer insanity. At that moment, your attack power increased along with your level of madness. However, in return, your defensive ability also decreased. The demon, the madness, affected your opponent and attacked their mind. Their reason transformed into your endurance and magic power. Finally, there was the Faceless Law Board, granting power and experience, not strength, but the demonic confusion bestowed by the extreme sect. The confused one had eyes but could not see a world, had ears but could not hear any sound, and had no internal organs, thus unable to eat. However, he possessed extraordinary senses and intelligence. His reasoning ability was astonishing. Countless demonic spells were born after an extended debate, so vastly different from the existing system that they could not be compiled separately. Thus, he gifted you this power. He thought for a moment, and then tapped the screen. These powers will support me a lot, and as for the ones I didn't choose, it's not like I can just reject them outright. I'll just leave a message. That way, I can take them out and use them whenever I need. Then, another notification appeared. As he pondered, that guy chuckled and spoke. Athena, the goddess of Olympus, looks at you with joy. Ageres, the demon of Lonfernal, mocks the other demons. Ares, the god of Olympus, resents your decision. Galaganta, the demon of the extreme sect, silently observes your choice. For the gods and demons, watching a mere human like me make these decisions is anything but pleasant. But they won't take back the gifts they were so proud to bestow upon me. Ibolkara said, "Oh hail, you're really clever." Then the image of that person appeared, saying, "There is one last trip." As you can see, the battle between Hermes and Ageres was too intense, with such heavy losses that we had to temporarily close the cooking floor. Then the image of death appeared, and he said, "Most of the players on this floor already died, and there are many complaints from players and families all around. After that, the two of them sat down and talked. Our office will not impose any more penalties, but other families and players may have prejudices against me. That person continued speaking, and behind him was a green portal. Just as expected, you know everything. Oh, Hyo, that's all I need to resolve with you, sir. Please continue working hard on the next floors. He hugged the child and said to him, you were right, just as Yuvok warned. Any disturbances will never escape the notice of the great families. They are also keeping an eye on where Brahm and Sesha are, so staying on floor 24 any longer would be very dangerous. That's why we've left the tower and headed towards the village of the One-Horned tribe. Then some people with purple hair were making a commotion. The girl with purple hair, holding her sword, nervously said to him, it's strange, why is the village so noisy today? Suddenly, someone appeared in the crowd, and someone shouted, Father. He quickly turned around, and the person asked, what happened here? Yanu is dead. An image appeared, showing the man trampling Yanu on the ground. He explained that the one who killed Yanu was known as the God of Law from Hull. The army sent to pursue him had been defeated. 6 people, including Elder Karam and the White Horse King, were dead, and the 9 who returned were in critical condition. He supported the girl and asked, what about that guy? He thought for a moment, then angrily said, why did the God of Law suddenly target the One-Horned tribe? Edora asked Hanapa. Fant said, what about the murderer? What are you going to do, father? He furrowed his brow and replied, I will chase him. If he targets us like this, it means he sees us as a thorn in his side. Then he grimaced, his eyes sharp and cold. When I catch that bastard, I'll snap his neck. He then turned to speak to the others. They responded, everyone, prepare yourselves. Yes, my lord. The 2 of them looked on with concern. Behind them, he thought, the tower would be noisy for a while, so I'll stop by Hanova's place. In front of the logo with the blacksmith shop, someone was talking to him. He stroked his chin and said, Hanova, do you happen to know anything about the Philosopher's Stone? Hearing this, the man panicked and asked, what do you mean by that? Are you here to sell opium? No, but it's something quite important. He recounted what the man had said to him. I can only help with the theory and experiments regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Hanova will be the only one capable of doing it properly. Furthermore, you will need a lot of assistance. So, that's how things are. I understand, they said, eyes sparkling, and he awkwardly replied, will you help me? Who told you I would help you? I'm just trying it out, because I thought it would be fun if it's the Philosopher's Stone. Behind the mask, he smiled, thinking that it was always like this back then. Then, the old man said, it's been a long time. Hanova. The old man said cheerfully, it's been 20 years. How did you get involved with this fool and end up in this situation, Brahm? Anyway, it's good to see you. Suddenly, a man with a horn on his head spoke up and then laughed. I hope the old man won't drag us down. Yet Bloodfillow Suffer says such things. So you're telling us we all have to go out and die, huh? Ha. What does that girl, in the form of that person, think about this unstable team? Then he began to speak to them. Well, everyone is gathered, so let's get started. He continued, raising his hand, and a ring of light emanated. We are trying to perfect the Philosopher's Stone ourselves. Afterward, they all looked at the pile of drawings for discussion. The other 2 looked at the paper. We have all contributed, checking the formula countless times, and if we judge any method to be correct, Hanova will immediately apply it for testing. He spoke up as the matter was still ongoing. The research was progressing very quickly, and it seemed like the Philosopher's Stone would soon be perfected. Wait a moment, there's a problem. Then, in front of him, distorted black colors appeared, and someone said, Sigh. Another failure after a month. He held his head and said, Sigh, we were so close to perfection. At this rate, it's going to be exhausting. He also held his head in thought, trying to find a way to fix the Philosopher's Stone and the core energy source. But there was no way to cram all the materials into one pot. It's driving me crazy. The girl said, you answer, why doesn't the master bring someone famous from another field and ask for help? If you look at it from a different angle, you might find a solution. No, he replied. Everyone here is trustworthy, but others aren't. If that happens, Sesha might be in danger. Then she said, he answered. However, I just thought of someone suitable. Oh, really? He asked. She said, the image of a woman appeared, Victoria. He said, I wish we could contact her, but I don't even know where she is. The girl touched her chin in thought and then said. He touched the table, heard this, stood up and said, though I'm not sure, there is a place where Victoria might go. Huang Wu asked, where is it? I'll go see. She thought for a moment and said, that place. Suddenly, a scene filled with dazzling lights and beautiful architecture appeared. A girl was talking and laughing with the other guy, and another girl was inviting them in. He went along with the girl with the horn into the place, unable to believe such a wonderful place existed. He thought back to what the girl had said, and wondered if Victoria had a mentor who taught her magic. Victoria had mentioned that if she had decided to go into hiding, it was likely she would head to that mentor's place. Did such a mentor really exist in a place like this? While he was lost in thought, 3 women approached them, offering their services. The woman accompanying him was anxious, hoping to leave quickly before anyone recognized them. Just then, someone called out, oh, there you are, sir. He spoke to the man, who began to sweat and replied, you found where I needed to heal. I found the location before the new year. The places have a certain aura. Please follow me. In front of an intricately designed structure, he said, the person you're looking for is in a special room on the 8th floor. He walked up the stairs, followed by the other 2. He found the smell of the surroundings unpleasant and saw images that were suggestive and crowded with people. Among them, a beautiful woman spoke. What's going on? I didn't even call for you. He stepped forward, pulled back the curtain, and asked, Anastasia, is that you? She responded, oh. Suddenly, her image became clear. A woman full of mystery and allure. She said, do you know me? He wondered to himself, is she using a spell to enchant me? Anastasia remained calm and asked, why are you looking for me? Xiaohuan Wu answered, I'm looking for Victoria. Anastasia's expression shifted immediately, her eyes widening in fury as she said, what? That whole tower was turned to dust. Anastasia stood on a wooden pillar, while below her, the dark figure remained unscathed. In her hand was a pink-purple energy sphere, and behind her, the vague silhouette of a 9-tailed fox appeared. Seeing this, Xiaohuan Wu immediately speculated, is it the true form of the 9-tailed fox? Perhaps it's the magic of the 9-tailed fox. Anastasia raised her hand, and energy erupted from it. She was about to fire the sphere toward him. Xiaohuan Wu quickly raised his sword to block, but suddenly a voice rang out. Both of you stop. Xiaohuan Wu glanced down and called, Victoria. She was panting, wearing a white outfit. The soul of Rebecca hurriedly rushed out from within Xiaohuan Wu and called, Victoria. Victoria, also startled, stammered in reply, Rebecca. How? Victoria recalled when Rebecca had charged out, taking the blow for her with the sword. It was hard to believe, and she said, it's definitely her. Rebecca flew over, took Victoria's hand, and gently said, I'm fine. Have you lost weight? The group sat down to talk, the atmosphere heavy. Victoria lowered her head. She began recounting. After we safely escaped from the Monkey King's cave with your help, we started being chased by a mysterious group of people. Victoria said. Rebecca then asked, are you saying you didn't recognize them? Victoria softly replied, affirming, the family behind them is no small name. Rebecca quickly asked, are they demonkin? Victoria did not respond. She continued recounting the events. According to her, after being chased for a long time, Khan had decided to stay behind to deal with the followers, and then Khan disappeared. She could not find her. The image of Khan turning her back and walking away, despite her cries, appeared in her mind. Thinking of this, Victoria began to cry. She collapsed and hugged her face. Anastasia, who was by her side, leaned over and embraced her. Anastasia looked up and said, I don't know what happened, but this child no longer has the spirit to face you all, so you should leave quickly. People walked by. Rebecca flew beside Xiaohuan Wu and said, I've lived with Victoria at Kenthatch Mountain for many years. This is the first time I've seen her like this. The image of Victoria, full of confidence and strength, holding a spellbook, flashed in her memory. Rebecca continued, the Victoria I know is shameless and selfish, but on the other hand, she's incredibly kind. She's much stronger than this. Rebecca offered her own hypothesis. Perhaps she felt guilty towards Khan or me. Huan Wu, who was standing beside them, remained silent. Suddenly, a spellbook appeared and flew toward them. Rebecca, puzzled, exclaimed, What is this all of a sudden? Cha Huan-woo reached out and took the book. Anastasia's voice rang out, explaining that Victoria apologized for not being able to help and asked her to give them this spell book. Though she didn't know why Victoria had done this, she hoped that they would use it properly. Rebecca looked at the magical book and exclaimed in surprise, "This is the thesis that Victoria intended to revise for the Magic Tower." Rebecca said, "It contains everything she has researched. Yet she gave us this." Father Huan-woo silently thought, "Victoria, do you feel so guilty?" He stared at the book, contemplating, but perhaps this book would help with the research on his philosopher's stone. Victoria's research had reached such perfection that it earned Brahma's utmost admiration, and with the aid of this new knowledge, we had invested everything and researched again. As a result, Huan-woo slammed his hand on the table, where a sheet of paper filled with dense writing lay. He said, "This is it, finally. After a long time, I've completed the structural formula of the philosopher's stone." Hanovo, with regret, said, "It's a pity we can't craft this magnificent item. It requires 10,000 souls as materials. It's insane. Damn it. We had the materials. But if this formula falls into the wrong hands, it could be disastrous." Brahma, standing nearby, said, "Then let's begin." Father Huan-woo looked at the items on the table. He extended his hand forward, from which dark energy began to emanate. "I told you to absorb it." Huan-woo thought to himself, "This is my only chance. If I fail, I'll fail immediately." The shards, glowing with a green light, slowly moved towards each other, forming something resembling an egg. Seeing this, Father Huan-woo thought, "All right, it's complete." He immediately began the next step, combining the Wise Stone and Agar's dark magic source. The Wise Stone was a unique artifact that could not be traded. Born from countless souls, it was filled with hatred. Right now, the hatred was reacting with Agar's dark soul within him. Father Huan-woo placed the stone against his chest, attempting to connect it with his own magical energy, thinking to himself, "Asterisk, if I can synchronize my magical flow with the stone, I will succeed in achieving internal harmony with the dragon's characteristics." Asterisk. A bright green light emanated fiercely from the Wise Stone affixed to his chest. Magical energy burst from him, radiating around. Brahm quickly shouted, "It's a magic storm. Hurry, set up a magical barrier." Hanovo responded, "Guide." A pale purple barrier appeared. Yet magic continued to surge around them. Brahm raised his hand to shield his face and observed. The Wise Stone on Father Huan-woo's chest suddenly turned purple. Rebecca gasped, "It's so bright, the magic power is incredible. At this current state, I think I would struggle to withstand this pressure." Father Huan-woo's eyes suddenly turned golden, with narrow elongated pupils, and scales appeared on his cheeks. A dense dark energy surged outward. Father Huan-woo was startled. The darkness around him seemed to have hands trying to pull him down. He thought to himself, "Asterisk, is this the hatred of the Wise Stone? It's so dangerous. If I'm not careful, I'll be swallowed up." Asterisk. From the shadows, a figure clad in black appeared, their face blurry, and it let out a strange, eerie laugh. The shadow of that person said, "Not yet. It will speak a little longer, tempt you a little more. Then we'll come back and swallow you whole." The voices continuously called his name. Cha Huan-woo jolted awake. Someone asked him, "Are you all right?" He sat up and said to Bro, "I'm fine." What happened? Around him, everything was filled with dust and chaos. Brahm said, "It seems like you don't know what's been going on outside, and it's not good." Henova patted the dust off his shoulder after crawling out from a pile of wreckage, and said, "Let's put that aside for now. How's the philosopher's stone? Does it work?" Cha Huan-woo remained silent, reflecting. He smiled and said, "Let's give it a try." In a well-lit house amidst the dark night, sitting on the ground, he looked at Phoenix, but he no longer saw Brahm. The girl puffed her cheeks in frustration. Chirpy leaned in closely, and Sesha squeezed its neck. Phoenix remained calm, indifferent to the situation. The girl's face showed a hint of thought. Then she spoke to Phoenix. "Hey Chip, what is he doing right now?" Chirpy broke into a cold sweat upon hearing that. Over here, Shannon was knocked away. Huan-woo's face was dark as night, his eyes glowing fiercely. The sword in his hand emanated dark power. Clad in full armor, he plunged the sword into the ground to steady himself. Brother Jiyoung spread his wings wide, exuding an overwhelming force. He looked at him, This was Sanon, tired yet with a hint of surprise. In the past, all it took was one swing of his sword to send him flying. He furrowed his brow in thought, recalling the scenes from past battles he had gone through, and it was as if he had been awakened. Around him, dark green deathly auras enveloped the air, and the blue flames blaze, engulfing his iron mask, gradually spreading to his shoulders. He gripped his sword tightly, assuming a fighting stance. The short-haired girl stared in amazement, silently thinking. Sanon walks away, leaving behind a majestic silhouette. Huan Wu held his sword in his hand, standing still and unmoving. Sanon, filled with killing intent, dashed forward. Huan Wu slowly retracted his wings, his eyes resolutely fixed ahead. The two collided, causing a massive explosion that left a thick cloud of smoke in its wake. As the smoke dispersed, the legs of someone appeared. Brahm furrowed his brow, glancing at Sanon, who knelt on one knee, leaning on his sword. He said, "A soul forever bound to its master will always remain like this." He turned and walked away. Seeing him resting, Brahm approached and said, "The power of the stone truly lives up to its reputation." Huan Wu calmly looked at him and replied, "Brahm, you need to restore your divine power." Brahm responded, "Thank you for your concern, but as you know, this is not an easy task." A towering tower stood high in the sky, magnificent beyond compare. Since the tower had been constructed, no player had ever reached the state of a deity. Yet people spoke often about whether it was something that could be attained by all, for one person. He thought to himself, then suddenly froze, furrowing his brow, his eyes wide open. Brahm clasped his hands behind his back, his face solemn. "You can't do it." Yu stood up, confident and resolute, facing the man. The man looked at his posture, speechless in astonishment. In a bustling market, full of people coming and going, he thought to himself, "It's always so noisy here, isn't it?" At that moment, he wore a mask from the most reputable disguise mask brand, coming from the unicorn tribe. No good, no charge. Huan Wu looked up at the sign and thought, "Got it, the West Wind Association, where my younger brother often does business." He carried his backpack and walked in. At that moment, a man stepped out, being seen off with the words, "Goodbye, lowlife." "Oh no, I mean, dear customer." A young man greeted him with a cheerful expression. Huan Wu felt something was off and remembered the suspicious merchant's name. He then said, "If we weren't careful, you'd have tried to steal, wouldn't you?" The young man seemed to shine. He then took off his hat and said, "I'm just here to sell some stuff." His eyes were sharp, and he smiled slyly. "This is the first time our esteemed customer has used our buying and selling services, right?" The young man was always welcoming. "Then, may I take a look at what you've brought with you?" Huan Wu opened his backpack and awkwardly searched through it. Of course, the shiny weapons were laid out. The young man was astonished by the glinting light, unable to believe it, thinking to himself, "How did a newcomer like this get his hands on these things?" Not enough, though. He continued, however, "Unfortunately, it's hard to understand, right?" After evaluating the items, he added, "Their durability is quite poor, so they might only sell for about a quarter of their original price." These words struck him directly, leaving him confused. He said that in this case, Huan Wu lowered his head in despair, and when he saw this, he was startled. He took out a contract, one for better cooperation in the future. "How do you see it, sir?" He smiled and nodded in agreement. Once everything was settled, he happily picked up the sword, and as he turned away with a smug expression, he pushed forward a blackened piece of paper, its writing blurred. His eyes were fixed on the paper, determined to obtain it no matter what. If he could restore this torn paper, he would easily acquire the long-lost knowledge. He joyfully grabbed Huan Wu's wrist. "Could you share a little more information, please?" This action stunned him. After the agreement was made, he said, "Goodbye, dear customer. Please come again next time." Huan Wu put on his backpack and blended into the crowd. Remembering the jade stone, he silently thought that he had noted down the correct formula for the philosopher's stone, but the important part was the emerald stone that had been worn down. He turned his head, a sly grin appearing on his face. The man named Vitran had carefully rolled the piece of paper into 3 parts, and they had brought the auction record under the name of the great alchemist Trismegistus. Those who recognized the true value of the paper lined up one by one to head to the Kelat auction house, each presenting their demands. At the same time, the 8 powerful families, hearing the rumors, began to take an interest in it. On the day of the auction, countless participants, including those bidding, crowded the auction floor. A large man named Croy, wearing an expensive suit and a golden tooth, his hands covered in gold rings, raised a paddle to claim the right to purchase the first auction record. After the auction, Croy, the fat man, who was rumored to own the most gold in the entire tower, became the new owner of the record. Thanks to the laboratory working with the Croy family, they were able to produce many results using the text on the record. However, the value of the copy was greater than anyone had anticipated, and quickly the story of the record spread beyond the auction house, reaching all corners of the tower. The auction for the second record took place under the watchful eyes of everyone in the tower. The scene shifts to a dark castle, with the sky behind it gradually darkening. A woman with silver hair lies on a red bed, trapped in a nightmare. In the nightmare, she sees Huan Wu in a sea of flames, calling her name. Poor Ismenios. She frowns in discomfort, trying to escape the dream. Turning back within the dream, Huan Wu's eyes zoom in, and the surroundings remain the same. He calls her the last dragon. Ismenios jerks awake from the nightmare, sitting up in bed. She rubs her temples, unable to believe she had dreamed of Huan Wu again. Gripping the bed sheets tightly, she remembers that ever since his death, she hasn't been able to sleep soundly a single night. Exhausted, she drags herself out of bed and slowly walks out of the room. Ismenios feels her strength waning, as the dragon heart within her has shattered to the point of turning silver. She has reached the limits of her body. Exhaling a puff of white smoke, she knows she doesn't have much time left. She glared in anger. It was all because of the heavenly wings and Huan Wu. Suddenly, a guard appeared in front of her. He said there was an urgent matter that needed to be reported. She asked him what it was. He presented a glowing purple stone and told her to look at it first. Her eyes lit up when she recognized that her subordinates had found it, the Wisdom Stone. He explained that this was an unfinished, low-quality item, but the operational system and configuration principles were identical to what he had discovered. She was surprised and asked him where he had found it. She fell silent as she listened to him speak. This stone was created by a sorcerer based on a record from the auction floor. There was also an announcement last night that the third copy will be auctioned in secret. He then asked, "What should we do now?" The woman began to worry and instructed her subordinates to do whatever it took to win and retrieve the record at all costs. Then she changed her mind and ordered him to bring all 3 copies back. On the day of the auction, the hall was extremely crowded because many key figures, along with the 8 main families, were present. The group of mages included 4 or 5 bishops. 2 famous men, who were never seen in public, the Marcus Nagelling and the Duke Ardvad of Bloodsage, also appeared. The 2 men were standing in a corner, talking, when they noticed a group of people known as the Long entering. Among them was a man with red hair named Tom, who was also the son of the Summer Queen. The Summer Queen had created him by transferring her dragon blood into a dragon warrior, making him her son. The 9 children of the dragon. They also have a total of 81 eyes and possess great power in the red dragon. A man, draped in a cloak, stepped forward to begin the auction. He unfolded the cloth, revealing to everyone that the auction item today was the 3rd manuscript. The man turned to prepare to announce the starting bid when a voice rang out. "So it's Tom. He's auctioning off something called Alicia." The angry Duke stood up and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Turns out, Alicia is a new and superior medicine that even Asia's angel wings want to possess, something that cannot be obtained even for 1,000 gold. Some say its value can be compared to that of the Philosopher's Stone. Tom turned to the auctioneer and asked, "He knows we bid with gold, not items. But is this not allowed?" The auctioneer, trembling, agreed to let Alicia be used and asked, "Who will bid higher?" The disgruntled Duke stood up, cursing at him. "Don't think you could just take the manuscript because you like it. You're still as arrogant as ever." Tom stood up and told everyone they had misunderstood. What he wants is not justice. The Duke froze. He coldly smiled a cunning smile. Everyone at the auction panicked as he said he wanted all the manuscripts. Suddenly, the fat man and the mage received news that the research room had been attacked, the tower was in chaos, and all the manuscripts had been stolen. Tom slowly approached the stage where the record was placed, while the auctioneer trembled with fear. The others put on their hoods and walked out. He extended his hand, smashing the glass box that contained the record, and took it. Tom smiled in satisfaction, finally having what he wanted. Behind him, The auctioneer was terrified. He grinned triumphantly, because now he had it. His mother would be cured, and the red dragon would become the ruler of the tower. Huan Wu smirked, saying they had predicted this. The man with the silver hair grinned, saying indeed the auction floor must be in chaos right now. He stopped laughing and turned to the protagonist, saying they probably didn't expect that there were tricks in all of this. Huan Wu thought to himself that when the Summer Queen sensed something strange, she had already been poisoned. For in the newly written record, the formula for the poison structure had been included. The wrath of the Summer Queen, who was injured and overwhelmed by anger, would be transmitted to the source of the record, and the origin of the record was an emerald. The man stroked his chin, saying, Huan Wu is truly clever. And with that, the witch's feast came to an end. In his hands was the Deroy Exploration Journal. He put his mask back on, and gathered everything up, saying, let it be as it is. We'll find our own way, before heading toward the teleportation door. In the Black Castle, the sky gradually darkened. On the floor lay 3 records, and the woman pieced them together. At that moment, it would become the Stone of Wisdom. The Summer Queen is not simply the leader of the guild. The reason the Dragon Blood Tower is so terrifying is that the Summer Queen reigns there. The reason Dragon Blood players are so powerful is because they share strength with her. She is the foundation of Dragon Blood, and is, in essence, the Dragon Blood itself. But what would happen if she were to make a mistake? At this moment, the Summer Queen is screaming in pain in her private bedroom. The servants and bodyguards beside her are startled and call out to the Queen. She clutches her head in agony, surrounded by strange purple smoke enveloping her body. One of the servants asks, what's happening? She screams, her body becoming drenched to the point where her veins are visible beneath her skin. On the bed lies a strange purple stone, which might be the cause of her condition. Elsewhere, 2 people cloaked in red are conversing. One asks, have you found the owner of the print yet? The other replies, not yet. However, in the past, the night of the witch in Lyon was witnessed by many and recorded on some stone tablet in the ruins of 4. There is evidence in the auction house showing someone witnessed the witch's night, though it's unclear whether it's related to this matter. The red-haired man grits his teeth in frustration. Then he says, those chaotic fools have no fear and dare to cause such trouble. Meanwhile, Huan Wu is burning Detroit's diary to destroy the seal. The system notification announces the destruction of the 3rd part of Deroy's exploration diary. The secrets of the diary have now been revealed. The exploration journal of the 6th part has been destroyed. The level of the demonology skill has increased to BB+. Huan Wu thought that it wasn't entirely complete, but it would be easy to obtain a portion of the auction house's exploration journal. He then looked up at the notification bar. Now, the remaining parts. Huan Wu executed his ultimate technique, Third Mind of Demons and Monsters. It could impose the caster's absolute will onto the soul being possessed in various ways. For those with weak mental strength, they would fall into a state of confusion. Many would even temporarily lose control of their bodies and become puppets under the caster's command. Night Parade of 100 Demons. The souls moved in a swarm. The undead had the instinct to assimilate other life forms, and it would steal the life force of anything that stood in its path. He ordered the souls to scatter, and then each soul began attacking the monsters. They fused into the creatures, and he commanded them to move. The monsters began to tear apart the others that were unaffected by the souls. They fought each other and destroyed themselves. Their corpses were scattered all over the place. The man stood outside, watching in surprise. His method is completely different from mine. The monsters continued to rip each other apart. Fant and Gallias were excited. Wow! Edora, on the other hand, felt a little disturbed. After the battle, the wizard stepped forward and said, "It has begun, let's compare." The corpses of the monsters started to change. Suddenly, their heads were ripped open from the inside, revealing a male demon inside. He exclaimed, "Ah, the air is really refreshing." The demon lord spoke, "You have helped me awaken from my long slumber, and I cannot express my gratitude to you with mere words. I will treat you as my loyal servants." Before he could finish speaking, taking advantage of the wizard's assistance, the man acted and said, "Shut up." Huan Wu unleashed his ultimate move, binding the demon lord. The demon lord screamed, "Ah, I can't achieve my goal." Once he had spoken, the wizard stopped as well. Adora turned to Fant and said, "You know, right?" Fant, confused, asked, "What?" She continued, "He saw the demon lord and immediately said two things. Shut up and all right." Fant glanced over, then turned away. He thought it was nothing strange, assuming that after all, the wizard was holding the stone that the demon lord had left behind after his death. He said to Huinwu, "So it's this." The wizard clenched it and smiled happily. He thought that if this was indeed the case, it might alleviate Sesh's condition. The people around them, hearing the loud noise, rushed over. "What's going on?" Huinwu saw from a distance a person in a red cloak approaching. He asked, "Doc Sicture, right?" He remained silent for a moment. Huinwu replied coldly, "So what?" "The mark is Caliburn of Blood Sage, and you know that it is one of the 12 swords most beloved by the Emperor." He pretended to think for a while before saying, "Ah, could it be that you've come to see me because of Baron Lao?" The man was taken aback. It really had something to do with him. "Lao is a subordinate whom I deeply cherish. I sent him as an envoy for everyone, but he still hasn't returned." Huinwu had already recognized the image of that man from before he killed him. The man continued to press. "I want to know the details of what happened at that time. I want to know the extent of Elohim's actions." He carefully considered his words, deciding to lie a little. "I couldn't shake the loyalty of the player from the bloodline." Then he said to Caliburn, "I accepted the invitation." But then something suddenly appeared to cause trouble. The difference in strength between us and Aloin was quite large. Lyle didn't want the Emperor's guest to be put in danger, so he told me to escape while he stayed behind to buy time. That's how we managed to survive. But as he reached this point, he hesitated, showing a look of sympathy. The man urgently asked, "What happened to him in the end?" He responded, "That's the whole story." The man clenched his fist in anger, but then thought for a moment and said, "I see. Then that will do." He asked again if the invitation to Blood Sage was still valid for him as a guest. Huinwu replied without blinking, "Of course, this is the place where that friend saved us." Adora, standing beside them, thought to herself, "He lies like a master." The Marcus Caliburn, without any doubt, said, "All right, if he's a friend of Lao, then he's a friend of Blood Sage as well." Then he made an oath. "Here I swear, according to Lao's wishes, we form an alliance with you. No matter how dangerous it gets, we will protect you with all our might, and Elohim will pay dearly for the harm he has caused." The Marcus Caliburn's declaration was as binding as an official decree, sworn on Mana. Upon receiving the oath from the Marcus, Huinwu achieved his goal and smirked. Elohim and the bloodline, for now, this will do. Caliburn returned to the base and saw his comrades lying on the ground, all gravely injured. He was stunned. What happened here? The Duke spoke up. "You've returned?" Seeing that the Duke had lost an arm, Caliburn was horrified. "Duke, you." The Duke said, "You shouldn't make a big deal of this." He asked, "How did it come to this?" The Duke explained, "We know the dragon has begun to go mad. The Golden Beetle Tower. We are not capable of dealing with such enemies. Tell me about anything related to Elohim. They are no longer sane either." Caliburn immediately knelt. "Yes, your grace, I await your orders." The Duke said, "Rebuild the army." His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Whether it is Elohim or the blood dragons, sweep away all the insects that defy His Majesty the Emperor." The Marquis immediately complied. "I accept the order." The Blood Kingdom had declared war, and the peace that Artia had long maintained had finally shattered. The scene before them was nothing but chaos. Huinwu then called out to Bu, "Tell them what happened here." Brahm said, "Every time I see this, I can't help but feel astonished. Where exactly did you find it?" Huinwu, confused, asked, "What are you talking about?" Brahm explained, "Bu's development is hard to believe. He must have been famous, even when he was alive. If we were to use current terminology, he might be similar to the 9 Kings." Upon hearing this, Yu was also astonished. He looked up, not expecting Bu to resemble the 9th Prince, the Queen. Then it spoke, "Master, it's time to begin watching." The scene unfolded with a young man, full of pride, holding a piece of paper and laughing. Next to him were 2 girls, their heads covered. They couldn't believe the emerald copy was there, and they were desperate to know who had unleashed it. One of the girls decided that the first thing to do was to retreat. Huinwu looked at the 2 girls and thought, those 2 were once in Zhongwu's memory, Dark and Margaret. The first witches formed by the night hand of Viradun, the very beginning of the other witches. Bu spoke up. I've found their base. It's opening the gate. As Huan Wu passed through the gate, he warned. The most important thing right now is the information on Ananta. They won't know which trap has been set, so make sure to warn everyone to be careful. It's just like back when I was sent on missions in the CP Nation. He then reflected on that time. Drawing his sword, he said, "All right, let's go." A notification appeared. You have entered the world of eternal night. Brahm spoke up. This is the demon realm's final battle. It summons mist, limiting both vision and hearing, and causes hallucinations that drain life through the fear induces in its targets. It's hard to solve completely, but we can reduce its power. A notification appeared, stating that Brahm had granted his ally the Curse of Defense and the Illusionary Defense. Another notification followed, announcing that 2 new missions had been created. Huan Wu looked at the notification board in front of him. He thought that, finally, the Bureau of Management had taken action, and the Summer Queen had diverted the attention of others by using Walpurgisnacht as a reward in a different mission. As for Viradun and the witches, it was a good thing for them as well. He wandered through the mist, surrounded by the bodies lying in the horizontal position. He reminded everyone to be careful, but no one responded. Turning around, everyone had vanished. A voice echoed from within the mist, and the figure gradually materialized. It was Edora. She gasped and said, "That was close." But as soon as she spoke, Huan Wu struck her head off. However, her voice still echoed. "Oraboni, that was really too much. Why would you suddenly swing your sword at a weak girl like me? I didn't expect someone like Oraboni to act this way." Standing before him was another Huan Wu. At first glance, he immediately recognized. It's a doppelganger, an experiment of Viradun. He immediately called Sunan to subdue it because he had many other matters to attend to. Sunan used only one hand to press the head of the Viradun experiment into the ground, and the man couldn't believe it, muttering something. Sunan sarcastically said, "No matter how much people jump up and down, it's still the same." Its eyes turned bright red. "How long do you think you can endure, dear friend, now that the rain has stopped?" Then it crushed the experiment down, ignoring the pleas. Seeing this, Huan Wu realized that Sunan's personality had indeed changed. He asked, "So you don't know how to cancel the barrier formation?" Sunan replied, "Since Pattaya is the territory manager, I don't know." Huan Wu said to Sunan, "Tie the knot carefully, because that guy will use it later, so undo it and lock it away." He was taken aback. "Wait, you said if I confessed, you'd kill me mercifully." After Sunan carefully tied the knot, he still couldn't help but curse Huan Wu a few times. But the reply was, "I know I won't be able to reach heaven now. You don't need to worry." Then he called a girl to find the location the boy had mentioned earlier. He knew that the boy was just pretending to be proficient in magic. He added, "Besides, I'm not weak anymore." Moving to a location. At this moment, he was pressing the edge of a knife to the throat of a woman. She was dressed in a disheveled manner, unable to believe how her fortress could be breached. How could she not have known that someone had infiltrated? He spoke up, "I have a lot of questions for you, but you don't seem inclined to answer properly, do you?" She responded angrily, "Stop the nonsense, just kill me." He calmly replied, "There's no need to hear it from your mouth." These words froze her in place, and just like that, he swiftly dealt with her. Hyun Woo's gaze turned contemplative, thinking that Ananta must be locked up in the dungeon beneath the fortress. So the reason they lost contact with Brahm was because he had been captured by Viradun. He clenched his fist. Indeed, the situation was far from normal. He needed to accelerate the search. The empty street echoed with heavy breathing. He held his wounded arm, muttering, "It was hard enough to get out. After all, the one-horned tribe is like a race of poison." The image of Marshal King Neu appeared in his mind. He thought to himself, especially Marshal King, a man so cold that every word he spoke seemed to freeze the air. He heard that even among the top martial artists in the tower, he was considered a monster. The cold expression on Marshal King Neu's face made him shiver, thinking to himself, the feeling of being chased by someone like him is truly interesting. He chuckled with amusement, one hand resting on his neck, silently reflecting. Since becoming a top-ranked player, it's been rare for me to feel threatened by anyone. Now it feels like I've returned to the days back on Earth, where danger was always lurking. Little sister, I think I still have a long way to go before I can meet you. Suddenly, a few pieces of paper fell from the sky. He looked up in confusion and exclaimed, "That's..." He reached out and grabbed one. It was a flyer announcing recruitment for the West Wind Guild, with participation fees to be negotiated separately. He read it and thought for a moment. Hiring mercenaries. Huh. Well, I've heard that Red Dragon has arrived at the auction house. He pondered to himself, is this the submission of Walpurgis Nacht? If I handle this well, I might be able to gain some advantage over both clans at the same time. He then said, all right, I'll join. The man raised his head, revealing a sinister expression, muttering to himself, there's another character. The figure of Cha Huan Wu appeared in his mind and he said, if he's there, that would be perfect. Thousands of witches riding broomsticks flew in the sky, drawing magical circles of various colors. A blonde witch with freckles shouted, fire. Countless spells were activated, and columns of magical energy shot down, their terrifying power causing massive explosions that scorched the earth. Below, soldiers hastily dodged the blasts, including a short-haired general, who opened his mouth and angrily said, damn it, how dare you little rats? He widened his eyes, continuously thinking that something was wrong. No matter how powerful these witches were, they couldn't be casting spells like this continuously. He looked up at the witches flying in the sky and thought to himself, they must be using philosopher's stones. At that moment, a person wearing a hood that obscured their face hurriedly approached and reported, a third of our troops are already dead. We need to retreat immediately. He snapped back, shut up, take care of it, and keep fighting. Suddenly, loud sounds rang out. He stared in confusion at the sky, only to see a series of purple explosions erupting. Along with them, witches who had been blasted to death fell one after another like rain. Seeing this, he was stunned, thinking to himself, what is that black flame? Did the philosopher's stone explode? Even if I don't know why, this is my chance. He hurriedly commanded, run, we need to get to Elohim first. The soldiers following him responded, yes. On the towering mountain, shrouded by the cold wind, stood a castle, Brocken Castle. The witch with long hair observed the battlefield through the crystal bridge and hurriedly reported, the Demon World Castle has just been breached. The 5 main defense forces, both the cataclysmic and underground formations, have been activated. The brown-haired witch standing beside her, stunned, thought to herself, thanks to the barrier, we were able to survive. But who could have done this? The witch continued to monitor the battlefield and reported, the enemy is close. Somehow, we must stop them. The brown-haired witch thought to herself, for now, we must focus on holding them back. It's not finished yet, but if we have this, we can somehow stop them. Holding the stone in her hand, the witch whispered, the sage stone. She raised the stone, swallowed it, and thought, it is a pure sage stone, incomparable to anything else. Then, she extended her hand forward and shouted, everyone, prepare for battle. However, the scent of fresh blood hit her nose, causing her to stop abruptly. The witch stood stunned, wondering, the smell of blood. At that moment, Cha Huan Wu, with his black wings, swooped down from above. The witch turned around, but it was too late. Huan Wu had already struck down with a sword. The witch fell to the ground, horrified, thinking, who is this person? I didn't even sense his presence. She looked around, and the other witches had also fallen, all dealt with in a swift and decisive strike. She thought to herself, before I even notice the other witches, she raised her hand, intending to use the power of the sage stone to resist and report back to Videra. Her heart seemed to stop beating, and the stone showed no response. The witch's face turned pale, and Cha Huan Wu's voice rang out. What's going on? Why is the stone not responding? She hesitated, thinking, could it be that it's ineffective now? He reached out and grabbed her face, saying, the other witches are the same. She skeptically wondered, after what happened to the other witches, are they only able to utter helpless groans? Cha Huan Wu coldly shouted, 42. He turned to the back and praised, thanks to you, 42 of them have been dealt with. Well done. Bu immediately responded, it is my honor to carry out the master's orders. Although the sage stone was supposed to be a product without any external magical interference, Bu would still infuse her own magic into the stone, making it act like any ordinary one. Bu said, I have completed absorbing the stone. Father Huan Wu immediately led her away. At that moment, in a certain branch of the castle, A meeting of witches was taking place. Loud cries echoed as an explosion had occurred, and the witches were in chaos. Dune, we need to find a solution immediately. Dune, please. They spoke to the witch with the powerful blue hair who was sitting. She did not respond, closing her eyes in silence. The witches then reported one by one that the mercenaries were quickly approaching. The Trafalgar clan was at the southern gate, and there were also rankers there. Someone said, Elohim, they are preparing to cross the northern gate. The pink-haired witch suddenly jolted, her face filled with horror. She quickly said, the one-horned clan has appeared in the demon world. The apocalyptic formation. The underground formation has collapsed, and even the demon realm formation is under attack. The other witches, upon hearing this, panicked, not understanding how everything was falling apart so quickly. The pink-haired witch then said, it's the Martial King. The Martial King has appeared, and the atmosphere around us is dark and despairing. Someone said, at this rate, the entire clan will be destroyed. The witches cried out, impossible, but Dune still kept her eyes closed and said nothing. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and her pupils were entirely white. She said, Mother told me. The witches around her seemed to find a lifeline and sighed in relief. They quickly asked, really? What did your mother say, Dune? Dune stood up and said they had to go to the laboratory to find a way to ask for a timekeeper. She confidently said, Mother will quickly materialize to take care of your children. The wooden door opened, followed by a cloud of dust and rubble falling down. Huan Wu stood on the tree, his eyes scanning the people below. He wore a mask that covered his entire face. Huan Wu had a stern expression, and scales appeared on his neck. The scales gradually spread across his face. His hand gripped tightly onto the sword. He spread his dragon wings, soared into the air, and swung his sword in a wide arc. The lead girl felt something and turned her head to look back. The group looked up and saw lightning bolts racing toward them. They immediately ran for their lives to escape. Huan Wu landed on the ground, not far from a dark shape rising from beneath the earth. He entered through a corridor filled with a certain aura. Before him were numerous containers holding experimental substances inside. He said, they are doing the same thing as the orangutan. Huan Wu moved deeper into the room and saw a large container in the center. Tubes from other containers were connected to it. He said, found it. Huan Wu stood before a large test tube, inside of which was the figure of the girl. Ananta was in the solution, her eyes tightly shut, recalling the time before. He wore armor, standing still and stunned. The two people beside him were laughing joyfully, while he looked annoyed and grim. The girl stood opposite him, hands on her hips. Ananta, with a beautiful figure, furrowed her brows in discomfort, staring at him. Huan Wu stared at her blankly, feeling intrigued, smiling before suddenly looking at her in panic. Ananta, irritated, questioned him. What? He shamelessly grinned. Seeing this, she raised her sword high. He was taken aback, flustered, his hands and feet scrambling, trying to avoid her. Ananta swung her sword, but no one knew how embarrassed she was, her ears turning bright red. The scene shifted. Ananta, covered in blood, was in the torture room. Her hands were shackled to the wall. The witch stood watching her, interrogate her about the child wrapped in the blanket. Dune, arms crossed arrogantly, questioned Ananta, who was chained up. She lowered her head, exhausted, blood at the corner of her mouth, her face wounds continuing to bleed. Ananta, filled with rage, her sharp gaze locked in, grinding her teeth. Back to the present. Huan Wu held her after breaking the experimental container, the purple liquid spilling across the dirt floor. In his arms, she still slept soundly. He picked her up, standing, and Huan Wu opened a portal, carrying her through. Once done, his hands began gathering dark energy, destroying everything around them. He ran outside, where his subordinates were waiting. Master. After the report, he said to his subordinates, I see, you've worked hard. Sensing something, Huan Wu turned around, and a black smoke shot swiftly, announcing, the laboratory is in danger. Dune was stunned, her body trembling. The brown-haired witch beside her nervously asked, is Dune all right? Dune was frozen, her face pale, mouth agape, unable to believe her eyes. She raised her trembling hand, looking at the empty room. To lose what was almost within reach, she screamed in frustration. Dune's eyes gleamed fiercely, her green hair turning into venomous snakes with ruby-red eyes. They lunged and tightened their grip around the necks of the two witches behind her, who were now panic-stricken with fear. Dune commanded, "Before those uninvited guests arrive, use every means to bring Anta to me, even if it costs all of your lives." The snakes transformed back into green locks of hair. The brown-haired witch nervously touched her face, still trembling with fear, while the other one hastily ran off. "Yes, master." Dune's anger was clear on her face as she frowned. She placed her hand on the large, empty glass jar, as though sensing something. Dune traced the crack on the jar. The way the magic was being used reminded her of someone. Dune's face turned ashen as she thought of the shaking room, causing her to lose her balance for a moment. A stream of purple magic struck down all the witches. The magic created explosions, causing rocks and objects to fall and shatter. Huan Wu leaped onto a rock in front of Dune. He wore a mask, his emotions unreadable, but his eyes revealed a hostile glare. Dune, in panic, assumed a defensive stance. A young man with a lively demeanor appeared in her mind. She remembered the time when his hand firmly held hers, his face smiling with joy. Then she recalled the image of him wearing armor, standing in a flower field, his face gentle and kind. Dune screamed, "You!" Her eyes turned completely white, her mouth wide open in fury. He didn't have time to wait for her to finish reminiscing. With a flash in his eyes, he tightly gripped his sword and rushed forward. Huan Wu swung his sword, decapitating her. He shattered the wall as he charged in, appearing right before her. He stared at her with a gaze so intense it felt like it could pierce through her. But suddenly, two figures from different sects materialized. When turning his back on Jungwoo, Liant and Bahal also reaped rewards. Each of them sat high within the Azure Sword Clan and the Red Dragon. Even their fame and power were greater than when they had been in Artia. However, the fate of Vyra Dune was far from as fortunate. He thought of the image of his younger brother and her laughing and chatting happily together. She had indeed become the head of the Wolpurchasnacht clan. But if she ever wanted to leave Artia, more than anyone else, she knew that his brother would understand her. Then he thought of the image of his brother covered in blood and the child. Yet she still poisoned Jungwoo, and even used their child, Xisa, as an experiment, committing vile crimes. Then came the image of her smiling happily. What had twisted her so? Then that image faded, he thought. Or had she always been this kind of person, only pretending to deceive him? Then the mask, he thought. In the end, Jungwoo couldn't figure out the reason and lost his life. But whatever had happened was none of his business. Then she looked around frantically with her white pupils. Suddenly, she jumped up, and the other girl rushed to her in concern. She trembled and touched her neck. Suddenly, more girls rushed toward her in panic, speaking as she was in a room full of corpses and drugs. "Dune, why did you suddenly body transfer? What's going on? Dune, are you okay?" After that, the image of Vyra Dune appeared. With her signature skill, body transfer. She had inherited this ability from the Great Mother. This skill allowed her to transfer the data of her own being to another body. Suddenly, an image of her flashed with something sparkling shining on her chest. Simply put, it allowed her to transform her body. Going back to the present, she was holding her head in frustration, thinking, "It's impossible. There's no way this is happening. That bastard is dead. He's dead." Then she thought of his eyes. But those eyes, they certainly. In anger, she rushed towards the other girl and said, "You, tell her, that bastard is dead, right? I definitely killed him myself." She lunged to choke the girl, asking, while the girl had no idea what she was talking about, "What are you talking about? Tell me I killed him, right?" "Erg." The girl replied, "Yes, you're right, he's definitely dead." Hearing that, she let go of her. The girl collapsed, gasping for air, while the others were in panic. Then she sighed and said, "Sorry, I got too angry." Images of death flashed in her mind, and she thought, "The moment my head was chopped off, the wise stone didn't activate. The stone I kept on me was designed to activate automatically when faced with danger." Then she frowned, holding her head, thinking, but he managed to stop the stone from working. How advanced have their studies become? She remembered the image of the stone in the center of her chest. Perhaps other witches had died for the same reason. Then she thought for a moment and said to the others, "Ananta is definitely among them. First, we need to capture that bastard. Everyone, set up a defensive formation." Everyone responded in unison. Suddenly, the girl turned and said, "Ha, Doon, watch out." Hearing this, she turned and asked, "What did you say?" Then she saw a dark figure approaching and heard, "Where do you think you're running to?" Before she could react, she was struck so suddenly that her head was severed from her body. She didn't have time to defend herself, her mind panicking as his image flashed before her eyes, summoning a purple whirlwind that swept away the other witches. Now, her image grew darker and darker. Then her eyes began to droop, no longer clear. After that, she fell to the ground, screaming, still in her original form. Panicked, she held her head, remembering that image, and said, "Where am I right now?" At this moment, she was startled, realizing something so shocking that her face turned pale. She staggered back and screamed in fear. "How is this possible?" She screamed and ran wildly forward, with Wu chasing after her, wanting to kill her. No. She kept running but looked back and said, "I told you not to." Her gaze grew dimmer and dimmer, and she continued speaking, but by now, only her tortured scream could be heard. Please stop." Then his voice rang out. At that moment, she was being held at sword point by him, with the blade at her throat. "Don't overreact like this." He laughed and said, "Because Ananta has endured far worse than you, and so has Sesha, even he himself. If you want to make up for all they've suffered, you shouldn't be shouting like this. Don't you think so?" She screamed in panic. Who are you?" He calmly touched the front of his mask, pointed his sword at her, and said, "I haven't taken this off yet. Have I?" "If that's the case, then there's no fun left." Her eyes widened in shock, and then the mask was removed. He spoke with a sinister tone. "I hope you'll be reborn again and again, Vieira. Then I'll kill you again and again." Suddenly, he felt something, and, sensing killing intent, quickly stepped back. A beam of light descended with such force that it landed right between them. A voice from the man in black shattered the ground. You're not bad, you actually figured it out. That speed isn't something every fighter can achieve." Behind the cloak stood a shadowy figure who said, "Your senses have become a lot sharper than when you were at 5 Elements Mountain. Kiddo." He growled, "Kindred." Before he could finish his sentence, Kindred continued, "So, is Brahm doing all right?" He replied, "Brahm's dead." Kindred laughed, "You think I didn't know, and that's why I asked. Of course he's dead, but he's still alive, isn't he?" He thought to himself, how did the demon army find out about this? Did he order someone to follow me? I can't let these bastards know too much. I'll have to be more careful from now on. Kindred, kicking a stone on the ground, said, "I've been waiting anxiously for you to show up all this time." He asked, "Why?" Kindred replied, "Of course, it's in accordance with the will of the heavenly demon." At this moment, the two of them were still talking when a scene appeared in front of a closed door. By the command of the heavenly demon, "You need to stay with us now, so it's because of Sesha." "What are you going to do with Sesha?" He laughed and replied, "I don't know. Didn't I already tell you? I'm just following the will of the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon orders me to do something, and I simply carry out the command." Then he thought for a moment and grinned wickedly. Nonsense, the heavenly demon. What the hell? It's been a long time since he issued any orders. He then said, "That's enough talk. The damned heretics will soon chase us here, so you mean to come with me?" The man remained silent. Then he spoke, and the other man grinned mischievously. "What if I don't want to?" The other man became furious, veins bulging, and said, "How dare you defy the command of the heavenly demon, you disrespectful bastard? Do you think you have a choice?" He flew into a rage, and the man calmly replied, "I can make my own decisions." The other man was stunned. "What?" Then, stones began to fall, growing louder, and suddenly the castle shook violently. She screamed, "Brocken Castle, what have you done?" He stood still, unmoving. He smiled and said, "Let's get started." Then, 2 figures of the 2 people appeared. Suddenly, an arrow pierced through a glowing blue stone. A man's guard landed and reported the situation. "The entire city's barrier has been broken." The man responded, "Yes, that's right." The guard said, "But what should we do next? Isn't that magic something we had to pay a huge price to summon?" The man replied, "Of course we have to prepare. Take something out of your body." It turned out, he took out glowing purple stones from his body and said, "I think this should be enough." He threw the glowing stones, holding a spellbook in his hand, saying that the witches never expected the stone created by the wise man to protect them would turn into a dagger striking back at them. As he finished speaking, huge flaming meteorites began to fall from the sky. The man frowned and said, "It's the meteor shower." The meteorites continued to fall onto the castle. One ranker, unfortunately, couldn't run fast enough and was about to be hit by a large meteorite. Two S-rank mercenaries hurriedly ran out of the place where the meteorite was falling, shattering the wall. The explosion was massive, and thick smoke billowed up. In the face of such a colossal disaster, everything became useless. Huan Wu appeared out of nowhere, with his wings blazing, heading toward the explosion. He hovered in midair, wearing a mask, and shot down a beam of dark energy. With his demon mask, he looked down and thought, "With that much power, transforming my body wouldn't help either. I'm here to collect the corpses for Dune." Then he landed, surrounded by debris and black smoke. Suddenly, a voice called his name from behind. Cain. A young man with a bloodied head was gritting his teeth. His body was covered in wounds, but he still slowly advanced toward him. He glared, shooting magical bolts at Huan Wu, and said, "Someone like you dares to do this." He furiously rushed toward Huan Wu, his hands surrounded by magical energy. Huan Wu remained calm, standing still, and said, "Even in that situation, he's still alive. Impressive. Kindred." Huan Wu continued to provoke. What's he hoping for this time? Kindred, agitated, shouted, "What?" Huan Wu, through his mask, looked at him and said, "A meteor shower, and don't think that's the only thing I've prepared." Kindred, blood covering his mouth and head, suddenly looked toward him. On the cracked floor, a few drops of his blood appeared. Kindred collapsed, gazed at him, and said, "There's still one more thing for him." He raised a finger to the sky, summoning a magical circle. He was furious, veins bulging on his face, glaring at Huan Wu, and shouted, "Cain!" Kindred, despite his injuries, charged forward, cursing, "You bastard!" Then, a meteorite appeared out of nowhere and fell on his head. Finally, a cloud of black smoke rose. As he had predicted, he was just a clone. Huan Wu, with his demonic mask, casually walked through the wreckage that was burning, remarking that, after all, he had suffered a major psychological blow. Beneath the meteorite, there was the head of the clone with green hair. Huan Wu looked and said that death was too easy for him. If you think about Sesh's, Anata's, and Cheng Wu's parts, then he should die in more pain. He shot out a magical beam and said, "Swallow it." The system suddenly reported to him, "The life force and essence have been absorbed, resulting in an increase in power and skills. All magic equipment bound to the soul has been removed and returned. Additionally, you have received the stone of the unfortunate sage." A purple glowing stone appeared. Then, in front of Huan Wu, a skeleton wearing a cloak that covered its entire body, known as Bu, appeared. He gave it his stone. The skeleton accepted the stone and thanked its master, Huan Wu. The system continued to notify him that he had acquired a new skill, rebirth. He looked at the message board, clenched his fist, and thought that this was the immortality skill. But it wasn't that he couldn't die. It was just that in the presence of others, it was no different from immortality. In his subconscious, he was standing on a stone, thinking that strength could heal when the head and soul were crushed, which was immortality. Just like that. That was why no one could break through the wall named All for One. If he could master the new skill and meet the requirements, he could uncover the secret of All for One. Returning to the present, he stood, thinking that all of this was just an idea. The rest, he had to act carefully. Around him were piles of broken items and soldiers. He had taken what he needed and had to leave before they woke up. The system's message suddenly appeared next to Huan Wu, notifying him that he had completed the mission. He was startled to realize that the liquid was dragon blood. This dragon blood vial was incredibly rare, as dragons had long been extinct. Huan Wu thought to himself, "Could it be that the Summer Queen intends to create new dragon soldiers?" Holding the vial in his hand, Huan Wu knew it was extremely precious, but he had no idea how to use it. Suddenly, he felt a rush of energy, as if surrounded by dragon scales. He recognized the power and quickly turned around to look for its source. It turned out that the dragon roaring in front of him was none other than the Summer Queen. The dragon roared, demanding that Huan Wu hand over the sage's stone. From behind a pile of debris, he looked on and thought that its appearance, right after Dune's death, was a mistake on his part. Unexpectedly, the dragon spotted him. It realized that Huinwu was hiding behind the ruined wall. "You're the one who killed Dune and stole the stone," it bellowed. "Your Majesty," it demanded that he return the stone. Huinwu silently thought, "One wrong move, and I'll be dead. My chances of surviving right now are only 1 in 10. Furious, the dragon hissed flames and slowly advanced towards him. Huinwu gripped his sword tightly, deciding to bet everything on the last sliver of hope for survival. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder from behind. Startled, Huinwu spun around, glared, and then let out a relieved sigh. It turned out that the one who had placed their hand on his shoulder was none other than his master. The ground was barren and cold, with flames flickering in the distance, like a heap of ruins. A boy with purple hair knelt on the ground, his entire body trembling. "Tell me, Chodo." The woman before him was certainly no ordinary person. Her eyes gleamed like metal, and beside her stood 2 guards. She spoke coldly. "Why should I personally come to this wretched place?" The boy immediately begged. "Please, forgive me, mother." It turned out he was pleading, causing the male guards around him to sneer mockingly. The female guard, however, merely wore an expression of disinterest, not wanting to engage. But the boy didn't care. He just lowered his head again. "Please, I beg of you, grant me one last chance." Seeing this, she seemed to soften, glancing down at Chodo, still kneeling at her feet, and spoke. "If this time fails, there won't be another." She fell silent then, her gaze turning murderous as she looked ahead. On the mountaintop before her, something was shining. There, the Stone of Wisdom. A surge of energy rose from within her chest, causing it to glow. She gritted her teeth and said, "The dark magic has infiltrated to the marrow. No matter what, this must end now." The extraordinary light around her grew brighter and stronger. In that moment, she was like a blazing star. Suddenly, a fierce red dragon appeared. It let out a deafening roar. Her eyes gleamed brighter than ever, her teeth clenched, and veins of dark red surged across her face. "Oh, I've had to use up the last of my magic. Even if this returns to its original form." She gritted her teeth as the last dragon, the sole descendant of the draconic species, stood her ground. Immediately, a massive dragon appeared. Its roar drowned out the entire sky. Asteriski absolutely cannot die here asterisk. On Neu's side, his face showed no emotion, merely standing with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on Chao Huinwu behind him. The dragon took slow, threatening steps toward him, exuding an immense aura of power. Give it to me." She bared her sharp, iron-like teeth in a warning, her eyes still a stunning golden yellow, but now devoid of any human form. Neu, ever calm, showed no sign of fear and simply grinned, baring his own teeth. "What do you want? What should I give you?" He was clearly very confident in this confrontation. Suddenly, his demeanor changed. He had understood what she was after. But now, a new attitude emerged, and he let out a soft "oh." Then, to everyone's surprise, he returned to his arrogant smile, raising his middle finger in her face. "Are you looking for this?" At his mocking attitude, Huinwu behind him grew frustrated, sighing as he watched Neu joke around in front of the dragon. As expected, this person, Neu's actions successfully provoked her. The massive dragon roared even louder, charging toward the 2 of them. "Give it." Neu, of course, wasn't afraid. In fact, he eagerly cracked his knuckles, preparing for the upcoming battle. "Disciple, take a good look at the greatness of your master." It was all a mockery. To him, this felt like a game. He left behind a single line. "Don't cry when you get hit." Neu, brimming with vitality, charged toward the dragon, his eyes gleaming with excitement and a terrifying smile on his face. "Let me see how strong you really are." At the moment he charged, Huinwu was leaving, reluctantly turning to look back. "Master, you must win." The encounter between the dragon and the man officially began. 2 opposing sources of power clashed, their supernatural lights illuminating the dark sky. Their energy lights collided fiercely, dazzling anyone who looked. The soldiers quickly rushed in to join the battle. He caught part of the dragon's massive body, his expression remaining mostly unchanged, his mouth still spitting taunts and teasing words. Does this aunt never lose weight? However, the dragon was indeed heavy, and despite his strength, it drained quite a bit of his energy. Sweat began to fall from his cheeks, and he silently thought, I'm fighting in this battle just because of one disciple. I'm really soft-hearted. Originally, Nayu had two very powerful disciples, and their figures still lingered in his mind to this day. After having two undefeated disciples, Nayu recalled the first day he met this new pupil. I had made up my mind not to take any more disciples. The sincerity in that kid's face still lingers in my mind. I've never forgotten it. Though the situation Nayu found himself in was far from ideal, he couldn't help but feel joy. The way that child looked at him with those sparkling eyes, he simply couldn't pretend otherwise. At this point, his strength grew even stronger. He began to enhance the power in his muscles, standing before the boy, determined not to show any signs of weakness. With that, Nayu thrust his strength into the dragon's body with excitement, mingled with madness. Arg! Nayu shone brightly in the battle. The man's power was truly not to be taken lightly. Although he was small compared to the massive dragon, he managed to use his strength to push the dragon back. Seeing the ruler's situation weakening, the soldiers below couldn't help but worried for her. Your Majesty, Mother. Looking at the scene before them, none of them could believe it. They couldn't believe that Mother was being pushed back by that power. Chodo, who had been silent until now, suddenly came up with an idea. He smirked, a slightly sinister grin forming on his face. No, on the contrary, this was an opportunity. Perhaps this was the last chance he had to secure his position. Without thinking too much, Chodo rushed directly into the midst of the most intense part of the battle, leaving his comrades unable to stop him in time. What are you doing? Chodo, that guy. The female leader, seeing his reckless moves, said, he didn't expect to dare to cross my position. You all just stand there watching. Attack now. At the command from their superior, the archers and swordsmen rushed in without hesitation, joining the fray. One of them leaped high, creating an energy bridge that headed straight toward Nayu. Looking at the situation, with one person against so many, it was truly a disadvantage for Nayu. It would be difficult for him to make it out alive. Even if he were a martial king, a flash of light suddenly brightened the sky. Is heaven itself cheering for them to fight? Who dares to obstruct His Majesty's actions? Amid the deafening thunder, a voice rang out, and immediately, a large bolt of lightning struck the ground. The soldiers below reacted quickly and swiftly fled. Quick, get out of the way! Dust and debris mixed with the flashing light. The soldiers continued with their tasks. A man appeared, and just by looking at him, it was clear that he was the cause of the thunderstorm. Bai, upon seeing him, widened his eyes in shock. You! The man, known as the blood-colored sage, had retired from an active position and become an elder. However, he was a powerful figure who could threaten the authority of the one-horned martial king clan, and had once stood at the top of the tower. Suddenly, the old man's voice sounded, causing everyone present to grow wary. To think someone still recognizes this old man, truly it is an honor. If that's the case, it should be easier to negotiate, right? If you continue to interfere with our king. As he spoke, the old man performed a martial technique, causing numerous powerful bolts of lightning to appear. He adopted a battle stance, and the surrounding lightning intensified, then prepared to die. His tone carried a distinct threat. Once the words were spoken, a massive lightning bolt struck down towards the group, immediately causing them to scream in panic. Everyone, watch out! Suddenly a girl, maintaining her composure, slowly approached the old sage. Her face grew fierce, her eyes glimmering with a golden light as her fangs appeared, and the bloodline of the dragon clan she had mastered was activated. Once the transformation was complete, she leaped high into the air, evading the lightning bolt that was heading toward her. The sage's lightning strike, with immense power, crashed down, causing the ground to crack open, smoke and flames filling the air. At this moment, the girl coldly spoke. Did you just tell us to die? That is something I should be saying. The girl's name was Bai Wolves, the eldest daughter of the 9 dragon sons. Biam furrowed his brow and spoke in a warning tone. I will show you what Red Dragon is truly like. On the other side, all 3 leaders of the Red Dragon emitted a powerful aura, their eyes shining with a blinding light. In the next moment, all of them transformed into fierce, dragon-like beasts. One of them let out a savage roar. How dare you pests harm our mother die? The other 2 were no less fierce, also shouting loudly, their voices echoing with a threatening tone. The Red Dragon army assumed a battle stance, all of them shouting in unison. Protect your majesty at all costs. The one-horned clan also braced for battle, grinning mockingly. It's been a long time since I've had some fun. Suddenly, from beneath the ground, a ferocious dragon emerged, its mouth wide open as if it intended to swallow the one who had spoken, causing him to freeze in shock. On the side of the old sage, when Biggie rushed forward, he immediately put on a nonchalant demeanor. He silently thought, "The foolish one, there are times when even a king must avoid competing with me. Her arm is so slender, my martial arts would only." Bai clenched her fist, and a whirlpool of magical energy began to accumulate. In the next moment, she released a powerful force. The distortion quickly rushed toward the old sage. Luckily, he managed to dodge in time. This action took the old sage by surprise. Is this the 100 fists? He thought for a moment, then looked up at Bai. Before him, the sage spoke. How could a red dragon possess the secret techniques of our clan? His tone was one of astonishment. Meanwhile, the dragon on the other side was surrounded by a group of goblin soldiers. Bai leaped high into the air and swiftly cast another whirlpool of magical energy downward. The old sage immediately retaliated with numerous bolts of lightning. The two forces collided violently, causing Bai to be pushed back a few steps. Seeing this, the old sage silently assessed the situation. The attack had been as fluid as flowing water. A beginner could never reach this level. I've experienced it myself. The old sage immediately recalled Martial King, the strategist who stood at the pinnacle of martial arts. The two top-tier summer queens in the magical world. He silently speculated, surely the summer queen must have created something like this to keep an eye on Martial King. The scene at that moment was incredibly chaotic, and the questioning voice of the old sage echoed. So you belong to the one-horned tribe. Who are you the child of? Upon hearing this, Bai remained silent, not responding, her hands continuing to cast spells without pause. Seeing this, the old sage chuckled, "Haha, I guess you have no reason to tell me, huh?" With that, the old sage began gathering a large magic orb. I think, all right, the Summer Queen accepts. Looking at Bai as she cast spells to counter his attack, the old sage silently acknowledged the impressive results she had created. However, everything was in vain. Even if the Summer Queen forcibly connected mimicry steps, the limits were plainly visible, like a stone bridge that one day would inevitably collapse. Thinking of Wu, the old sage muttered to himself, "At least we won't know if it's that child or not." The old sage believed the combination of martial arts and magic, in some aspects, is quite similar. However, the path Wu has taken is not merely imitation. Breaking his train of thought, the orb in the old sage's hand grew larger and larger, bolts of lightning shooting out from it, demonstrating its power. Upon seeing this, Bai's pupils constricted, and she was startled, quickly building a solid shield before her. Just as the two were about to clash, the Dragon Queen was sent flying toward them. A painful scream echoed, seemingly tearing the very fabric of space. This instantly stunned Bai. The dragon was struck with tremendous force, crashing heavily to the ground, momentarily leaving the one-horned tribe in shock. The Red Dragon team was also stunned, standing frozen in place. The dragon had been knocked to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Seeing this, Martial King Neu on the other side smiled triumphantly, lightly brushing the dust off his hands, and smirked. It really is laughably heavy. The Red Dragon group began to tremble in fear upon witnessing this. Your Majesty. The gleeful laughter of the one-horned tribe echoed, truly our king. The whole tribe became excited, joyfully hopping around Martial King Neu. Just his strength alone was already admirable, invincible. At this rate, could Fate and Adora possibly have a younger brother? Suddenly, the pupils of the Dragon Queen dilated, radiating an oppressive force that silenced the one-horned tribe in an instant. The Dragon Queen leaped up, releasing her pressure from where she stood, gritting her teeth as she snarled, "I will kill you." Her massive dragon claws rose high, and in her fury, she roared, "I will kill you, Neu." The enormous, powerful dragon claws slammed down, causing the earth to crack under the sheer force. Martial King Neu chuckled lightly, his movements wrapped in overwhelming magical power. Clenching his fist, he said, "All right, Ismenius. Let's see who will land the punch on that heavenly bastard." Martial King Neu spoke, his golden eyes flashing brightly, his tone betraying his excitement. He then assumed a battle stance, and powerful magical energy swirled around him, forming a formation behind him. He smiled lightly and said, "Let's end it here." While the battle continued, a figure in white, leaning on a staff, trembled from exhaustion. Suddenly, he laughed maniacally and said, "I must be crazy. When the house was shattered by the red dragon, I wanted revenge on the Summer Queen at all costs. That's why I spent my entire life saving up and hiring the best S-ranked mercenaries. Ice King, twice, Black Skull. There were a few others, and I even had the unexpected chance to meet people like Turn and Joan. Many experts from the tower had gathered, making me feel that such a powerful force might at least be able to cut off one of the Summer Queen's limbs. Yet Black Skull, so fierce like a tiger, demanded to tear off the Summer Queen's toenail. But he had to flee after his bold declaration. How embarrassing. We were all embarrassed. His foot was stepping on the corner of a flag with a skull emblem. Thinking for a moment, he hugged his staff and laughed wildly. Meanwhile, the dragon in front of him continued to fight bravely and fiercely. It shot out beams of light to kill its enemies. The soldiers below looked at it with terrified eyes, but among them was one person who remained calm, gazing with an indifferent expression. He seemed to want to say something, but he pondered for a long time. Everyone now could only stand there, watching the massive fire. At this point, Martial King Neu had climbed onto the back of the colossal dragon. Then he easily tore off its wing, as if it were just a chicken wing. Having reached peak strength, he grew fangs and grinned wickedly. From above, a soldier walked away somewhere. He looked at Martial King Neu and showed a dangerous expression, sighing, "This is truly terrifying." He already knew that Martial King Neu was strong, but to this extent, it was no wonder he was known as the most fearsome monster of the tower. The soldier thought, but it is precisely because these monsters know exactly where they stand that they are always immersed in the illusion that they are the strongest. Their arrogance makes them believe no one would dare attack them from behind, without realizing how dangerous that mindset truly is. After thinking, he raised his bow and aimed at the ongoing battle. He felt an immense satisfaction in this moment, causing him to chuckle lightly. Then, he thought of the captain, some mysterious figure to him, and his eyes suddenly gleamed as if plotting something. He pulled the bowstring back, aiming carefully. "Goodbye, Martial King," he said smugly. But at that moment, the man was engaged in a battle with a dragon and didn't notice the deadly arrow speeding toward him. The soldier stood still, holding his position. As he released his grip, he felt an eerie sensation. What is this? There's something strange around here. Where is it? Where exactly is it? He then shifted his gaze toward the person in black standing on a rock. He mentally shouted, "Found it." Upon seeing the masked figure standing with his back to him, he wondered, who is that person? He was extremely curious. The masked figure remained still, gazing into the blazing fire. At this moment, Huan Wu, who was observing the battle, felt an overwhelming anger rise within him. That battle was originally supposed to be mine. He thought, the Summer Queen has dealt a huge blow to Jungwoo, poisoned him with demonic venom, but he's still not satisfied and is determined to make her pay for everything. While deep in thought, a provocative voice came from behind him. Exactly. Thinking like that is a good start. Hurry up, that's your prey, right? The evil Ito. It only appears as a shadow at moments like this. But don't have the energy to care about it right now. I wonder if the rewards from the Summer Queen's quest will be of any use. He stared thoughtfully at the quest board. All high-tier items, but none of them seemed particularly useful in his current situation. You've chosen the Origin Intrinian reward consisting of 5 items. 1 is a phoenix egg, 2 are flames of Prometheus, 3 is the King's Festival, and there are 2 other things. There were so many, he didn't know which to pick. Immediately, he selected an item and clicked on it. He had chosen the Yaldabaoth gold bar as his reward. The white-clad soldier, who had been holding a staff, now felt utterly desperate as he had spent money to hire mercenaries and kept losing. "My life's over. I'm bankrupt." While complaining, suddenly Huan Wu ran toward him, shouting, "Help me! Help me!" The soldier recoiled in fear, backing up several meters. Instantly, mercenaries appeared, pointing their sharp swords at Huan Wu's neck, on alert. "Who are you?" Seeing this, he didn't say a word, only shot a cold glance, as if his eyes were saying, "Who dares stop me?" The man in white was terrified. "Oh my God, help me!" Hiding behind the long-haired mercenary, he said, "Why are you, the one with so many items here?" He politely replied, Long time no see. Then he pulled out the massive, gleaming gold nugget he had just obtained earlier. The nugget was so large that if it were thrown at a dog, it would kill it, and if thrown at a chicken, the chicken would be instantly crushed. The Yaldabaoth gold bar was classified as an impurity, ranked A+. It was created by a mysterious merchant, purer than any other gold. It was often used as a medium for magic. Seeing this, he immediately thought to himself, that's the Yaldabaoth gold bar, an item that can't be bought, because the whereabouts of the mysterious merchant are unknown. How did this person come to possess such a precious item? Although he really liked this item, he still had to say, that's not enough. In response, the man brought out 5 shining gold bars and asked him, is this enough? At this point, he couldn't hold back any longer. The customer is always right. Whatever the customer wants, I will fulfill. Then he rubbed his hands together, starting to butter him up, while the mercenaries behind him were left speechless. Ha! Are you looking for something, sir? He fell silent, deep in thought. What he wanted was the Dragon Killer, an incredibly powerful weapon. To obtain it, he had decided to buy up the entire inventory of this person. This left the 2 mercenaries in complete shock. The spear exuded a strong aura. This person's weapon, known as the Dragon Killer, was over 6 meters long and weighed several hundred kilograms. It was incredibly heavy, created long ago specifically for killing dragons. After witnessing Waldwig use this spear to slay a dragon, Huan-Wu had pondered over it for a long time. Huan-Wu thought to himself as the system screen popped up, cutting off his train of thought, displaying many intricate weapons. Instinctively, Huan-Wu looked up and assessed the person in front of him, silently wondering, not only did this guy buy the Dragon Killer, but he also grabbed a bunch of other rare items. What's he planning to do with all this? Suddenly, the person smiled and spoke up. Ah, but why would you want to buy so many other things besides the Dragon Killer? Hearing this, Huan-Wu casually replied, what, are you worried I won't pay for them? The person became flustered, quickly justifying that he trusted Huan-Wu. A moment later, he smiled again and said, but you know, the economy is tough these days. Huan-Wu sighed and responded, ha, so you really thought I was going to steal all this stuff? Of course it has to be paid for, Huan-Wu added. Upon hearing this, the person's entire demeanor brightened, praising Huan-Wu endlessly, while secretly calculating, how much money can I make from this deal? Noticing this, Huan-Wu calmly said, by my reputation. With those words, the salesperson froze, his face turning pale. A moment later, he exploded in anger, cursing Huan-Wu non-stop. You were all talk earlier, you wicked, vile person, daring to stab a merchant in the back. Go to hell. Huan-Wu paid him no mind, replying gently, got it. To show my gratitude to the investor, I'll make sure to use these items well. He waved his hand and turned to leave. A moment later, Huan-Wu and Shannon stood watching the fierce flames engulfing the vast area. Sun, upon seeing this scene, remained silent, not saying a word, but could not help recalling the past in his heart. Huan-Wu was silent for a moment before speaking. He cleared his throat. Shannon, you are now my servant. Remember this well, this is the only time I'll forgive you. Huan-Wu's gentle words, laced with a hint of warning, made Shannon fall silent. He stood frozen in place for a moment, his expression unreadable. A moment later, Shannon suddenly knelt down, speaking in a respectful tone towards Huan-Wu. I have done things I should not have. Please, forgive me, my lord. Upon hearing this, Huan-Wu replied, then let's begin. Immediately, his whole body radiated a bluish glow. Soon after, dragon wings gradually emerged. Huan-Wu's indifferent voice rang out, declaring his territorial sovereignty. The system notification sounded incessantly. Goddesses stigmata, soul of the 3 heavens enhanced, demons and sins. Energy waves surged violently, and Huan-Wu's pupils turned a golden dragon color. He then extended his hand and muttered, come here and burn the soul in my boiling magic cauldron. A surge of black energy flooded into Huan-Wu's body. As the energy entered, his eyes turned red, and his fangs appeared. Seeing that the time had come, Brahm on the other side opened the magic book in his hands. Then I suppose I should begin as well, he said. With that, Brahm began to recite incantations and summon formations one after another. The powerful magic immediately caused Huan-Wu to kneel. His pupils were filled with bloodshot veins, and fresh blood began to pour from his mouth. Seeing this, Brahm panicked, gritted his teeth, and strengthened his muscles, amplifying the magic to boost his aura, creating an explosion. The weight at that spot must have increased several times over. It's unimaginable that his body can still withstand it, he thought to himself. Immediately, Huan Wu's body was crushed, and the system instantly displayed a warning. His body had reached its limit. If it continued, it would result in permanent damage. Seeing this, Huan Wu activated his full-body regeneration skill, and he was healed instantly. The system notifications continued to sound. Huan Wu frowned, with blood still staining the corner of his mouth. Is this the end? He murmured to himself. After thinking for a moment, he struggled to stand up, summoning the demonic magic Devil King poison. His cold voice echoed, "First, deal with the trash outside." A powerful aura radiated from Huan Wu, and the frail appearance he had earlier vanished without a trace. On the other side, the massive, aggressive snake bared its fangs at the group. The snake was Chimmy, a player. A curse rang out from beside it. "You bastards, die!" At this point, the group was struggling under Chimmy's attacks, sensing that things were going badly. The terrified girl screamed to her teammates, "It's about to spit poison. It's an area-wide attack. Everyone, retreat." As soon as she finished speaking, Chimmy opened its massive mouth, drawing in dark energy, which slowly gathered into a large ball. Just as it was preparing to launch the attack, a small flash of light appeared above its head. In the next moment, a powerful strike swiftly descended onto it. Everything happened so quickly that everyone present was left in stunned disbelief. The powerful attack immediately caused Chimmy excruciating pain. Its pupils contracted tightly, and the flames burst forth. In the blink of an eye, its entire body was scorched to ash. Huan Wu also landed beside it. Seeing his teammate fall, another dragon nearby let out a horrifying scream. Upon hearing its roar, the group snapped back to reality and immediately became frantic. "Damn it, the spear, what's going on? Be alert." The dragon seemed to go mad, charging straight toward Huan Wu, roaring in fury. "You arrogant human bastard!" Huan Wu's subordinate appeared in an instant, blocking in front of him and assuming a combat stance. Huan Wu then charged toward the dragon, unleashing a series of attacks that caused the creature to cry out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Huan Wu soared into the air, gathering strength to land a powerful blow to the dragon's head. His face remained expressionless as he raised the spear high in his hand. Before Huan Wu could strike, another dragon lunged at the creature, biting its neck, and then running off. This dragon was Tom. Seeing this, Shannon cursed under his breath. "Damn it, we lost track of him." Huan Wu immediately stopped Shannon. His gaze then sharpened with a menacing glint, and he spoke. "We're about to meet the Summer Queen." At that moment, Tom had carried the dragon a considerable distance. The result was that the creature had returned to its human form, gasping and panting heavily. "Thank you, Tom. Because of you, I'm still alive." Hearing this, Tom's expression darkened, and he fell silent, not saying a word. Blood continued to pour from the head of the man in front of him, who furrowed his brows, enduring the pain. He recalled that not long ago, he had mocked Tom, yet here the boy was saving him. He wondered to himself, "Are you doing this because you still think of us as brothers?" Suddenly, Tom sneered, his eyes cold and fierce, locking onto the man in front of him. He spoke up, "Mother will die, and dragons will be extinct along with us. The remaining dragons, who inherit her bloodline, will be reborn into a more vicious species." After a brief pause, he continued, "And to make that happen, I still need a lot more blood." As he spoke, Tom stepped closer to the man. Startled, the man froze in fear and shouted, "Don't come any closer. Stay away." Ignoring his words, Tom extended his hand, releasing a strange, eerie energy. Then, he softly said, "Sleep well, brother." Black chains wrapped around a source of energy that was glowing a fiery red. The woman, her face filled with rage, screamed, her eyes flashing with golden fire. As she screamed, a massive red dragon roared, its sound booming through the air, ready to fight anyone who dared to challenge it. Witnessing the scene, Nayu wiped the blood from his face, muttering, "She's completely lost it." The blood dripping from his body fell to the ground, but like Nayu, there was no sign of fear in him, and those wounds wouldn't stop him. "And I don't like this one bit." Nayu's right arm extended backward. With a striking gesture, a wave of purple mana surged up his arm. Nayu charged forward. A powerful blow landed squarely on the dragon's belly, rendering it nearly incapable of resistance. This surge of strength was a warning to anyone daring to interfere with him today. The dragon groaned in pain, coughing up fresh blood. Nayu did not relent, continuing to strike, punching deeper into the beast. It was truly infuriating. Watching the dragon writhing in excruciating pain, heavily wounded from his magic, Nayu thought, the only opponent who could stand their ground against me, aside from All for One, is dying like this. Each wave of Nayu's power infiltrated the dragon's wounds, spreading throughout its massive body, slowly sapping its strength. Nayu continued, and it's dying while gradually being drained. How truly frustrating. At this moment, he stomped down on the dragon's increasingly rough, thickening hide and leaped into the air. Instantly, the soldiers below were filled with concern for his safety. Your Majesty, you must move quickly. Nayu soared into the sky, hovering above, as his hand gathered a transcendent type of magic. Finally, when he felt that his accumulated power was sufficient, he directed it toward the dragon before him. Knowing it could not flee, the dragon mustered its remaining strength to face its inevitable end, whispering, "Mother, please, run." Father Henwu, who had been observing the battle the entire time, spoke up. You will never understand the suffocating isolation that comes with being trapped alone until the very end of your life. You will care for nothing anymore. The only thing left will be closing your eyes. Just as the dragon opened its eyes wide, it finally mustered all its strength to scream the ultimate cry it could still make. Give it back to me. Despite the wounds constantly bleeding, rage had consumed it completely, and it sprang up. Heavenwing, give it back to me. At the sight of its powerful rise, Nayu couldn't help but be surprised, but in the end, he managed to curve his lips into a smile full of hidden meaning. Ha! Nayu suddenly realized why she had become like this. It was because of that kid, Sha Huinwu, the only image that flashed in her mind at this moment. So, the person she saw before dying was that kid, and not me? How uncomfortable. Finally, the moment had come. He looked at her in her dragon form one last time before coldly saying, "Good night." His eyes gleamed with coldness. The Summer Queen. That moment seemed as though it would last forever, representing the death of a dragon, the true power and authority of a man. But just then, a voice spoke up. "Master, you need to take her away now." This made him freeze for a beat. What? Whoosh, gusts of wind swept past him, appearing in the darkened sky. At that moment, a pair of bright wings appeared, glowing in a brilliant shade of green. Me. The scene before their eyes left those below in astonishment. The dried-up dragon corpse collapsed to the ground. I truly couldn't have imagined it. The last dragon, the ruler of the entire tower, the legendary Your Majesty who had ruled the tower for millennia. Such a person has fallen forever. This is a truth that no one can easily accept. The soldiers, draped in red cloaks, their eyes wide open, were still in shock, unable to believe it. No, a few of them even pinched their own cheeks to see if it was real. I'm not dreaming, am I? They did not want to believe this. In the face of such a situation, Nayu could only cross his arms and watch, saying nothing more. The girl, after witnessing her mother's passing, her eyes became vacant. Mother. Her gaze turned pained. Mom. Immediately, she angrily charged forward, screaming. No. She was about to charge, but a cloud of black smoke stopped her, and a voice shouted, "Martial King." She gritted her teeth, her head dripping with blood. She looked at everyone with a gaze filled with resentment, choking as she spoke. You've taken everything from me. She then lunged at Nayu, ready to attack him, a crime worthy of death. He froze when he saw her. One-horned devil. Suddenly, several different circles appeared above his head, surrounding him like portals. From those gates, figures began to emerge slowly. What followed was a grand and majestic scene. Nayu immediately turned around, widened her eyes, and gritted her teeth as she said, "Why the hell are these damned creatures suddenly showing up here?" Behind them was a larger, more muscular figure. Oh, what bad luck! What's going on? We thought what was waiting for us was a grand feast. A beam of light suddenly shone down. Nayu crossed her arms and spoke in a bored tone. How did this stupid pig manage to get here? The figure was immediately displeased and retorted, "Who dares call me that, huh? Take a good look at who I am." This figure was none other than the gluttonous emperor, Nayu's old companion. Right. The ruler of the land of blood, the gluttonous emperor. He harbored an obsession with tasting everything. A madman could slaughter thousands without a second thought, all to satisfy his own greed. There was a time when the gluttonous emperor had the whim to eat a one-horned tribe, sending his men to commit heinous acts, which angered the martial king. The martial king stormed into his stronghold alone, causing such significant damage that the entire palace was nearly destroyed. He still remembered what the martial king had done to him. I still recall how his actions had caused my eardrum to be injured back then. Now, the Summer Queen is dead, and everything has fallen silent. The only truly powerful presence in this tower is the martial king. The gluttonous emperor forced a smile at the martial king. He thought it best not to oppose him unless absolutely necessary. Martial king crossed his arms and spoke seriously to the gluttonous emperor. Did you come here to seek revenge for what happened back then? He pretended to be well-meaning and replied, "Haha, why would I fight with you? I'm here to help one of my good friends." He doubted who his friend was and asked you. Just then, he spotted his friend and happily pointed, saying, "Perfect timing, that's him over there." In the distance, there was a familiar figure, none other than Huinwu. The gluttonous emperor mocked the martial king. "Picked up such a wonderful disciple, huh? I guess you must be living the good life now." The martial king turned his head to look at him without saying a word. At that moment, music began to play, and the gluttonous emperor cheerfully shouted, "Haha, come on, don't ruin the mood." Amidst the music, he began to grow thinner. The gluttonous emperor, holding a glass of wine, shouted excitedly, "All right, let's get the party started. Everyone, eat and drink up." Bai was startled and turned her head. The gluttonous emperor raised his glass, a dangerous smile on his face. "So I finally get to try the flesh of the dragon clan, huh?" The soldiers charged forward to attack. A man in a serious cloak yelled, "Bai, move. Now is not the time for this." Bai gritted her teeth in hatred. She thought she wanted to take revenge for her mother immediately. But right now, she had to take care of her siblings and the subordinates her mother had left behind. She ordered everyone to retreat. Seeing this, the soldiers shouted and chased after them. "The prey is escaping," the soldiers said. "Don't let them escape, we must devour each one of them." At this moment, the system panel gradually displayed a series of notifications. The ranking appeared, and Cha Huinwu's current position was second. Due to his high achievement, he was rewarded with various prizes. As Cha Huinwu was skimming through the rewards, a bolt of lightning-like light struck his hand, causing him to stop. The light flashed and began to speak. "Who are you? Who do you think you are to do this to me?" From beneath his mask, Cha Huinwu coldly glanced at the light. He suspected that it was the soul of the Summer Queen. He lifted his mask to reveal his face to the Summer Queen. "Your Majesty," stammered in surprise. "What? How could this be?" Cha Huinwu clenched his fist tightly, and Your Majesty vanished, replaced by a surge of black mist. Just as he had thought, the soul of a dragon remained strong even after death. He silently wondered whether he should temporarily seal it. Suddenly, he noticed something and turned around. The four people behind him sensed a terrifying aura. The carrot-haired girl screamed, "That thing!" The martial king, full of murderous intent, approached Cha Eonu. He ground his teeth, furrowed his brows, and with an expression of fury said, "You!" The martial king raised his fist, brimming with energy, and charged forward, preparing to strike him. But he still stood there, motionless. The energy from the punch pierced through his body, shattering the mountains behind him. Everyone was left stunned, mouths agape. Huinwu remained indifferent, his expression unchanged. Then he was struck in the head by Martial King. He involuntarily let out a sound. Martial King, enraged, darkened his face and repeated his words. He leaned down, his voice full of threat. "After swallowing all the fruits of the hard work your master laid out for you, you dare say, Sweat dripped from his forehead as he listened to the man continue. "Should I beat you up, like I did the Summer Queen, to straighten you out?" Huinwu's father tried to justify himself, but in the end, he was struck again. Martial King placed his hand on his chin and sighed as he looked at him. It seemed like he had hit a nerve, causing Huinwu to flinch. "This is part of your revenge plan, isn't it?" Yana tried to explain, but was cut off by the man. "You're the one who caused all of this, so you better clean up the mess before you come back." He shouted to the clan members, Straighten yourselves out. We're going to catch that man. The others responded in unison. Yes. One of the clan members realized Marshal King was putting on a tough exterior to conceal his true thoughts, advising him to just be honest and praise him. That was when Hoin Wu understood that Marshal King had vaguely guessed something. He turned away, silently lost in thought, pondering the reason why he killed the Summer Queen. The old man chatted cheerfully with Marshal King. It had been a long time since they last met, truly like master, like disciple. Marshal King responded to him, "Are you complimenting me or insulting me?" Marshal King laughed and joked, "It seems you're still in good health, huh? How about we have a match next time?" The old man awkwardly replied, "Don't joke like that. At my age, my joints hurt a lot. Well, I'll see you later." After their conversation, Marshal King turned to look at the young man wearing a hood beside him. Their eyes met, their faces expressionless. They nodded to each other in silence. Marshal King, along with his people, left, while the young man remained sitting on the ground. He silently thought, after all, he is that person's disciple. And yet that person behaves as if he isn't even here. Is this what people mean by abandoning someone? Sha Huan-Wu looked around, sighing as he thought, this is indeed a battlefield. The fire crackled, and the bodies of soldiers lay scattered everywhere. He was lost in his thoughts. Looking back, this battle truly was terrifying with so many forces involved. Suddenly, a lock of hair brushed in front of his face, pulling him out of his reverie. It was Adora's hair. She looked at Sha Huan-Wu in surprise, and, flustered, she said, "Oh, you." He coldly responded with just one word. "What?" She anxiously spoke to him about the lump on his head. She asked, "Your head is swelling up so much, are you okay?" Huan-Wu casually raised his hand to his head, only muttering, "Ah." Adora, holding her sword, bent down to look at Sha Huan-Wu, but he was lost in his thoughts. The Wolpurchas-Knot tribe had been defeated, and the Summer Queen was dead. After a few days, the battle had ended in chaos. He laughed joyfully as he found a book and said, "This place is amazing." When the library's announcement about the Intranian task reward was heard, the scene shifted to the carriage he was sitting in. A voice questioned, accompanied by some confusion, "Hey, do you know what I'm looking for here?" Hearing this, Huan-Wu quickly responded, "Did you find anything useful?" The man replied, "I found a demonic letter about bloodlines. It's almost like supernatural power." He said this while holding a piece of paper, which turned out to be a little girl. Moreover, this place didn't just contain magical books, but was also full of various kinds of knowledge. He continued, still excited, "I think, aside from what I've mentioned, there's even more special stuff here. Anyway, I'll do some more research and get back to you." Hearing that, Huan-Wu smiled and thought, he's really excited. After completing the task, the council rewarded him as if they had been waiting for this opportunity. One of the rewards was Intranian. There were also 3 other items. A treasure vault filled with all sorts of gold, silver, and weapons containing valuable items. A library filled with forbidden books, which the Summer Queen had personally collected and written. And the remaining reward was an endless space of night. Father Huan-Wu thought that place had become a dead land entirely due to the war. In order to make use of it, he would have to rebuild from the ruins. He still thought about the land he had been given. If so, there was only one way to make use of this place. A white castle appeared, the Allied Castle. Sitting in the carriage, he still thought to himself that he had always been alone, but now he was standing on the front lines, needing to borrow the strength of others. His gaze became thoughtful. He was remembering the past and thinking, "My allies." The carriage moved deeper into the forest. The horse-drawn carriage stopped in a spot in the woods, near the village of the One-Horn tribe. A man and his subordinate, following him, warmly shook his hand and said, "I'll see you again. Thanks to you, I've had a great time." Then Father Huan-Wu turned back and said to him, "By the way, I want you to connect me with By the Table." Upon hearing this, the man's face darkened and he thought, By the Table, an association whose members are the greatest trading guilds and the wealthiest merchants. How does this bastard know about them? He then nonchalantly replied, "They are respected by the elders, even among the mystical beings like us. We have always respected them, and rarely disclose information about them to others." Hearing this, Father Huan-Wu said, "Just connect me. I'll handle the rest." After speaking, Father Huan-Wu immediately took out several glittering gold bars and said, "This should be enough, right?" Seeing the gold bars, the man exclaimed, "The customer is always right, and I love you, sir." Upon seeing this, Huan Wu felt helpless in the village of the one-horned tribe. As he walked, he thought about those who were gathering. The village was so quiet, and once again, they had all left to chase after the divine bow. The image of a man appeared in his mind. Who was this person whose divine bow played with the one-horned tribe like this? He was so skilled that he could face the martial king, which meant his level must be at least on par with the Nine King. The image shifted to a tall, muscular man. Father Huan Wu thought to himself, well, no matter how hard he tries to run in the current situation, Master will soon catch him. No need to worry about it. Then, Ka's soul appeared and called, "Master." He respectfully said, "Everything is ready." Ka was explained that Bu had absorbed the Sage Stone and many witch souls, which had caused him to rapidly grow stronger. Along with his increased level, the blurred reasoning he once had returned, and Bu seemed to want to set up his own laboratory. He then spoke about the necessary information, so I've once again given one of the intranian I receive as a reward to Bu. Suddenly, Bu presented a glowing object, and said, "Oh, that's right, Master." As he raised his hand to create fire, he was astonished as he stepped into the gate. With a magnificent scene unfolding before him, he thought, if I don't give this to him, I must be in big trouble. Two subordinates, already prepared, waved at him, saying, "You've arrived, my lord? Master, please don't make me do this again. That lich is so meticulous. He looks so trusting, yet deep down, he's unexpectedly cruel." Bu immediately spoke. Master, when seeing this, he assessed the situation. If there's a hierarchy among them, I'd have thought I would be the one to hold power in the future. But seeing the current situation, it's surprising that Bu is the one in control. If that's the case, Cha Huan Wu called out, "Bu, take this." A sparkling ring was thrown into Bu's hands. Bu asked, "What is this?" Upon hearing Bu's question, he answered, "This is a ring to open the other two places. Can you connect this place with those two?" Bu replied, "I can." Hearing this, Cha Huan Wu said, "From now on, we will gather more items as we climb the tower. So before that, we need to lay the foundation for the dungeon." His face became serious behind the mask as he said, "You understand my meaning, don't you?" Seeing his companion receive the item, Sin stepped forward and asked, "Master, what about me? Will I receive something too?" "Listen, my subordinate." He immediately turned away and said, "Let's go." Seeing him leave, it was suddenly surprised and said, "What? Why did you sigh, my master?" In a dark dungeon, Huan Wu's subordinate exhaled a wave of ominous energy. It said, "This is the place. I've prepared everything as you ordered." He looked around and then said, "All right, this should be enough." He pointed and continued, "Then let's call her here." A dark, greenish mist swirled out, and a girl with white hair emerged from the mist. She grimaced in anger, glared at him, and said, "Heaven?" Suddenly, she lunged at him with an angry expression, shouting, "Heaven Wing!" But before she could reach him, an unknown figure instantly appeared, blocking his path, hands casting magic. The magic was immediately activated. From all directions around her, numerous magical formations appeared, and from them, chains emerged, tightly binding Ismenias to the ground, despite her continuous screaming. "Let me go, Heaven Wing, I will kill you." Huan Wu, wearing a mask, stood silently, watching her scream in pain. "Heaven Wing, how dare you?" Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but chuckle quietly, slowly removing his camouflage mask. "Did you say Heaven Wing?" He stood there, watching her endure the torment, and bluntly said something that she surely would never have expected. "I am not the Heaven Wing you know. My name is Huan Wu." Huan Wu gently lifted her chin with a reluctant motion. She was trapped in a painful, chaotic mess. At this moment, he revealed his true identity. She furrowed her brows, her expression one of utter shock, staring straight at Huan Wu, thinking to herself, "Does Heaven Wing have a younger brother?" She struggled to break free from the bindings, forcing out each threatening word. "I should have torn you apart the first time we met." Suddenly, his face darkened, and he said, "I apologize. It shouldn't have been me who did that, not you. Ismenias." Then his eyes gleamed strangely, a murderous aura enveloping the space, his veins rising on his face. He gritted his teeth and spoke each word as if to kill her. "That's because, at this moment, I will tear you apart and swallow you whole." Although she was imprisoned within his formation, her attitude showed no sign of fear. She laughed and replied, "Ha, do whatever you want. Do you think I'll scream?" He smiled with amusement. "You have to try to find out." The mask's name, following the command, continued to cast its magic, and immediately, the dragon that had been sleeping silently appeared in the air. He calmly stood and observed her. Her face turned fearful, her eyes wide open in shock and quietly panicked. "Is that me?" She was truly terrified, unable to accept herself in that form. Huan Wu touched the dragon's form before him and said, "Every part of the dragon is usable." Huan Wu spoke calmly, but each word he uttered was a threat. "From this moment on, I will dismantle every part of your body right in front of you." She trembled in fear, her voice shaking, pausing as he replied coolly, "Stop." Huan Wu continued, "I can use the eyes as a source of magic, the scales as armor, and your bones will be forged into indestructible holy weapons." He went on, undeterred by her challenges and screams. "I'll need to soak them in a potion and then slowly dismantle each part, so it will take quite a bit of time. And I also plan to show you the components from your own parts. Oh, and I should also take the bones to make a dragon bone. Do you think that sounds good?" At her breaking point, she gave up on her life and screamed, "It's better if you just kill me." Noticing Hin Wu's silence, she hesitated and stammered, "What do you want? What do you want from me?" His expression was extremely serious as he directly stated his goal, the reason Jong Woo had to die.